Information. Prologue. There once was a man nicknamed Dream. He was 17, a bit of a science geek, and played all kinds of sports. A fairly well-rounded individual who had decent looks, smarts, and high ambitions. However, all this did nothing to prevent the apparently common case of self-doubt and hopelessness. As a kid who grew up in Los Angeles, California during the year 2060, he had all the knowledge he could ever want at his fingertips. Scientists were constantly pushing the limits of physics to develop greater technology, as they always have. The entertainment industry was growing by the day. Jobs were constantly being taken by robots, the lives of everyone ordinary becoming better but more intruded upon. It was just your normal, everyday descent into the dystopias you read about in books. Dream grew up in the midst of all this, but was raised under one creed: question everything. This is what his parents always told him, and it shaped his entire life. In high school, he was quite the ambitious teenager. He always wanted to become a millionaire who was able to make his money by inventing something great. He wanted to develop an ingenious piece of tech, develop a business, and maybe sell it off for money he could live the rest of his life off of. However, while he thought that was the start of an uptrend and successful life, he had no idea it was the opposite. Because he wanted to become successful and make something awesome, he decided to get to studying. Not studying in high school, but studying on his own. He didn't think much of high school. Never did. He thought it was a waste of time, as they only taught him stuff he already knew. So instead of paying attention there, he put all his focus into online research. Freshman year of high school, and electrical engineering was his first gateway into the world of science. He was always interested in energy and how it was harnessed. He would take apart many different devices and attempt to create his own. While none of them were successful, it sparked a boundless curiosity in him. How did energy travel through copper? What were semiconductors? How did batteries work? What are magnetic fields? All kinds of questions shuttled through his mind, and he sought out the answers for them all. The internet was free and the information infinite, so he scoured it like a starving man during a feast. Physics, chemistry, engineering, material science, genetics, biology, cosmology, and more. One thing always led to another, and for 3 years in a row, he spent all the time he could studying all aspects of the universe. His mind was like a black hole for information, but with everything he discovered, there was always another question to be answered, and his curiosity kept pushing him deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. This wasn't all he did, though. While he loved indulging himself in study, he had other responsibilities and worries about the future. One of these responsibilities was actually sports, something he excelled at. After years in middle school, Dream found himself most talented in track. He was remarkably fast, and this was only discovered in high school. Either way, he wasn't allowed to waste this talent, and thus he joined the team and trained every day. Unfortunately, while he was fast, his body didn't like the strain very much. Dream was riddled with injuries and had the spine of an 80-year-old man. It was so bad that it got to the point where it hurt to breathe should he strain himself too much. And it wasn't caused by anything like asthma, but instead his spine pinching different nerves with the shifting of his muscles. But he pushed through. He got himself to a chiropractor, which helped immensely. That was able to keep him on the track where he pushed through any other pain that cropped up. Within moderation, of course. He wasn't a masochist, so if things hurt a little too much for a little too long, he would back off. Unfortunately, that didn't help much. When it wasn't one thing, it was another, and Dream soon had to deal with hamstring injuries. These were worse than back injuries, as they would keep you out of all sports for extended periods of time should you get hurt enough. But he got through those too. It sucked, and Dream came to hate running, but he was good at it and couldn't waste the chance for things like scholarships and free rides. So he just continued to trudge through while comforting himself with the thoughts of learning new things in science. And things went well for a good while. But as Dream grew up a bit more, he started getting more and more depressed. At first, he didn't know why. He liked studying, he read books, he was active, and he had some friends. He should have a pretty perfect life, so why did he start losing motivation? Why did he start hating himself? It got so bad that he could barely get out of bed. He lost all sense of purpose. Everything he studied, if he did at all, started making him nihilistic too. Things like scientific determinism and religion drove him into a hole that he just curled up in. Dream and his family were actually Catholic, so he was no stranger to religious concepts. They frequently discussed things like God, the devil, revelations, and the apocalypse. But discussing these things further drove Dream into a void of his own creation, one that he never felt like taking himself out of. Dream loved discovery. Seeing new things, learning new ways to see things, and coming up with his own interpretations on concepts was the most satisfying thing Dream could do. But as you went further and further down the rabbit hole, things got dark. The universe can't be traversed. God is an omnipotent being playing sandbox with the world. And people, whether they want to be or not, are just ignorant sheep waiting for the day that they've been used for all their worth and expire. It was an incredibly hopeless picture that Dream drew for himself, and add onto it the depression, and you had a recipe for disaster. But they say time heals all wounds, and maybe that was true for him too. Come the end of high school, Dream was finally in the position to move on. While he didn't have the best grades since he never did homework, they were decent, and his sports ability was top-notch. So he finally decided to try taking his head out of the gutter for once and look on the bright side. And doing that gave him some solace. Going into college, Dream received far better training and was able to push himself to greater heights. He also mustered up the courage and got himself a beautiful girlfriend. She became the light in the void he made or himself, and for once he thought that while he would never become much in the grand scheme of things, he would be able to cut himself a little slice of fulfillment with the girl next to him and the sports that kept him strong. At least that was until life took out a gun and shot him in the dick. He tore his hamstring on one fateful day, and from then on he knew that he would never be able to play sports again. While he never liked running, the achievement that came from winning races and getting medals was something he kept looking forward to. It was one of the things that made him think it was all worth it. All the blood and sweat, for months on end, for a short and glorious race. But now he would never get that again. It was like a knife in his heart, and he went into another bout of depression. He started sinking back down into that void. His mind became unhealthy, especially since he was no longer active during the healing process. But there was someone to pull him back out. His girlfriend was always there, and she didn't let him sink. She was there to keep him going through the painful rehabilitation and physical therapy. She didn't let him give up and tore him out of bed when he didn't want to go. It was tough love, but that's exactly what he needed, and once again she lit up that dark and lonely place his mind was in. Eventually he got back on his feet, and he started finding another purpose for himself. He went back to being active, and he continued his studies. Things were going good once more in his life, until they weren't. If before life shot him in the dick, this time life shot him in the heart. On one horrible night, the light of his world was murdered. It wasn't anything wildly dramatic. A robber had broke into her house during the night, and when she tried to fight back to protect her family, she was shot dead. It was so simple that not many people cared. The robber was found, jailed, and the case was wrapped up quickly. In the large city, it was just a passing breeze, not causing anything of significance. But that passing breeze was enough to destroy someone's whole world. Dream was once more cast into the void. He was thrown farther down than he ever had been, so far that he couldn't pull himself out. She had been his light, the key to something greater. With her, he didn't need sports. With her, he could keep himself from thinking that everything was hopeless. But with that light gone, there was nothing keeping him from not only burying himself in the void, but sinking down to its farthest depths. But as he sank down into the abyss, he actually started going back to study. Studying and learning became the only thing that could keep him occupied. It became the only thing that could fill the void. It was a curious thing, but he found himself going back to it. When everything was hopeless and it seemed as if there was nothing more, he sent out to research more as if he was trying to find a way out. He wanted to find a way past the darkness, but nothing he did brought him any light. Nothing he saw brought him any hope. It was all just a distraction, a way to cope with the horrible truth. And one day he reached his breaking point. Knowledge couldn't do anything for him anymore. He couldn't process anything. His mind had reached its limit, and he wanted everything to end. So he decided to end it himself. He drove himself out to the middle of nowhere, a place where the lights of the city didn't reach. There he could see the stars. He could visualize the universe and all its splendor. And he could understand how cosmic everything was. It was moments like that when he was the most enraptured. He could feel it in his bones, how magnificent the cosmos were. It wasn't simply a thought, but something that made him shiver. He got goosebumps from the incomprehensible significance of the universe and all its workings. And it was those very goosebumps that reminded him about how limited he was. Everyone was extraordinarily limited in both mind and body. One person would never be able to comprehend the secrets of the universe. It simply wasn't possible, and it was exactly that which drove Dream further down into the void. And finally, after pondering in the biting cold weather of the rural desert for hours, he felt it. The abyss that called to him and the abyss that he started to long for. He longed for enlightenment, and the abyss would either bring it to him or wipe away his existence forever. Either way, he would get what he wanted, so he gave himself to it. Bang. Chapter 1, First Day. When everything turned to black and Dream couldn't feel anything anymore, a voice rang out inside his head. He could see text being displayed. Abilities befitting a seeker will be granted. What the hell? Dream had no idea what was happening. Well, he kind of did, but he wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to believe it. Ability, Savant, will be granted. Ability, Copycat, will be granted. Oh, cool, abilities. I may just be in a really good lucid dream. Get it. Ability, Awareness, will be granted. Warning, you will be moved to a different world. The individual will be granted an ability derived from his origin. Ability, Summons from another world, will be granted. Warning, as the individual has never come in contact with origin energy, a small amount will be infused upon arrival. This may cause discomfort. Origin energy, like mana or something. As Dream asked that, he finally woke up. Opening his eyes, the first thing Dream saw were green leaves and sunlight poking through them like pillars of light. It wasn't super bright, but because he just came from a dark place, he squinted and put his hand up to block the brightness. Bright and hot. Damn, what is it, 100 degrees? Let's get rid of this. Saying that, Dream sat up, reached over, and pulled off his sweater and shirt that was already causing him to sweat. Going from a cold night air to hot and humid jungle weather was not fun. Once he was stripped down a bit, he lifted his head and took a closer look around. Next to him was a big rock, and all around him were big trees, bushes, and other various flora and fauna. It wasn't thick and swampy like the Amazon, instead being a relatively tame forest that went on as far as he could see. I'm in a forest, with absolutely no directions, all alone. I'm already loving ow. What the? Ow. As Dream was mumbling to himself, parts of his body started feeling prickly. First it was his chest, then his arms and legs, then his head. Everything started pulsing with a stabbing pain, and it only got worse by the second. Og, what the hell? I didn't even do anything. Ah, shit, this hurts. Descending into more and more strenuous pain, Dream went back to the floor to roll around as if he were on fire. And it really felt like that. While at first he could deal with it relatively well, it quickly started getting to the point where he was a little scared. 5 minutes pass, and Dream couldn't hold back from letting out true cries of pain. He was trembling all over, and it felt like blades were crawling under his skin and against his bones. Unfortunately, the pain didn't pass for another 15 minutes. It was only on the 20th minute that it started to fade, and 10 minutes after that, Dream was left a mess of a man on the floor. I didn't even do anything. I just got here. Why? Wait, those messages, it said discomfort. But this was hardly discomfort. It was trying to kill me. I thought it would never end. Hey, that wasn't there before. Pulling himself together, Dream got back up and looked around again. When he did, he could see a piece of paper on the ground a few feet away, something that definitely wasn't there before. Definitely wasn't there before. What does it say? Picking it up, Dream proceeded to read the words on it, all of which were written beautifully, better than any calligraphy artist he had ever seen. Dear Dream, the pain you have recently experienced was due to exposure from origin energy, or at least what I'm pretty sure was origin energy. You must have noticed how your body is enhanced. This is natural and something that everyone in this new world is born with. And to give you a rundown, yes, you are in a new world. This world runs on a system of abilities, classes, and levels. You have also been given an ability, one of which is a summoning ability derived from one of the characteristics of your home planet. Through your summons ability, a catalog of weapons, gear, and many different items will be allowed access to you through your status. This will be crucial to your survival as you begin your new life, so do check it out. Another ability you have been given is Savant. I'll let you figure that out, but know that it holds the native language of this world. A little something to start you off right. By the way to check your status is to say out loud, "Status," but you can also give the command in your head. Everything you need can be found in this menu like video games in your previous world. This includes the message and notification log as well. All right, this concludes my starter message for you. Everything else will need to be discovered by yourself. I do hope that you have a successful rise in power, and when you are powerful enough, you will be able to find me. The best of fortune. A very powerful dude. So it really is some other world, a system. And I got those abilities of mine, at least that's what the system said, catalog. That will indeed be useful if it is what I think it is. Status. Calling out unsurely, Dream brought up his status that popped into his vision. Profile catalog. Name Dream. Species human male. Class unassigned. Level 1. Stats strength F, agility F. Stamina F, magic F. Passive skills visualization LVL. 1 Savant LVL. 1 Copycat LVL. 1 Awareness LVL. 1. Active skills, summons from another world. Interesting. Those are all the skills I got, except for visualization. Nothing said anything about that? Oh well, more of these skills couldn't hurt. Anyway, let's check out this catalog. Raising his hand, Dream attempted to click on the catalog tab in the air. But upon doing so, nothing happened. Tilting his head, he said catalog in his mind, upon which the screen in front of him changed. Catalog. Search here. Weapons. Utility. Clothing. Supplies. Misc, oh that's cool, definitely weapons first. Search bar, search up guns. Guns. 38 special revolver. 44 magnum revolver. 22 cal. Pistol. 9 pistol. 45 ACP pistol. 57 cal pistol. 223 cal rifle. 556 cal rifle. 308 cal rifle. After he spoke, a list of many different guns popped into view. Seeing all the options, Dream drooled in excitement. Oh, I'm gonna get me some of these. Let's start with a pistol. Definitely not a revolver. A 57 should be good. I've always liked that gun. Saying that, Dream focused on the option for a 57 cal pistol. Soon, another screen popped up. .57 cal pistol. Fires 5.7x 28 rounds. Detachable box magazine. Monocost, mid. Medium monocost. I have no idea how much that is, but it sounds doable. Give me this gun. After focusing on buying the gun, Dream saw the item appear in midair a few inches from his leg. It wasn't the normal polymer gun either, but a futuristic-looking one with default holographic sights. This is freaking cool, although I felt some mana drain. At least I think that was mana. Wasn't my regular energy, and it dropped a good amount. I might be able to buy one more of these before being sapped of it all. Are there any consequences to doing that? I didn't really feel any discomfort. Whatever, let's see. This one should have 20 rounds right. Putting other thoughts aside and pulling back the slide of the gun, Dream looked inside the barrel. However, after looking down, he saw nothing. No bullets. No bullets. Don't tell me, do I seriously have to buy them separately? Catalog. Calling back out the catalog, Dream used the search bar and looked up the bullets for the gun. And sure enough, boxes of bullets could be seen for sale, all of them costing low mana. Looks like I need to do everything by hand. Get me a box. After selecting in his mind, a box appeared in the same way the gun did. Dream picked it up, took out the magazine to his gun, and started loading bullets. Several minutes later, Dream had a full magazine. He inserted it into the gun and racked the slide, loading a bullet. The bullet cost was low, but it still drained good amount of energy. I definitely won't be able to get those rifles. I guess this'll have to do. Sighing in disappointment, Dream stood up. You know, I should get a backpack. I'll need something to carry my crap. Catalog, gimme a backpack. The next moment, Dream had a backpack in which he put his shirt, sweater, the mysterious letter, and the half-empty box of bullets. The gun he put into the pocket of his sweats for easy access. All right, let's see if I can't find some people, though I gotta be careful. Who knows what kind of animals are lurking? Wouldn't want to run into a bear or something. Saying that, Dream chose a random direction and began walking. As he did, he could feel the weird changes to his body. He found that he was definitely stronger than before. His legs responded quickly, his body felt super light, and he could move with incredible speed. He used to be a track sprinter after all, so he was very sensitive to his speed and bodily power. This only served to surprise him, though. The reason was because he had only achieved speeds and feelings like this when he was in peak shape. After walking and checking out his body for a long while, he eventually pulled back up the catalog to scroll through its wares. Clothes, guns, food, devices. This thing's got everything. I could get myself a bed, a tent, fire starters, pots, pans, freaking everything. They even got cars and shit. There's really nothing I can't get from this so long as I have the mana. This can get really expensive, though. Some of the high-tech rifles need a stupid amount of mana. The more material or the more complicated it is, the more expensive it is. Now that I think about it, I've regenerated some mana. I should plan out what I'm going to get. First, I should think about getting what I need to camp. Mumbling to himself, Dream started making a mental list of the things he would need. However, as he was walking, he suddenly heard rustling. Snapping his head around, he looked off towards a tree covered in bushes. Please tell me that's a rabbit. Dream stared fixedly at the bush, but unfortunately for him, what came out wasn't a rabbit. It was a dog. A mean-looking dog, and it was snarling at him. He wasn't the only one either. Dream saw 5 more dogs pop out from bushes around the same place. All of them were staring straight at him, definitely not looking to make friends. Shit. Dream's heart pounded madly as adrenaline started coursing through his veins. Slowly, he reached for the pistol in his pocket and pulled it out while planning what to do in his head. I don't know how fast these things are. Should I start running first? I don't know if I'll be able to wear them out. Even if I do, they'll probably find me again. Shit. Let's fire first and take one out. Steeling himself, Dream raised the gun and pointed at the dog closest to him about 20 meters away. None of them reacted as if the gun weren't worth their time. Taking careful aim, he fired right at the dog's head. Bang. Thud. You have killed a level 6 wild dog. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. A wild dog. As the dog fell to the floor lifeless, Dream saw 3 notifications appear in his vision. But after looking at it for a second, he focused back on the problem in front of him. After the shot, the other dogs were shaken. It was incredibly loud and rang out in the forest. But after composing themselves, they looked to their side to see the dog who had fallen to the ground. As this happened, Dream decided to catch them off guard. Taking aim once more, he fired toward another dog. Banged. Thud. You have killed a level 7 wild dog. You have leveled up. Banged. Larf. Damn. Banged. Banged. You have killed a level 5 wild dog. Banged. Banged. Firing continuously, Dream tried to take out as many of them as possible. Unfortunately, his aim wasn't always spot on, and he could only kill 2 more before the others snapped out of it and charged toward him. Run. Spinning around, Dream made a beeline for the opposite direction, dogs right on his tail. His backpack was tossed around as he tried to carefully tread the terrain as best he could. He had to be a bit hasty, though, and he charged through several bushes when he couldn't find another route. Avoiding the dense trees was difficult too, and he was constantly weaving through them. Luckily, Dream was no stranger to agile movements, having played lots of soccer in his life. However, soccer skills weren't invincible against horrible terrain. After running for only a few minutes, Dream ended up slipping after planting his feet too harshly. Thud. Falling to the floor, Dream didn't hesitate to whip around, not even worrying about the pain that came from hitting the ground. When he did, he could see the dogs only a few meters away. Bang! Raising his gun, Dream fired at the closer one. It noticeably slowed and tumbled to the floor as the bullet went into its chest. The other one was fine, though, and lunged straight at him. Growl. Ugh! Dream yelled out as the dog pounced on him. After kicking his leg out to keep it away, the dog decided to target it and munch down on it like the piece of meat it was. Ah, fuck off. Banged. Banged. Carefully taking shots, Dream sent bullets into the dog. Unfortunately, he couldn't and wouldn't aim at its head as it was right there next to his leg. Instead, he opted for the body, punching holes into it. Banged. 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 After several shots, the dog finally started giving and let go of his leg, howling miserably. It dropped to the floor next to him, blood pouring out. Dream backed away when it wincing at the wounds on his leg. His sweats had been torn to shreds and there were deep wounds on his calf. Shit. It's gonna get infected, damn dog. Banged. You have killed a level 7 wild dog. After shooting the dog in the head, Dream pulled himself off the floor, compensating on his uninjured leg. Huff, huff, you too. Banged. You have killed a level 6 wild dog. Shooting the other dog that was also laying there injured, Dream took some deep breaths, calming himself down. I need to move. Loud noises and blood will attract predators. I need bandages too. Damn, can barely walk with it. Sigh, this is turning out to be a shitty first day. Saying that, Dream trudged away with his mangled leg as quickly as he could, hoping to get away somewhere safe. Chapter 2, Savant. While Dream had intended to continue off for a while, he found that the wounds on his leg were worse than he imagined. So after barely walking for half a mile, he found himself a tree to sit against. Sheesh, that dog did a number on me. At least the bone isn't broken, probably. Catalog. I need bandages and a disinfectant. What's a good disinfectant? A good disinfectant would be... Who's there? Suddenly shooting up, Dream brought out the gun and aimed around after hearing a voice. Nobody is there. Then who's talking to me? I am talking to you. And who are you? I am Savant. Savant. Yes. Hang on. Remembering that name, Dream brought up his status and looked at his skills. Sure enough, one of his passive skills was named Savant. After realizing that this was just a voice in his head, Dream calmed himself and sat back down. Okay then, Savant. So what exactly are you? I've never had schizophrenia, so I don't think I'm imagining things. I am a skill. Was anything to add to that? No. Alrighty then, another question. What can you do? I can communicate with you and answer questions. Well, fantastic. Dream massaged his temples as he pondered over this piece of work. He was pretty sure 5-year-olds could communicate better than this. Despite that, he had an inkling as to what this savant might be able to do. Okay, Savant. What's 7,338.46 multiplied by 472.2? 3,465, 220, 812. I have absolutely no clue if that's right. Oh, Savant, what is the Joule's force of a 45-gram bullet traveling at a velocity of 900 meters second? 18, 225 joules of force. So you're like a mathematician. Dream was pleased as he heard the answer. It was the force of a 50 BMG bullet, and he happened to know that little detail. But while he was happy about having a talking calculator with him, he wanted to see if this intelligence was able to be a bit more useful, so he asked a question as a small test. Savant, what are my other passive abilities? Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has... Visualization has leveled up. Why is it leveling up so much? Dream was surprised at the sudden notifications, but he didn't do anything to stop it. After a couple of minutes of him letting Savant do its thing, it leveled up 6 times to level 7 and finally gave him a response. Your other passive skills are Copycat, Awareness, only 2. You're missing 1. I do not understand. I have another passive skill called Visualization. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Your passive skills are Copycat, Awareness, Visualization. Laya. Dream sat there dumbly for a second. He was confused. Why didn't Savant get it right the first time? Savant, what did you do to find that information? I read the signatures of the skills bound to your soul. Signatures, huh? What are signatures? Signatures are the data that marks each of your skills. Okay, and I have a soul. That is correct. So there really are souls, are skills attached to the soul. That is correct. Interesting, so you missed visualization the first time. Why? I could not recognize the skill signature. And you found it after I told you the name. That is correct. So I guess those other skills that were given to me were different than visualization. It was the only one that wasn't given to me. I happened to just have it. That's probably why he didn't recognize it. And I guess him learning something new allowed him to level up so much. Talk about power leveling. Dream smiled for a bit. Leveling anything up was fun. It gave him the same dopamine response as leveling up in a game. And while he would love to continue and experiment, he needed to take care of his leg first that stung to no end. Anyway, back to the issue at hand. Savant, are you able to use the catalog? With your permission, I am able to utilize your skills. Then I give you permission. Get me some water, disinfectant, a small towel, bandages, and a sealer for my leg. That will require the consumption of mana. Do you approve? Yes. Understood. The next moment, all the things he asked for appeared. Dream quickly proceeded to clean his leg with everything. He rubbed the wounds down with water and applied the disinfectant, cleaning it up. After it was clean, he took the sealer, which was a kind of artificial biofoam for deep wounds like these, and applied it. It would greatly promote his healing and protect it. And finally, he wrapped it all nice and snug in bandages. Sigh, all right, much better. Although it'll leave some nasty scars, I'm not really in the position to stitch stuff up. After I reload, we should keep moving. Taking the box of bullets out of his backpack, Dream went and reloaded the almost empty magazine. Once it was full, he loaded everything into the bag and set off once more. Since he had no sense of direction, Dream just randomly proceeded through the forest while looking for anything remotely interesting. He also thought up many random questions to ask Savant. Hey, Savant, use the visualization skill to model a blade of grass. Understood. The next moment, Dream saw a blade of grass appear in his mind. It was so lifelike, and he felt as if he could see all the details of the blade at once, like it was data being input in his head. Getting excited, Dream continued to ask Savant to model different things that he saw. Trees, birds, bushes, berries he didn't dare eat, the dogs he recently fought, his gun, and more. Because of his excessive requests, Savant ended up leveling to level 11. Visualization also leveled up to level 7. When it did, his mind felt clearer, and he also felt as if he had more of that mana energy. Feeling vitalized, Dream kept requesting Savant to do more and more complex things as he thought about what to do next. He also started summoning things he knew he would probably need as his mana regenerated, packing them into his bag. While Dream would love to find civilization, he didn't know if that would happen today. In fact, after walking for several hours, the sun got close to setting. Realizing that he would have to camp out for the night, he went and picked out a spot to set himself up. The spot was actually under a giant tree he found. All the trees in the forest he was in were huge, but occasionally he came across some especially big ones. This was one of them, and he decided to dig himself a fox hole under the huge roots to sleep in. It was dirty, but he had blankets, and it would be much safer than camping out in the open. Unpacking some things that he summoned, Dream got to work. He took out a tactical shovel to dig out a space under a root near the surface. After spending almost an hour doing that, he finally had a decently sized fox hole enough for him and his items. With that, he took out a tarp and some blankets, setting them across the dirt inside the hole. By this time, the sun was already almost completely set, and the clouds that he could see through the trees were a fading pink. It was a nice sight, but not a rare one. So after relaxing for a bit, he threw his bag and any other loose items into the hole. He then crawled in and sealed the entrance with some other big rocks he found scattered around, leaving plenty of cracks for airflow. With the gun on his chest and the throbbing wounds on his leg, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Sniff asterisk sniff asterisk sniff asterisk. As daylight started streaming over the horizon, Dream was awoken to the muffled sounds of birds chirping and an animal sniffing the entrance to his fox hole. Wait, sniffing. Realizing what the sounds outside his hole originated from, Dream immediately popped to attention. His body was naturally vigilant as he was in a foreign place, and waking up quickly wasn't difficult. Grabbing his gun, Dream looked through the cracks of the rocks. Outside, he could see the figure of a medium-sized furry animal. It sniffed and even clawed at the rocks, curious about what was inside. Drema just laid there, feet toward the rocks, with his gun aimed. He really didn't prefer to fire a gun inside this hole, but if the dog or whatever was outside insisted on clawing its way in, he would do so. Howl. Not long after, there was a loud howl that rang out through the forest. Hearing that, the animal outside perked up and turned around, dashing off into the distance. Thank God. Sighing in relief, Dream laid back down. That was probably a wolf. Looks like I need to be more careful outside. They should be mostly nocturnal, though, so the days should be fine. With that logic, Dream kicked down the rocks and carefully crawled out of the hole. He focused on his hearing and sight, making sure that there weren't any other animals around. Awareness has leveled up. Awareness has leveled up. As he looked around, 2 notifications popped up. With them, Dream felt his senses strengthen a bit, which he used to scan around further. Only after he confirmed that nothing was around did he relax. Awareness? I guess it makes my sense better. I can definitely see and smell better. Taking a deep breath, Dream took in the fresh aroma of the morning forest. He felt refreshed, and even though he was woken up early, his energy was at its top. I haven't had a good morning like this in a long time. Sigh, now what the hell am I supposed to do? Realizing that he was still stranded in a forest, Dream sat against the tree. Even after pondering for a while, though, he couldn't come up with any plans. There weren't any directions, and he couldn't find any form of civilization. I'm just gonna have to keep wondering, though. This is a good spot to stay, at least at night. I should return here if I can't find another place to sleep. As he said that, he pulled all the stuff inside the hole out. Growl. Suddenly, Dream heard a low rumbling sound. It didn't actually come from any animal, though, just his stomach. I guess I am pretty hungry, hey savant. Listening. Can you summon me a breakfast MRE? I think there was a hash brown one. This will require the consumption of man. Just do it. Understood. With that, a big bag of food appeared next to Dream. After sitting down, he dug in and chowed on the hash browns, crackers, bread, and even the drinks and small bag of candy inside. After eating it all, he was full and energized. That was better than I thought it would be. Now I should probably start hiking. I'll need all the daylight I can get. Saying that, Dream stood up and prepared to head out. He summoned another 2 magazines for the gun, the bullets to fill them, and a holster that could hold everything. All this took most of his mana, so he stopped there, and after hoisting his bag and situating himself, he began walking once more, leaving the foxhole behind. As high noon came around, Dream was still walking. He still hadn't found even a trace of civilization, and he was starting to get worried. But there wasn't anything he could do except walk, so he trudged on. He wasn't just walking, though. As he walked, he had Savant create a map of where he had gone. For this, he actually had Savant directly use his awareness skill, something he discovered was possible after some experimenting. With that, Savant was able to use the skill to map the surroundings, creating a virtual map using visualization. This resulted in leveling awareness to level 10, visualization to level 14, and Savant to level 18. It wasn't that much of an improvement, and since Dream had no idea if there was a max level or anything of that sort, he didn't know what was good or not. However, there was one thing he could make guesses about: his stats. After the skill level ups, his magic stat actually rose from F to F. When that happened, he could feel more mana inside of him. It was a pretty substantial increase, almost double in fact. With that, he could summon more things, so he was happy. It also gave him a good gauge on how the stats worked in this world. His stats were F, so he assumed it would go up to E, then D, then C, and so on. It was pretty simplistic and made gauging your strength against others pretty easy, or at least it would if he could find anybody. Either way, as he hiked, Dream kept his mind and Savant busy. For many hours nothing happened, and as the sun started to set, he searched around for a place to set up camp. Thankfully, he managed to find himself another big tree and proceeded to dig himself another foxhole. By the time it was getting dark, he was all set up and ready to go to sleep. Although he surprisingly wasn't tired at all, even after all the hiking he did. So instead of immediately climbing into his claustrophobic bed, he sat back comfortably against the tree and scrolled through the catalog. While he hiked, Dream had summoned himself some lighter athletic clothes suitable for activity, and occasionally summoned some more ammo and magazines for his pistol. He found that his mana regenerated rather quickly, so he didn't skimp on grabbing whatever would make his travels more convenient and safe. Right now, his mana had filled up all the way, and he was thinking about upgrading his stuff a bit. The first thing that came to mind was his gun. He wanted a better one, so he went scrolling through some of the submachine guns and assault rifles. Let's see. If it's for animals, I'd want higher calibers. Wouldn't want to get caught by a bear only having a pistol. I've gotten quite a bit stronger after being enhanced by mana, so I can easily handle the weight of the stuff I carry. Adding a rifle to that wouldn't do much. Let's get myself a 7.62. That'll keep me plenty safe. I can get one that's automatic, and there's different variations, so let's make it compact. Dream mumbled to himself as he went through tons of different options. Some of the guns had long barrels, some were semi-automatic, some were full auto. Dream had his preferences, though, and after contemplating, he gave all his specifications to Savant, who summoned him the one he wanted. Soon, after expending the majority of his mana in one go, a gun appeared next to him. It was a black short-barrel bullpup. The gun was very bare, and its only attachments were the small semi-holographic iron sights and a select-fire switch. It could fire 7.62s at full auto, and it was designed to be very stable. It was also very durable and could survive the heat from the powerful rounds. He could drive this gun through thousands of rounds, and it would continue kicking. After the gun came a few drum magazines and plenty of ammo. With that, he was completely drained of mana. All right, let's fill these drums, then I'll be set. My next choice is definitely going to be a sniper caliber gun, though. Then if I ever run into a bear or something, I can take care of it with relative ease. With a wide grin, Dream opened the ammo boxes and started loading ammo. Once everything was set, he decided to climb into the foxhole for the night and go to sleep. This time, though, he was much more content as he had his new trusty rifle by his side. Chapter 3, Forest. Scratch, scratch. When the sound of sharp objects grinding against rocks filtered into his ears, Dream's eyes shot open. When he brought up his head and looked to the entrance to his foxhole that was blocked off by rocks, he saw that it was still night out. Despite that, though, there was something outside that was attempting to claw through the entrance. Click asterisk. Grabbing the pistol that was holstered on his hip, Dream flicked off the safety and pointed it to the rocks. He didn't want to use the rifle, as that might blow his ears out if he fired it inside the hole. If he fired with the pistol, it would be a bit more manageable. While he couldn't see what was outside and trying to get inside, he had his guesses. It was probably a wolf. Those things were nocturnal after all. Let's just hope it doesn't insist on getting inside. I don't want to go deaf yet, actually. Savant. Listening. Savant responded to Dream's call. Get me some earplugs. Understood. The next moment, earplugs appeared on his chest. After putting them on, while he couldn't hear as well, it would at least protect his ears. With that, Dream just continued to aim the pistol at the entrance. However, even after a minute or so, the animal outside just kept on clawing. With that persistence, the rocks finally tumbled and a big gap was opened up. The animal outside, which was indeed a wolf, stuck its snout through the gap and laid eyes on Dream. Growl. With a clearly hostile snarl, the wolf lunged its head in farther and tried to bite Dream's foot. Before it could, though, he fired straight at its face. Bang. Thud. You have killed a level 14 forest wolf. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. The bullet tore straight through its head and killed it instantly, prompting its lifeless body to collapse. Dream's heart pounded nervously as the rest of the rocks fell down, leaving his foxhole wide open. Shit. Dream cursed, but he didn't move from his spot. He also disregarded the notifications. If there's one, there's 10 more. The rest are probably gonna come investigate. I can't go out, though. That's a surefire way to get hunted. With that logic, Dream decided to just stay put. He could shoot all he wanted from where he was at. And they would all have to come to him. He didn't need to worry about getting surrounded. And sure enough, after waiting for a minute, more wolves started to come over. With Dream's enhanced senses, he could feel their light paws on the ground around him. He also took out one of the earplugs so as to hear their advance through the bushes. At least 6, and that's just the ones in the vicinity. Dream's heart beat faster as he could feel the looming threat. Soon, some wolves started approaching their dead friend. Upon seeing the corpse, a couple started to howl while the others investigated the foxhole. Another wolf bent down and poked its head through the entrance. It quickly met Dream's eyes and snarled immediately after. Bang. You have killed a level 13 forest wolf. Just like last time, Dream put a hole in its head. All the other wolves spun around and watched yet another one of their kin collapse dead. Howl. A few wolves started to howl to the moon, and as if it were a command, all of them ran over to the foxhole. The entrance was totally surrounded. 2 of the wolves grabbed their dead kin and pulled them away. The other looked down into the hole, but as with the wolves before them, they were only met with bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Dream fired a few rounds at the wolves peeking in. 2 of them immediately died while a third was hit in the chest. All of them collapsed on the floor, and the wolves around them jumped a bit in surprise. Seeing that, the wolves finally started to get the hint and no longer approached the hole. They just growled toward it while keeping an eye out for anything that might come out of it. However, Dream didn't have any thoughts of leaving. Over time, more wolves showed up, and leaving now would be suicide. He didn't even plan sticking his head out. He just kept his eye on the entrance and shot anything that came. One consolation, though, was that the bodies stacked up near the entrance and blocked it pretty well. With that, Dream was a little less paranoid and settled down. This is gonna be a long night. Savant, how much longer until sunrise? I'm pretty sure this world runs off the same day-night cycle as Earth. There are approximately 5 hours and 24 minutes until sunrise. Sigh, all right then, just gotta stay awake until they go away. Then I need to get out of this area. I'm probably in their territory. Saying that, Dream propped himself up a bit and got comfortable. It was gonna be a long night. Oi, oi. 6 hours later, Dream was poking his head out of the foxhole. Throughout the night, the wolves had constantly stalked his area, not leaving him alone for a second. Thankfully, they could never get to him, and any that tried to get inside the hole was met with a bullet to the face. Eventually, they backed off after dragging their dead kin away. For the past 2 hours, Dream hadn't heard anything, but he still didn't dare to poke out his head. He waited until morning to do that, and after poking out his head, he found that there were no wolves that lunged to attack him. After crawling out with his rifle in hand and scanning the place, he still didn't see anything and relaxed. Actually, he had never been that nervous anyway. After the first hour or two, he had gotten used to things and just laid back, even dozing off occasionally. While he wasn't any less vigilant, he at least wasn't paranoid. He trusted his senses that were naturally on guard. Despite that though, come morning, Dream decided to get away from the area quickly. No matter what, he wasn't gonna stay at that location a second night, and getting out of the wolf territory he was in was for the best. So after eating and taking care of himself, he packed up everything in his big military backpack that he summoned and trudged off once more. As he walked, Dream decided to continue summoning items that would help him in the long run. As he decided previously, he summoned out a heavy caliber rifle. This rifle was a 50 caliber, and just summoning the gun sucked up all his mana. It was worth it, though. The rifle was long, but not too bulky. It was designed as a rifle-sniper hybrid. You could carry it and fire it like a normal rifle, but it still performed like a sniper at long ranges. After he summoned that sniper, he waited a few hours for his mana to regenerate before summoning the magazines, bullets, and a digital scope. The scope was another attachment that almost required his entire mana pool. It relied on a high-powered camera and could act as both a short-range and long-range scope. It also had thermal and night vision capabilities, making it a truly all-rounded scope. With that, Dream now had a pistol, a rifle, and a heavy sniper. The sniper was hooked up to his backpack for easy carrying while the rifle was held in his arms. His pistol was holstered on his hip as well. The whole getup made him look more like a soldier going to war than a man hiking through the woods. It also looked very heavy. Dream didn't mind anything, though. The weight was surprisingly negligible to him. While it would make running difficult, hiking was easy. It was definitely due to the new magical boost he was given. If this was on Earth, he would be having a much harder time. He marveled at the wild quality of life improvement here. Do all people on this planet have this kind of strength and stamina? Things must be easy here. He shook his head as he thought about how different Earth would be if this magic system were there. He couldn't even imagine the upheaval. For the next several hours, Dream continually hiked through the woods. The sounds of rustling bushes and crumbling leaves underfoot quickly got old. The only thing that kept Dream occupied was constantly giving orders to Savant, the tasks of which quickly grew in complexity. He also planned out what to do and summon in the future. He couldn't carry many things, but since he also didn't need to stock up on things like food either, he could survive rather easily. The most dangerous part was sleeping at night, but even that was relatively safe with his foxhole method. Just for quality of life, though, he decided to summon small things like hiking shoes, a hat, and some pants. These things helped traverse the forest while protecting him from annoying things like poking branches and little bugs. Apparently, ants also existed on this world, and he had problems with them crawling all over him multiple times while eating. There was one thing, though, that really bothered him in all this, though, and that was the dirtiness. Dream didn't have anywhere to bathe, and after not cleaning for a couple of days, he was sweaty, sticky, and dirty all over. While he could wipe himself down with water bottles and a cloth, he wanted to find a water source where he could properly wash. However, even after all the hiking he had done, he still hadn't found anything. No civilization, no streams, rivers, or lakes, just endless forest. He did find some animals, though. Occasionally, he would run into a small rodent. One rodent he saw looked like a cross between a squirrel and a rabbit. He also saw an animal that looked like a lemur. Then there was the single-horned deer that he saw. He almost mistook that for a unicorn, leading to a short bout of disappointment. But that was only interesting for a bit. It still didn't solve the main problem he had, which was finding civilization. If I don't find anything within a month, I'll consider building a cabin and settling down. This was the plan that Dream had. If walking in one direction for an entire month didn't get him anywhere, then he would try and find a single spot to set up a proper house. Preferably by a lake or stream, of course. So with that in mind, he just kept walking in a single direction while using Savant to continuously map his surroundings. 3 days pass. During this time, Dream had never stopped his hiking. His schedule consisted of sleeping in a foxhole, eating, hiking, more eating, digging foxholes, and sleeping. Those 2 nights were also not at all peaceful. The first night he had been met with even more wolves. These ones were also around level 20, and his pistol started losing effectiveness. Body shots wouldn't do much, and while headshots still worked, after examining one of his kills, he found that the bullet barely got through the skulls. One time the bullet was actually stopped. That particular scenario made for a scary surprise. A wolf survived his headshot, and just when he had thought it was dead, it went and lunged into his hole again. Only after firing 5 more shots did he relax. From then on, he vowed never to stop until he saw the kill notification. As for the second night, nothing much actually happened. He slept soundly for once. But during the day, he was surprised to see that there were lots of boars roaming around. Apparently he had entered another territory, and he discovered that the hard way. That day consisted of running from 3-foot-tall wild boars leveling around level 20. For them, he used his rifle as the pistol couldn't pierce through them no matter where he shot. Thankfully, the rifle always made quick work of them. Plus, it was automatic, so whenever he came across small packs of 5 or 6, he could quickly kill all of them off. Like this, he never got gored by their menacing tusks, and since they weren't nocturnal, he didn't have to worry about them at night. He slept soundly once more, and the third day consisted of hunting more boars. After all that hunting, Dream had actually made decent gains when it came to his levels. This was his status. Profile. Name Dream. Species human male. Class unassigned. Level 17. Stats strength F, agility F. Stamina F, magic F. Passive skills visualization LVL. 19 savant LVL. 24 copycat LVL. 1 awareness LVL. 15. Active skills summons from another world. His own level had gone up quite a bit from killing all the high-level boars, and all of his skills had gone up several levels, with Savant having leveled up the most. His agility also went up a level to F. When it did, he could notice his speed increase. It wasn't just speed, though, but his reactions. Somehow, it sped up his brain's ability to think and send signals. It was definitely a surprise, and Dream spent a while getting used to it. All was well, though, and the third day passed smoothly with no injuries. This led him to the fourth day. That day consisted of hunting more boars and hiking, as usual. However, this was also the day that Dream finally discovered a water source. Water. Dream's ears perked up as he heard the sounds of running water. Although they were faint, he definitely heard it. Turning and running, Dream headed straight to where he heard the water, and sure enough, after running for a bit, he found a stream. Ha, yes. Water, the sweet flowing juices of Mother Earth. Oh, I am so taking a bath. Getting excited for the first time in a while, Dream threw down all his stuff and started stripping. After going fully nude, he summoned out some soap and set his guns down by the edge of the water for quick access just in case an animal came by. With that, he quickly ran into the stream. The stream was only 5 feet deep at its lowest, so it made a very good spot for washing. After diving around, Dream got himself wet and lathered up with soap. As he washed, he also looked into the water. It was surprisingly clear, and he could see some fish swimming with the water. In general, the stream and everything around it was very beautiful. The running water, the wind blowing the leaves, the bright sun, the colorful fish. Everything painted a serene picture, and Dream found himself getting lost in the relaxation as he cleaned for the first time in nearly a week. Sigh, I always loved nature, and despite it trying to kill me all the time, nothing can beat these experiences. Dream spoke as he trudged out of the water, fully cleaned. After summoning a towel and drying off, he looked to his previously injured leg. He had obviously taken care of his leg. Every morning he would clean it and rebandage it. However, as the days went on, he found that it was healing exceptionally fast. By now, he only had big scabs, and while they were already leaving some ugly scars, it was healing fine, and that's what mattered. He didn't mind scars anyway. He had plenty from his days back on Earth. Now he could operate perfectly fine. It would still hurt if it got hit, but that was normal. It didn't hinder him anymore. After getting dressed with some freshly summoned clothes, Dream sat around on a rock near the stream and enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere. He was already thinking about sticking around this place. Chapter 4, Person. After sitting around for a while, Dream started thinking to himself, "It'd be really nice to set up a place here. I really only needed a water source, and here I have one." He had been thinking of a time to settle, and although he wouldn't stop now, he would at some point. He had already given himself a month, and if nothing happened then, he would stop searching. And this place seemed like an ideal spot to settle. However, he also now had better chances of finding civilization. People founded cities and towns around water sources, so if there was any more of a direct way to find a town, then traveling up or downstream would be it. This was what he was planning on doing now. He couldn't think of a better way to advance. Welp, I guess that's the way I'm going then. I'm gonna hang out here for a while, though. I can head out tomorrow. Dream spoke as he looked at the sun. It was already getting late into the afternoon, and the sun would be setting in a few hours. There was no use in heading out now, so he decided to relax and prepare a spot to stay the night. After digging out a foxhole, Dream decided to wash some of his clothes off. The ones he usually wore were dirty, so a rinse would do them good. He didn't need his odor radiating out for all the animals to smell and track. After doing that, he set them to dry and sat himself against a rock, falling into contemplation. What else should I summon? I've already gotten a few attachments for my guns. I got plenty of ammo. I'm fine with the clothes I have. I got plenty of gear for other things. I would get better tech and things like that, but they cost too much mana. I have to stay basic for now, but what else can I do with my mana? Magic. Dream tilted his head and brought up his hand, looking at it. He knew mana was supposed to be some godly energy that let people defy physics, or at least that's what he learned from fiction. And it was turning out to be that way, but other than the catalog skill, there was nothing else he used mana for. He wanted to find a way to use mana, preferably for combat. It would be cool if he could cast spells and things of that sort. So he got to experimenting. First thing I would need to do is control it. Let's try that. Closing his eyes, Dream focused his senses on his body. He definitely felt mana. He felt it whenever it would be drained and regenerate from using the catalog. That was the first step. Now he just needed to somehow make contact with it, and luckily it turned out not to be too difficult. While he could only focus on the feeling for a while, after blindly giving an order to it, the mana budged, and he could feel it stream toward his hand where he ordered it to go. Oh, so I just need to tell it what to do? Well, that's simple enough, but does it make me stronger? Let's see. As the mana filled his hand, Dream decided to test out what effects it had. Looking down at the rock he was sitting on, he threw a punch. Bump. Dream's forehead creased at the pain from punching a rock. However, it wasn't for nothing, as he definitely noticed a difference. My hand is tougher, and the pain was dampened, albeit only a bit. But it definitely did something. Now what if I pile in more mana? Maybe I can give it an order to protect my hand, too. Saying that, Dream pushed more mana into his hand. As he did, he could feel it strengthening, and even just flexing his grip showed him how much different it was. It was stronger. Mana seemed to enhance the base functions of whatever part of the body you moved it to. With that, he threw out another punch to the rock. After feeling nothing, he threw out another, then another, each one slowly getting stronger than before to test his limit. Soon, he was throwing out punches with 3/4 of his strength, and only then did it start to hurt. It was a significant improvement. He would never even dream of punching a solid rock with this much strength and not getting hurt. All he could feel were dull impacts on his knuckles. Not even his skin showed any signs of getting hurt. Well, that's really cool, but I don't plan on becoming a boxer. I would never fight a boar like that. I should see if I can do anything else with it. Dream stopped punching rocks as he said that. Instead, as he gathered the mana on his hand, he attempted to direct it outside of his body. This was met with limited success. While he was able to get it outside the body, as soon as it reached the air, it dissipated rather easily. He wasn't able to retain much control. What if I direct it into an object? Like my gun, I can strengthen my hand, maybe I can strengthen a bullet. Feeling a light bulb going off, Dream immediately grabbed his pistol. He quickly directed mana outside his body and into the pistol. And as he thought, when the mana reached the plastic and metal, it smoothly flowed into it, retaining much more control than before. Then he directed the mana toward the bullet, telling it to pile inside the bullet. This worked as he expected, but surprisingly, he felt some energy drain out of him as he did this. It was only a little, but he still noticed it. Disregarding that, though, after piling the mana into the bullet, he aimed the pistol at another rock nearby. Then he fired. Banged. Crack. With a loud sound, the bullet tore into the rock. Dream got up and ran over to the rock, and upon examining it, he found that the bullet went straight through. I'm not sure if it would normally do that. I'm not even sure if it worked. Let's see. Aiming the gun once more, Dream shot the rock. Another explosion rang out, and the bullet tore into the rock. However, unlike the last bullet, this one didn't go all the way through. So it did work. Congratulations, you have earned a skill through your own effort. You have earned the active skill, shooting. With the revelation, Dream suddenly saw 2 notifications pop up in his face. His eyes went wide for a second before he smiled widely. Hell yay, a new skill. Apparently you can earn them. To think this counts as a skill though, although it feels a bit different controlling my mana. As Dream directed mana into his gun once more, the skill activated, and it made his mana control a bit easier and more efficient. Before, lots of the mana would scatter as he moved it into the bullet. Now it was more skillful. So the skill just makes my directions more clear to the mana or something. That's nice. This will definitely be useful. Though it still consumes mana, I shouldn't use it all the time and save it for dire situations. Besides, the rifle packs a punch. Nothing's been able to survive it so far. Sigh. Letting out a satisfied breath, Dream went back and sat down. By now the sun was setting. Let's rest, tomorrow I can head out again. Saying that, Dream went over and prepared for bed inside the foxhole. He had a peaceful sleep that night. The next day, Dream was yet again out hiking. As he planned, he followed the river upstream. However, he didn't walk right next to it. Instead, he walked a mile or so away from it. He wanted to catch some animals while he walked and test out his new shooting skill. Through the day, he learned some new things. One, he could apparently employ Savant to control his mana. He hadn't thought of this, but since Savant could consume mana with the catalog, he could do the same with the shooting skill. Plus, it led to better results. Savant could somehow use mana much more efficiently. While Dream still had to use a bit of energy, Savant was able to give precise directions to his mana, unlike Dream's, which was more vague. Another thing he learned about was his energy. Moving mana required him to draw on some energy from within him. It wasn't physical energy, and while it wasn't mental energy either, that's what it was closest to. He felt mentally tired if he went overboard. However, after practicing a bit, he was able to level the shooting skill more. He got it all the way up to level 12 by the end of the day. It seemed to be easier to level than his other skills. It was also simpler though, so it made sense. Like that, Dream continued to hike while keeping an eye out for anything else. However, like all the other days, he didn't discover anything noteworthy, so he went to sleep early that night. This was also the case for the next 3 days after that. Those 3 days, he just kept on hiking a mile beside the stream, hunting any animals he came across. However, on the 4th day, almost 2 weeks since he'd been dropped into this new land, he discovered something. As he went out to hike in the morning, he came across a fog. It was an odd fog that didn't move anywhere and just eerily stayed put. Normally, upon seeing a fog like this, Dream wouldn't decide to go into it. He would just go around it, especially since the fog was in the direction opposite to the stream. But Dream had been starved of anything interesting for a while, so he decided to bravely investigate this weird fog. After taking out his sniper, he activated the thermal option on the scope and scanned around. After finding no heat signatures, he walked into the fog, constantly scanning around with the scope. When he entered the fog, he could feel a weird pressure descend around him. It was as if the fog was heavy, not on his body, but on his mind. That feeling went away after a bit, though, and Dream just kept marching through. Eventually, Dream walked out of the fog. At first, he was confused since he expected it to keep going. The area he saw covered by fog was definitely large, so for it to end so quickly was surprising. However, as he walked out, he saw something even more out of the ordinary. In front of him was a large wall. It wasn't a normal wall, though. This one was made up of wood. On the left and right were two absolutely massive tree trunks that rose into the sky, and the roots between them had grown into each other, creating a natural, living wall. What the hell? How tall are those trees? Minimum estimated height from limited viewpoint is 480 meters. Wow. Dream's jaw dropped as he got an answer from Savant. The wall itself was easily 30 feet high, but compared to the trees to the sides, that was nothing. After standing around staring for a bit, his curiousness about the place instantly skyrocketed, and he quickly ran over to climb the wall. Since it was made of roots, Dream was able to quickly plot a way to climb it using the many ridges and footholds. It wasn't at all smooth. This didn't take long, and he was soon at the top of the wall. However, as he went to go jump over to the other side, he lifted his head and looked off into the distance. Dream was silent as he was greeted with one of the most magnificent views he had ever laid eyes on. In front of him was a huge expanse of land. It was a valley that extended out for miles. The valley was covered in tall green grass. He could see animals roaming and grazing, birds flew through the skies, and small trees dotted the landscape. There was even a lake in this valley, and several animals stood on its edges, drinking its water. What stunned Dream more, though, was what he saw across the valley. Several miles away, he could actually see massive trees similar to the ones he was next to. Dozens of these trees created a wall that went in a circle around the valley, isolating it from the outside world. Furthermore, when he looked up, he found that the branches of all the trees extended out over the sky, creating a roof of leaves. This place was a massive tree dome. It was basically its own greenhouse. The animals inside definitely didn't come from the outside, even though he didn't know how they got here. Maybe someone put them here. Either way, the whole place was mystical, and Dream likened it to a paradise he wouldn't mind spending the rest of his life in. This is amazing. Dream climbed over the rest of the wall and took a seat on a ridge. For a few minutes, he just enjoyed the magnificent view. As he sat there, though, he suddenly saw something. Off in the distance, Dream could see a small wave of fire explode out from a patch of grass. Fire? Where did that come from? The appearance of the fire was definitely odd. It didn't look natural, and the fire moved to attack a bull that was standing right next to it. Taking out his sniper, Dream switched to optical view and focused in on the fire. When he did, he could see a bull being burned alive. Not only that, but he could see another figure. It was a wolf, and that wolf was the one spewing out the flames to attack the bull. It also jumped on the bull and attacked with its claws and teeth. A wolf? Since when can wolves breathe fire? Unless, could that be magic? Dream was suddenly very curious about this wolf. It was definitely magic. There was no other explanation for why that wolf could spew out flames like that. Plus, it didn't seem to be hurt by its flames at all. Definitely not ordinary. However, it wasn't like Dream could just go up to the wolf. It wasn't intelligent, so he couldn't have it teach him magic. Plus, it looked strong and deadly. That fire definitely posed a threat to him, and getting close would be dangerous. For now, he just decided to watch it from afar. After finding a spot to lay down on the wide wall, he continued to look through his scope at the fight. As expected, the bull quickly fell under the attacks of the wolf. When that happened, the fire around the wolf stopped burning, and it went up to the bull and looked at it. When it stopped moving around, Dream was able to get a good look at the wolf. Actually, calling it a wolf wasn't accurate. This animal was much smaller than the wolves he had seen. It had a skinnier snout and a very fluffy tail. This animal's fur was also pitch black, very different from the wolves he fought. Could it be a fox? Dream had seen foxes before, and this one looked like it. There was such thing as gray foxes, and while they didn't have totally pitch black fur like this one, some of them did have a bit. In this magical world, such a thing wouldn't be impossible. Either way, this definitely wasn't a wolf. Too small. As Dream observed and made his speculations, suddenly another animal came over to the black fox. This animal looked totally opposite. It had white fur but was similarly shaped to the other fox. A white fox. Maybe an Arctic fox or something. Dream was surprised and looked at the white fox. Its pearl-white fur was especially beautiful to look at. Interestingly, when the white fox approached the black one, they didn't fight. The white fox just went up to the bull and inspected it for a bit before turning to the black fox. Their mouths opened, and Dream assumed they were communicating. After a bit, though, the two turned to look behind them. Dream also looked behind them, and he was shocked to see that there was actually a person. A human, so there is life in this damned place. Dream's heart beat faster as he saw the man walk up to the dead bull. Out of nowhere, though, the bull mysteriously disappeared. After that, the man turned and walked off, and both the black and white fox followed. So he's the fox's owner? Who is that guy? And how did the bull disappear? Was that another magic? Dream mind ran as he watched the man and foxes trot off toward the tree wall. They were around 2 miles away, so they wouldn't see him. However, he was thinking about going over to them. That's a person. Maybe he knows where I can find a town or something. Or maybe I could learn magic from him. At least the basics. That would be nice. But I gotta talk to him first, and I don't know if I can trust him. This is a different world after all. Dream contemplated over the matter for a bit. But when he saw the man and foxes jump over the wall, he decided to put those questions behind him. First, let's follow this guy. Maybe he lives at a town I haven't seen. Saying that, Dream went back over the wall and ran over toward the direction they left in. Chapter 5, Different World. After exiting the fog, Dream ran around the fog as fast as he could to get to where the man and foxes would exit the fog. His backpack bounced up and down against his back, and everything inside, like his bullets and shovel, shook loudly. After getting close to where they would be, though, he started slowing down and walking quietly, using the trees as cover. I don't see them, though. Savant, give me an overlay of the map you created. Understood, generating map. With those words, Dream saw a map pop up in his vision. This was one of the things Dream was able to find out Savant could do using visualization. When the map popped up, he could see all the area he had traveled since he got here. It created a long line, but he quickly zoomed into where he was at now. When he did, he could see the huge tree dome and the forest around it. He could also see where he was at on the map. All right, I was here, they were here. Savant plot where they would have exited the fog. Understood. The next moment, a dot was created at a certain point on the barrier of fog. That was where they would exit if they headed directly through the fog after jumping the wall. Good, now assuming they would just travel outward from there, this would be the path. Dream drew a line from that dot outward away from the dome. That's where he assumed they would travel if their path was just to and from wherever they lived. All right, Savant, plot out that path in my vision. We're going to follow it. Understood. The next moment, Dream could see a line on the ground in his vision. The line was the path, and it appeared a little ways away. After going over to the line, Dream then followed it away from the fog. Since it had taken him nearly 15 minutes to get here, he decided to run along it. The man was probably far ahead already. Like that, Dream jogged while following the path. He was hasty, but along the way, he organized his thoughts. What should I do if it is a village? How the hell do I introduce myself? Am I supposed to explain my gear? What if they're hostile? And if others have magic, can I fight them? I doubt they can take bullets, but you never know. His thoughts ran wildly as he followed the path. His expectation rose, but nervousness and wariness rose along with it. Soon, though, he soon found that he had nothing to worry about. After running along the path for a while, he saw a small hut off in the distance. Upon spotting this small hut, Dream dropped down, backed away, and found himself a place to observe from afar. He moved to over 300 meters away, so they wouldn't be able to spot him. Taking out his sniper, Dream put the cabin in his sights. The cabin was a simple wooden one and not too big. It might have a couple of rooms, but it seemed like it was just the man and foxes living there. Dream didn't approach it, though. He planned to observe. He needed to observe the cabin and the man. If he found anything that set off a red flag, then he would think twice about approaching. Or he would do it in a different, more hostile way. With those plans in mind, Dream circled the cabin while maintaining distance. He got a look at it from all angles, and while there weren't many windows on the cabin, the few he looked through showed either a simple bedroom or a living area. It really did seem like a small, humble cabin in the woods. After some time, though, the man actually came out of the cabin. After walking to an area outside, he raised his hand. Out of nowhere, the bull actually appeared on the floor. It was the same one that the fox had killed. Summoning, maybe, or something like a spatial inventory bag. If those even exist. Dream speculated as he watched the man. Not long after he dropped the bull on the ground, though, a girl came walking out of the cabin. This girl was beautiful, and Dream's eyes widened as he saw her. She was decently tall, had long, pure white hair, a curvy but fit body, and wore some loose-fitting cloth clothes. She wasn't old by any means, and instead looked to be in her 20s. Holy crap, she's a 10-10 in my book. How does she have white hair, though? Is that even natural? Dream's mind got a little imaginative as he watched the girl walk over to the bull. After crouching down next to it, she suddenly created a blade in her hand. The translucent blade seemed to be made of ice, and she quickly cut into the bull with it. With practiced hands, the girl masterfully skinned the entire bull and sliced up its meat. After a couple of hours, the entire bull had been cut up, and all its meat was divided up into piles. Anything that was edible was butchered, and it was clear that this girl had lots of experience with this kind of thing. She's perfect. Dream got excited as he watched the girl clean the blood off her with some water. Tough girls were always attractive to him. He didn't really like the fragile ones. And this girl definitely knew how to handle herself. He just watched her butcher an entire bull. How many girls could do something like that? He didn't know any. Either way, he was already interested in this girl. She was gorgeous and could butcher a bull. It's everything a man could ever want. Suddenly, though, another person came out of the cabin. Dream looked over thinking it would be the man, but instead, it was actually another girl. There's two of them. Dream was surprised as he observed this second girl. She was the opposite of the white-haired girl and had black hair. However, other than their different hair colors, almost nothing else was different. They had basically identical faces and features, all the way down to their height and body shape. Identical twins? They have opposite hair colors, though, definitely twins at least. Dream thought to himself as the two girls grabbed some of the butchered meat and brought it inside. After a couple of trips, all the meat was in the cabin, and the girls never came back out. Dream set his sniper down for a bit and sat back against the tree he was next to. I don't know what their relationship is, but it shouldn't matter. They don't seem like bad people. I don't know what they're doing here, but that's beside the point. I haven't found anything weird. Should I approach them? Maybe I should observe for a bit longer. I wonder how often that man and those foxes go to the tree dome. If they leave again, maybe I can sneak in and look around the house, or try to talk to the girls. After thinking to himself for a bit, Dream decided to wait it out a bit longer. He had all the time in the world, so spending some to make sure these people were safe was worth it. He could push down his anxiousness and desire for social interaction until then. That day, Dream just sat around while occasionally watching the cabin. The three people rarely came outside. They did once, though, and it was for training. The man could apparently teach martial arts, and during the afternoon, the two girls had spared against each other for a few hours. The whole training session was, of course, spied on by Dream. He watched it all with bulging eyes. It wasn't because of their sexiness, though, but because of how they fought. Both girls were monsters. Their punches and movements were super fast, and Dream could barely keep up. He didn't know that it was possible for people to move that fast, but he saw the inhumane reactions and attacks with his own eyes. Needless to say, he definitely wouldn't win in a close combat fight with them. In neither speed nor strength, probably. It really reminded him that this was a different world with a different set of rules. Other than the training session, though, nothing else happened, and the three people spent the rest of the day inside. Soon, night fell, and Dream dug himself a foxhole to sleep in. The next morning, Dream woke up early and crawled out of the foxhole. When he did, he went back to observing the house. He mainly wanted to see if the people would leave, a reason he woke up earlier than usual. Sure enough, after an hour or so, the man emerged from the house. Behind him were those same two black and white foxes. And as if it were usual, they started walking off into the direction of the tree dome. As they walked, Dream sunk back behind the tree. Although he had put himself off to the side, he was still kind of close to the path, so they ended up walking within 80 meters of him before just continuing on their way. After managing to stay hidden, Dream sighed to himself and watched them walk off into the distance. Once they were out of view, Dream grabbed his rifle and stashed all his other gear inside the fox hole. Then he quickly but quietly made his way over to the cabin. Those two foxes left, so that means the two girls are here. I don't want to get violent, so let's just be open about this. With those thoughts, Dream walked up to the cabin door and knocked. Hello, is anyone home? Hello. Confused, Dream called out loudly a few times, but he got no answer. Damn, are they asleep? Maybe if they are, should I just sneak in? Screw it. Let's just get a quick peek, see if there's anything weird. Deciding to just take things as they come, Dream carefully pushed the door open. As he entered the cabin, he was met with a nice little living space. Off to the side was also a kitchen and a table. Everything was pretty basic, though, and there wasn't hardly any decoration. Looking around quickly, Dream took extremely careful steps as he inched across the room. He gradually made his way to the hallway that would lead to the rooms in the back. As he sneaked, he minimized any and all sounds from his movements. He slowed his breathing and heart rate, and even unconsciously pulled in his mana, something that had become reflex from his days in the forest while trying to work his way around boars. Apparently this time, though, he was sneaking so well that the magical system acknowledged his abilities. Congratulations. You have earned a skill through your own effort. You have earned the active skill, Erase Presence. 2 notifications popped up in his vision, and with them, Dream could feel his mana being utilized in a new way. It naturally covered the surface of his skin and worked to minimize his presence as much as possible. Well, that's nice. Dream stopped in his tracks for a second and smiled. It was nice to get something like this when he needed it most. After a bit, though, he just kept on walking. Now his steps were much quieter, and he could hardly hear any sounds coming from him at all. Even the air seemed to smoothly flow past his body. Eventually, Dream was in the hallway and about to turn a corner. However, that's when he heard something and his heart jumped up into his throat. The sound came from behind him. It was the sound of the cabin door. Spinning around, Dream reflexively raised his rifle and took aim. Behind him was the man, and standing behind him were the 2 foxes that were looking at Dream curiously. Dream and the man stared off for a bit and sized each other up. The man looked middle-aged and had a bit of scraggly stubble on his face. His hair was shaggy and unkempt, and his muscles bulged a bit from underneath his clothes. It was a bit intimidating, but Dream himself wasn't anything to scoff at either. The man had narrowed eyes as he looked at Dream, and Dream just kept the gun aimed at the man. Eventually, the man spoke up. "Who are you?" When the man spoke, a bit of black smoke streamed out from his body. Dream didn't know what it was, but he assumed it was some kind of magic, and the man was likely preparing to attack. Dream spoke seriously and didn't make any sudden moves for fear of a fight erupting. "My name is Dream." "And who are you, Dream? Why are you here?" "I'm just someone who's lost. I've been searching for people, and you guys were the first I found." "Is that right? Then explain to me what you were doing stalking the cabin." "I didn't know who you guys were, so I watched you for a bit to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary." Dream's eyes went a bit wide hearing how the man knew he was there. He had never been that close at any point in time, so he was really interested in how he saw him. The man's hostility only increased, though, obviously not liking the answers he was hearing. "You stalk us, and then come here when we leave. Tell me who sent you, and maybe you'll live." With those words, Dream suddenly felt an intense pressure descend upon him. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. His vision started to haze over, his muscles felt incredibly weak, and it took everything he had to keep from falling to the floor. "Dad, stop." "Why? He's not lying." Suddenly, the white-furred fox walked up and spoke. Hearing her, the man's eyes narrowed further and released whatever pressure was binding Dream. "Who?" Dream took in a sharp breath as he fell to one knee. His senses slowly returned to normal, and although his body gained back its strength, there was a lingering fear left over. That's a terrifying power. Dream thought in his mind. That man could immobilize him with a thought. It was insane to think something like that was possible. While he was catching his breath, the white fox walked over to him. After looking at him for a second, the fox suddenly vanished into a puff of smoke. The next moment, a beautiful girl appeared. You. Dream's jaw dropped as he looked at the girl. She was that white-haired beauty he saw butcher that bull. She was a fox. How the hell was she a fox? How the fox, but you? I am the fox, yes. The girl smiled as Dream babbled like an idiot. He couldn't wrap his mind around the concept of that girl being the fox. As Dream and the girl stared at each other, though, the man got impatient. All right, answer my questions. That girl can tell if you're lying, so don't think about playing any tricks. Okay. Dream nodded dumbly as he continued to stare incredulously at the girl. Where do you come from? I don't think you'd believe me if I told you. Dream spoke honestly. He was from another world. Would this person even believe another world existed? The man just scoffed, though. Please, I know about all nations of the world. So, are you from the United Empire? No. The man looked over to the girl. Seeing as how she didn't have any reaction and just kept staring at Dream, he took that as a sign of him telling the truth. So if you're not from there, then what about the human empires? The mountain? No. The spire? No. Are you from a smaller kingdom? No. A town? No. I don't believe you. Tell me where you're from. The man's hostility grew further hearing Dream's answers, but the girl spoke up again, forcefully dousing it. He's not lying, Dad. That guy is your dad. Yay, did you think he was someone else? No. Well, I don't know. I wasn't sure. The girl giggled at Dream's slightly flustered answer. He wasn't sure if the man was her husband or father or brother or friend. Although hearing how he was their dad definitely relieved him a bit. Hey, I'm trying to ask questions. How about I ask? So Dream, where are you from? Dream hesitated as she looked at him curiously. He was wondering whether or not to answer truthfully. He didn't want to earn the man's ire. On the other hand, though, he had nothing to lose from telling them. They didn't seem like bad people, nothing gave off any red flags, and he was technically supposed to be dead anyway. He kind of just felt like doing whatever he wanted. What were they going to do, dissect him? After weighing the pros, cons, and how much of a rat's ass he gave, he finally decided to wing it. All right, here's the truth. I come from a different world. Not a different land, kingdom, or empire, but a different world entirely. Please don't attempt to dissect my brain, otherwise I'm gonna have to fire. Chapter 6, Shooting. After spilling the truth, the girl in front of Dream titled her head. Another world. Yay, another planet. I got dropped into this endless forest around 2 weeks ago and have been wandering mindlessly for a while. At least that was until I found you guys. So you really have been lost. How were you able to survive so long? That's thanks to this. Dream motioned his rifle and the girl looked at it curiously. He still had it pointed at the man who was the biggest threat, but since these people obviously didn't know what it was, they didn't care about it. He didn't lower it, though. He had to be able to react should this man get violent. As the white-haired beauty inspected his rifle, the man kept staring with narrowed eyes at Dream. Sigh, fine, I guess you aren't suspicious. I really am just lost. I'm not in my world anymore, and I don't know anything about this place. I've heard about people like you actually, ones who aren't native to this world. So there's more like me. Yes. From the stories I've heard, at least. I've never met any of them. Oh. Dream's head drooped a little. Looks like he wouldn't be meeting any Earthlings on this planet anytime soon. Anyway, I can give you a map and you can be on your way. If you hike for another few weeks, you should be able to reach one of the nearby kingdoms. What, Dad? What? The man looked at the girl weirdly as she scolded him. You can't just toss him out there. Who knows if he'd be able to survive that long? We don't know who he is. He didn't lie about any of the things he said. Besides, what harm can he be if he's from another world? Dream, you can stay with us. We have an extra room and plenty of food, so it should be fine. It's, Dream just looked between the two hesitantly. The girl reassured him, though. It's fine, really. Okay then, thanks. Sure, we were just about to go hunting again. Would you like to come with us, or are you tired? I can go with you guys. Your dad probably wants to keep an eye on me anyway. Okay. I should grab my stuff, though. I don't want too many bugs to get all over it. Where's your stuff? In my foxhole. Foxhole. The girl tilted her head. Dream just put down his gun and walked toward the door, though. It's where I've been sleeping. Oh, can I see? I guess. Dream chuckled a bit at her interest. After passing by the man and the other fox that hadn't spoken a word, he and the girl walked over toward the foxhole Dream dug. The man and black fox eventually followed as well. Soon, Dream was walking up to the tree he dug the hole next to. After bending down and removing some of the rocks that covered the entrance, the foxhole was opened, and the girl curiously looked inside where Dream's stuff was piled. You've been sleeping in this. The girl spoke dumbly as she saw the hole, as if she couldn't believe it. Every night for 2 weeks I would find a tree and dig one out as I traveled. But it's so dirty, don't you get hot or cold? And what about all the bugs? Yes, and the bugs are indeed very annoying. But it's kept me safe from all the wolves and animals that roam around at night and has saved my life a few times, so I didn't mind. Dream spoke as he pulled out his bag and the tarp and blankets that covered the moist dirt. After removing all his items, he kicked the rocks inside the foxhole and officially left it behind. By the way, what's your name? Dream looked at the girl as he hoisted his huge, heavy backpack and sniper. Hearing his question, the girl perked up like she remembered something. Oh, my name is Luna. Well, very nice to meet you, Luna. You too, my dad's nah. My name is Heretic. The man walked up to Dream as he interrupted his daughter. He looked at Dream and his stuff that he only now noticed was very dirty, and then at the foxhole where he had been sleeping. Seeing all that, his hostility and suspicion dropped immensely. You can stay with us however long you need to. Well, thanks, I appreciate it. Sure, I'll show you where you can stay, then we'll head out for our hunt. Saying that, the man turned, and they all went back to the cabin. Dream sighed in relief as he found some people that were nice and hospitable. The man Heretic showed Dream to a spare room they had. This room was used mainly for storage, but after clearing some stuff out, it was opened up enough for Dream to stay in. With that, he set all his items down. He smiled brightly as he now had a single place to stay and wouldn't have to carry all his belongings around. After that, since they were going hunting at that tree dome, Dream grabbed his rifle and sniper along with a few extra magazines. After grabbing a small bag out of his big backpack, he put in the magazines, slung the rifle over his shoulder, hoisted the sniper, and was set to go. Soon after, Dream, Heretic the girl, and the black fox who Dream now knew was the other black-haired girl set off toward the tree dome. Speaking of names, Black Fox, I never did get yours. Dream spoke as they walked. The black fox hadn't said a word and would only ever look at him coldly. Even as he asked for her name, she just glanced at him and looked away. You never asked. That comment was an implied question. You don't need my name. Very well then, I'll just give you a nickname. After looking at the rude fox incredulously for a second, Dream just smirked and decided to mess around with her. Let's see. Maybe Ice Cube? No, that wouldn't work. Doesn't match your fur, Dark Witch, that works better, although you also use fire, so maybe Scarlet? Oh. That one's a good name. I don't have a nickname. I guess it's a good thing that I'm giving you one then, Scarlet. Don't call me that, and don't laugh. The black fox snarled at Dream, and then Luna, who started giggling. He smiled at her hostile reaction. I guess that'll be your new nickname from now on. Unless you give me your name. My name is Iris, don't call me Scarlet. Iris, nice. Dream nodded and went silent. Seeing that, the black fox huffed and turned away. After a bit more walking, the group traversed a few miles and they eventually came upon the mysterious fog. Dream spoke curiously. "So what is this fog anyway? And the area inside, it's pretty amazing. Do you have any idea what that place is?" "You've been inside." "Yay, that's actually when I found you guys. I was scouting the place and I found you two hunting a bull." Dream pointed to the two girls as he answered. Riddick was surprised, though. "To think you're able to get past the fog. Interesting. Anyway, this place is like an isolated sanctuary. Some of the animal clans around here use the place. We also use it for the bulls. They're our food, and we go hunting almost every day." "Wow, why don't you just live inside, though? It's a paradise there." "The clans don't like it when humans intrude. That's why we hunt in the morning. If we stayed there, they cause a ruckus and try to drive us out." Riddick spoke with a slightly annoyed tone. Hearing him, Dream just nodded. He didn't know about animal clans, but they sounded powerful. "Anyway, since you can enter fine, let's go. Hunting shouldn't take long, and we'll be able to situate you when we get back." Saying that, he walked in. Dream nodded and followed, as did the fox and girl. "I really can't get over that view." Dream sighed as they climbed the wall and overlooked the valley. The massive trees and serene landscapes made him feel at peace. It was truly an isolated slice of paradise. Even on Earth, he would choose to live in a place like this any day. After hopping over the wall, Luna burst into a ball of smoke which coalesced back into a fox. After that, her and Iris climbed down and hopped into the green grass, proceeding to track down a bull. Their movements were practiced as this was something they did all the time. Riddick, though, stayed on the wall. Dream tilted his head at that. "You don't go with them. They need the practice more than me. How about you? I'm curious as to what that weapon of yours can do, since you said that it was able to keep you alive until now." Riddick pointed at the rifle curiously while finding a place to sit. Seeing his interest, Dream smiled. "This is called a gun. It shoots projectiles." "Really?" "I sense no magic from it. In fact, there's an abnormally low amount of magic within it." "That's normal. The world I came from didn't have any magic. This weapon is from that world." "A world with no magic. So what does it do?" I think I'll just show you." Smiling, Dream went and found himself a spot to kneel down. After getting comfortable, he grabbed his sniper and raised it, overlooking the valley. Looking through the scope, Dream found himself a bull that was just wandering around. After calming himself and putting the crosshair on its head, he clicked the safety off with his thumb and pulled the trigger. Boom. An explosion rang out, and the .50 caliber bullet was hurled through the barrel. In only splits of a second, the bullet reached the bull and tore into its head. You have killed a level 37 short-horned bull. You have earned experience. You have leveled up. When the shot hit, Dream received a few notifications. He looked at the level and was surprised. He didn't think a bull would have this kind of level. It was enough to bump up his level from 17 to 24 in one go. Status. Excitedly, Dream looked at his profile as soon as the notifications ended. Profile. Name Dream. Species human male. Class unassigned. Level 24. Stats strength F, agility F. Stamina F, magic F. Passive skills visualization LVL. 19 savant LVL. 24 copycat LVL. 1 awareness LVL. 15. Active skills summons from another world shooting LVL. 2 erase presence LVL. 1. Very nice. Dream smiled seeing the numbers. Just like a game, it was nice having a sense of progression. While he was focused on the level-ups, though, the entire paradise was thrown into a small bout of chaos. Birds scattered in the air, the bulls within the vicinity scurried off, and Riddick, who was standing next to Dream, felt his eyes go wide. So that's what it can do. No wonder you were able to survive. None of those wolves would be able to take that. I didn't use this weapon for the wolves. For them, I usually used the pistol or the rifle. Only for large animals would I use this gun. In fact, this is my first time firing this. It's just as good as I thought it would be. Dream smiled brightly as he dismissed his status and hugged his gun. He really did love guns, especially after being stranded in the forest for a while. They were awesome and useful. Riddick just looked at him oddly, though. After staring at him and the gun for a few seconds, he shook his head. That's an amazing weapon you have, but without magic, it'll only go so far. These are low-level animals, too. The higher-level ones that have higher stats won't be so easily killed. This is a low-level one. I was able to level up several times just from killing it. Doesn't seem low to me. Several times? What level are you? Well, now I'm level 24. The bull I killed was level 37. I level up 7 times. Well, I guess that's bound to happen. That'll start to slow down, though. Riddick thought about it and nodded. Killing an animal that was many levels above you would naturally give you a lot more experience. Hey, what was that? As the two men talked, both the fox girls suddenly arrived next to them. Luna spoke to Riddick. We heard an explosion and our bull got scared and ran off. Was that you, Dad? No. That was him. Him's howl. Both girls looked over at Dream surprised. He answered their question. It's my gun. Those loud noises are normal. Especially for this gun, it's a high caliber. He pat his sniper as he spoke. Luna tilted her head. I was actually meaning to ask, what exactly is that? What's a gun? A gun is a device that fires a bullet. Through an intricate system of levers, hooks, and springs, a cartridge is ignited and a bullet is fired at high speeds. A bullet is this thing. Ching! Racking the sniper, a large bullet was ejected. Dream caught it and tossed it to Luna, who snatched it out of the air and inspected it. I have no idea what this is. It's a bullet. There's some powder inside of it, and when the powder is ignited while inside of this gun, the pointy piece at the top of it is shot out. Interesting, how was it made, though? It looks really hard to form, especially since it's all metal. Oh, those were produced by the billion on my world. Through a little thing known as technology, something I'm pretty sure is non-existent here. Dream spoke with a little pride. From what he saw with the two girls and Riddick, this world wasn't that developed. And knowing how developed Earth was compared to here, he naturally felt a bit superior. At least intellectually. He wouldn't win in a fight with any of these people. The three just looked at him weirdly, though. They didn't really get what he was saying, but when he said it was from his world, they just took it at face value and didn't pry anymore. It would likely be hard to explain anyway. However, Luna was looking at him and the gun with very curious eyes. Seeing her gaze, Dream thought for a second before making a suggestion. Would you guys like to try? Anyone can use this. Can we really? Sure, just let me set it up. Okay. Luna smiled brightly after being given the chance to try it and transformed in a puff of smoke back into a human. The gun was an exotic tool from another world. Even Iris, the cold and detached fox, was looking very interested. Dream quickly had Savant summon a bipod which he attached to the sniper. He then put the gun on the floor, making it so that they could lay down and use it easily. All right, just lay behind it, and I'll guide you through the motions. All right, like this. Luna, who went first, quickly lowered herself onto the rough floor and got behind the gun. She mimicked Dream's actions and brought the stock up to her shoulder, but that was about as far as she knew to go. Dream stepped up and grabbed her hands. Yay, now this hand goes here on the handle, and this hand goes back here under the stock by your shoulder. Make sure it's tight up against your body, and then once you're comfortable, look through the scope. Giving directions, Dream helped her get adjusted. After some corrections here and there, she was finally settled and took a look through the scope. This is really cool, I can see far away. Oh, there's a bull. Luna perked up as she saw a bull through the scope that was about 300 meters away. Dream nodded seeing that, and he laid down next to her to help with the firing process. When you have a bull in your sight, make sure the cross in the center is on top of it. Wherever that cross is, that's where the bullet is going to hit. Or, I guess you can think of it like an arrow. Okay, what comes after? Then you pull the trigger right here. Dream moved his hand over hers on the grip, tapping the trigger that couldn't be pulled because of the safety. You should be able to hit your target fine since that scope is zeroed in, so long as the cross is over the bull, of course. When you're ready, tell me. Okay, I think I'm good. Then let's click this off. Click asterisk. Saying that, Dream threw down the safety. Now it only takes a light pull, and the gun will fire and kick back into your shoulder. Okay. Then pull whenever you're ready. Concentrating, Luna looked through the scope and steadied the cross. After a few seconds, she pulled the trigger. Boom. With another loud explosion, the gun was fired. Far away, everyone could see a bull go down to the floor. I hit it. Luna jumped excitedly as she looked through the scope. Although the recoil startled her, seeing her success was enlivening. You did, but I don't think you got a headshot. Looks like a body shot. It's probably not dead. It's not. I didn't get a notification. Called it. That's all right, though. It's good that you hit the target. Good job. Thanks. Luna smiled as she was praised, and Dream also smiled seeing her happy face. He then turned to Iris, who had also transformed back into her beautiful human self and was staring at the gun. He could practically see her itching to shoot it. Would you like to try, Scarlet? Don't call me that, and sure. Then lay down like her. Maybe you'll hit a bull on your first try, too. Smiling, Dream had Luna get up, and Iris moved over to get behind the gun next. Boom. Zip. A bullet sailed right past the head of a bull. Said bull looked up and around, slightly startled by the noise. Arg, damn, why did it miss? Iris, who had shot the sniper, angrily watched as the bull continued to stand there, totally unharmed. Dream just smirked, though. Headshots aren't easy to hit, plus it's your first time, don't be surprised. But I put the cross whatever on its head. You said it would hit if I did that. Let me rephrase, you just suck. Watch how it's done. Smiling, Dream picked up the rifle and racked a fresh round. While standing, he quickly took aim and fired. Boom. Splat. The bull that Iris missed was now hit cleanly in the head, collapsing to the floor. Dream smiled as more notifications popped up in his vision. Whatever. Seeing him so casually shoot something so far, Iris just huffed and stepped to the side. Dream turned to the man, Heretic. You wanna try? Sure. Here. Racking a fresh round for him, Dream handed him the gun. Since he had seen how to do things, he didn't need guidance and hoisted the rifle, looking through the scope. After a while, he had a bull in his sights. Boom. Zip. Ahem. The man frowned as the bullet missed. Before Dream could say anything, though, he racked another round himself and took aim again. Boom. Splat. Heh, I knew it. Heretic smiled as he handed the gun back to Dream. That bullet that flies like an arrow, it drops just like an arrow too. So you have to adjust. Wow, that is correct. I'm surprised you were able to figure that out. Dream's eyes widened at the man's conjecture. He just shrugged a big smugly. I was able to see how the bullet exits the barrel and flies through the air, albeit only momentarily. You could see the bullet. Yes. It's very fast, but if I concentrate, I could see it. I must say, this is an amazing piece of equipment you have. A mere pull of a lever results in such a powerful reaction. Impressive. It is, isn't it? So now we have 3 bulls. How many are we trying to get? Usually we get 1 for the day's meals and 1 for storage. But since meat from a bull isn't always salvageable, we have to kill 4 or 5 to get 2 bulls worth. This weapon, however, just made the process a lot easier. Let's get 1 more and head home. Nice, want me to get the last one? No, let's have the girls do it. It looks like they could blow off some steam. Okay. Hearing that, the sisters transformed and dove into the grass, making their way over to the nearest bull. Meanwhile, Dream spoke to Heretic while packing up his weapon. So what goes on after this? We'll get the next bull and go back home. That'll finish our morning. Are you healed? Actually, I am. Not just my head, but my arm is fine. Did you heal me or something? Not me, Luna. You're weak, so healing those wounds were easy. Thanks for the compliment. All the more reason to level up. Did you get anything from those kills? I did, leveled up some and got some skill levels. Good. You won't be able to keep up with those girls if you stay low level. Not that you'll catch up easily, but work hard and it might be possible. Oi. Oi. Dream and the others went back home after another hour at the dome. At first, Dream thought they would have to drag the bulls back home. But wouldn't you know it, they have spatial storage. Riddick said it was one of his abilities, and Dream became eager to get an ability like that someday. When they got back to the house, Luna and Iris started processing the bulls. Luna was in charge of cutting the meats of the bull while Iris assisted her. And for food, Iris would be in charge of cooking everything. They made a great duo, being capable of fire and ice magic. Come time for breakfast, they all sat down and began chowing on cooked meat and fruits. The meat was plain and tough, but the fruits at least made up for the lack of flavor. Though turns out the girls eat like pigs. After pounding down several pounds of meat each, he now knew why they needed a whole bull. And when he thought about it, technically they are foxes, so it isn't too out of place to eat more. But that's still more than they should be able to handle. Riddick was at least a powerful guy who needed more energy, so it made sense. But the girls did not. Anyway, Dream just let it be and began adapting to the new diet. Though he could already see himself getting sick of this every day, so he preemptively looked for alternatives in the catalog. And what he found was disappointing, to say the least. MRE Italian. MRE Americans. MRE cheese. A long list of military meals popped up in the catalog. Not just American, but from other countries as well. He figured that it was at least good that he had some variety. Worst case, it would spare him the same boring meals of tough meat. Guess it's too much expecting them to give me everything. So it's mainly things that are man-made or manufactured. I couldn't just make raw meat appear from nowhere. Wait, what about? Dream quickly took to the search bar one more time after thinking of a possible lifesaver. Savant, search the catalog for Sour Patch Kids. Searching. Moments later. Yay, baby. A thundering shout shook the heavens with emotion. Chapter 7, Pathetic. What's going on? All three people in different parts of the house headed to where Dream was at. They saw him standing next to the table with a very happy face. On the table was a bag they didn't recognize. It was yellow and green with weird letters on it. Are you okay, Dream? What happened, Luna? Hey, Luna, Dream. Oh, yes. Have you ever tasted heaven? I'm not sure what you mean. Come here. Okay. Luna walked cautiously over to Dream, who maintained eye contact with the bag. When she was next to him, he grabbed the bag and started to peel it open. He then took out something. Eat this. I'm not sure I want to. Luna, you will never regret this decision for the rest of your life. Dream spoke with a serious voice but a smiling face. And seeing that he wanted her to try it that bad, she took the piece of food and put it in her mouth. Mmm. After the sugar hit her tongue, she was introduced to a new world of flavor she had never felt before. A childish smile slowly crept up on her face as she chewed with her eyes closed. After Dream gave Luna some of the forbidden fruit, he took a handful himself and threw it into his mouth. The flavor was heavenly, and Dream fell in love all over again with one of his favorite candies. When Luna finished the food, she opened her eyes and looked to Dream. Do you have more of that? I do, you liked it. It was amazing. You want something for it? Not right now, here, take this. Dream summoned another bag and tore it open. It's called candy. It's all inside the bag. Thank you so much. Luna excitedly thanked Dream and started stuffing her face with Sour Patch, giggling away with glee. Meanwhile, the other two looked at them with stupid expressions. The amount of emotion exchanged during that conversation was shocking. What the hell just happened? Iris. I'm not sure myself, Riddick. You guys want some too. Dream turned to the two of them and offered them some. Both tried it and loved it, though they tried to be casual about it. Dream knew that he had 1 point with all of them. Processed candy was something totally foreign to this world. Dream had never thought he would taste the sweet bliss of diabetes in a bag again. That's why he hailed the high heavens upon knowing he could summon candy. He gave everyone a bag and told them to wait for lunch for another. He couldn't get them addicted because that would hurt his mana pool no matter how little the cost was. Although there was something else in his catalog that he didn't show everyone because of this. Soda, Oreos, ice cream. Pizza rolls, there's much more than just MREs. I guess I didn't look hard enough the first time. Now I just need to figure out how can I get my music. Dream started wondering about other things he could buy. There were all kinds of devices inside the catalog, enough to feel like a person back on Earth. The problem was the internet. I could get a phone, sure, but without anything on it like apps or data, it's just an over-glorified flashlight. I should figure out how to get data from Earth, but that would require a signal to cross dimensions, which I don't have the power to do right now. Or maybe... Dream kept pondering on his own about various possibilities. He had one idea, but wasn't sure how effective it would be. It probably wouldn't be able to happen right now either. Everyone looked forward to the candy as their dessert for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It was nice having something that tasted different considering they've been eating the same stuff for years. But this was the root of one of the problems Dream had, which he voiced on the second day. What the hell do you guys do every day? The only things I've seen happen is Luna cutting up a bull and Scarlet frying some meat. The first was only interesting for like 10 minutes and I wouldn't dare go near the other. What do you guys do for fun around here? Dream. Heretic. Heretic pondered a moment on Dream's question. There was hardly an entertainment business on this new world, and finding fun things to do was lower on the priority list when there's powers and levels to raise. Not to mention they were in the middle of nowhere. I guess we practice our magic. I've been teaching my daughters how to wield their skills since they were young. That and basic combat techniques. I guess I could teach you a thing or two if you're bored and you want to join us. Heretic. Really? I didn't see you guys doing anything earlier. Well, we were busy cutting and prepping the surplus food. That stuff might actually last us a week. But we usually do training between breakfast and lunch and sometimes more after dinner. I can also give you information about this world. Common knowledge you'll need to know before you travel. Nice, I would greatly appreciate that. I have many questions too. No problem, we've had breakfast so I guess we can do some training. Luna. Iris, let's do some training. I'll let you have a go at the boy. Okay, Luna. Don't blame me if he dies. Iris. Heretic smirked at Dream after hearing the responses from the girls. You disappoint me, old man. I thought us men were a team. Dream. Pew, I team my ass. You had it coming, boy. Besides, I needed some way to motivate them. A calf ripe for the slaughter such as yourself is the perfect prey for those foxes. Heretic. Heretic spat at Dream's optimism, but Dream wasn't too worried. Sure, they had more stats, but don't forget where Dream came from. Heh, don't underestimate me, old man. My world may not have had mana, but that means we fought with technique instead. The ways of martial arts have been perfected over thousands of years. Strength is nothing if you don't know how to use it. Dream. Oh, confident are we? Well, let's see if you can walk the walk. Everyone outside, Heretic. Heretic gave a shout and everyone walked outside the cottage. Dream looked over to Iris and saw a wide, evil grin on her face. She's really gonna kill me, isn't she? There's probably gonna be no rules with her. Let's just make sure I have my balls by the end of this. Both girls had come out dressed in tight-fitting, athletic-type clothes that allowed for movement. And although Dream had seen them throughout the day, he couldn't get over how seriously hot they were. They had athletic bodies, which were definitely Dream's favorite. Dream had always played sports, so he developed a thing for girls with toned bodies. And you can wrap them up however you want, but you can't hide a true bust. Those are at least C's. They were truly blessed. Dream was already falling in love. Luna was more graceful and Iris was a hottie. They had their own vibes. They truly were two sides of a coin. "So how are we doing things?" Dream let none of his perverted nature leak out and asked his question. He was also rather serious about training because he wanted to see if he could get a skill. He knew some martial arts like wrestling and jiu-jitsu, but he had only done them for a couple of years. He didn't know if that was enough. "I'll let Luna fight you first. She isn't the one radiating with killing intent and will probably be safer." Riddick. "Thanks for letting me live a little longer." Dream. "Sure thing, Riddick." Dream sincerely thanked Riddick and squared up with Luna. She was looking at him with a little excitement on her face. It was probably the first time she had fought someone other than her father or sister, so she looked forward to it. "What are the conditions for defeat?" Dream. "Until you give up broken bones or are incapacitated." Riddick. "All right, Dream." "You ready, Luna?" Luna asked Dream, and he nodded. A serious look was on both their faces as they walked toward each other. Moments later, the first blows were traded, and after 2 minutes, Dream lost miserably. "Damn, how hard are your knuckles? And your shins are like steel." Dream complained while lying on his back. He already had bruises forming on his arms and legs. Luna was absolutely solid. Bones of steel? She punched and kicked, and Dream didn't have too hard of a time blocking, but the force of each hit was ridiculous. Her strength was clearly much higher than his, and her body was much tougher. He wasn't even able to go in for some grappling as she just outmaneuvered him. Riddick watched Dream as he laid miserably on the floor. "You got in a couple of jabs, but they were nothing big. Your attempt to bring her to the floor went horrible as well. What exactly did you do on your world? I'm guessing it wasn't one of those super good martial arts." Riddick. "I did do some martial arts, but it was mainly sports." Dream. "Sports, Luna." "Yeah." "It was a form of entertainment in my world. Races, ball games, even shooting with weapons similar to the one I have." Dream. "Really, what did you play?" Luna. "I ran races. I used to be a short-distance sprinter, and one of the fastest for my age." "You?" "The fastest. You couldn't outrun a rock with those lousy reaction times." Iris. Iris started throwing out insults. Dream doesn't usually take kindly people insulting his hard work, but this world's standards are a bit different. Dream sucked down his irritation. "Hey. We had no mana on my world, so yes, I was pretty fast. I could tell you with certainty that the fastest man to ever run could barely match my speed as I am right now." Dream. "That's it. It sounds like everyone on your world was rather pathetic if you ask me." Iris. "Pathetic, is this girl serious?" Iris spat out those words with venom in her voice. Hearing that, Dream also snapped a little as he had already been on edge. He spat back. "Well, excuse me, bitch. Such speed may not seem like much to you, but it was the pinnacle of human ability on my world. To get there took years of all-day specialized training. We trained with all our heart and soul for competitions that lasted seconds. Competitions where not a single mistake could be made. And for some of us, those competitions were our ticket to success. A single mistake could ruin your life and send you down the road to hell." Dream got up and began shouting in her face, not realizing how mad he was getting. There were no skills, there was no system. No stats, and no bullshit mana to magically make you stronger. It took years of blood, sweat, and tears to learn and perfect our techniques. And even then, should you slack off a bit, you get sent back to square one. I'm sorry if that seems pathetic to you, but it was damn hard work for us. And do you know how much it fucks you up when everything you've worked for is shot to hell in mere moments, and are told that there's no coming back? Because I do, and it's the reason I'm here, so don't you dare go insulting the life's work of people who just wanted to succeed in something. Fuck. After cursing to the sky, Dream turned and started walking into the forest. He realized that he needed to cool his head, and he couldn't do that with Iris there. He actually wasn't planning to go off like that, but as more was said, the more emotional he got. He probably ended up going overboard. Damn, Riddick will definitely want me gone now. I ruined a perfectly good chance to get started in this world, but she went a little fucking far with that. Dream happened to be one of those athletes who put everything on the line for his sport. The cruel training he went through every day to cut off tenths of a second from his time, all for a competition that only lasted 10 seconds. That would all be fine with him, but at one of the state competitions in his last year of high school, Dream had overexerted on his form, which led to a torn hamstring. He recovered, but he had no chance at competing again. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that such a small mistake in a technique he had been practicing for years could lead to his career being thrown to hell. He also understood the frailty of humans when he heard how his girlfriend died. She was shot in the leg, which should have been non-lethal. But the bullet hit the femoral artery, which made her bleed to death. If the bullet had only been a centimeter towards any other direction, she would still be alive. Such small things could change everything. But there were also those who fought tooth and nail to make something for themselves or their family and succeeded. Dream always respected those people as he knew how hard it truly was. So when Iris basically called everyone on planet Earth pathetic for simply not having mana, he took exception to that. Iris, on the other hand, was frozen stiff. Dream had been an energetic, happy guy sparring with her sister less than a minute ago. The way he flipped a switch like that surprised her. When she insulted his world, she wasn't thinking very much about it. But she got a hint of how harsh she'd been after Dream had slowly gotten up and by the end, had almost been right up in her face. She could feel the rage in his voice as he approached her, which made her want to fight back, but there was something else there that made her keep her mouth shut. You see, both Luna and Iris were born with a special power, an innate one passed down to them. They were able to deeply sense the state of people's souls. What Iris sensed at the beginning was sadness and disappointment, but as Dream finished, a deep despair had appeared in his soul. She couldn't say anything for fear of taking things even farther. If he were only mad, then Iris would respond in kind. She had always been hot-blooded and wouldn't back down from anyone's challenge. But that wasn't anger. After Dream had disappeared in the forest, Iris spoke up. "Hey, Dad, he's 18 years old, right? How did Dream die?" "Iris." "He never told me, but Iris, that was pretty harsh. I don't like the fact that he yelled at you like that, but he wasn't unjustified either. Though I'm also glad you could at least keep it under control and let him walk away." Heretic. "I'm worried, though. He's not okay." "What happened to him in his world?" Luna. "What do you mean he's not okay?" Heretic. Heretic was surprised when Luna said that. All he saw was an insulted, hot-blooded boy letting off a little steam. But apparently his daughter saw something different. His soul had deep despair in it. It was masked by the sadness and rage, but it was still there. Iris. Well, he did die at least once, so there may be a lingering despair from that process. Either way, he'll need some time to gather himself. We can wait while he cools off." Heretic. Heretic led his daughters inside the house, waiting for Dream to return. Chapter 8 Hunted. Heretic and the girls were expecting Dream to come back, but after several hours he was nowhere to be seen. "He is coming back, right?" Luna. "He should be. He has his stuff still here, plus that forest can be dangerous. Those weapons may not be able to save him. He'll probably show up before night hits." Heretic. The girls nodded at his words. They didn't wish for Dream to meet a disappointing end like that. They had fun with him, even if it was only for a day. Unfortunately, even when night hit, Dream still hadn't shown. "There's no way, it was just an argument. Is he just leaving?" Iris. Iris started panicking a little. She didn't want him to die just because they argued. Luna spoke up in worry. "Dad, should we look for him?" Luna. "No, Heretic." "No, why not? You said yourself he wouldn't last long out there." Iris. "Well, the boy is smart. And I also have a feeling I know why he doesn't want to come back. You insulted his homeworld, but he probably thinks we don't want him here anymore because he yelled at you. So now he has two choices. He can leave and never come back, or he can apologize and risk getting rejected. He's a good kid, so he probably wants to apologize, but is too scared to. The reason I say no is because he needs to man up himself." Heretic. "I still think Iris." "Well, it doesn't matter what you think. Nobody knows where he is, and even I don't think I'll be able to find him quickly. This is his decision. Now let's go to sleep. Riddick. Riddick didn't let them talk anymore and ushered them to bed. Actually, Riddick definitely had the magic to find Dream, but this was a man's problem to deal with. Riddick didn't want to give him an easy way out. Meanwhile, before nightfall, Dream was walking through the forest, not intending to go back. He started walking in a direction and didn't stop. "Savant, I'm gonna be giving you orders for some gear." Dream was preparing to fight while walking. He knew there would definitely be monsters coming after him, and he wanted to be ready. "I want a rucksack first." Confirmed. A big military backpack fell in Dream's hands. He stopped walking and set the bag down. "I want steel toe boots for my feet, and riot protection gear." Confirmed. A bunch of gear and clothes appeared on the floor. Dream didn't get bulletproof vests because he was fighting animals, not other guns. The riot gear was meant for full-body protection in all types of situations. The steel toe would come in handy for kicking things too. After putting everything on, Dream was totally armored. He asked for black because he would need it during the night to hide better. Dream also didn't need to worry about weight because of the strength stat, which had gone up. Now that he had his personal gear settled, he moved on to weapons. "Well, I left my weapons at the house, but whatever." "Give me the same rifle as last time. Pistol as well," confirmed. After that, his trusty 7.62 rifle appeared, which he grabbed and slung over his shoulder. Now some drum magazines and ammo. And hey, are you able to summon drums that are already loaded? Summoning preloaded drum magazines is possible. "Nice, do that then." Confirmed. Like last time, several drum magazines appeared next to him, all of which were fully loaded with rounds. With that, Dream put all the drums into his bag except for one which he loaded the rifle with. He was now ready to hunt. "All right, let's see if I can't level up my skills some more." Dream mused to himself and started searching for things to kill. After 8 hours of walking around, though, Dream had finally given up. "Where are all the animals? Hello, it's already night and I haven't found so much as a dog." Dream had indeed found nothing. The sun was almost set and it was getting dark, but no matter where Dream went, no animals popped up. "I'm probably gonna find everything at night then. Everything here is apparently nocturnal. It's good that my vitality went up, or else my legs would be killing me, although I'm still in pain from training." Sigh. Dream let out a depressed breath, thinking about earlier. He honestly didn't want to leave the family. He just wasn't sure if they wanted to see him again. He let his emotions get out of control. He had been pretty on edge since his death. He thought that it would all be a sweet release. That was like an answer to his ultimate question by itself, but instead, he got thrown into another world. And now there was a lot he needed to do, although Dream also saw it as a chance. The path to true strength was there. The system gave him a direction and he just needed to follow it. So why wasn't he happy about all this? What's holding him back? I guess I'm starting to miss my family. They were the only ones that never gave up on me, but I still went and quit on life. I shit on their hope for me. Dream stopped in his tracks and stared at the floor. He finally faced the reality of what's going on. He may never see anyone he knows again. He's going to have to lead a totally different life and take on all its problems as well. And although more was possible, it also represented more that could be taken away. He didn't want to lose the ability to succeed in something again. He didn't want to lose something close to him again. Maybe I should just end it one more time. I doubt that very powerful dude will give me a third chance, and it would be totally painless. Dream lifted his gun with one hand and pointed at his head. He had already done it once. He knew he could do it again. He could just let go. One more time. Then there would be no more pain. He wouldn't have to lose anything. He could just give himself to the abyss and cease to exist, and get that sweet release he wanted last time. Dream stood there with his finger on the trigger, thinking. A minute passed, 5 minutes. Then 10, when who knows how long had passed, he raised his other hand and grabbed the barrel, pulling it away from his head. "I'll need my head for making out with Luna. Hope she won't mind a guy like me." Saying that, his shoulders drooped and he flicked on the safety of the rifle. He shook his head. Sigh, why does everything have to be so difficult? Can't I just be given God powers and live life how I want? Is that too much to ask? Dream complained for the last time today and sat up. The sun had set and it had got to be night, and he didn't think it would be good to be out. I guess I should head back, although I wonder if I'll run into any monsters. I could still use some experience. As Dream pondered, he started walking in the direction of the house. But after a bit of walking, he encountered his first monster. Growl. A mean and low growl could be heard a few dozen meters from Dream. He snapped around and aimed at where it came from. Holy crap. I've seen this in movies, but reality is terrifying. Dream could see glowing eyes in the darkness. Dozens, at least 80 individual eyes. They were behind bushes, peeking from trees, some were even in the trees. So this world has wolves. Be calm, Dream, don't do anything crazy. Savant. Grenade launcher fully loaded in my hands now. Confirmed. The grenade launcher appeared in his hands while he was backing away slowly. Dream slung back the rifle and lifted the launcher carefully. Then he unloaded. Thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk. Boom asterisk boom asterisk boom asterisk boom boom asterisk asterisk boom. 6 grenades flew out and landed in the places with the most eyes. Huge explosions rang out and small pillars of fire were created, lighting up the forest. How many are there? Dream was shocked as he got a glimpse of the true amount of wolves. There were at least 60 running around. They were scared of the explosions, but wouldn't be for long. Dream threw the grenade launcher into his bag and started to book it while he had a head start. R-U-U-N-N-N-N. Awoo. A howl rang through the forest. It was likely the pack leader, and he was gathering his forces. All the wolves stopped scattering and started gathering back up. After that, one wolf after another howled to the moon. AWWWOOO, AWWWOOO, AWWWO. Shut up. Savant, do those howls have mana? That is correct. Likely a form of communication. After Dream got that answer. Awareness has leveled up. Awareness has leveled up. Awareness has. He got several notifications. I guess being able to sense mana is awareness. This will be a night of power leveling. Dream shouted his proclamation and turned around, aiming at the wolves with his rifle. A-A-A-H-H-H-H. R-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T-A-T-A. Dream unleashed a hellstorm of bullets at the wolves. After a few seconds, he reloaded and repeated, Savant. When I tell you to give me ammo, I want a 50-round drum mag in my left hand for the rifle. No questions asked. Command acknowledged. Dream started running again after giving the instructions. The wolves had gathered and were giving chase. Dream unloaded without care for aiming as he ran. If he stayed in a place for too long, he would get pounced on. It only took a few minutes before all his magazines were gone and he called for the drums. Savant did as told and kept giving him the drums. When Dream ran through those, he just tossed them on the ground. He had no time for saving them. The chase lasted for half an hour before Dream had a problem. I thought this gun was durable. So why is it melting? He yelled as the barrel turned almost white-hot and started deforming. Dream couldn't fire it anymore. He was pretty sure that he killed a dozen or 2 wolves, but there had been more than he thought in the shadows. Savant told him that there were at least 80 wolves chasing him. Dream was starting to get a little panicked. He tossed the rifle on the ground and took out his grenade launcher. Savant! Grenades on a speedloader for the launcher. Savant didn't even respond, and the grenade speedloader appeared in Dream's hands. He threw out the chambers on the launcher and shoved in the speedloader. He then snapped the chambers back in place and had 6 more grenades. Thunk asterisk thunk asterisk thunk. Dream started unloading behind him. The grenades he launched out started fires and blew up trees. The ground was left with craters, and the wolves that were caught in the explosions were blown to chunks of flesh. This went on for nearly 5 hours before it was time for the boss battle. Huff asterisk huff huff. Sounds of panting and fire sounded in the forest. Those 5 hours were the most tiring 5 hours of Dream's life. He had been running and moving non-stop. He kept shooting the grenades, but as the wolves started catching up, he couldn't shoot anymore. They were too close, and he would hurt himself with the blast. He bought a semi-automatic shotgun to deal with anything that got close. The little balls of metal turning the wolves' faces into meat paste was a gruesome sight. And although it was effective for close range, the situation became war over time. When he started using the shotgun, nothing was keeping the rest of the wolves from closing in. More and more got closer, and soon he didn't have time to reload. That's when Dream summoned a long knife and entered melee combat with the wolves. And so began his current gladiator battle with the wolves. Chapter 9, Carnage. Dream called it a gladiator battle because that's how the wolves treated it. Barks of excitement sounded out as they were certain of their prey's death. They created a ring and boxed Dream in. They didn't all pounce on him to kill him quickly, but sent in pairs or trios to attack. If Dream wasn't faster by a certain margin, he would have fallen due to the numerical disadvantage. But he was able to manage. Dream would hold one off with his left arm and attack with the knife in his right. He used any means available to go through each one. He grabbed their fur and threw them away. Sliced at their legs, cutting them off, punching them in the snout, or just straight up stabbing them through the neck. One thing he quickly learned was that you didn't have to kill them to disable them. If he sliced off a wolf's leg, it was done. It wouldn't be able to fight him, so he didn't worry about killing it. After the wolves took about 12 casualties, the leader finally appeared. Ah, shit. An exasperated curse was Dream's response to it approaching him. He knew he couldn't handle this the same way as the others. The leader was at least 4 feet tall and had pitch black fur, a contrast to the other wolves that had brown fur. It had deep green eyes that stared straight at Dream. Its claws were razor-sharp and its teeth looked like sabers. When it approached, all the other wolves quieted down. It stood about 8 feet away from Dream as they stared at each other. As they stared at each other, Dream was preparing for a plan he had come up with on the spot. He knew he wouldn't be able to beat this thing head-on, so he summoned out a weapon. Savant! I want a pound of C4 in my right hand and a detonator on the left. Dream actually dropped his knife and put both his hands behind his back. The wolf took that as a sign of surrender, but it wasn't planning to spare Dream. It walked towards him while growling and closed the distance. The bag of explosives was summoned in his hand moments later, as well as the detonator. He then tossed it out right next to the wolf. Ballistic shield. Speaking to Savant, a thick shield appeared in his hands and Dream crouched down to cover himself with it. He then pressed the button-knotty detonator. Click. BOOMs. A loud explosion burst next to the wolf leader and threw Dream into the air, who was only a couple of feet away. Dream was thrown back a couple of meters before landing against a tree. Thud. Yak. He hit it with a thud and tensed up, looking up at all the wolves to see what happened right after. The wolf leader's body was nowhere to be seen. The other wolves in the vicinity were unlucky and had gotten caught in the blast. Whimpering was coming from over 10 wolves who were within the blast radius but not killed. Dream stood up and spoke to Savant. Savant, give me a 40-pound block of the same C4. Confirmed. A square package and remote appeared on the floor. He put down the shield and picked up the block, hurling it over to the blast site. He then picked up the remote and shield and began walking away. The wolves were already submissive because their leader died. And when Dream had tossed out the package, it spooked some of them. But once they realized nothing was happening, they got curious and walked closer to the package. Others were walking to the blast area to chew on the various remains as well. When Dream had gotten far enough away without alerting the wolves, he placed his shield in front facing the explosives. He then clicked the button on the remote. BOOSH. Ring. A pillar of fire lit up the forest bright as day for a couple of seconds before turning to smoke. In the process, it also blew Dream's ears out, causing intense ringing, though it was worth it. Dream was absolutely sure all of them were dead now. After that, a wave of exhaustion came over him, However, this wasn't the time to collapse from tiredness. "Savant, take me to the cabin." Dream got up and began walking the way Savant told him to. After walking for a long time, he saw that the sun was rising. It was morning. Luckily, he soon spotted the house and continued hobbling toward it. When he was approaching the house, he spotted the family standing outside of it, as if waiting for him. The girls watched him approach with shock on their faces. Dream's body was basically dyed red. Blood and some small chunks of flesh were on his body. His armor was torn to pieces and exposed flesh with deep wounds could be seen. The wounds were even bleeding, causing blood to further soak his clothes. Dream stopped a short distance from them. He said 2 words, "I'm sorry." He then fell to his knees and flat on his face as he passed out. Dream. Dream. Oi. 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 Grunt. As Dream slowly woke up, he grunted as he was supposed to be in lots of pain. Though when he flexed his muscles, he found that he was feeling surprisingly good. He raised his left hand, which was supposed to have a hole in it. "Oh, I'm healed, and Luna." Dream looked down as he felt something on his chest, and there Luna was. She was in her fox form, sleeping with her head resting on his chest. "Oh, I am so going to enjoy this." Not being a dumbass and throwing out this chance, Dream ever so slowly moved his arms and scoot down a bit, getting Luna closer to him. He put his arms around her body and brought her in for a hug. When he felt her fur, he amazed at how soft it was. He smiled and cuddled even more, wanting to play with her fur. One of the things Dream is proud of is his mastery of petting animals like cats. And Luna in her fox form isn't much different than a cat, so he went to town. He ran his fingers over the crown of her head and traced around the ears. Animals like cats and dogs have very sensitive ears, but if you work around the base of them and keep it gentle, they love it. Dream pet every millimeter of her head before moving down. He scratched the scruff, if they even had one, and moved his nails slowly down the spine. He repeated, scratch and pet, pet and scratch. Dream couldn't do much more like rub her belly because this isn't a cat, but Luna. So he just kept running his nails through her soft, silky fur. After a minute or so of doing that, he felt something change. He could feel Luna's heart beat a little faster and harder. Some muscles in her body also tightened up, but she kept her eyes closed. This obviously meant that she woke up but wanted to pretend otherwise. "Oh my God, you are so freaking cute. Just relax and enjoy my scratches." Dream's heart melted from her adorableness and kept on petting her. He stroked her with his hand and kept bringing her deeper into his embrace. After half an hour of petting and subtle shifting, her head was on his shoulder pressed up against his cheek, and her body was up against his side. This was the most comfortable position they could get in. Luna was also totally relaxed and into it. If she were a cat, she would be purring in happiness. They stayed like that for another half an hour, enjoying each other's comfort before getting interrupted by a shout. "Hey Luna, how is Dream doing?" Heretic. Heretic called out to her from the living room, and she decided it would be best to wake up now. She opened her eyes but was met with the deep grin on Dream's face. She just got up as there was no use pretending, transforming back into her human form. Luna's face was apple red as she looked away and asked, "How are you feeling?" "Oh, I'm doing really good. How about yourself?" Dream's smile deepened, and Luna's face turned even redder in embarrassment. She answered back while looking at the floor. "I'm fine, we should go to the kitchen." Dream's heart took a critical hit from all that cuteness and got up. When he looked at himself, though, he saw that he was only in his underwear. "Oh, did you strip me?" "Yeah, no. We just couldn't figure out how to take off your armor, so I had to cut it off with my ice. But Dad took the clothes off." Okay, I gotcha. One question, though. Has your dad called out to check on me like that before?" Yes, no. So we got caught." "I thug." Luna hit maximum redness when she figured it all out. Meanwhile, Dream summoned some athletic shorts and threw them on. When they left the room, Dream handed Luna a bag of Sour Patch Kids. She took the bag with a thanks and started munching on the candy, which dissipated some embarrassment. They entered the living room that only had a table and chairs and met face to face with Iris and Heretic. Riddick had a complicated look on his face, but Iris didn't even meet his gaze. "How are you feeling, boy?" "Your wounds look closed up, and you're walking, which is good." "I'm doing well, still sore everywhere, but good." "All right, then next question. What the hell went on last night?" "I'm guessing you saw my battleground." "Of course I did. I also heard that explosion during the night. When I found out how far it was, I was shocked. What was that?" Apparently, Riddick had gone out to check out what exactly put Dream in that state, and after hearing his questions, the girls got curious. "Wait, what happened? Did Dream do something?" Luna. "He painted the forest red, that's what." Riddick. "Huh." Luna and Iris both questioned him. "How about we go take a look? I didn't touch the weapons you dropped, boy, so you can pick them up as we go." Riddick. "All right." All four people walked out of the house and towards the direction of the battleground. After a long while of walking, they arrived at the first scene of the battle. "Oh my God!" Iris. "How did this happen?" Luna. Both girls were shocked by what they saw. Corpses of wolves littered the area. The shocking part, though, was the state they were in. No corpse was intact, and hundreds of chunks were splattered everywhere. Some trees were dyed red from blood splatter, and there were pools of blood all over the floor. Bullet casings could be found scattered all over the place, as well as some craters on the floor. "This seems to be the start of my battle." "Boy, what kind of weapons did you use to do this? I very rarely see such forms of carnage." Riddick. "Just some common weapons from my world." "Common weapons, meaning more people had those weapons." Luna. Our weapons weren't pretty, considering they were designed to kill in every way possible." Luna and Riddick both had on surprised faces. They couldn't imagine that weapons capable of such bloodshed were commonplace in his world. "Let's keep walking." Riddick. Riddick spoke, and they began following the path of blood. As they kept walking, they found cleaner kills than before. The corpses were spread out and had bullet holes, but were intact, clearly having been killed by his AR. They walked along the path for about 30 minutes before they started seeing the results of Dream's grenade frenzy. Fallen trees, small craters, flesh chunks strewn about, and the occasional pile of shells from the grenades were seen as they walked. Dream actually found his AR and grenade launcher on the floor from when he dropped them, though this meant that it was when he started using his shotgun. Cough, cough. As they came across the bodies killed by the shotguns, Dream actually coughed in disgust. He turned away and started trying to keep his stomach fluids down. He had known what he did last night, but he was hopped up on adrenaline and trying to survive, not to mention it was dark. But being clear-headed and seeing corpses with half their bodies looking like spaghetti really wasn't a nice sight. Both the girls also had to turn away. They had only ever hunted various animals in the dome. Sure, they cut them up to eat, but it was organized and practiced. This, however, was the very definition of brutality. And they weren't ready for the sight. "Here's the weapon that I used for this area." Dream found the shotgun and showed it to them. They got confused since it looked like his other gun, but that gun wasn't as brutal. "How?" Riddick. "This shotgun fires a bullet that splits into smaller bullets, covering a wider area. The result of such is as you can see." Let's keep moving." Riddick. Dream and the girls followed along while trying not to look at the bodies. They soon came up on the boss fight where Dream detonated those explosives. It was actually pretty obvious and easy to find. You just had to look for the giant crater and scattered tree trunks. "This is what I want to ask you about, boy. What did you do here?" All four people walked up the crater. There were no bodies, no blood, nothing. The plastic explosives cleared everything out when Dream activated it. He explained. "I was eventually overrun and had to enter close combat with the wolves. That's when they surrounded me and I started fighting them off. After a couple of fights, the pack leader came out and challenged me. I used something called a grenade and killed it with that." "What's a grenade? Is that like a bullet?" Riddick. "No, here I can show you. Just take these shields." Dream summoned out shields and gave each of them one. He then summoned a grenade. "Take a look. This green object is called a grenade. When this circle is pulled and I let go of it, it will explode. Watch it from behind the shields. Just copy me. Dream crouched down and covered himself with the shield while the others followed his example. He then pulled the pin and tossed the grenade far away. BOOMM. The grenade exploded, scaring some birds and kicking up some dirt. The sound echoed through the forest and made everybody's ears ring. That's an incredible object, but that's not what made this crater, Heretic. I know. After I killed the leader with that grenade, I tried to leave but was worried about the wolves continuing their attack. I used something called a bomb and left it in the middle of the group. I then sneaked away and blew it up from far away. That bomb is what caused all this, as well as the sound you heard last night. Chapter 10, Apologize. I just used a bigger grenade, putting it simply. Dream. Heretic. Heretic stood there and pondered. The weapons of war that Dream used were capable of utter destruction. And he brought them out from nowhere and was capable of using all of them. Not to mention, those weapons didn't use a speck of mana. What if there were even stronger weapons? What if Dream could supplement those weapons with mana? Everyone watched Heretic as he stared at Dream. After a minute of thinking, he finally spoke up. Let's go home. There's nothing for us here. After you fully recover, boy, you can stay with us and we can continue training. In exchange, I want you to teach my daughters how to use those weapons of yours. Is that fine, Heretic? Yes, it is, Dream. Dream was perfectly fine with this arrangement. He could teach somebody about things from his world and he got to stay with them. It was a win-win in his book. Not to mention the people he was teaching were two supermodels. After they went home, Dream went to his room. He first wanted to check something. Status. Profile inventory summon catalog. Name Dream. Species human male. Class unassigned. Level 38. Stats strength F, agility F. Stamina F, magic F+. Passive skills visualization LVL. 25 savant LVL 32. Copycat LVL 8 awareness LVL 28. Active skills summons from another world shooting LVL 43. Erase presence LVL 17. What incarnation? Dream looked at his status in surprise. His skills took a big jump in level. His stamina also went up to F while mana went up to F+. He was definitely happy to have more mana. Considering he went through thousands of rounds, it was no surprise that shooting leveled up so much. Erase presence was also used through the night when he occasionally wanted to trip up the wolves. Awareness went up when Dream was trying to keep track of everything around him. And using Savant to give him weapons helped with its level. He wasn't sure why Copycat went up, though. He wasn't even totally sure what it did. Visualization, however, was probably from the weapons he thought up. Whenever Dream gave a command to Savant, he would think about the weapon or gear he wanted and an image would appear in his head. That's what probably did it. Besides that, he began to get curious about his stats. He still wasn't sure about how he compared to others, so he decided to call someone that would give him the best insight. Luna. Ah, Luna. Dream heard a yelp from the kitchen. He realized he was a bit louder than he needed to be. He was so used to yelling like that while talking to people in his house from Earth. What happened? Luna. Luna quickly made her way to his room and popped through the door. Dream spoke to her. What's your agility? Dream. Your agility. The stat is E. Why? E, damn, that's high. Dream cursed a bit and began realizing he had no hope in winning a fight against her. What's your agility? Luna. I just hit F. What's your magic? I'm at F, what's yours? I'm also at F. Oh, nice. Hey, do you know about any magic techniques? Techniques like skills? I could probably teach you a few things. What were you looking to learn? I just wanted to know about how to absorb mana faster rather than just waiting. Do you have anything for that? Mana absorption, like drawing in mana to yourself, Iris recovers mana by taking it from the enemy. I actually don't really have to worry about mine. Dad said my body is more naturally attuned to the environment and can absorb mana quicker. The higher the density, the faster I absorb. So I don't really have any techniques for that. Sorry. No, it's fine. I just wanted an example if there was one. I actually already think I know of a way. If I come up with a way, then I could teach you. Okay. It never hurt to have more skills, thanks. No problem. I'll already be teaching you about my weapons. Oh, tonight during dinner I'll have another treat for you guys. Really? Is it a different kind of candy? No, it's something totally different, you'll see. And one more thing. What's up? Where's your sister? In the... Luna hesitated but still gave an answer. She's in her room. She's been kind of sad since you left. She might just need some time to collect hers. She's blaming herself for something she doesn't need to. I'll talk to her. Okay. Luna didn't protest because Dream was probably right. Dream left his room and focused on his awareness skill to find Iris. And 2 doors down, he felt a gloomy aura. He walked over and knocked on the door. Knock asterisk, knock asterisk. Can I come in, Scarlet? I know you're in there. I'm not that weak anymore. And what do you want? Click asterisk. What? Dream opened the door and walked in when he heard her, not giving a care for courtesy. I didn't say to come in. Well, you didn't say not to, and I'm not talking through a door. And whatever, so what do you want? Dream walked in and closed the door behind him. Iris' room was unlit, and she was lying on some blankets on the floor. The room wasn't really adorned by anything. It did have a coffee table over to the side with a jug of water on it, but that was it. Wow, no wonder you're sad. I would be sad too if I stayed in such a depressing room all the time. Shut up. It's my room, and it's not like your room has anything. Believe me, I plan to change that. Anyway, I have something for you. I'm gonna give it to Luna and your dad as well, but since I'm here, I'll give it to you first. What is it? Well, I need you to get up first. Why? Just get up, it goes on the floor. It's fine. Iris reluctantly got up and moved away. Dream then went over and picked up the blankets. What are you doing with those? Stop yapping and watch. Dream Shudder-Up spoke to Savant. Savant, king-size mattress with memory foam. Confirmed. Moments later, a clean white mattress appeared on the floor. Dream then put the blankets on top and told Iris. It's a bed from my world. And one of the best you can get. I didn't even have one. Go ahead and lay on it. Iris quietly walked over to the mattress and bent down. She put her hand on it and pressed into it. When she did, her eyes opened wide. What is this? It pushes down when I press on it. It's meant for you to lay on it, so lay on it. All right, I got it. Iris got annoyed but still crawled on top. She then slowly laid down on top of her blankets and was overcome with comfort. Deep breath. She took a long, deep breath as her body was cradled by the memory foam. She had never been on something so soft and comfortable and got totally immersed. Until... Hup thud. Ah, what the hell are you doing? Dream plopped down on an empty part and Iris went a little airborne from the bounce, startling her. What? I just wanted to lay down too. These are really comfortable, you know. Well, go get your own. And don't fall on it like that. Well, I'm in here right now, so I'll use it for a bit. It's big enough. That doesn't matter. It's a bed and I don't want you in mine. Ouch. Well, I'll get out of your hair once I apologize. I went a little overboard with how I yelled at you. I was a little on edge since I'm never gonna see anyone I know ever again, and I took it out on you. Then I left without apologizing. I got plenty of punishment from those wolves, but I still need to tell you personally. I'm sorry. Iris stayed silent. She was surprised because she thought he would try and warn her again. She didn't think he would apologize. She knows that she probably wouldn't in his shoes. I'm sorry too. I shouldn't have insulted your world like that. I wouldn't have made you mad if I didn't say that. It was my fault you got hurt and could have died. I didn't think about what you were feeling. I made you feel despair. Despair, where did you see that? Dream was confused. Where did she pick up on that? Could she sense emotions? But he had really only been pissed off and a bit sad. He didn't feel despair. Me and Luna have an innate ability to sense the state of souls. I had seen it deep down when you were yelling. If you don't mind me asking, how did you die in your world? Dream went quiet. He was deciding if he should tell her. It isn't exactly something he's proud of, but he decided getting it off his chest could be good. I gave up. Gave up. I gave up on living life. One night I decided to end myself. Partly because I hated myself, but I also wanted to know if there was life after death. My curiosity and lack of care for my own life led to that. That's actually how I got my title. Though you have a title. Yeah, it's called Origin Seeker. I actually have one too. It's called Daughter of the Void. Interesting. Does that mean Luna is the daughter of the light? No, she's the daughter of the moon. Oh, very interesting. Yes, and hey, I really am very sorry. I hope you can forgive me. I will forgive you if you let me do one thing. What is it? Iris stuttered as she got nervous. She was worried he would ask for something outrageous. You let me call you Scarlet. Dream looked her dead in the eye as he said that. Although he was being serious, Iris' face went stupid when she heard that. That, what's with you and not saying my name? Is Iris not good enough? Iris is a good name, but I want to call you Scarlet. It's something only I have. Nobody else calls you that, and it'll make it easy to call you out. Plus, I pretty much already decided to call you that for your snide remark when we met. Hey, whatever, fine. Anything else you want while you rip me off? Yes. Stand up. Why? Just do it. I hate you. She said that, but she still stood up. It was time for Dream to seal the deal. Come here. Eek? Iris startled as Dream grabbed and pulled her into a bear hug. Why? What are you doing? It's called a hug, never got one. That's kinda sad. I know what it is. Then quiet down and hug me back. I can get sad too, you know. Iris grunted but eventually stopped resisting and put her arms around Dream. They stayed like that for a minute or so until Dream threw out another long-shot request. Let me pet your fur. No. And with that, they separated. Dream laughed as he backed off. All right. I guess I'll go give Luna and your dad their bed. I'm gonna be livening up this boring wood house in the future. Maybe I'll find something for your room. I don't need anything, just go. All right. Dream opened the door and walked out, leaving Iris to her embarrassment. He wasn't kidding about changing the house, though. This place was unbelievably bland. That and he wanted his electronics. He called Luna next and put the mattress in her room, then called Heretic to do the same. Heretic actually had a bed, but how could it be better than his? They swapped it out. Come evening time, they gathered in the dining room and had dinner. It was meat and fruit as usual, but thankfully Dream made up for the blandness during dessert. Behold. Ice cream. Ice Luna. Cream Heretic. Yes, and spoons for eating with. Dream pulled out a gallon tub of Moose Tracks ice cream. He handed them spoons and showed them how to eat it. Just scoop it. Oh, this is amazing, Luna. It's really cold, Iris. A very interesting food, Heretic. All three gave their comments and started eating. And once they took their first bites, they ate even faster. This was the reason he brought out a gallon. They were a family of pigs. After half an hour, the tub was gone. That was really good, Dream. Luna. Iris. It isn't alcohol. Why are you girls sprawled out? Heretic. It was just that good, Luna. Iris. Well, get up. We got another early day tomorrow. After moving them along, everyone called it a night and went to sleep. Chapter 11 Goals. The next day, Dream started compiling a list of things he wanted to do. I need a goal list, mainly things I want to experiment with before I eventually go out traveling. I can't stay here forever, and I need to use this time to its fullest. It's a place where I don't have much to worry about. Once he left, he didn't know if he would get much free time, so he got to thinking. First is finding the extent of my abilities. I still don't know everything about them. Next is world information. I'll have questions for Heretic. Next is this house. I should make it more comfortable. Maybe make it into a base to come back to. Then I want to keep experimenting with Savant and my summon ability. I actually think I have an idea on how to get internet. Dream compiled various things. This is what he's gonna work on for the foreseeable future. First, I should go talk to Heretic. Yes. Shit, thud. Where the hell did he come from? Heretic appeared behind Dream. It scared the hell out of him and he tripped on his feet while spinning around. Don't scare me like that. Don't let your guard down. What do you want to ask me about? Let's talk at the table. They walked to the table and pulled up chairs. Dream summoned out Oreos and put them on the table. What's that? It's another treat from my world, called Oreos. Try some. Heretic tried it and was pleased. After he ate 5 more, they started talking. I'm guessing you want to ask about the world you're in. Yes, I've put it off, but it's necessary now for future development. Do you plan to leave so soon? Not really, but I don't plan to stay forever. Knowing what the standards of the world are is important. Indeed, well, the first thing you should know is this world's name. It's called Cabin. Don't ask me what it means. All my knowledge comes from my many days in the empires. Question, how old are you? Another thing you need to know is that people's lifespans are much longer than in your world. I am almost 140 years old. What, so you really are an old man? Good job with the wrinkles. Boy, you best not push your luck. I am actually still very young. When you leave here, you will encounter old monsters who have been around for hundreds of years longer. Age is nothing in this world, only the power you attain. That's my main question actually. We have levels and stats, but how high do they go? Good question. You've noticed how you have a class slot right. Nod asterisk. You get your very first class when you reach level 50. However, classes will evolve as you keep leveling up. The levels are Class 1 level 50, Class 2 level 100, Class 3 level 200, Class 4 level 300. Beyond Class 4 is the immortal realm. I don't know much besides the fact that humans who ascend are called saints. Very interesting. What level are you? I'm level 227. I passed Class 3. Another thing you should know is that Class 3 requires energy pathways to be established. This is a requirement for us humans, but not other species. It's not totally horrible, though, as we get great boosts to our magical strength upon doing so. These magical pathways are actually what the 4 main human empires are created around. And they are the Spire of Mages, the Enchanted Mountain, the Mercenary Kingdom, the School of Blades. The Spire of Mages is a grand community of magical researchers and spellcasters. They have many schools, but their biggest symbol is the energy pathway they establish. They design theirs in a way optimized for casting magic faster and easier. Some will even design theirs based on their element of choice, such as fire, water, stone, or air. The Enchanted Mountain is a place of production. That's the place you want to go to get gear or weapons. In fact, you could say that the Enchanted Mountain is the most powerful kingdom due to their control over resources. They have any enchanted item you could dream of, and their name comes from the mountain that they were established above. Above, not inside. Well, technically both. They carved out the mountain and built an underground kingdom where mostly everything is. But the main palace for the kingdom is actually floating above it. That floating palace is where the most talented craftsmen and smiths reside, and where some of the most valuable items in the world are traded. Moving on. The Mercenary Kingdom is pretty self-explanatory. That kingdom was established on the ability to get any job done. It is home to some of the greatest warriors, mages, and swordsmen alike in the world. It can also be a dangerous place. Any job can be posted, and there is always someone willing to carry it out. I was once there and saw a bounty put out for one of the great mages of the Spire. A month after it was posted, the mage was dead. The killer and the requester, though, were both hunted down not long after and brutally murdered. It's a dog-eat-dog place. Last is the School of Blades. The kingdom was founded on a school run by a very famous swordmaster and martial artist. It grew into a place full of schools designed to teach the harmony of body and mana. Everything from martial arts to archery can be found there. Their biggest symbol is also their energy pathways. You will find many who develop them to transmit into weapons, or some who develop them to strengthen their bodies. That's basically most of what you'll need to know to find a place to develop. You get all that. Riddick paused there and let Dream soak everything in. So there's 4 primary human empires. He said human, and there are people like Luna and Iris, so there are animal kingdoms. He also spoke of energy pathways. I'll need to start preparing theory on the best pathways, and find my style of fighting. You said human kingdoms. What about others? Sharp, humans occupy about half of the world. The world is divided into 3 main landmasses. All 3 landmasses are also connected by land bridges. Humans have taken over 2 of the landmasses. The secondary landmass that we took is actually smaller than the others. The humanoids and other species were left with the 3rd landmass. They have their own empires and various techniques, and they are by no means weaker than us. They go by the same levels we do. They also have manufacturing and enchanting, but it is more toned down than us. Humans naturally seek to control nature. We take a tree, cut it down, and turn it into buildings. Those from the animal kingdom are more attuned to nature and therefore seek to harmonize with it. However, this is not all of them. Many humanoids come to the human kingdoms and develop themselves. Humanoids like Luna and Iris are everywhere, people that are part human and part tiger or part wolf. There are elves who have been blessed by nature. Dwarves who are blessed by earth spirits. Oh, there are also spirits. Spirits are born when elemental energy gathers and gains intelligence. These beings are pure energy and have almost absolute control over their element. Anyway, I don't remember all the humanoid kingdoms. The main ones are elves and their tree, dwarves and their underground sanctuary, and the United Empire of Humanoids. That humanoid kingdom is one that unites all species that aren't human. They are also the dominant force on that continent. They are utterly massive in size and population. That also means that they are just as strong as humans, if not a bit stronger. I heard a legend that their main capital is built on top of a mana geyser that spews out massive amounts of mana, which allows them to maintain a fortress of untold power. Anyway, so that's the main rundown for the general knowledge of this world. 4 human kingdoms, 3 main humanoid ones, and energy pathways which you don't have to worry about right now. The only thing you need to do is determine what style of fighting is right for you. Those weapons of yours are great, but without mana, they won't take you far. Riddick ended there and Dream sat back for a second. The explanation was long but necessary. Now he knew that dwarves and elves existed, but he was right. Dream needed to find out how he was going to fight. What weapons is he going to use and how will his mana be used? These questions are critical and will determine how far he can go, especially when he hits Class 3. But I know my weapons best. Gunpowder technology is almost considered outdated. I haven't been getting electromagnetic weapons because they cost stupid amounts of mana to summon. Plus, I need to find out how mana interacts with physical matter and the laws of nature. Once I answer that question, I won't need to worry about what I'll do in the future. Dream had come from an Earth that was nearing the end of the information age. Gunpowder weapons had been reaching their limit, and humanity started looking towards magnetic railguns. These guns took much more energy to fire, but produced just as crazy results. And the technology that they developed in terms of strong materials and science had advanced leaps and bounds. After pondering for a while on various possibilities, Dream stood up. Thank you, Riddick. That information helped me with my goals. I will be trying to do my best during training. I also want to investigate my abilities. I still don't know all the can-do. You haven't looked at their information yet. Excuse me. Their information. You can look at descriptions for skills, titles, and classes. Don't tell me you haven't. I didn't know that was possible. I just kind of knew what they did. Somewhat anyway. For heaven's sakes, boy, whatever. If you don't mind me asking, what skills have you earned so far? And what's that skill that allows you to bring items from your homeworld? The skill that lets me bring stuff over is called Summons from Another World. It actually doesn't have a level. Instead, it gives me a catalog in my status where I can summon things for a mana cost. That's where I get all my weapons, clothes, and food that you've seen. Did you say that it has no level? Who granted you that skill, boy? What the hell did you encounter for a deity to give you a skill? When I died and was brought over to this world, I was granted some skills and a title. I've actually only learned 2 skills since coming here. Boy, what's your title? It's called Origin Seeker. Interesting. What about the description? Every title grants something, and your title sounds unique. It's also just good to know. Okay, how do I view the information? Say the skill name and then description, like you're asking for it. Okay, gimme a sec. Dream pulled up his status and tried what Riddick said, but to no avail. He then remembered Savant and thought he could give it a try. Savant, can you show me skill descriptions? Yes. Good, pull up the description for my title. Confirmed. Origin Seeker, granted to the one who has given everything for the chance to attain enlightenment. They refuse to be left in the darkness that is ignorance, and their path is the one to uncover the secrets of the universe. Remark, the one who has blessed you with this title wishes for you to one day escape the shackles that is the record. The foundation to do so has been granted. Perks. 6x experience gain. Your skills gain proficiency 5x faster. The mind of the individual cannot be influenced. The secrets of ascension will be gained upon approval. Dream read the details of his title. The description was interesting, but the remark was shocking. Escape the record? Isn't that like ascending to godhood? How freaking long is that gonna take? I don't even have my first class. He despaired a little at the impossible expectations put upon him by this unknown being. He then told Riddick the description, but not the remark. He also left out the last perk. 6 times the experience, and another 5 times proficiency. What kind of God-defying growth speed have you been given? Not only that, but you are immune to mental attacks. How unfair could this world possibly get? I dare say there's no better title than that one. Riddick cursed the gods above for how unfair things were. Dream didn't actually disagree with him. Dream had been wondering why his skills could grow so quickly. Turns out, he only needed to kill 1/6 the number of enemies everyone else did to level up. I was also granted 3 skills besides the summoning one. They're called Savant, Copycat, and Awareness. Dream then pulled up the descriptions for those. Savant, a skill meant for computation power and information processing, has little wisdom of its own but grows with the individual. Remark, mathematicians always carry a calculator with them. Copycat allows for the mimicking of skills through understanding energy flow and transformation. Required skills, visualization, awareness, savant. Awareness, a skill with the purpose of obtaining information. A skill that utilizes the will of your soul to sense energy around you. This skill also enhances the primary bodily senses. Dream went through each one and was finally clear on those skills. Copycat had been a mystery as to exactly what it did. Savant and Awareness were rather easy to figure out, though, so he wasn't surprised. Riddick, on the other hand. Wait, so Savant talks to you, and it's still considered a skill, and you can combine that with Awareness to use Copycat. How do you have a fusion skill that retains its base skills? Riddick rapid-fired his questions. Dream just stared dumbly at him because he really didn't know what to say. They were indeed insane skills, but what could he do? After seeing Dream look like that, Riddick sighed and sunk in his chair. Boy, don't go telling those skills to everyone. Everything about what you have is dangerous. However, your secrets are safe with me. Although you probably knew that since you told me. Anyway, I don't have much more information to give you. We will train every day after our hunts and breakfast. After lunch, you can teach the girls about your weapons and gear. Any other time you're free to do as you wish. Thank you. I probably only need a couple hours a day to teach them. Things aren't really that complicated once you get past the learning curve. I actually have many experiments I want to carry out, and I wanted to get your permission for something. What is it? I want to be able to change things around the house. I will definitely be adding things to my room, but I was planning on modernizing the rest of the house as well. Basically just adding things from my world. And believe me when I tell you that things become much easier with our technology. Lights, food storage, comfort, communication. Let's just say you'll love my changes as much as you love those treats I've given you. All right, I don't have any complaints. Just let me know what you plan to do before doing it. Sure thing, I might also need your help with some of it. It won't happen right away, though. I need time to test some things first. All right, I look forward to more surprises. Chapter 12, Training. Dream finally knew everything he needed to know after the talk with Heretic. He knew the power system and the general geography of the world. Everything else could be figured out when he went into the world. For now, the only thing Dream had to do was train and experiment, which he did every day. The morning training consisted of him getting beaten to a pulp by the girls until he figured out how to fight back. The only advantage he had was his strength. He was slower than the girls by a pretty decent margin. That was until a week later when he tried something. Dream was in his room one night lying on his bed and staring at the ceiling. He had been getting his ass handed to him for a week straight and needed to find something to help him. The only reason he was alive was because Luna could use healing magic. Dream was racking his brain, so he started breaking down the problem. My problem is my technique, which can't be fixed quickly, and my speed. I don't have enough agility to match them. So I should use predictions. Everything has a pattern, people included. I doubt they use tons of different fighting styles, so I just need to counter them. But that would never work practically. Maybe. Could Savant use my senses too? Hey, Savant. Listening. Would you be able to use my senses to predict a person's movements as they happen? Like track muscle twitches, air movement, body language, and then use visualization to pass the information to me. Commands may be possible. Experimentation with the overlap of visualization and your perception will be needed. I think so as well. Savant is the information transfer from my senses to you, and then construction using visualization faster than my brain processing and reaction speed. The transfer of data from your senses to me is faster than the brain's processing speed, but the construction of an image is not. You don't use awareness as your sensing mechanism. The use of awareness was used on the occasions in which your question could only be answered using it. Savant. From now on, you have full access to all passive skills of mine. You know what? As you are my skill, if it will allow the increase in your capability, I allow full unrestricted use of any skill I have. A new parameters confirmed. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has. All right then, what the hell did he do? After several seconds of notifications, Savant leveled 18 times. He was level 50 now. Holy crap. Guess he got a little excited, not that I'm complaining. Dream pondered a little more, went asleep, and woke up the next day. He was very eager to fight the girls with Savant helping him. All right, Savant, awareness to sense everything about my attacker and visualization to give me the necessary information to block hits. We can worry about counters later. Confirmed. Dream was fighting Iris first. He squared up and began the fight. And right when Iris started moving in to punch, he saw images popping up in his head. The images were of two people in exactly the same positions as Dream and Iris' figure was moving in fast. Dream threw his arm up to block where Iris' image was hitting his image but missed. He kept trying to take in the information but wasn't able to match the simulations, so he gave Savant a command. Savant, overlap her image from visualization onto the one in my vision, then apply the predictions to that image. Make the predicted image look like a ghost or something. Confirmed. And seconds later it happened. Whoosh asterisk block, asterisk whoosh asterisk block, asterisk whoosh block. Dream blocked a series of hits from Iris flawlessly. She actually stopped fighting from confusion. Dream, what was that? Phew, I'm a martial arts master, that's what. Shut up. You can't suddenly become that good in 2 seconds. Let's go again. She started back up the fight, but just like last time, everything was blocked. She couldn't get through his strength, and now apparently her speed was lesser too. What the hell? They both stopped after several more rounds. Iris looked like she had eaten shit, and Dream had a brilliant smile on his face. That was because of the notifications. Savant has leveled up. Visualization has leveled up. Awareness has leveled up. Copycat has leveled up. You have earned a skill. Passive skill Mixed Martial Arts Mastery has been acquired. All his passive skills leveled up and he got a new skill. Status. Profile. Name Dream. Species Human Male. Class Unassigned. Level 38. Stats Strength F, Agility F. Stamina F, Magic E. Passive skills Visualization LVL. 2537 Savant LVL 5073. Copycat LVL 818 Awareness LVL 2837 MMA Mastery LVL. 2. Active skills Summons from Another World Shooting LVL 43. Erase Presence LVL 17. Oh, I like that. Dream got a big jump in mana. He was pleased. Okay, let's keep going. Dream spoke to Iris after drooling over his stats. They fought for 3 hours after that. Dream kept training with the girls and his proficiencies kept going up. But combat training wasn't all they did. After lunch, Dream would take the girls into the forest to practice with weapons. He taught them everything there was to know about how guns worked and then began target shooting. First, he had them handle pistols. This was to help them with their accuracy. It was very basic and repetitive, but they learned fast. After 5 days, they went from pistols to semi-auto rifles. Another 5 days, and they switched to automatic assault rifles and machine guns. After 8 days with those, they finally went to snipers. When they practiced with rifles, they never shot past 200 meters, but now they were starting with 500 meters, a little farther than the bulls shooting. Things got complicated when they got to this point, though. Dream taught them all about bullet trajectory and how to adjust their aims to compensate for distance, wind, and any other factors. He taught them the different calibers, the scopes and their mil dots, and then proper form when shooting a sniper. He eventually summoned range equipment to give proper data. Dream had a lot of experience with this stuff because his uncle was a sniper. He taught Dream everything about what they did. And Dream got rather good at long-range shooting. He always used a .308 rifle, however. It was the most standard, so Dream also had the girls use it first. It took 4 days for the girls to finally get a hang of the basics. They started shooting targets farther and farther away. A week later, once they hit 750 yards, they switched guns to the .338 Lapua Magnum as the .308 couldn't handle the distance. By this time, the girls were capable of taking in all the factors of their environment and adjusting their aim. They couldn't quite totally control their bodies, but were getting close. A week later, after going through multiple snipers and thousands of rounds, Dream considered them perfect. One thing Dream was proud of, however, was how they both got the shooting skill. They may not use it much, but it was good to have and showed their effort. Just to clarify something, though, Dream was by no means idle while teaching. He was always shooting alongside them. He would encourage them by giving little competitions here and there. He constantly practiced and soon discovered something. I can infuse mana into my bullets. I thought I noticed I would lose mana, but I thought it was from summoning, so I can actively pump in mana. Dream figured this out and started testing. He would put in a little, then more, then he tried dumping in all he could. That was until the bullet couldn't handle it and exploded. This intrigued Dream because the majority of the bullet decomposed when that happened. This taught him some things about how mana worked. Savant also must thought it was interesting and leveled up. Either way, Dream had maxed out his shooting skill by the end of training. Even with his crazy proficiency gain, it took a whole month of practicing something he was already pretty good at to max out the skill. Oh, yeah. Besides both combat training and weapons training, Dream was either experimenting or renovating the house. The first thing he needed before putting in modern technology, however, was electricity. Luckily, Dream was able to get solar panels and put them in a sunny area by the house. He then summoned Tesla power walls for energy storage. Each power wall could store a lot of energy, and he bought 10. Once he set those up, he started wiring the house for lights. It took almost 2 weeks for Dream to finish cutting walls, running wiring, setting the breakers, and leaving space for future projects. But when he was done, the house could be lit up in every room and corner. The family of 3 were baffled by how it worked. Dream told them that it harnessed lightning mana and burned stuff inside the bulb to make light. Either way, they accepted it and enjoyed being able to see things at night. Dream then set up the kitchen. He plugged in a massive refrigerator and put down an electric stovetop. Now plenty of food could be stored and cooked, though Iris scoffed at the stovetop since her fire was better. Lastly, one of the most important things was the bathroom. Dream actually employed Heretic to help with this. Basically, what they did for sewage was dig out a massive hole far from the house, ran piping to it, and hooked it up to a fancy toilet. An air compressor was used to push things through the pipes and into the underground pit. They also built a water reservoir and Luna filled it up with water. Dream then ran that water source to the toilet to make it complete. Let's just say that both Heretic and the girls were crying tears of joy over how amazing proper sewage was. That and toilet paper. Dream also built a bathtub and shower, both super luxurious cause, why not? He brought out soap, shampoo, and conditioner. After the girls started using that stuff to wash their hair, Dream could swear that no other hair in the universe was as good as theirs. A really big and comfortable couch was put into the living room, along with many pillows that the girls loved to cuddle with. Their rooms were furnished, a pool was put outside the house, windows were set up, air conditioning was put in. Dream truly turned the cabin into a modern house. He even expanded it, making all the rooms bigger. Especially his. Dream had initially wanted to expand his room to make a workshop, but decided to build a secondary shed to do that. So he chose a spot next to the house to make a really big workshop that could accommodate all his needs. He summoned every type of tool there was, summoned many different electronics, and set things up. By this time, it had been nearly a month and a half since Dream got the lights up. 2 whole months had passed since the beginning. Dream started his experiments with his summoning ability and connecting to the internet in his world. The basis for his experiments was that the summoning ability was a connection from himself to his world. If he could use that connection as a 2-way road instead of a 1-way, he could send signals through and connect himself. So Dream experimented with his ability. He tried to find the signature in his soul like Savant told him about and find the connection. He would summon items and watch the changes to his energy. This was a great power leveler for awareness and visualization, but even after a week he had no progress. One of the reasons was actually the girls. It was partly his fault too, though. You see, over the weeks Dream would call over Luna so he could pet her while pondering things. It was kinda like a de-stressor. At first, though, she felt weird about Dream treating her like a pet and didn't like it. That time after the wolf battle was a one-time thing, she told herself, but after a while she totally loved it. She started to go and seek Dream out and lay on his lap or table so he could pet her. Just like a cat. He would be in his workshop, and she would just walk in and jump onto his workbench. And Dream loved it. He pet her all the time, and sometimes Luna would even go into his room at night to fall asleep under the masterful petting techniques. This was fine and all until the other fox started noticing. When Iris first found them and saw what Dream was doing, she was dumbfounded. Why is Dream petting Luna like an animal? And why does she like it? She totally couldn't understand, and would just scoff whenever she saw them, but she soon started getting jealous. Luna looked so relaxed and would always be in a good mood after the pets. Was Dream using some kind of magic? Dream noticed the change in Iris and took charge. A man had to be bold in situations like these, so he started telling her. Change into fox form. No, I'm not an animal. I know you're not an animal. You're a magical fox girl, so let me pet you. No, why do you want to pet me so badly? Because you use my conditioner, and your fur is definitely the silkiest under the heavens. Slug, go away. It didn't work so well in the beginning, but on the 5th day of badgering her over it. Fine, just shut up just this once. Yes, we're going to the couch. Slug. She grunted and gave in. When they got to the couch, she transformed and Dream put her on his lap. They lay back and he went to work. Sure enough, Iris loved it, as evidenced by how she fell asleep in 30 minutes. And when she woke up, she was ashamed for enjoying it so much and ran away. So Dream kept pestering until he didn't have to anymore. Now both the girls were coming to him for pets, and in exchange for him giving them pets, they would listen to him thinking out loud while working. But this would also mean he got distracted way more often. His work slowed down. Although not by much, since it was mostly thinking and writing down theories. But still, Dream kept going over different possibilities but ultimately came to a conclusion. I either need to max out Savant's level or evolve him. He needs to be more aware, attain some more intelligence. But that's difficult to do because he doesn't give anything other than what I ask him for. Luckily, I've almost maxed him out, and I think I know what can put him over the edge. That sounds weird. Chapter 13, An Ethereal Voice. The process to read all of your memories requires total neural activation. The memories cannot be viewed in a specific order, and you will feel the full experience of your life that hasn't been totally forgotten. This process can be traumatic, as the most vivid memories will be relived in full. It is not recommended to carry out the full process, as memories could be overlapped, and the individual could become permanently dissociative. Dream listened to Savant's breakdown. The question he asked was what it would take for Savant to read and store all information from his memories. This was the answer, and it wasn't looking good. Reliving his most vivid memories? No thanks. Some were good, but others were horrible. Not to mention it could go wrong. Dream had another idea, though. He went to Heretic and asked, Hey, old man, can skills combine or evolve from each other? You said something about fusion skills earlier, right? Skill evolution can only happen when the skill involved is maxed out. And then you have to level up enough to get to the next class where any maxed skills with the qualifications can evolve. Fusion skills are created when you combine 2 or more skills to do one thing, like that copycat skill of yours. Interesting, hang on. Savant, you said that skills have signatures, right? And copycat is the ability to read what those signatures do through how it manipulates energy. If you broke down a signature skill to its base components, wouldn't you be able to figure out the language of skills like software? The theory is possible. A skill to experiment on will be needed, and it cannot be guaranteed that it will be successful, as my abilities alone are unknown to be sufficient, in which case the skill would be lost. Old man, Scarlet told me that her title was Daughter of the Void. Does that mean she has abilities to devour and break down energies? Iris. She does. She inherits a form of my skill set. My skills are designed for pure, unadulterated destruction. Hers are dialed down, but she also has the ability to take stats from enemies. All right, Scarlet, come here. Dream yelled for Iris, and footsteps came from outside. Dream. Dad, what is it? Iris. Do you have any skills geared for breaking down and devouring energies? Dream. Yeah. That's how I gain most of my stats. I can eat an enemy's energy and gain stats dependent on what type of monster it was. If it's a fast monster, then I would get agility. The process does require the breakdown of mana. Sweet, hang on. Savant, are you capable of connecting with another person's soul and use their skills through awareness? To connect with the soul is possible, but consent from the other party is needed. They will also need to activate the energy of the skill. I can handle the guidance of energy to use as needed. Good, so if you had the Devour skill, would you be able to use it to break down a skill alongside Copycat, awareness, and visualization? The chances are much higher. Good. Riddick, Scarlet, I have something that I need your guys' help with. Riddick. What is it, Iris? Actually, get Luna too. Dream gathered everyone to the kitchen and told them his plan. I want to max out the level of my skill Savant. My plan is to have Savant break down one of my skills and learn the signature from the soul. To do this, I need Scarlet's Devour skills to cooperate with my skill and carry it out. I want everyone here with me just in case something happens. So I ask you, Iris, will you help me with this? It's an invasion of privacy, and if you don't want to, I get it. But your help will give me a higher chance of success. Hang on, you're tampering with the soul, Luna. Yeah, Savant told me that that's where all skills are, so he's gonna go in there and break one down to its core components to study. No, absolutely not. Tampering with the soul could end extremely badly, not to mention the pain that comes with tampering. Plus, what if you lose that skill in the process? That may be irreversible. Luna. She's right, boy. Messing with souls is only done by high-level people whose souls can handle it. Yours isn't to that point. Riddick and Luna spoke out in protest, and they were right. Messing with the soul could turn Dream into a retard, but he had a contingency for that purpose. Now hang on, old man, remember my title description. It said that my mind can't be influenced. The mind is directly connected to the soul. You could say that it is the soul itself, in fact. The brain is just a controller for the soul to control the body. So if my soul can't be influenced, then that means it can't be broken down. But I can still edit the signatures of skills because it's a part of me, not something external. So I say I'm pretty safe. Luna and Riddick wanted to say something, but couldn't refute the title. Titles were like absolute existences. If it said it did something, then it did it. That's why Dream's perks were so ridiculous. Sigh, fine, but we're still gonna be here just in case. Luna. Thanks, so Iris, Dream. Well, you don't exactly leave me much choice, do you? Yes, I'll do it, Iris. Thank you, all right, I want to get started. Now, Iris. Yes, to my room. Dream got up and skipped to his room. Everyone else looked at each other like they saw a crazy person, but still got up and followed. When everyone was in the room, Dream laid down and told them what to do. All you guys need to do is maintain contact. I'm actually gonna knock myself out, so I'll be asleep. But first, let's make the connections. Savant. Make a connection with everyone. Confirmed. After everyone was holding Dream's arm, they all got a notification in their heads from Savant. My name is Savant. I will be creating a mana channel that connects to your soul. This will allow me to guide the energy of your skills. Any action that requires your assistance will be requested of you. This is an interesting skill, boy. But why do you want me here, Riddick? To protect your daughters should anything happen. I trust my skill with this, but that doesn't mean you have to. Savant will be requesting Iris to activate her skill, and then he will guide it and use it as needed. That's what the mana channel is for. This also means that you, Riddick, have the ability to regulate things. If you find that Iris is being harmed, you can cut her channel forcefully. I also request that Luna make the channel just in case Savant wants a mending ability. All right, boy, I can accept that. I just hope you don't come out hurt from something stupid. Riddick. You can't get hurt. I can't believe I'm agreeing to something so idiotic. I'll kick your ass if anything goes wrong. Luna. It's all right, Luna. I'm not going to war or anything. Anyway, everyone got the mana channel. Dream. Oh, yes. Okay then, I'll be sleeping. See you in a bit. Savant, I give you full control. Your objective is to fully analyze the skill Copycat. Visualization and awareness can be used as you see fit. Let's kick off this power leveling session. Confirmed. And with that, Dream passed out as if he were dead. Iris then got a spook. Iris, please activate your skill Devour and give me permission to control it. Accept. Yes, go ahead. Permission has been granted. The breakdown of the skill Copycat has commenced. Unknown completion time. Please do not break contact with Dream's body. After Savant made the announcement to all three people, he got to work. Iris' energy was pulled through the mana channel and towards the soul. Savant then used the energy to encompass the skill Copycat. This was when the analysis started. Dream's mana started being used to break the skill signature into pieces and be broken down. At first, the breakdown was slow. But then Savant started to level up. Savant's level stagnated at 73 from everything Dream did over the 2 months, and progress was finally being made. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has leveled up. Savant has. Notifications appeared for no one, but the results were noticeable. The skill kept getting broken down faster and faster. And after 2.5 hours of processing, the result Dream was looking for appeared. Savant has reached max level. This notification was only the beginning, however. Skill has been broken down. Max level has been reached. Admin access has been given for all skills. Evolution is possible, attempting. As Heretic said earlier, skills can be evolved. Usually they have to be done by the system during class evolutions. But Savant had other plans. Savant spoke to them. Mana pool is insufficient for skill evolution, requesting for connected individuals to supplement mana. Accept. Evolution, how the hell can he evolve his skill? Damn, Savant, use my mana alone. Heretic. Heretic spoke to Savant. He didn't want it to take the mana of his daughters. Confirmed. However, once Heretic gave his permission, Savant started drawing insane amounts of mana. How much mana does this skill want? Why doesn't it just take it all? Heretic. How much is it taking, Dad? You have a lot, so it can't be that much, right? Luna. I've lost almost 20% of my mana, and that was just the first chunk. It's still probably gonna take more. Heretic. That much? His body can't even hold that much. Will he get hurt, Iris? It'll probably be fine. Heretic. Heretic said that, but he really wasn't sure. But he didn't want to harm Dream by refusing to give his mana, which he can always just regenerate. As they were talking, Savant was still trying to evolve. Evolving independently is impossible. Attempting assimilation with awareness? Failed. Attempting assimilation with visualization? Failed. Attempting assimilation with visualization and awareness? Failed. Signature from skill Copycat has been analyzed and broken down. It is possible to read and copy skills of a certain level. The skill Devour is necessary to complete assimilation. Savant came to that conclusion and then requested Iris. The signature of the skill Devour needs to be referenced and used for skill assimilation. Do you give permission to read the signature? Will anything happen to the skill? Your skill will not be affected. It will be temporarily used to assimilate the skills. This will, however, prevent you from accessing the skill while it is in use. I guess. Confirmed. Why? Almost as if Savant was eager to evolve, it took Iris' hesitation as a yes. Iris was then cut off from using her skill. The skill Devour has been temporarily acquired. The skill signature will be copied and used to integrate with the signature of Copycat. Skill integration complete. The skill emulator has been acquired. The breakdown of the skill's visualization and awareness are necessary. Breakdown using emulator commencing. Complete. The skill visualization will be enhanced with emulator. Complete. The skill mind space has been acquired. Evolution will now occur. The skill's awareness, mind space, and emulator will be lost. The skill Savant will use the temporarily acquired skill Devour to assimilate said skills. Evolution commencing. Savant had finally started to evolve after enhancing several skills. It used Iris' skill and began devouring the signatures of the other skills and editing itself to make it better. It was following its master's desire for a better skill, to be able to carry out his will better. There was only one problem. Connection with the record is blocked, unable to access for evolution, attempting possible alternatives, pre-assigned alternative found. Attempting connection through the title, Origin Seeker, connection established. Oh, now what do we have here? What is that, Heretic? Heretic was scared beyond belief when that voice rang out. The voice came from everywhere. The reason Heretic was so scared was because that voice carried an unbelievably ethereal power when it spoke. Who are you? My name is not important, nor will you hear it. Just know I'm not here to hurt you. I am here because a connection was open to me. It looks like he is evolving one of his skills. A dream. Yes, he asked us to help him, but he was only trying to level up his skill called Savant. So he maxed out the skill? Interesting. Well, the skill is now evolving and it looks like I am needed. Plus, I can't be here for long or it'll get dangerous. Is Dream going to be okay? Luna. Oh, worried are we? Haha, you don't need to worry, child. The amount of pain his soul went through wasn't light, but nothing will happen. Maybe you should give him some comfort when he wakes up. And don't be so embarrassed. I can see the love he has for you and yours for him. That includes you, Miss Daughter of the Void. What? How could he possibly love me? And I don't. I just don't hate him as much, but Iris. Ha 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 ha, little one, believe me when I say that only the goddess of love is better than me when it comes to matters of the heart. I know what you feel. However, let me give a little advice to the both of you. When it comes time for Mr. Dreamer here to leave the nest, be sure to make your decision clearly. The path I have put that boy on is not easy, but it is filled with endless possibilities. Decide if you want to be the ones by his side. And to the father right there, don't worry about the boy's thoughts for you. He sees you as an uncle and won't do anything without your approval. He cares deeply for your daughters. I just hope you don't make things difficult for him. All right, I must take my leave. The boy is in pristine condition for you ladies. Have fun. With that, the ethereal voice was heard no more, leaving behind a father with a complicated look and two daughters with betrayed faces. Skill evolution complete. With one last comment, Savant made way for a new skill. Chapter 14 Connection. Skill evolution complete. Through the title Origin Seeker, the skill Noma is created. The skill Noma will assimilate with a section of the soul as per Dream's desire for maximum capability. The skill Noma has gained a portion of true sapience. The skill Noma has evolved to Sophia. The ski. No. I them's awake. I am here for my master. I will help him. I will discover the truth. The truth of all things. Oh, yeah. Damn. That was probably the most painful thing I've ever done. Dream woke up and vowed never to do something like that again. Although he may have been asleep, nothing can block out the pain of having one's soul messed with. It felt like I was being carved up with a knife. Not that I've had experience with something like that. Until now, where is everyone? Everyone is in the living room. Oh, that's right. Savant, what were the results of the analysis? Dream gave the question but got something unexpected in response. I am no longer Savant. To better understand what happened, I suggest you look through this message log. Message log? Wait, and you're talking like a normal person. I guess I'll just read the log. What the hell happened? As Dream spoke, he looked through a message list that appeared in his vision. And to put it lightly, he was shocked beyond words. You, sapience, and the evolution, what? Although I really wanted Savant to evolve, this is crazy. I mean, I'm really happy, so, all right, hold on. The skills evolved and Savant evolved by eating those skills. The skill Noma was created and then it took a portion of my soul. Did I get that right? For the most part, Master. The skill Noma attained intelligence and knew that you had a strong desire for a smart companion, so it assimilated with a portion of your soul to achieve actual sapience. I am Sophia. I was created from that sapience. Me and the skill Noma are one, but separate as well. The difference is that I can be considered actual life built from Noma, unlike Savant, which was just a really smart calculator. Did she just insult Savant? Oh yes. So I can't hide anything from you, huh? Well, if you wish to limit my access, I can remove permissions. W8. Dream started to panic. The reason was because he actually sensed a heavy sadness coming from inside him. It was a part of him, but wasn't. So, this is what it meant when you assimilated with my soul. I can feel everything from you. Sophia, I won't remove permissions. You are technically a different person, but you are still a part of me. We are two in one, so I will treat it as such. And it's also not so bad to have no secrets from someone. I will trust you with my life as you trust me with yours. Thank you, Master. I will serve you to the best of my abilities. I don't know if I like the Master bit. I shall call you Master because you are the one who gave me life. And as this is something I can disagree with you on, I will do so. Okay, fine. Dream gave in because the conviction in her voice was scary. And he didn't need to argue either. By the way, why a girl? You gained intelligence but not a gender. As Master is a male, then the one who will be with him forever should be a female. Why? Do you want me to be a male? Nope. Not necessary. I think girls are fine. The first thing I want you to do actually is go through my memories. Will you need full neural activation for that? Nope, I am capable of going through them without affecting you. Good. Then do so. I'll go check on the auth-wait status. How could he forget the most important part of all this? Profile. Name Dream. Species human male. Class unassigned. Level 38. Stats Strength F, Agility F. Stamina F plus Magic E. Passive Skills Sophia LVL. 1 MMA Mastery LVL. 2. Active Skills Summons from Another World Shooting LVL. Max. Erase Presence LVL. 17. Oh good lord, I've become a monster, but that's okay. I like the huge mana boost. And my stamina has gone up. I can take more hits. Now I can go see what they're up to. Just to let you know, you have been unconscious for 3 days. Although your vitality is high, you should probably eat and drink something. I think I will indeed do that. Thanks, Sophia. Sure. Dream smiled and exited his room, still excited about the boost in power. Dream. And as soon as he took a step outside, a shout came from the living room. Footsteps were fast approaching. Hey guys, sorry I was asleep for S-U-off. Dream tried to say something, but Luna had come running around the corner and shoved her face into his chest. She wrapped him up in a really tight hug. What's going on? You had me worried, idiot. Luna spoke her words softly, but Dream still heard them. He decided to just stay quiet and enjoy the hug. Not long after Luna darted around the corner, Iris also came around. She saw them hugging and didn't want to intrude, but Dream wasn't having that. Come here. But. No buts. Iris wirelessly walked over and Dream took her in another arm. They all stood there hugging for a couple of minutes until they were interrupted. Come out here, boy. Riddick called them and the girls got red with embarrassed. They all walked out and saw Riddick sitting on the couch. First, how did everything go? Riddick. Fantastic, actually. Thanks for helping me out. Things wouldn't have gone as well without everyone. Indeed, boy, did you know that your skill took nearly 30% of my mana? It even had the gall to request mana from the girls. So, I didn't know. Sorry about that, but it seems you're looking quite healthy. That's not the problem. My magic level is hundreds if not thousands of times you own. The fact that you used so much should be impossible. What's your magic level now? Riddick. My magic is at E level. SI boy, you're a freak. But I am honestly looking forward to your class selections. Someone with such potential. But how are we supposed to compete now? My magic is still only E. Iris. All his stats are probably higher than ours now. Luna. I mean, yay, they're high, but that was because I was constantly leveling 5 different skills. The recent evolution consumed some skills and took 4 away. I only have 2 passive skills now, so my stat growth will probably stagnate for a while. Dream. That's not your only problem. The problem is that you don't have a weapon to match your level. Those weapons you pulled out earlier sure as hell ain't gonna cut it. People usually have a lot of time in between classes to develop themselves and their fighting styles. You still don't even have a preferred method of combat, so what we need to do is first find out what weapon you are going to use for the future. Got it? Riddick. Yes, sir. I will need to do some research about the materials of this world. I'm actually rather used to using weapons like the ones I summoned, so I plan to stick with it. What I need to find out is how I could build better versions of them with this world's materials. I suppose that could work. We would need to head to the Enchanted Mountain for that. Wait, you guys plan on leaving? Dream was surprised by his comment. Dream thought that he would have to leave on his own, but it seems like Riddick has plans. Boy, during these few days of you being asleep, we've been discussing a few things. My daughters are getting old enough now and should head off into the world and get stronger. I also plan to continue my studies and gain power so I can solve a certain issue of mine. This all requires leaving, and the best time to do it seems to be now. You've almost gotten too strong for your own good as well. You need to learn how to use that strength of yours. What I planned on doing was sending you and my daughters out to temper yourselves. As for the details of where I plan to send you guys, I didn't fully know. But since you need to go to the Enchanted Mountain, that'll be our first stop. Riddick laid out his plan and Dream listened. It did indeed feel like the best time to leave. Dream would need to prepare things before doing so, but at least it was time to start preparing. All right, but I won't be able to leave this instant. I have things to prepare before leaving. One of them is actually transportation. The other is that I'm still trying to connect to my world. It's complicated but important. If I can, I will be able to access a repository of all the knowledge ever generated by the people on my world. I don't plan to go out into this new world without that repository. A repository? Okay, I also don't plan to leave right away. Just letting you know that the time is coming. All right, I may actually need to siphon some of your mana for the things I'm doing, so I'll come to you if I need it. If fine, just let me know first. With that, the family was put in preparation mode. Dream's biggest objective was the connection to Earth. The internet had all the knowledge he could ever ask for, and he wanted Sophia to have it. Luckily, it didn't take long for him to figure it out. Sophia's abilities made everything so much easier. She could wield full control of the summon's ability, which allowed him to summon almost anything he wanted. Dream's first thing to summon was a phone, one of the best models available with super high-speed data connections. He then went to his workshop and started experimenting. Dream had Sophia locate the connection to dimensions. This took about 5 seconds. The connection of mana was easily found with her abilities. This also meant that she could tamper with it. And if she could tamper with it, she could send things through. This took a couple days to figure out, but eventually she could sense the other side. After there was finally a connection, it was time to send a signal through. All right, Sophia, this is going to be the object we use to send signals through. I want the end of the connection to be near a cell tower on that world. But we may not be able to be connected for long because the SIM card in this phone isn't properly registered. And just to make sure, you're able to read data from signals right. Yes, I am. I use mana to scan through physical objects. This allows me to read electrical signals. I also scanned that phone of yours and all your devices to find out how they work. That information, along with your memories, has allowed me full control over your devices and data. Good, but I have objectives for you. From my memories, you understand just how massive the internet is. So you need to look for certain things first. One is knowledge of networking so you can stay connected indefinitely. 2 is programming. I want you to be able to gather information from all sources, and that requires hacking. With those 2 pieces of knowledge, nothing will be able to stop your information gathering. Yes, I will learn everything I can. Sweet. Oh, a good place to start after networking and programming is actually Wikipedia. That place is packed full of easy access data. It'll be a good starting point. Okay, shall we get started then? Yes. Let's. With the directions given and everything set, the first signals were finally sent. Sophia would guide the data connection from the phone all the way through to the other side and aim the signal at a cell tower. And after a couple minutes of probing, the phone was shown to have bars. I got reception. Start searching and downloading information. Already on it. Sophia instantly started downloading information on everything she could. The reception speed was being used to its max. You see, Sophia had to pull information to the phone to read it, or at least he thought that way, until a couple minutes later. Dream, I think I know how to connect to the cell tower by myself. I figured out how to generate my own signal. That way we don't have to worry about downloading data to the phone. I can just use devices already on Earth to gather information and send them to me. Oh, really? Well, if we don't need to use a slow phone to get you data, then that works. Okay. I'm already going through huge amounts of data. The language of programming and software engineering is very interesting, but I can already see ways to improve it. Networking is also rather intriguing. Dream sat back and let Sophia do what she needed. The only thing stopping her from instantly getting all the knowledge of the internet was the connection speeds of data centers like Google. But since she didn't need a phone to do everything, they didn't need to worry about not being able to stay connected. It's only been about 15 minutes, but I say mission accomplished. If only it had been this easy earlier. Sophia, are you able to get this phone tapped in? Yup, although I could just give you a virtual screen in your vision like a status, instead of a phone like that one. No, that's all right. This just feels more natural. Just get the phone reception, and I can work from there. Already done. Dream looked down at the phone and saw that it had a data connection, so he had no trouble streaming the web, and the first thing we wanted to do was listen to music. Sophia, get me the best headphones you can summon. Coming right up. Seconds later, Dream got a pair of over-ear headphones. He put them on and found that the earmuffs were very comfortable, and of course everything was Bluetooth. He connected them to the phone and pulled up the music app he always used. Oh, that's right, Sophia. Can you go through my memories and get me all the music I downloaded and put it back on this phone? Okay, just a couple seconds. Dream looked at the music app and saw song after song appearing on the screen. All of them were the ones he had on his phone before he died. There were nearly 2,000 songs, and Dream could sing all of them. That's right, baby. I will never go without music again. You know what? I think everyone should get to hear this. Sophia, get me speakers. I'm gonna blow the roof off this workshop. Hee, you might scare the family, you know. Hee, I know, but that's the fun part. Chapter 15, Music. In the workshop, Dream set up speakers and subwoofers. He also hooked up an amp and a power source and a stereo system. Now all he had to do was connect to the system over Bluetooth and play a song from his phone. But what song should I play? It has to be a good one, and it needs to go hard. Rap like Eminem or maybe house music. You can never go wrong with a classic. Sophia spoke up as Dream was debating. And he had a light bulb moment. You're right, it's gotta be a classic, but not too old, something like Journey. Or Guns N' Roses, that one, and only the best one of them all. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Preparations are complete. You just gotta click play. Oh, and play I will. This is concert-level stuff. I just hope I don't shatter any glass. Luna, Iris, and Riddick were around the house doing various things. Luna was in the kitchen preparing food. They would need supplies for their trip, and food was one of them. They had started storing dried meats a couple days ago and already had a sizable stash. Iris was also helping her dry out the meats. Riddick, on the other hand, was reading a book. It seemed to be a magic tome of some kind, considering all the drawings inside. None of them worried about Dream, as it wasn't weird for him to disappear in his shed for several hours at a time. I wonder what he does in there all the time. I've been in there and watched him do some work, but I wasn't able to understand how any of his devices worked. He said they had a certain level of intelligence, but they also couldn't think for themselves. It's weird. Luna. He said that's what the technology from his world was. Since they didn't have mana, things were much more difficult for humans. But humans created technology to make things easier. He called them machines. He said they utilized the laws of the universe to do various things, like magic without mana. That's also how the guns worked. But I still don't understand how such fine metalwork could be created so easily. He said that the guns we used were created by the millions and in thousands of different forms. And all of them were used by armies all over his world to fight each other. You saw those wolves from his fight. I couldn't imagine what it looked like with humans being killed by those weapons. Iris. Neither could I. The things he showed us, like clothes, food, and the stuff for the house, is amazing. But the other items can be equally as terrifying. He once told me something about a weapon while we were in his workshop. He said that the weapon was capable of instantly turning everything within 5 miles to ash, and anything within 100 miles would be severely burned. The scale of such a weapon created by people with no mana is ridiculous, although he said it was never used. But still, Luna and Iris always talked about the things Dream told them about. It was new and interesting, not to mention it was from another world. Dream never held information back and always had stories. Luna and Iris kept preparing food and Riddick was silent while reading. All was fine in the world, until a sound was heard that was incomprehensible to them who had never heard anything like it. Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses plays. The legendary guitar solo boomed through the forest, disturbing all that was at rest. The girls and Riddick shot up and ran to where the sound was coming from. The shed. What the hell is that noise? Iris. Dream is in there. Let's check it out, Luna. Riddick and the girls pushed open the door to see Dream banging his head up and down to the noise. Dream, what's going on? Luna. Dream didn't respond, just kept going crazy. BWOM asterisk BWOM bum 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 bum. Welcome to the jungle, we got fun and games. The beat drop came, and Dream started mouthing the lyrics with absolute glee. He played an air guitar vigorously along with the music and jumped up and down. Dream, he's not listening. Luna. Destroy those things making noise, those boxes. Iris. Bang. Crash. Iris started punching the boxes and flattening them with her feet until they stopped making noise. The music cut out. What the hell are you doing? Dream. What are we doing? What are you doing? What was all that noise? Iris. That was music, and good stuff too, did you not hear it? Dream. Who didn't hear it? The whole damn forest probably got scared by that, whatever that was. Iris. Dream, we were worried about you because you didn't seem to hear us. That noise looked like it did something to you. Luna. Yeah, I knew it would surprise you guys, but I didn't expect that Scarlet's first reaction was to destroy my speakers. Whatever. It's about time to show you guys the most popular form of entertainment on my world. Music, or at least one of the most popular forms. Dream. Dream turned around and pushed the destroyed speakers to a pile of garbage in the corner of the room. He then summoned more and hooked them up. Luckily, nothing else was damaged. Boy, they know what music is. I've played some for them on an enchanted item. Though that music is nothing like what I just heard. What the hell kind of music did your world make? Riddick. My world made all kinds of music. Literally everything you could think of. Slow music, fast music, and all types in between. Definitely much more than you could ever hope to listen to in your lifetime. Here, I'll play a slowed-down song for you guys. You'll actually be able to hear the words. Hang on. Dream. Dream pulled back out his phone after getting new speakers and scrolled through his song list. There was one he actually had in mind. Okay, this song might be more geared towards this world. Enjoy. Dream put on a more traditional fantasy bard song and wanted to see how they liked it. Anything like hip-hop, rock, or electronic would be super weird to them. However, he would still play every song on his phone because he loved them all. No amount of weird looks are going to keep him from playing his beloved music. The song played and they listened to all of it. When the end came, Dream paused his music to prevent it from autoplaying the next song. He looked at them expectantly. So, how was that song? Dream, Luna. Yay. The language your music is in, boy, we can't understand it. Riddick. Dream stopped and looked at them with a dark face. He totally didn't think of that possibility. All this time, he had been getting everything translated until he finally learned the language of this world. But he couldn't exactly do that to his music. How would they be able to appreciate the art of modern music if they couldn't understand it? And this problem needs to be fixed, Sophia. I may be capable of teaching them the language of your world. I just need permission from them to directly input information, and a mana channel to do it with. Okay, guys, I have a way to fix this. Everyone come here. Dream enthusiastically did what Sophia told him. He made contact with all of them and created the mana channel just like when he borrowed their powers. Turns out, there's a skill for that. The skill thought communication has been acquired by Sophia. Sophia, I didn't know you could gain skills. Yup, but don't worry, as I am your skill, all I have is yours. All my abilities can be used by you freely, though some things require my processing. Oh, nice. I am very much fine with that, especially since I'm not capable of doing what you're doing right now. Thank you. Sophia was happy with the praise and completed transferring the English language to the family. When they looked more focused, he asked them, "You all got it?" Amazing. I didn't know it was possible to transfer information like that. I thought you could only transfer your voice using telepathy. Is that a skill? Riddick. It is, but I just got it. Forget I asked. Riddick gave up trying to understand Dream's standards. And now that they could all understand his language, it was time for the music. Dream replayed the song previously. He then played another and another. He played music until other things became more important, like preparing for the trip. Riddick spoke up after another song had ended. Sorry, boy, it's interesting, but I can't stand here all day. I have some more things to prepare. Riddick. And I got more food to cook. Iris. Us fine, although there will be more later. With that, Riddick and Iris left. Luna and Dream were left alone in the workshop. The mood calmed. So how did you like it, Dream? Dream asked Luna while pulling up a chair to sit. He also summoned one for her. It was nice, though it's different from what Dad played for us, I still like it. Luna sat down in the chair next to him. Your dad said that he used an enchanted item. It sounds cool but troublesome. This thing I have in my hand is called a phone. Nearly everyone on my world had one. This device allows you to do anything from listening to music to talking with anyone anywhere. I can summon you one if you like, and I could put my music on it. Sure, but I doubt I can go around listening to it all the time. It's pretty loud. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. We have things for that called headphones. Using them only you can hear it and no one else. I have one right here actually. Try it on. Okay. Dream handed her the pair of headphones he summoned earlier and put it on for her. Once it was on nice and snug, he connected it with the phone. All right, I'm gonna play a song. Just know that no matter how loud you think it is, I can't hear anything. Okay. Okay. Once she nodded, he played a song. Dream chose a gentle one with a chill beat. I'm Yours by Kusin Plays. After Dream pressed the play button, Luna flinched but didn't do anything. And after the song kept playing, she relaxed and lost herself in the music. After 2 minutes, the song was over and faded out. Dream then took the headphones off of her. How was that? I like it. Your world has more music like that. I've never heard something so relaxing. It definitely does have more. All of my favorite songs that I have collected since young are on my phone. Music has always been a big part of my life. I remember very few times when I wasn't listening to music. I would always have headphones like these over my ears and losing myself in the music, but not just relaxing music. There's some music to get you excited, happy, sad, sleepy, and more. Music can activate all our emotions. The really loud song I played earlier was one of them that got you excited and pumped up. And that one you heard just now was one to calm down. How many songs were there on your world? A lot. I wasn't exaggerating when I said that you could never listen to all of it. Though there are famous songs and songs nobody likes. It's a bit complicated how it works, but a lot of the music I have on my phone are the famous ones. Here, I'll show you. Dream summoned another phone and put his music on it. He then showed Luna. Each picture is a picture for the song. Each song also has a name. The people who make the songs give it a name. You can scroll through the list and tap a song, then it'll play on the headphones like earlier. But in case you can't figure it out, Dream explained how to work the music app. Luna listened attentively. Dream had Sophia reprogram the phone so all Luna had to do was say, "Music," to open the music app like a status screen. He also made it so that the headphones never disconnected. When Dream taught her everything she needed to know. Here, you can take the phone and headphones. Really? But doesn't it have your music? Yup, what did you think I was just teaching you something for nothing? Dream put the phone in her hand, and the headphones around her neck. I have my own and can summon more. You'll be seeing me walk around with the same headphones in the future. Like in the house? Yup, in the house, in my bedroom when we're eating. I really do love music and I listen to it all the time. And now you can too. Thanks, Dream. Luna knew that Dream could summon more devices, but he was giving her his music too. Like he said, it was an important part of his life, and now he was letting her into that. Hess, come gimme a hug. Dream spread his arms and Luna complied. She got out of the chair and accepted the bare hug that wrapped up her head as she buried her face in his chest. As they stayed like that, Dream started to notice something. Is it me, or is her heart beating awfully hard? It is. She seems to be very nervous right now. Well, this is definitely not the first hug I've given her. Don't start being dense. She probably wants to do something but is too embarrassed to do so. This is when you take charge. Where's all that men have to be bold? Talk. Hey, I'm definitely not that good with girls. You know it's all talk. Well then shut up and start going for it, the good stuff. Turns out Sophia is a matchmaker. It's not surprising though because that's what happens when you have access to the whole internet. Romance is one of the most popular movie genres. Ugh, this is so awkward, I hate this. Do it, you coward. Insulting doesn't help. Dream was totally screaming in his mind, but he shut up when someone called out with a nervous voice. Dream. Chapter 16, a classic. Dream. Yes. Luna pulled her face away from Dream's chest. Luna's beautiful face was in full view right in front of his. She was looking away in total embarrassment. See, can I? I don't know. She started hesitating, but Dream knew what she wanted to do. Does she? I don't know 100%. She does. Either way, it doesn't matter. It definitely does. Use that mouth for something other than talking. Kiss her, you fool. Lila. There was much going on in Dream's head, but none of it showed. But he decided to go for it. Dream lifted her chin with his finger. They stared into each other's eyes and then closed them. Their lips met. Dream screamed in his mind as he kissed Luna. Holy shit, I did it. It wasn't that he had never kissed a girl. It's just that he truly could never get over how nerve-wracking a first kiss was, especially when it was with a supermodel-level beauty such as Luna. They lightly kissed for over a minute, after which Dream then started slipping in a little tongue. After that, things started getting more heated, and Luna showed no signs of wanting to stop. Learning how to use her tongue took a little practice, but she didn't have much of a problem. At some point even, she pressed deeper. After some time, they were in a full-blown make-out session, and Dream started getting curious. Luna is way more gentle of a person than Iris, but could she unexpectedly be the more sexual one? Maybe Iris is the shy one when it comes to this stuff. I would love to see that. You gotta get her first, but handling both of them may be a challenge. I know it may be weird, but it's even weirder seeing them apart. I've also noticed something. They seem to be connected. Similar to a mana channel, but not the same. Since I'm so close to Luna, see if you can detect it without her noticing. On it. Dream gave the command and continued with Luna. Although he was talking with Sophia, it only took splits of seconds for their conversations to happen, not enough to distract him. Unfortunately, they couldn't continue forever. After almost 10 minutes of French kissing, they separated. Saliva bridged between their lips as Luna's tongue was still partially out. Her eyes showed just how much she loved it as they stared at each other for a second. And after staying like that for a bit, the heat died down and they both got out of their trance. They separated their bodies that were still fully pressed up against each other. During this time, Dream had obviously gotten full measurements while she was against him. I was wrong, that's a D. He corrected himself on a crucial fact and switched his mind to other topics. I guess it is almost time for dinner. Why yet? Luna's face was flushed red. It especially stood out with her perfect white skin. Dream turned and picked up the phone to hand it to her. You'll find a lot of songs you like on here. I'll also be able to send you some. Okay, do you have anything else to get done today? I only need to check out one thing, but it won't take long. All right. I'll be preparing dinner. Oh, I think I put some frozen pizzas in the freezer if you guys want that. Okay, I'll go ask the others. All right. Saying bye, Luna left the shed. When she closed the door, Dream plopped down into his chair and closed his eyes. There was emotional processing to do. I didn't think she would actually want to do that. Aren't you glad you went for it, though? Now you don't have to be one of those protagonists that doesn't even make eye contact with a girl until the end of the story. Of course I'm glad, who wouldn't be? Now I just have to worry about Iris. Speaking of, what are the results? You were right about the connection, but it may be even deeper than expected. They're almost like two halves of a whole. This would be easier to figure out if we could see the mother. Either way, Iris takes after the father and Luna should have taken after the mother. When the girls were born, it is likely that they started as one child. But the child couldn't be created with both skill sets of opposing types, so the types of skills, dark and light, were split among two daughters, creating Luna and Iris. But since they were split from one, they retain a connection. Do you know what kind of connection? It might be a connection of two souls. That's my best guess. That can be good and bad. Well, no use stressing over it. Sophia, tell me about my inventory. Dream asked Sophia about something he noticed when he woke up. The inventory tab was no longer locked. He hadn't noticed until recently, but it'll probably be very important. Sure, your inventory comes from your summoning skill. It hasn't unlocked until now because of your low mana. But now that you can maintain the subspace with mana, you can use it. It allows you to store a limited amount of external items and all of your summoned items. W8 all. Yes, all of your summoned items. Dream didn't respond and just rubbed his temple. All of his summoned items, that's a lot. Well, that makes things very convenient. But I will indeed have to pick up many external items. At least I can live completely off of my summoning ability now. That's good to know. Dream experimented with the inventory and found that it was true. He really could store everything he summoned, and taking them back out was just like summoning too. But he came across a problem while testing things out. If my mana signature is erased from the item, it counts as an external item, and if I want to restore it, I have to spend mana for almost as much as I bought it for. Just make sure the signature doesn't get erased, and you'll be good. Dream nodded and stood from his seat. He could smell the pizza from the house and knew it was time for dinner. 3 pizzas were made and eaten. The surprising part was that during dinner, Luna wasn't embarrassed about anything. Nothing showed on her face and they talked fine. She was definitely sweeter to him than before, though. He wondered if she just took making out lightly, but the conclusion Sophia came to was, "She's a sex fiend." "She is not. Where did that come from anyway? What are you looking at on the internet?" "That totally absurd." "It would be hot, but still." Dream just disregarded that comment and moved on. Not long after, night fell and everyone went to their rooms to sleep. Dream was in his big bed that had a couple of very comfortable sheets. As he gained stats, he started to become less affected by temperature change. It almost made him wonder if the AC in the house was ever necessary. But it also meant that he didn't have to worry about getting hot at night and could enjoy how soft everything was while bundled up, which is what he was currently doing. Dream had his headphones on listening to music while pondering about the future, like how he would level up and develop his weapons. Especially the weapons. He had no idea about any of the materials of this world, so there was much to be found out. It was about 3 hours after everyone went to bed when he got a notification from Sophia. "There's a guest at your door." "Who?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe someone who just wants more love." "I got it." Dream got up and opened the door after he heard a soft knock. Sure enough, Luna was standing outside. Dream didn't even need to say anything as he welcomed her in. This wasn't the first time she had come to him to help her sleep. Once he had the door closed, he spoke to her. "How's your night going?" "It's all right. I was just thinking about some things." So she wanted to talk. Dream guessed and went to the bed. Luna followed, and they both sat down, getting comfortable. As they sat down, Dream couldn't help but marvel at how truly beautiful she was. The light from outside shined down through the window against half of her face. The lit half of her hair glistened with a pearl white, while the dark half glowed with a blue hue. Her stunning face that's never been tainted by makeup was one of the most gorgeous he had ever seen. Her gray eyes looked straight at him. They truly were like pieces of jade. She also wore some simple pajamas that Dream summoned for her. It was basically a long shirt that went down past her waist, but it wasn't baggy. Dream gave it to her, saying it was just the pajamas that girls wore on his world. She liked it and started wearing it, and Dream was thrilled. She just looked way too sexy in that. Her perfect curves and a shirt that let him see most of it was the best for the eyes. After clearing his throat, Dream spoke up. "So what's up? Something on your mind?" "I was just thinking about what we're gonna do after we leave here. I've never been out of the forest, not to mention meeting other people. I just don't know how things are gonna go." So she's nervous about leaving. I kinda get it, though. Just imagine if you've only lived in the countryside all your life and suddenly get thrown into a nightclub. It would be scary. Things will most likely go well. With our power, we should be able to get by rather easily. I'm more concerned, actually, about getting our classes. Yeah, although Dad said it might not be too bad for us, it's different with your skill set. I've never heard of your weapons, and to get a class with them, I doubt there's much help you can get. Yay. It'll be interesting, though, to experience what this world has in store. How did the phone and music work out for you? I like it. The songs were cool, although some had words going too fast for me to understand. So you heard some rap, huh? Yay, those guys are rather impressive. It was never my favorite, but I still got some on there. I also noticed, though, that most songs were about love and relationships, and some talked about specific things. Oh, right, I know what you're talking about. That's just how most of them are. I kind of forgot about that. I'm just so used to it. Sorry about that. No, it's all right. It wasn't all that bad, just caught me off guard. There were still some I liked. That's good. Dream could notice red creeping up on Luna's face as she talked about those songs. It definitely would be a culture shock to be hearing some of the things being said. They sat there in awkward silence for a bit before he broke it. You want to lay down? Assuming you're sleeping here. Yes, sure. Thanks. She got a little embarrassed, but they both got under the covers and found a pillow. There was one thing different about this time than all the other times Luna has stayed the night, though. She didn't turn into a fox. This'll be an interesting night. Luna always turned into a fox and cuddled with Dream so he could pet her, but she didn't and obviously had other plans this time. You know, you usually come and cuddle with me as a fox. Do you want me to transform? Her mood noticeably dropped after she said that. She didn't transform for a reason, but of course Dream knew that. I didn't say that. Then. Come here, you cute lil thang. Oh, okay. Dream beckoned her to come over and she scooted into his arms. It was awkward at first and they needed some adjusting, but they eventually fell into place. She laid her head on his arm and he wrapped her up. Their legs intertwined so they could get even closer. Soon they were totally pressed up against each other. Hey, I know a really great song. It's a classic. A classic? Yeah, it basically means that it's kinda old, but everybody still loves it. Okay. I didn't bring my headphones, though. That's all right, hang on. Dream grabbed his phone and summoned wireless earphones instead of headphones. He gave one pair to Luna and one for himself. You just put them inside your ear, like this. Oh. Okay, got it. Good, I'll play the song. Dream then picked up his phone and scrolled to the perfect song for this mood. Elvis Presley, Can't Help Falling in Love. He pressed play and the song started. Dream got nice and comfortable with Luna. As the song played, he stroked her silky smooth hair. Her body relaxed little by little along with each comb of his fingers, until both of them were absolutely serene. The song kept playing and they kept getting immersed in it. It began to feel as if they connected through it. Dream could feel some of her love with his senses, and she could feel his through her innate ability. Both knew that their feelings were laid bare, but that only strengthened the emotion. They were so immersed with each other that they didn't even notice when the song ended. As they lay there in silence, they became more and more attuned to each other. They sensed more deeply the emotion of the other as the seconds ticked by. They first sensed each other with their ability, then the emotion started permeating into their mana as it freely passed between them, creating a bubble of mana. The emotions for one another soon became the only thing they could sense, and at some point, their souls began to communicate on a deep level. But as their souls began to affect each other, it alerted the attention of someone else. Chapter 17, Want You Both. Iris was in her bed but couldn't seem to sleep. She was thinking about Luna and Dream. How they were being all lovey-dovey with each other, not that it was obvious, but she knew Luna well enough to notice those subtleties. That and Iris had felt it. After me and Dad left the shed, they did something. I've never sensed that from Luna before. Iris felt the heat from her sister. It was distinct because neither of them has had that feeling before. And when Luna came out, she was happy. Not that she isn't a happy person, but that was different. She was also embarrassed when I asked about it. She tried brushing it off, and during dinner she was constantly glancing at Dream, talking all sweetly with him, just what got Luna so excited. Iris was racking her brain about the possibilities. They had never had experience with the matters of a man and woman other than what their dad taught them about. But hearing about it was way different than it was happening in front of them. But Luna was definitely getting closer to Dream. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but... What about me? I'm here, aren't I? Why is it only her that's getting attention from him? I mean, I know she's always going to him for petting or whatever, and I know I keep more distance. I just wouldn't mind something more, like what they're doing. That idiot, he was so bold when we first met. What happened? Iris would be lying if she said she wasn't jealous of their closeness. She just wasn't as straightforward as Luna with what she wanted. She may be fiery on the outside, but as she was Luna's opposite, she was quieter on the inside. She hoped Dream would see that and accept her too. I have the same feelings anyway. Our connection makes it so that we affect each other. It'll get complicated if we fight each other. Whatever. Maybe I can talk to Luna later. After Iris decided to put away matters of love, she closed her eyes and tried to sleep. This shouldn't be hard, if not for that fact that she noticed something. Luna. She's with Dream. Maybe she's going to get pet again. Iris didn't think much about it at first until she sensed the same emotions from earlier today. What were they doing? This is that same feeling, but it's stronger, way stronger. And it's not just my soul connection, I can even sense their mana. Their mana is bonding, seriously, what are they doing? And, wait. His soul, I can feel his soul, Luna. Iris started panicking after realizing that their soul connection was being tampered with. Whatever was going on, she felt it could be dangerous. She had never felt anything intrude upon the connection between her and Luna. Iris jumped out of bed and opened the door, where she was met with another face. Dad, you felt the mana too. Yes, but there's also something going on with our connection. I can sense it. Iris' face started to flush as she felt the emotion coming through over the connection. It was loving, trusting, and a little lustful, and it was very intense. She wasn't lying about feeling the same things as Luna. Their emotions were partially shared and they balanced each other out. But in the case where both of them felt the same thing, the feeling was strengthened. This was that situation. Your connection. What is your sister doing? Heretic walked down the hall to where waves of mana were coming from. He stopped in front of Dream's door. That boy, what the hell is he doing? Knock asterisk knock knock asterisk. Dream's Luna. What's going on, Heretic? Heretic knocked but no answer came. No choice then. He opened the door and walked into the room. When he passed the barrier that blurred senses, he was astonished. Why are you assimilating mana? Hey. Snap out of it. Oi, oi. Dream was fully entranced by the amazing feeling that came with feeling Luna. They could feel each other's happiness. It was pure bliss. But after a while, Dream sensed something else, or someone else to be exact. He could feel a bit of jealousy, but also a tinge of sadness, and he had a feeling he knew where it came from. Iris, she's jealous. Dream thought to himself, but he wasn't expecting to be heard. Dream. That's you. Luna, but... I think our minds are connected. This feeling, it's weird, but amazing. Of course it was. He felt it too. But before that... Hey, I can sense Iris. I knew you guys were connected, but this deeply. I can feel her emotion through you. We share emotion with each other. And yes, her feelings for you are almost the same as mine, although not as deep, but they are there. Are you okay with that? The last thing I want to do is cause a divide. I am, and so is she. We are considered one person with two minds. You don't need to worry about that. Just give her the love you're giving me. I will. If that is what you wish for. It is I really like you, or I think I love you, and I want us to stay together when we leave this place. I know you've only been here for a couple of months, but I don't want you to leave me when you go. I hope that's okay. It is, it's great actually. I'm happy that I'll get to have you by my side, though I can't believe someone as gorgeous as you would fall for someone like me. Why you saying such embarrassing things? And you're good looking, especially your body. I've never seen such strong muscles. He. Dream laughed in his head sheepishly. He did have an amazing body. Even before he came to this world, he was known for how shredded his muscles were. You could even see the muscle fibers rippling under the skin when he flexed. And his muscles weren't huge either from gaining the strength stat. They were instead compacted some, and it was truly a sight to behold. Dream and Luna continued to bond while their minds became connected. They couldn't sense anything going on outside. Luckily, there was still someone who could snap them out of it. Hey, you two, this can't go on for much longer. You guys also have company, and this could get dangerous. Who's that? Luna. Don't panic, that's my skill, Sophia. It looks like we took it a step too far, Luna. Why, maybe we did, but it was just so. Amazing, it definitely was. Dream finished it for her. He could almost sense her thinking, but before we separate... What is it? I really like and love you to zero. Dream confessed his love as he couldn't leave her hanging. Luna was surprised but tremendously happy. She thought he might not say it as they got sidetracked, but he did. However, they couldn't well up in emotion now. Dream spoke to Sophia privately. "Cut it, Sophia." "Okay, be prepared for some explaining." With one last comment, Sophia started sorting and separating the mana of the two. She then carefully cut the connection between souls that they developed. Once it was dropped, Dream and Luna both started waking up. Yeah. Dream and the family were sitting at the kitchen table. To say the least, it was super awkward. "So you guys don't know what happened? You just started assimilating mana." Riddick spoke to them. Dream and Luna were sitting across from him and Iris. "Well, it happened naturally as we were together. We were just listening to music, and at some point our mana mixed. I started to feel Luna's connection to Iris after some time, so that's probably how she got alerted. And you felt the mana." Dream: "Yes, I did. At first I thought you were working with a skill or one of your devices. But I felt Luna's mana mixed in and got confused. When I walked out, Iris was there panicking, and now I get it. There was a connection built between you two. Hell, I can still see the connection." "When exactly did you guys get so close?" Riddick. Riddick was baffled by what happened. He just couldn't get how they were able to feel each other so deeply. It's not like they had a kid. I really don't know, but it wasn't intentional. It's good that I had my skill, or else it would have gone farther." Dream: "That's the thing, boy. You don't know this, but souls have the inherent instinct to avoid anything that can affect it. This includes other souls. How your souls became so trusting of each other is beyond me. I had known something was between you two, but I didn't think it was so intense." Riddick. Riddick rubbed his temple in complicated thought. He wasn't at all naive about how close Dream and Luna had gotten. His senses were keen and he wasn't stupid. But it had gotten this bad? He's taking his daughter. What father wouldn't be conflicted? "You don't need to worry. The only people I'm worried about are you and Iris. I won't back down easily, but I respect you. I won't take anything away from you." Dream. "Usai Riddick." Riddick stayed silent as he watched the two across from him. Luna's face was still red as she hung her head down, and Dream sat there with his arms crossed. He had made his position clear. "When we finally leave this house to travel, we will meet many people and the girls won't be so naive anymore to society. When they meet others, they will finally make some friends and become socially experienced. If a day comes where we split, their decisions will be made on whether they will come with me, you, or someone else. Maybe even go alone. But we need to get out before anyone starts making promises. No offense, boy, but they might not fall for you after meeting some of the men out there. The ones I know in the mage community are very exceptional." "Oh, is that a challenge, old man?" Dream perked up after being pitted against other men. "Hess. You can see it as you wish, boy." "Ha, you haven't seen all of me yet, old man, and neither have they. I will lose to no man. Do you think my death and reincarnation was for nothing?" "Big talk. Hopefully you'll be able to back it up. Anyway, I won't press any more on this, but I hope both of you can keep it in check. Can you do that?" Riddick wasn't exactly keen on his daughter and new boyfriend making babies while he was around, so he asked if they could keep it in their pants. "We weren't gonna go that far." Luna. I saw exactly what was going on. It almost reminded me of when me and your mother first start. Riddick. "Okay, I got it, no more." Luna. Hell, Riddick. Riddick had fun teasing Luna and stood up. It was still the middle of the night, and they needed sleep. "All right, Luna, let's head to our own beds." Riddick. It's Luna. Luna, red as an apple, got up and walked out with her dad. Iris and Dream were left alone at the table. Nobody talked for a minute until she broke the silence. "You really love her that much?" Iris. "I think you know the answer to that." Iris nodded her head. They had felt it through the soul connection. She didn't know why she asked. Iris was looking down. She had a depressed aura that Dream could easily sense. He could tell that she was conflicted. "I know she loves you too. Since we have the connection, I can't exactly just split and leave, but I can leave you two alone. You won't have to worry, Abo." Iris. "You know, there was something that I failed to mention to your father a second ago. Ahem. You and Luna are two sides of a coin. I realized that when we connected. What I failed to tell your father is that I don't only plan to fight for one of you. What do you mean? I mean I'm a greedy person who doesn't want to give you up to some random SH muck from off the streets. Catch my drift. Iris didn't respond. She was trying to process what he said. Scarlet, you got a loading icon on your face. W8, you mean you want us both? Like? Yup, I like you both, so I want you both. But you can't. Yes, I can, who put a rule saying I can only take one. I want. You too, so I'm going to fight for you. Dream spelled it out for her very clearly, but she didn't seem to accept it, so he forced her hand. Do you not want me? I mean it would hurt, but I can respect it. No, that's not. It's just I can't do that to Luna. Ahem. Dream put on a serious face and stared right at her, smiling in his mind. Iris got nervous from the stare and turned her gaze away. What? You really are the shy one, aren't you? Wah, shut up, I am not. Ho, you Sue are. Come here. After messing with her, he stood up from his seat and walked over to her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. He put her into a nice bear hug, and after a little he faced her. Your sister and I already knew you would be like this. So she wanted me to tell you that it was okay. I mean, she's your sister, she would never push you away. And I would never be the one to separate you two. You got that? I'm okay. I understand. At Dream's firm declaration, Iris gave in and buried her face in his chest in happiness and embarrassment. She was sorry that Luna would have to share, but happy that her sister was okay with it. Dream was also overjoyed. Ha, you're so cute. Gimme a kiss, you beautiful thing. A kiss, I mean, IGMMPH. Dream interrupted and sealed her mouth with his. Chapter 18, Skydiving. Over the next week, Heretic had finished his preparations with the girls. They had a lot of food, and their belongings were ready to be packed. The only one who had been doing things all week was Dream. The first thing Dream did after that night was analyze the new connection that was made between him and Luna. He could actually break it, but didn't feel like it. Why should he? The connection went straight from his soul to hers, and they could now sense each other throughout the day. He could also communicate over this channel totally undetected and speak to her in secret. Not even Heretic could detect what was being said. Other than the connection, though, something else happened when they assimilated mana. My mana went down? Why? Where did all of it go? You should ask Luna. When I was splitting you guys apart, some of the mana was taken by her. But the connection you guys have allows the transfer of mana. You both should have around F+ magic now. Next time you shouldn't go assimilating like that if you want to keep all your mana. Well, it's not all that bad. I can request some, and it was also her that got it. I'm fine with that. Dream didn't mind much, but Luna was very apologetic when he told her. She didn't even realize that her mana had gone up until she looked. Either way, they could work together now. After he cleared that up, Dream started summoning things in advance for when they left. His first summon was a helicopter. He debated for a while on what kind to get, but eventually decided to get a civilian one with good cabin space and could fly far fast. One thing to note is that Dream didn't need to worry about fuel running out or maintenance. He could refuel by summoning fuel inside the gas tank, and he could repair the object with mana. All he had to have was enough mana. Unfortunately, the model that he wanted to get was too expensive. Well, all of them were too expensive. He wanted to get a VIP luxury helicopter that could reach speeds of up to 250 miles per hour. Unfortunately, it costed many times his entire mana pool. So Dream went to Heretic and requested mana. Sophia just had to channel the mana from him into the skill and get it, which they did. Dream prepared the landing and takeoff area and summoned the helicopter there. And when it was summoned, Dream couldn't wait to test it out. He had summoned it with a full tank and had called everyone to pile inside and see what it did. But there was a problem. Sophia, how do I fly this thing? You actually don't have to. Most of these things have autopilot, so I can tap in and fly how you want. Sweet, you're the best. So flying was no longer a problem. Everyone, find your seats. This device could be considered the best flying device for civilians in my world, and you guys get to ride it. This thing actually flies? How, Iris? Science. You want me to talk about it for 2 hours? Dream. And never mind, Iris. Okay then, just watch. With one final shout, Dream had Sophia start everything up. The rotors started spinning to life. The brush underneath the helicopter started swaying fiercely with the wind. In a matter of moments, they were lifting off. Whoa, this is so cool, Luna. Luna shouted out as they rose above the trees. All the green could be seen for miles around them. The helicopter stopped to allow them to take in the view. As Dream looked out of the windows, he suddenly got an awesome idea. But he didn't voice it out. He instead gave Sophia a command. Sophia, take us to 10,000 feet. Roger. Sophia spoke over the speakers of the helicopter. Very quickly, they rose in altitude. As they were rising and things started getting smaller, Riddick asked Dream. How high does this device go, boy? Riddick. It can go up to 20,000 feet high, but I'm only going to 10K feet to show you what it looks like from up there. It's really cool. It really is, Iris. Iris responded while totally engrossed. This was a whole new world for all of them, except maybe Riddick. Nobody could fly unless they were very powerful in this world, so practically nobody knew what things looked like from a bird's eye view. The helicopter rose and very soon reached 10,000 feet. The view from up there was astonishing. The trees made a sea of green all around them. The slopes of the land could be seen in all their glory. They were even above some clouds. This was when Luna and Iris discovered that clouds were fluffy pillow-like things instead of just a white patch in the sky. Dream let them take it all in, although he was doing the same. It's not every day you get to see a view like this. However, Dream still had his totally wild idea. This time, he finally voiced it out. Hey guys, you know there's a fun activity that some people on my world like to do. It's called skydiving. Can you guess what skydiving is? Dream looked at all of them with a wide grin on his face. After thinking about it for a second, the girls' faces paled and Riddick showed an astonished look. Boy, you couldn't mean that they jump out of these devices while all the way up here, right? Riddick. Ding, 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 you are absolutely correct. Dream. Not possible, your people don't even have mana. How do they fall from this high and still survive? More than that, who would ever be crazy enough to try it? Iris. Ha 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 ha, oh Iris, there is one thing that you have yet to learn about some of the people of my world. Dream. Dream looked at her with a fanatic look on his face. This fact was one that he was most proud of coming from his world. What is it? There are people called daredevils on my world, and it is these people who pit their lives to attempt the most dangerous and most outrageous acts ever seen. And they do it for the glory that comes with it should they survive. They are the ones who stare death in the face and flip them the bird. Sophia, get me some parachute gear. Coming right up. Dream spoke with absolute fervor. His arms were wide as if announcing to the world how amazing some of the people on his world were. It was pride that made him speak of the great feats of strength, bravery, and stupidity that some people accomplished. After requesting, a parachute pack and goggles appeared in his hands. Dream spoke to the family while putting the pack on. Skydiving is actually one of the more safe stunts. Many people do this for fun. There are some, though, that will jump from heights double or even triple our height. The thing I'm putting on is the thing that will allow me to float in the air. Like a leaf, I will slowly drift down until I hit the ground. Dream, you can't be serious about jumping out of this device, right? Or have you done this before? Iris. I've actually only done this once. The first time people try this, they are attached to a person who is experienced. So this will be the first time I'm doing it alone. In fact, does anyone want to join me? Dream looked at them when he was finished putting on the pack and asked. He would be able to strap someone to him if they wanted. I will, Luna. Actually, I'm quite interested as well, Riddick. Oh, looks like they both want to go. All right, I can only take one strap to myself. but I can get you a pack, old man, and you can go yourself. Unless Iris also wants to go with you. This is totally crazy, but I guess I can try. Sweet. Let's get strapped up. Dream didn't let her think any more and started getting everyone strapped up. He and Riddick had the parachutes while Luna and Iris were hooked onto them respectively. Everyone put on goggles and were ready to go. Luna and Iris were actually a bit red after they got strapped up. The harness had to keep them safe, and straps were pulled up in between their legs and around their bodies. It wouldn't have been so bad if it wasn't Dream doing the pulling, though. He had wanted to be gentler, but you can't have slack with the harnesses or it could hurt you when you were yanked. Dream also explained how things worked to Riddick. All he needed to do was pull a cord when Dream did. Until then, they would stick together while in free fall. Once everyone was ready, Dream ordered Sophia. "All right, Sophia, open the hatch." "Have fun." The side door of the helicopter opened up and the wind started blowing everywhere. The sound of the blades roared in their ears. "All right, old man, just follow my lead. Sit down first and scoot your legs to the edge." Dream sat down with Luna in front of him and started scooting until their legs were hanging off. Riddick did the same right next to him. Now, after seeing how high up they were without the security of the door, a certain someone started getting cold feet. "No, this is not okay. I want to stay in the helicopter." Iris. "Hell no. You committed earlier. There's no going back now. Don't worry, you'll love it soon enough. Don't let her quit now, old man." "I won't, boy." "No." Iris screamed out in regret. It seemed Riddick was more of a thrill-seeker than he thought. "Okay. Push yourself off on my count. Ready, Luna?" "Ready." Luna gave her answer, although she was still a little scared. The only reason she was doing this was because she was strapped to Dream. "All right, 3, 2, 1, jump." Scream. And with the scream of a little girl, they all jumped off. Dream was actually holding onto Riddick's pack while they jumped. It was so they didn't get separated. He also collected the helicopter into storage. "Whoo, ha-ha-ha, Dream." They all were in free fall, and everyone was as excited as they possibly could be. Luna had a wide smile as she laughed. Iris was still screaming but had a smile on her face. Even Riddick was grinning and laughing from how fun it was. But they wouldn't be in free fall forever. Dream pulled Riddick close as he yelled to him. "We will need to separate when we pull the cords. You won't fall where you want, but it's okay. Just sail without worrying about the landing. I'll be coming to find you guys after we land." "Got it. All right." Riddick gave his acknowledgement. Dream then shoved them away to not run into each other. When they were far enough apart, Dream nodded to Riddick and pulled the cord. He and Luna got yanked from the force while they caught wind, and right when Dream pulled, so did Riddick. The same happened to them. Everything worked perfectly and they were now sailing freely. Everything was much calmer. Riddick had eventually started sailing off somewhere else as he couldn't guide the chute, but it wasn't an issue. Meanwhile, Dream just enjoyed the sailing. They weren't free-falling anymore, so it wasn't loud. He could speak casually now. "So, how was it?" He asked Luna what she thought when things finally quieted down. She still had a smile on her face. "Giggle, it was fun. I've never done anything so exciting. My heart really got going." "Haha, I know, right?" Dream agreed and settled the parachute. He then pointed Luna's eyes to the horizon. When Luna looked, she was speechless. Dream had timed the skydive for when the sun was setting. He figured that since they were so high up, it would be the best time to watch the sunset. Sure enough, Luna was stunned by the beautiful pink clouds over the horizon. The colors of red, orange, and violet created waves in the sky. Neither of them said anything as they didn't need to. Both of them felt entranced by such a beautiful view and couldn't tear their eyes away. Unfortunately, the parachuting only lasted a short 6 minutes before they reached the trees. Both of them covered up as they ran into the branches. Crash, rustle. "Ouch. Damn thing poked me." Dream. "Ah, it scratched me." Luna. Both of them voiced complaints as they got tangled in the branches. After tumbling for a bit, they came to a stop and got hung from a branch a couple dozen meters in the air. Dream began working on getting them out. Luna, hold my arm. Okay. Luna grabbed Dream's hand tightly. Dream went over to the clip that connected her vest to his. Click asterisk. The harness was released from his vest and Luna fell. They tightened their grips on each other and Luna hung over the forest floor by his hand. Dream spoke once more. You're agile, right? Yup. All right. I'll swing you to a branch, hup. Dream started swinging her back and forth until he got her close to a nearby branch to grab. She grabbed the branch and let go of his arm. After climbing onto it, she looked to him to see how he planned to get down. Hang on. Just gotta get the release. Dream reached up and grabbed a strap tangled in the tree. He then unclicked his vest to release himself and climbed up the strap until he got to a branch. Dream climbed over to Luna. All right, we can just go down and start looking for the MMPHH. Luna didn't pay any attention to the fact that they were on top of a tree and started kissing Dream. He got surprised, but figured that he did a good enough job with the sunset to warrant this. They enjoyed each other for a bit before beginning their search for the others. Chapter 19, Billion-Dollar Equipment. Dream had used the helicopter to find Heretic and Iris. They all headed back home and landed. Once they were back, everyone went inside the house while Dream stored the helicopter. It was time for dinner. So Iris, how did you like it? He asked her and she turned to him with a glare. You idiot, how could you force me to still go? I knew you were just being scared. You would have regretted it if you didn't, and you know I'm right. Whatever, but that doesn't mean what you did was excusable. Yes, I'm the bad guy. Old man, is that device good enough to fly us wherever we need to go? Don't ignore me, Iris. Yes, it is, boy. How long can it fly? However long we want. It will get us anywhere pretty fast as long as we don't need to cross a continent. How far is the nearest checkpoint? We would need to walk for a couple weeks to get to a village. I plan to forage our way there, but it looks like we can get there in a day thanks to you. A couple weeks? How secluded are we? Dream got astonished by how separated they were from any form of civilization. 2 weeks of all of them walking was not a short distance. Would he be able to cross it in a day with his chopper? All right, well, I'll need more mana from you later, so just stay topped off, old man. I'm not just a mana bank for you to draw whatever you want from, boy. Dream ignored him and went inside. The retrieval took a couple hours and it was past dark. They needed to eat dinner. Ugh. The next day, Dream had Heretic summon some cars. He summoned a supply wagon, a jeep, an SUV, and of course, a sports car. They obviously cost a massive amount, and Heretic went through a good chunk of his mana. So he waited until the next day to do anything after that. He also couldn't really drive them because there was forest all around, but they would come in handy for when he couldn't fly. After that was tactical gear. Dream would need things for fighting people, and he couldn't be summoning things on the fly all the time. Dream got plenty of grenades and plastic explosives. They would handle heavy-duty targets well. Then he needed night vision and thermal vision. Those would help during the night. He also got a drone with a hyperspectral camera. He would have Sophia control the drone to keep track of anything around him. The camera would also allow them to see absolutely everything on the electromagnetic spectrum, so they couldn't get snuck up on. Next would be body armor. Since he had the mana pool known as Heretic, Dream could splurge on proper body armor. Last time he only got riot gear because it was cheap and worked. Now he would be venturing into unknown lands, so he needed protection. Sophia had come to know of some experimental body armor that was being created in a top-secret weapons development site on Earth. The hardware for the suit had been made, but they were having trouble with the software, which was why it hadn't replaced the standard bodysuit in the military yet. The age Dream had come from was one at the dawn of Iron Man-level technology. All this time he had been keeping things cheap because he had hardly enough mana, but now it was time to get high-tech stuff. Sophia, I'm guessing you're able to handle the software on the suit. Yup, it might take a little bit for the device to rewrite itself, but I will make sure everything goes right. Good. Old man, I need mana. Dream called Riddick over and the old man grumbled. Unfortunately, this suit would take another chunk of his mana, so Dream could only apologize. After a lot of mana channeling and complaining, Sophia finally got the suit. It was laid down on the floor in front of Dream. Now all he needed to do was let Sophia rewrite the code and they would be good. The suit looked badass too. It was a matte black color, but not from paint. The body was built from graphene nanostructures. It provided tensile strength several times that of steel or titanium. All the pieces were held together by either magnetics or servos. The suit would open up to accept its user and close on top of him. The suit looked like a cross between Halo and Iron Man suits. It had many sensors, and the field of view under the helmet was apparently fantastic. It was also meant to be worn with carrier vests for ammo and such, but Dream didn't need that. He just needed the armor. It took over an hour for the software to finish testing, and when it was done, the suit stood itself up for Dream. Okay. The suit is ready to go. The software is developed by yours truly and to best accommodate your needs. Try it on. Sophia let Dream know and he went over to try on the suit. He went up to the suit and then turned around to step back into it. The suit wrapped around his limbs to lock him in. Right as the helmet covered his face, a HUD came up and showed him his surroundings. He could see everything perfectly. Ooh, this is cool. I've only ever seen these suits. Never been in one, not to mention something still experimental. I should try out its durability. Hey Luna, come hit me. Dream called Luna over to help him. Dream, you want me to hit you? Yup. Just punch me in the chest with all your strength. That's okay. Luna wasn't sure about it, but she still did it. She walked up to him and threw a perfect and square punch. Dream, on the other hand, wasn't actually planning to just take a hit. He threw his arm up to block the punch. When the fist landed on his arm, the suit didn't bend under the pressure. Instead, the impact technology in the suit kicked in and pulled the nearby molecules to the impact site to absorb the pressure better. Thud. Oh, that hurts. Luna shouted out in pain. As the suit compressed the material by her fist, it naturally meant that it was more sturdy. You can't compare the sturdiness of Earth's best composite with flesh and bone. Nice. This suit is much better than expected. I guess it is meant to absorb shots from electromagnetic weapons. The impact technology is really good. Excess pressure is spread to the rest of the suit. Hey Luna, wanna spar? No. I can't even deliver a hit, let alone take one. You're so mean. Hee, that reminds me, Sophia, how hard can this thing hit? Is there anything in the fists? Yes, there is. The fist is just as dense as the rest of the body. The suit actually uses a system of movable magnetic weights to either add weight for increased momentum in your movements, or to counterbalance any hits you take. That's why you didn't go flying from Luna's punch, even though you weren't planted. If you look down, you'll see some of the weights floating above the surface of the suit. Dream did so and indeed saw some various shaped weights hovering over different parts of the body. They were able to levitate because of the magnetics in the suit, and they would clamp down when needed. This thing was so high-tech, Dream had to bring up a question. Hey Sophia, what were the development costs for this suit? This suit was only one part of a project. The whole project, though, had tens of billions poured into it over a decade. That's a lot of money. Isn't that like a dozen% of the US military budget? Yup. Whistle asterisk. Dream was feeling a little weird about being able to summon a several billion-dollar suit. But all's well that ends well. There's also some melee weapons inside the suit that you can use. Oh, what are they? There are ejectable blades in the arms, elbows, and feet. There are various magnets around the body that can hold onto guns like the back, chest, and legs. Knife sheaths are located on the arms, shoulders, and around the waist. There's knife sheaths, but aren't there already arm blades? Sometimes you need a more artistic approach to cutting something or someone, which can only be done with a knife instead of an arm blade. That's not scary at all, but I guess so. Anything else I should know about? As most of the body can conduct electricity, you can superheat various parts, mainly for the hands to melt metal if needed. It also has tools for tapping into electronics, but you won't need that here. Last thing, it can compact and store itself on your body for quick access. Nice. Do that. Dream gave the command, and the suit started retracting from his body. It flattened itself into an exoskeleton figure along the back of his limbs, while the extra weights stored themselves on his back. The helmet did the same and compressed itself on the back of his head. The suit clung close to his body and moved flawlessly with him as he walked. This suit really is perfect. It can hide under my clothes fine too. It was meant for special forces, so it's rather concealable. They planned to give it invisibility, but they hadn't gotten there yet. Not that I would need it either. Sweet. Unfortunately, the old man is drained of mana, so we can't do anything else today. I guess I'll get used to having this thing on. Dream went inside with Luna after showing off his cool suit. They didn't do anything else that day. The next day, Dream summoned weapons. This was for him, but also for the girls. Since Heretic had recovered his mana, they were going for electromagnetic weapons. These were much more expensive than regular gunpowder weapons, even when considering ammo. Well, it wasn't really ammo. The guns needed lots of electricity, so the ammo consisted of a battery and the projectiles to launch. At the age Earth is at, liquid batteries are no more. Solid-state batteries are used everywhere. They can store much more energy, charge faster, and also discharge much more at once. And since the M guns needed magnets, they were only available in rifle form. Assault rifles and snipers. No pistols because they're too small. So Dream summoned some rifles and one high-powered sniper. He stored them all, and he would give the guns to the girls when they traveled. He had also wanted to give Luna and Iris the armor suit he had, but their fox forms were what they used to fight since they hadn't gotten used to their human forms to fight. Iris was also a melee fighter and couldn't have anything in the way. And while Luna could fight close range, she preferred the support role. Either way, when they were both actually fighting, they wouldn't be using a suit like that. And Earth didn't really make armor for magical fox girls, so there was nothing Dream could do. He might still get it, though, for everyday protection, just in case. Since they couldn't use it, he kept going over any weapons he wanted. It was difficult to think of things he might need, because he didn't know what would happen in the future. So he just made sure to get plenty of ammo so he would never accidentally run out. Dream settled his weapons and made sure there was nothing else. If he needed something later, then he would get it then. For the next 2 days, Dream began wrapping things up. He kept summoning large amounts of consumables to stay stocked, but other than that, everyone just wanted to enjoy their last days at the house. Everyone lived lavishly, eating whatever whenever. They didn't bother going hunting or training because they would be doing enough of that soon. Music was played and people teased each other. Well, more like teased Iris. There was also one more thing that Dream wanted to try. Hey, old man. Boy, don't you come spending all my mana again. Ha ha ha, no, not that. How effective is alcohol in this world? Is it mixed with mana to make it stronger, or does this world have some crazy brewing techniques? Alcohol's Heretic thought about it for a second before replying. There are alcohols that are mixed with mana to amplify the effects like a poison, but it's only in light amounts. People don't like not being able to control themselves because you can never be too safe. On the other hand, this world does have its fair share of different brews. How strong are they? Depends on what you are drinking. Keep in mind that people learn to control their mana and bodies. This allows them to revert to being somewhat powerless whenever they want by inhibiting their mana. And the base body can't take much alcohol, so we don't go around drinking pure alcohol. Okay, so not that much different from my world. Why do you ask? I want to have some fun before we leave, just a fun night. We can all taste some of the delicacies of my world. Plus, you should teach your daughters how to handle themselves with this stuff. Boy, you're just as young as them, and you know how to handle yourself. Hee. I've had my fair share of crazy nights, old man, and in my world, if you didn't watch how much you drank, there was no going back. Believe me when I say that we got messed up. Not to mention, we had much more than just alcohol. I didn't use them, but the drugs on my world were really what hit hard. Ahem. All right, I guess I have no choice but to believe you. And maybe my daughters really should learn how to handle themselves. Neither you nor I want them stranded in a pub at night. So how about this, when sunset hits, we'll eat and I'll bring out various alcohols. Sound good? Very well, boy. I'm quite interested in what you have in store. Oh. Are you a drinker, old man? I hope you're not a lightweight. Pewee asterisk, don't insult me, boy. I can drink more alcohol than you can water. I hope your world's brewmasters can impress me. I'm not looking for some cheap shit. That's heavy. You don't need to worry about that. Has anything else I've brought out disappoint you yet? You'll see. Chapter 20, Alcohol. When sunset finally hit, Dream started pulling out alcohols. Tequila, vodka, beer, champagne, whiskey, margarita mixes, and wine. All the main categories were there. Dream got recommendations from Sophia for the 5 best in each category, and soon, nearly 50 bottles were on the table. He set out a wine glass, a mug, and a shot glass for each person. As Iris and Luna saw him, they got interested in what he was doing. Dream, what's all those bottles for? Luna. These bottles hold all the different types of alcohol from my world. Me and your dad are going to be drinking some, and you guys are going to join us. Us, why would our dad let us drink alcohol? Iris. I told him that you guys need to learn to handle yourselves while you're still around people you can trust. We don't want you two getting shit-faced in a pub one night and getting taken advantage of because you don't know what to do. Huh, you think we can't handle ourselves? It's just alcohol. We would never let anyone do what they want to us just because we drank some. Iris. As expected from Scarlet, such naivety, so cute. Dream. Excuse me, I know plenty. This alcohol can't do anything to me anyway. Iris. Then you won't have any problems drinking with us tonight. I thought of this mainly to have a little fun before we leave. Letting you guys experience it at least once is just 2 birds with 1 stone. Dream. Dream finished setting things up while talking. At this time, Riddick walked into the kitchen. You got everything, boy. Yes, sir, let's eat first. Can't drink on an empty stomach. Why not, Luna? 'Cause you'll get messed up faster. Dream. Dream pulled out the dinner he made earlier and everyone ate. I saw all the bottles. Are those all the kinds of alcohol your world has? Riddick. Not even close. There's 7 or 8 main types that everyone drinks, and I summoned 5 from each type, only the most popular and tasteful. If you don't find these satisfactory, I can only wonder what kind of godly brewmasters you have here. I look forward to it, Luna, Iris, Riddick. Yes. Yeah. Don't go too crazy, Riddick. Iris. I'll try, Luna. Dinner ended quickly and it was time to get started. Dream gave everyone their glasses. There's different cups for different drinks. Some you drink straight out of the bottle. It depends. Anyway, we'll start with the light stuff first. Beer is definitely the most popular drink, but most of the time it isn't strong. It's usually drunk in large amounts, and this is the one you drink out of the bottle. Here you go. Dream handed everyone a bottle of beer. It was already popped open, and Riddick was the first to taste it. An interesting taste, and what's this bubbling? It's called carbonation. Just some air bubbles infused into the drink. They go away eventually. Riddick kept drinking, pleased with the beer. The girls, on the other hand, had a different opinion. This isn't very good. Luna. Pewee, this is nasty. How do you drink a lot of this stuff? It's like bubbly liquid. Bread, Iris. Neither of them were pleased with beer. Honestly, it wasn't Dream's favorite either. It's an acquired taste. I didn't expect you guys to like it. Finish it, though. Dream. He knew they wouldn't care for it, but that's actually not why he gave them some. What happens when you drink carbonated drinks? Burr up, Riddick. Ha ha ha, nice one, old man. Dream. And soon after, burp burp. Hey, Luna. I don't like that. Iris. Had a hossa. Both Dream and Riddick started laughing their butts off. Dream because Luna's embarrassed face was super cute. Riddick because he never thought that sound would come from his girls' mouths. They moved on to the next drink after Iris got pissed off and threw the bottle. The next one they tried was wine. This is wine. It's poured in this glass. They're made both strong and light. These aren't so strong, so we'll have them. Everyone had a glass of wine while Riddick actually drank a whole bottle. He smiled at Dream as if he was superior. What you want, old man? Trying to challenge me? That can wait until we get to the stronger drinks. Heth, I'd like you to try, boy. Dream went through champagne and then mixed some margaritas. The girls liked the margaritas because they had more taste to it. Riddick also liked it as he had never had such tasteful alcohol before. They all tried a glass and sometimes 3, until Dream came out with some bigger hitters. These have much more alcohol. At least triple. This is vodka, whiskey, and tequila. It is also the drinks that we use these glasses with. Dream pointed to the shot glass and the small cup for tequila and whiskey. Riddick wasn't impressed. You really use these tiny things? I guess I expected too much. It's normal for my world. They're called shots. You pour a glass full and then drink it really quickly. Because it has much more alcohol, most people couldn't handle the taste, but they still drank it to get them messed up. If the girls were on my world, they might be able to do 3 or 4 before getting drunk. Interesting. But we aren't doing that here. At least you and I aren't. I'll have the girls do some shots, though. Dream slid a bottle of tequila over to Riddick. He then poured a couple of shots for the girls. He did one to demonstrate. You see this? You dump it to the back of your throat and swallow all at once. Try it. The girls grabbed the glass in front of them and tried what Dream did. Just not as well, they basically just poured it into their mouth. Blay, cough, cough, this is horrible. Asterisk cough, Iris. Hey, Luna. Iris started coughing as it tasted horrible, and Luna was shaking her head trying to handle it. Hey, old man, you ready? Anytime, boy. Dream picked up his bottle and Riddick did the same. They twisted off the cap and reached over to clank their bottles. Clank. Cheers. Cheers. They knocked it back and started drinking. Gulp, 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 slam asterisk. Both of them put down the bottle at the same time. WHOO, that's hard stuff. Ah, this really is strong. Boy, I have to say, your world is already impressive. Haha, of course. Drinking is an adult's favorite pastime, and a teenager's most rebellious activity. Rebellious? Yup, in our world, you have to reach a certain age to drink, otherwise it's illegal. But a lot of teenagers still drink at parties or in secret. Dream and Riddick started chatting while the girls were looking at them, mouths agape. Hey, I only tried one tiny glass of that stuff and I was coughing. Why are you guys okay after drinking all that? Iris. The 2 men looked over at the newbie with smug faces. Hee, look, I think even with Mana she would still be a lightweight. Dream. Ha-ha-ha, Riddick. Shut up, don't laugh at me, Iris. Iris tried reprimanding her dad for laughing at her with a red face. Iris, they both have probably drunk a lot of alcohol before. Dream said it's an acquired taste. Luna. I don't care. This stuff is nasty anyway. Only the margarita was good. Dream had made a lot of margaritas as they tasted better, so the girls just sipped those. Meanwhile, the men were over to the side competing. Old man, you dare try a glass of Fireball. Fireball, is it strong? Maybe not strong, but it sure gives a kick. Here. Dream brought a whiskey glass over and poured out some cinnamon Fireball. He hated the drink because of the cinnamon, but maybe Riddick would like it. He slid the drink over and Riddick drank it. The next moment. Cough, 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 cough. Happy. He started coughing and Dream started giggling with an evil look on his face. What's wrong? Is it too strong for you? Pewee asterisk, that's not strong. But what in the hell is that taste? That burn was horrible. This is a disgrace to alcohol. Ha, it's made with cinnamon. That's what causes the burning. Fireball is a popular drink for crazy people. I hate it too, so I guess I won't fault you. Girls, you want to try. He looked at the girls. No, if even Dad can't handle it, what makes you think I can? Iris. Iris yelled at him for even suggesting it. Luna was more adventurous, though. I guess I'll try it. Oh, here, take a glass. Dream poured her half a glass and set it in front of her. Luna picked it up and sniffed it before taking a sip. It's not too bad. It burns a little, but at least it covers up the alcohol taste. Dream and Riddick looked at her with complicated faces. Old man, are you sure your daughter is normal? Not if she can drink that and be fine. I am perfectly normal. What's so bad about it? Luna got embarrassed from being teased. Meanwhile, the boys didn't want to think much about why she liked it. Dream kept going through and pouring different alcohols. The girls eventually just stayed with the tastier stuff, while the guys went with the whiskey and tequila. Dream's favorite is actually tequila. He would drink a lot of that stuff back on Earth. But Riddick came to like bourbon the best, a type of whiskey. They kept drinking and got buzzed. Everyone would start hysterically laughing over stupid things and doing some funny stuff. Eventually, Dream brought out one last one. This is moonshine. It has lots of alcohol, but you don't taste it. Try some. He handed out jars after over-enthusiastically introducing it. Everyone opened it up and drank some. Woo-woo, you really don't taste much. This is good. Iris. Impossible, Luna. It tastes like the margaritas, just less fruity. How much alcohol is in here? Riddick. Riddick asked after discovering Dream was right. Easily very strong, maybe more. It's actually really illegal in a lot of countries because it's easy to make, or something like that. Strange but understandable explanations came from Dream's mouth. Riddick nodded his head in understanding and drank some more. By this time, the girls had already got drunk off of the margaritas, but the moonshine really sealed the deal. Dream, Luna. What dream? I luvi yao Luna. You shouldn't say that in front of the old man. He might yell about how old he is. Dream. I'm not old, punk. I'm experienced. Riddick. Dad is old. Iris. Not old, Riddick. Gimme a kiss, Dream. Luna. If you're gonna kiss anyone, kiss your daddy. Riddick. You. Don't say that. You're too old for that. Dream. Say what, Iris? Daddy, it was a very sexualized word on my world. Luna can call me Daddy. Dream. Daddy, Dream, Iris. No, never mind. I take it back, Dream. Why, Iris? They talked about very random things. It was a couple hours into the night when they decided to stop. All right, burp now, we need to clean out the poison. Riddick. It's not poison, Iris. Luna, Dream. Hugs, Luna. What's cooler than being cool? Ice cold, Luna. I can't hear ya. I said what's cooler than being cool? Dream. Ice cold, Luna. All right, Dream. Shut up, Riddick. Riddick stopped them and had everyone start filtering their bodies. Mana was able to restore the body to its original condition, and alcohol was not part of that. After 10 minutes or so, everyone was back to normal. Riddick then sent the girls to bed because it was actually close to morning. When they were gone, it was just the two men at the table. Dream brought out some water for both of them. Mana wouldn't rehydrate them. Riddick took a sip and asked a question. How are your preparations, boy? I think I'm all good. Transportation, gear, food, got it all. All right, then we can head out soon. I was thinking we could leave after tomorrow. We can have one more day in the house. That sounds good. I was going to let you know some of the plans I have in mind. Dream nodded to him. This was important for their journey. Chapter 21, Last Day. Dream and Riddick discussed plans at the table. You said something about going to the Enchanted Mountain. Yes. It was so you could do research for your weapon. Honestly, I would prefer for you to use a blade or become a mage. Your skill that has intelligence would allow you to dominate those in your class, maybe even above. but I understand the perks of those weapons as well. Fast, powerful, and you can shoot a lot. Like an archer, but maybe better. Either way, I know some people there that can help you, and it would be a good place to start for the girls. Indeed, though there is something you might be misunderstanding about me. Oh, do tell. I don't only plan to stick with shooting. I plan to learn about all fields. Riddick looked at Dream with a confused face. Why? You can only get strong if you focus your attention on one type of combat. Splitting your attention can hurt your future growth. I disagree. I think the only way to get strong is to learn everything. Mages and archers are great in ranged combat. Melee types are the opposite. If you find someone who can do all three, they will have no weaknesses. That's why you have teams. You find companions to cover your weaknesses in combat, and I say you already have a good team right now. Iris is close combat, Luna is the healer and support, you are ranged. So why do you need to learn more? You can just stick to perfecting your shooting. That's the problem. I think you forget that my shooting skill is already maxed out. Plus, there are no profound arts to the ways of firing a straight bullet. Another reason is because I wish to incorporate everything around my shooting. I need to learn magic so I can create better bullets and guns. And I need to learn blade fighting so I can protect myself up close and move my body better. Then are you sure you're able to? I don't want you ruining your future because your ambitions were too big. I can and I will. I already died once because of hopelessness. This time I have a chance. That, and I also have my title. Don't forget that I gain proficiency 5 times faster. Isn't that 100 years of training in 20 years? Say, I forgot about that monstrous title. All right, boy. I won't convince you otherwise. The mountain will be our first objective. Okay, I just need to know where to go. You have a map. I do here. Riddick summoned out a map and laid it on the table. It had the forest and the surrounding area on it. Sophia. Already got it. Dream nodded at her. I got it, although there's no sense of direction here, so I hope you know which way. Of course I do. We'll be fine. I'll also let you see this. Riddick took out another map, except this one was much bigger. He unraveled it onto the table. This is the map of the world. 3 continents, 4 human empires, 3 humanoid. Dream studied the map. The human continent was a wide oval shape. The 4 human kingdoms were arranged with large distances between them. The enchanted mountain was near the top where a mountain range was. The mercenary kingdom was near the southeast corner of the oval. This was also where the land bridge to another continent was. The spire was almost in the middle of the continent, while the sword school was to the right by the coast. And around those empires there were many other kingdoms, much smaller in size, but more plentiful. Do the 4 empires like to dominate the area around them? Yes, it's mainly for all the hunting grounds or dungeons. They don't like to give those up and prohibit any kingdoms from intruding. Wait, you said dungeons. What are those? Dungeons are pockets of space that hold monsters. There are some that appear and disappear, but others will not. They're regulated and only people with the designated level can enter them. Towns are often built around them as people like to make money off of the materials from monsters. This includes mana stones. Well, that's an important bit of information. What can mana stones be used for? Crafting mainly and sometimes spellcasting. Crafters use them for many different things, but mages can use them as a catalyst for spells. Very cool. There's a lot I need to learn, but that won't happen today. Indeed. Well, we will be heading to a village tomorrow. Our forest is located below the enchanted mountain. This area has nobody ruling over it. The village is actually on the outskirts of a nearby kingdom run by a 3rd-class mage. Interesting. Will we head to the kingdom's capital? Yes, it's on the way. All right, then any final preparations will be made tomorrow. Dream got up with Riddick after ending their chat to go to bed. Today was their last day at the house. The girls were rather anxious as they had never stepped outside the forest. They were trying to find things to do, but ended up doing nothing just thinking about it. Dream, on the other hand, was in his room. He was laying on his bed with something in his hands. I was dropped here by someone who could save me and move me across worlds, and this letter is my lease on life. Someone who gave you your abilities too. Don't forget that remark on your title. Apparently the system is an enemy of sorts. Either way, the answers will come after you gain strength. Dream pondered the future while holding the letter he got when he first came here. Turns out it doesn't wrinkle. Knock asterisk knock asterisk. Someone knocked at the door. Dream could guess who it was. It's open. Click asterisk. Hi. Hi, Luna. Luna walked into the room and shut the door behind her. She had her headphones around her neck and was dressed in some of the clothes he got her. Specifically, yoga pants and a cotton shirt. Dream stared at her for a second. Something wrong? Luna. I should get you clothes that you don't look so sexy in. Why? Because the men of this world won't know how to control themselves in front of such a delicious booty. D-delicious, that's an odd word to use. I'll get you something. Until then, get that delicious booty over here. Giggle asterisk. Luna chuckled and walked over, setting herself down right next to Dream and started cuddling. What's that letter? I found this next to me when I was first dropped here. The writing on it sure is amazing. Luna admired the writing as she read it. When she was done, Dream put it back in his inventory. So the person who brought you here gave you that letter? I think so, no other explanation, asterisk sigh. Dream took a deep breath and moved closer to Luna for comfort. Are you anxious about leaving? Yeah, but I'm also excited. Meeting new people and we can fight new monsters. Everything will be new. Dad has told us many things, but I can't wait to finally see them. That's good. I'm also interested to see what this world has to offer. Dream really was excited about finally exploring this fantasy world. He would get to see new people, gain new knowledge, and he was prepared for anything. They both stayed like that for a little while. Although she said otherwise, Dream could feel how nervous Luna was. It made sense, though. She may never come back to this place again. The home she stayed in since she was a child with her sister and dad. It was comfortable, safe. She knew she had to leave and wanted to as well, but it was difficult. They didn't need to talk to hear each other. He just held her, letting her know that he was there. After almost half an hour, Dream broke the silence. The only thing that's gonna suck is not having toilets. Luna thought about it for a second and realized he was right. It isn't something you really think about, but it was definitely important. I don't want to go anymore. He laughed at her comment. He could probably figure something out for that, but things wouldn't be as luxurious as they are now. He was interrupted by someone, though. You could get a compact mini-house and just summon it out whenever you need to camp. That and there are portable toilets. Oh, you're a genius. Dream just kept Sophia's idea to himself, though. He could surprise them later. Dream and Luna both stayed together for a while because what could be more comfortable? Eventually, things got a little more heated and they made out. It was something they would do whenever they could. It was difficult, though, as Heretic didn't like her in his room. They enjoyed each other while they could until they were called. Everyone come to the living room. Heretic. Heretic called them all out to the room. He probably wanted to discuss tomorrow. Dream and Luna both got up and walked outside. They were met with iris glare. What's wrong, Scarlet? Shut up, you know what? Dream chuckled and just sat down. Luna followed suit. All right, I explained it to you, boy, but not the girls. So here's our general plan. Heretic started explaining to them what he planned to do. Going to the Enchanted Mountain, researching items, and whatever else they could do. It's mainly for the boy that we're going, and when he gets what he needs to, I plan on moving to the Spire. 1, so you guys can go training at the leveling grounds all around it. 2, so I can get back to my own training. I've been gone for nearly 20 years and I'm not getting any younger. Any questions? Heretic. I assume we will be able to train in magic at the Spire. There's probably a school, right? Dream. There is. If you all are interested, we can get you signed up. It'll be easy for you all to get in because of me, but I still want you to go through the entry exam. Don't ask me what it is. You'll find out when you get there. Riddick. An entry exam, huh? Do you know what it could be? Dream threw the question at Sophia. It might be anything from weaving spells to mana control. Maybe sensing mana. The ways of magic in this world are still pretty unknown. They are. I should just start working on controlling and sensing mana myself. Although I have you, I at least want to understand the concept behind everything. I understand, but also keep in mind I am your skill. I consumed the awareness ability and have the senses. I just use it on your behalf. You have absolute control and access to what I have. Don't be afraid to use it. Sophia spoke with reassurance, and she was right. She technically is Dream's skill. It's not like she's going anywhere. Why shouldn't he use his skill just because it's in a different form? Thanks, Sophia. Of course. After talking to her, Dream focused back on the topic at hand. I won't be long at the mountain. I just need information. Plus, I'm eager to start fighting. Does the mountain have any hunting grounds? There are most likely several. I haven't been there in a long time, though, so I'm not sure. All right, well, let's just focus on the village and capital first. Indeed, girls, start getting things organized and packed. We leave tomorrow after breakfast. Riddick got up and walked away after reminding them. Dream had actually given them suitcases so they could easily pack their stuff. He would then just store it himself, as it was all things he summoned. The girls went to their rooms because now they had something to do. Dream, on the other hand, went to his workshop to store everything. Most of the stuff inside the workshop was actually just garbage. Many little experiments and many little explosions. He just summoned a big trash can and threw everything in there. After a couple of hours, it was getting close to dinner. Dream finished packing anything usable and tossed all the garbage to the side. When dinner finally came, everyone just sat down and ate. Nobody really said anything, and when dinner finished, they all just went back to their rooms to finish packing. Dream also went to his room to take care of the stuff in there. Morning came, and everyone woke up earlier than usual out of nervousness. Since everyone was up so early, they all brought out their bags to the living room. Breakfast was made and ate, and when everything was finally done, they sat together one more time. Is everyone all packed? Dream. The girls nodded their head. Riddick had been ready for a while, so he didn't say anything. All right, I'll store your stuff and get the helicopter ready. Any last things you want to do them now. Dream. Dream walked outside to their makeshift helipad and summoned out the helicopter. He then told Sophia. Start it up. Roger. The helicopter went through its startup. Wind blew everywhere and scared any small animals hanging around. Dream stared for a while before going back to the house. He found the suitcases full of clothes and other items and stored them. Everyone was also standing around. It was time to head out. Everyone ready? Dream asked and got head nods back. All right, let's board the chopper then. Everyone took one last look and walked out of the house. They boarded the helicopter outside and found their seats. When everyone was situated, Dream gave the command. Sophia, let's get our adventure started. Roger. Her voice came over the speakers of the helicopter. Moments later, they began rising off the ground and into the air. Everyone looked through the windows at the little cabin that got smaller and smaller with each passing second, until it could no longer be seen. Their new beginning was finally getting started. Chapter 22, First Contact. The group of 4 arrived outside the village in 4 hours. Not a day like Riddick thought. In fact, when they were first approaching the village, Riddick had shouted out, scaring the crap out of everyone. We're already here. How is that possible? We've only been flying for 4 hours. Old man, calm your tits. I told you this thing can go fast. Why are you so surprised? Because it would have taken us weeks on foot. You can cover weeks of walking in 4 hours. Hell yay, this much is easy. The other devices we have on my planet can do triple this distance in the same amount of time. They can even carry 200 people, so I say this is all right. And whatever. Riddick gave up thinking about it. Since they didn't want to scare people, they landed in an open area away from the village. When they were approaching the village, Dream remembered something. You know, I didn't even think about how we might need money. I hope you aren't poor old man. Don't insult me, boy. Don't forget that I'm a class 3. We can make plenty of money wherever we go. Riddick reprimanded him and just kept walking while Dream wondered how much he had in that inventory. As they started to approach the entrance, Dream thought of yet another problem. Hey, old man, don't you think we should cover up your daughters? Is it weird to wear cloaks in this world? Cloaks, why should they wear that? I think you underestimate how gorgeous your daughters are. I gave them some more modest clothing, but even that stands out. I think they'll be fine. If not, isn't that where their little boyfriend will step in? Heh, all right, you win. Dream couldn't exactly say anything to that. He would just wait and see. So they approached the village, paid the entrance fee, and walked in. Luna and Iris were very excited as they took everything in. The village was nothing impressive, but anything more than trees was new for them, so it didn't matter. People walked down the street, buildings was scattered about. Everything was mostly made of wood. It was a little awkward for the people who walked past their group, though. The girls would stare at everyone, taking in their features. Boys blushed, and so did girls. The old men and women would just wave and be friendly. While they were having a grand time taking everything in, Dream was surprised. Everyone here looks better than I thought. I mean, I wasn't expecting anything, but at least the puberty boys aren't covered in acne. It's probably due to mana. Mana seeks to enhance. So anyone in contact with mana will have fewer blemishes and look better. And these people probably aren't anything great either. I can just imagine a genius child with mana all their life. How amazing would they look? Dream thought about various things as they walked through the village streets. But as they started to reach the end of the village, he got confused. Old man, what are we even doing here? I know the girls can use the enlightenment to the fact that people exist, but did you have anything planned? Honestly, not really. I just wanted them to come here first before going to the capital. We can head out again soon. All right, maybe we should try something, though. Like what? Let's have them go over and buy something, talk to someone. All right, girls. Come here. Riddick called out to the 2 wondering foxes who had walked off. They ran back and he explained to them his idea. There's a bread shop over there. Let's go over and get something. Riddick. Why you sure? I don't know if that's... Iris. It'll be fine, Riddick. He ushered them into a shop, and they were met with a greeting. Welcome, how can I help you all today? A man about as tall as Dream came out from behind a counter. He was rather plump and had a bald head with a long mustache. Hi, I was wondering if, we could buy some bread. Iris. Iris nervously asked the shopkeeper her question. The shopkeeper could see the smiles of the 2 men behind her and began to understand a little. Ha ha, of course, we have many different types here. Come and see which one you would like. Thank you. The man brought Iris to his selection, and she looked at different breads before choosing a loaf. I'll take this one, Iris. No problem, shopkeep. You can put it in here, Riddick. Riddick brought over a basket for the bread and let the shopkeeper put the loaf in it. He then paid for the bread. Thank you, my daughter is still a little nervous around people. Riddick. Dad, Iris. Ha, no worries. Where are all of you headed, shopkeep? We're going to the capital after this, Riddick. I see. Well, do stay safe during your travels. Monsters tend to target carriages on the roads. We will, thanks for the food. They exchanged farewells and exited the shop. Iris was confused, though. Are we supposed to take a carriage, Iris? We won't, but he doesn't know that. No need to make a fuss over it. Now time for Luna, Riddick. Luna wasn't as open about how nervous she was like Iris, but Dream knew that it wasn't actually much less. They went over to a butcher shop next and did the same thing. The shopkeeper was another man. He wasn't plump, however. He was lean and ripped, probably a hunter who sold his kills. He also looked mid-age. Luna asked for a cut of what Dream could only assume was beef, and Riddick wrapped it in leather and paid for it. As they walked out, Dream wondered about the currency. "Old man, what are the currency levels?" "The four empires recognize copper, silver, and gold. 100 copper equals 1 silver, and 100 silver equals 1 gold. If you ever get rich enough, 500 gold can be exchanged for a gold plate. No other kingdoms uses a different currency because it would be like slandering the empire's authority. That, and it's also easier." "Makes sense." It was good to know, so he asked, "So when do we plan to move?" "I don't see anything else to do here." "Dream. We can head out now. I think the girls have had enough of a buffer before the shock." "All right, let's start walking then." As there was nothing this village had to offer, they began to exit. They walked into an open area where nobody could see and summoned out the helicopter. "Where to, old man?" "That way. Knowing how fast this thing is, we can be there before sunset." The helicopter took off in the direction Riddick pointed to. Everyone ate lunch while they were flying since it was lunchtime. They planned on eating dinner at the capital. Riddick misjudged again, as it only took 3 hours to get to the capital. As they approached, they could see the tall castle surrounded by many buildings and a wall. The helicopter was set down a couple miles away. They walked over and Riddick paid to get through the gates. As they walked through, many buildings around 2 stories greeted them. "This city has a population of around 300,000. The king here is the 3rd class I told you about. Their army is also rather nice, but it's really only for monster attacks." Riddick gave some interesting info about the capital. The first thing they noticed was actually the amount of people. There were many times more people walking up and down the streets here. The occasional carriage also passed through. Vendors would be at their stalls selling whatever they could. Smells of food also wafted through the air. "Wow, everything is so big, there's tons of people." Ira started getting excited while taking in the sights. Dream could also feel Luna's curiosity towards everything around here. Not that Dream wasn't curious. It was also his first time seeing a kingdom-style city. The many wood buildings and the people were very different from what he was used to. One more thing that was different was the power level of the people here. "I know it'll be difficult until I get my 1st class, but what's the power level of everyone here?" "I estimate many 1st class and very few 2nd class. It is obviously more difficult to get 2nd class, although 1st class seems to be standard among people who level." Dream nodded in understanding and kept walking. Riddick spoke up after some time. "Boy, how urgent are you to get to the mountain?" "Not that urgent." "Did you have something in mind?" "Yes, actually. I was thinking we can stay here for a little. We can find a hunting ground in the area and get you guys to 1st class before we got to the mountain. How does that sound?" Dream thought about it and didn't see anything wrong. He would also like to be stronger and finally get a class. "Sounds good. Are we going to find a hotel then?" "Yes, we can get situated and head to the guild here. We'll be able to find the hunting ground and take tasks." "All right." So apparently there was a guild. It makes sense because they need people to keep the monsters in check. Their materials are also important for crafting. Riddick asked a couple people and found a hotel close to the guild. It was a tall 3-story building that was also very wide to accommodate many rooms. They walked in and found a hostess behind a counter. The 1st floor looked to be a restaurant. Looks like they serve meals as well. "Hello, welcome to the Gregory Hotel. Are you looking for rooms?" "Hi, and yes, 3 rooms, please." "If you can put them together, that would be best." Riddick spoke to the hostess. He paid for a week-long stay and was given 3 different keys. He thanked the girl and came back to the group. "We're on the 3rd floor and we have rooms next to each other. The girls will be in one and us men will have our own." "Here are the keys." "Thanks for the courtesy, old man." "I don't want to stay with you either, boy." After trading jabs, they all went up to find their rooms. "I'm not thrilled with the stairs, but oh well, I'll take the center room." "And why is that?" Riddick gave him a smirk as he said that. Dream replied in kind. They might serve food here, but can you really beat mine? You all will probably end up coming to my room to eat. So let's make it easy. I'll take the center. I'll be setting up a table and anything else I need anyway. Tusk, fine. After Dream won, Riddick threw the key at him as well as the girls. They didn't complain about sharing as they didn't want to be alone while in a foreign place. Riddick also knew that. Dream went with the girls to their room to drop off their suitcases. What surprised him was that it was bigger than he thought. There was a dresser, table and chairs, and a queen-size bed. The three walked in and Iris went over to the bed to lay on it. Her expectations, however, instantly dropped when she felt it. This bed is weird. It's not hard, but it's not nearly as comfortable. That's kind of obvious. They aren't gonna spend money on better materials. Plus, the people in this world probably suck at making beds. Dream also went over to feel it, and he could agree that it was a little uncomfortable. Did they stuff this with wool? The mattress laid on a wood platform and was about a foot thick. I can't imagine what I would do if I didn't have my ability. I'll just replace it. But we'll need to change it back later. The girls moved the mattress and Dream summoned out a high-quality queen mattress. He then brought out the girls' suitcases full of clothes and left the room to set up his. The rooms were the same, so he just replaced the mattress. He really didn't need to bring out all his clothes because he had the storage, not to mention the issue with stealing. Since there wasn't much to do, he went over to Riddick's room and replaced his bed too. Thanks, boy. We won't be able to go to a field today, so we can just walk around and grab dinner. We'll head out tomorrow morning. That works. Do you know of any restaurants around here? There's a couple. Just depends on what we want. All right, I'll go see when the girls are finished settling and we can go eat. Dream headed back and checked on the girls. They were also done with everything, so the four went to dinner. At night, the streets were very rowdy. Anybody out hunting was back before sunset, and all the workers were done with their jobs. Everybody was searching for dinner. The four had walked down a couple streets and found a place that sold meat dishes, though the girls were a little surprised seeing how many people were inside the restaurant. As hunters needed a lot more energy, meat was the best option. This place apparently sold alcohol as well. The only problem was how many eyes fell on the group when they walked in. Chapter 23, Silent Scream. Old man, I told you this would happen. This is always gonna happen, but I'm not gonna go putting a mask on my girls. True. Dream agreed, as he also wouldn't make them do that. After a little waiting, they were guided to a table by a host, as most of the tables were rather close together, so they couldn't expect much privacy. But they could also hear all the conversations going on. Dude, look at those girls over there. I tell you, I've never seen such white hair. That's what you're looking at? What about that ass of hers, both of them even? Ass, you guys have no taste. Boobs all the way. Ha, and you say we have no taste. You can never beat a tight ass with boobs. You looking to fight? Men all around the room first admired the sight of two stunning women before breaking out over heated debates. Dream couldn't blame them, though. Boobs versus ass was indeed one of the great questions of the universe. Even he couldn't decide. The girls, though, were shocked, embarrassed, and also angry at the things they heard, though. Never in their wildest dreams would they ever imagine being talked about like that in front of so many people. Iris obviously got heated. Even Luna had a bit of a crumpled face. Are men seriously so vulgar? How could they say those things? Iris. Now you know why I mentioned wearing cloaks, and also why I gave you different clothes. Just imagine what they'd say if you were walking around in those shorts you like. Dream. I guess, but still, Iris. This is just how men are. You'll learn to block it out. Riddick. Oh, so you mean to say that you guys are the same? Iris. Iris gave them a glare as she asked her question, though the answer shocked her. Yup. Yup. Both of them said the same thing at the same time. Iris was dumbfounded at how her dad and Dream apparently also thought like those vulgar men. Luna, on the other hand, already had an idea, especially with some of the Interesting ways Dream would describe her, which would only get weirder by the day. Never did she think she would get described as thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. She wasn't even totally sure about what oatmeal was. Regardless, neither of the girls were happy with the situation. Whatever, when do we get our food? Iris. When a waiter comes, Riddick. They didn't have to wait long before someone came to take their orders. Each of them got whatever looked good, and the waiter left. They had appetizers like bread that they munched on while waiting. 20 minutes later, they finally got their food. Each was a cut of meat, but unlike what they ate in the forest, this meat was seasoned and cooked properly. This surprised the girls when they first bit into it. The different spices and the medium-rare juicy meat made for a wonderful combination. They instantly started cutting into their meat and ate quickly. It was good that the portion sizes were big, otherwise dinner would be over fast. I guess I never really did make you guys meat or anything. Dream. You had other foods with meat, but no, it was never just meat like this. Luna. I probably would have, but I wasn't able to get many things until my skill evolved, which was only like a little while ago. Maybe I'll try a dish sometime. Dream. You should, your cooking is good. Luna. The group kept eating while making occasional conversation. Meanwhile, the men in the room still hadn't stopped talking about the girls. Some guys got bored and talked about other things, but people came in and out, so there was always someone to say something. Everything was fine until it got taken a step further. Hey ladies, I've never seen you around here before. A man who looked to be in his late 20s came walking up to the group's table. He was with a friend. I've never seen you two here either. You guys should come with us. We can show you around the city for a while. Dream, as well as the other three, looked over and checked out who was talking to them. There were two men who were burly enough to be NFL players back on Earth. Dream guessed they were about 65. They also had some gear on and looked to have come from a hunt recently. They weren't dirty, though. Big muscles and a short-sleeved shirts showed just how strong they were. Iris wasn't impressed, though. Check out the town? No thanks. Just go away and leave us alone. Iris. She spoke up in irritation. She had barely been dealing with the lecherous looks and the shameful comments for a while now. And now they were coming to her table. She didn't want to be mean, but she's also not really a nice person to begin with. After Iris gave them such a blunt answer, them two men noticeably flinched. They weren't expecting such a response from such a beautiful girl. They also didn't take so kindly to that either. But they didn't let that show. Hey now, there's no need for such a harsh response. I actually happen to be one of the Class 1 hunters in the guild. I know plenty of places. Me and my friend were just looking for some company, so how about it? Man 1. As the man was saying that, he bent down and put his arm around Iris. Iris totally wasn't expecting it either. She reddened a little at the unexpected contact. The man obviously didn't miss this and figured she was the type to play hard to get. Man 2 also went up to Luna. Hey girl, I'm guessing the fiery one is your friend. It's a perfect match if both of you come with us. Come on, I know a great pub with delicious wine that we can check out. Man 2 reached out and grabbed Luna's hand as he said that. As she was just as inexperienced as Iris, she forgot to fight it and was pulled up from her seat. As the two men were trying to take the girls, both Riddick and Dream were glaring. At first, they didn't do anything as they wanted the girls to know how to reject someone, but when the men started putting their hands on them, they understood that this wouldn't end as cleanly as they expected. Dream was the first to speak up. Hey. I suppose you just hoped that we wouldn't notice you, or are you so blind as to not see us? Dream. No, we saw you, but I don't think we owe you any attention. You can just finish eating and move along. Man 2. Oh, I think we both know that's not going to happen. Dream. Are you challenging me? I don't know if you qualify too. Well then, we should find out, shouldn't we? Dream stood up from his seat as he said that. Both men looked at him and smirked. This was it. Iris also wasn't idle while they were talking. Don't touch me with your dirty hands, asshole. She grabbed his arm and threw it away while also standing up. Come on, little girl. You don't need to be so fiery. Let's just take a walk outside. The man went over to grab Iris, but she decided to respond with a jab to the throat. I said keep your hands off me. Cough asterisk ow, bitch, don't dish what you can't take. Slap thud. The man responded with a slap to her face. As he had much more strength, it was enough to put her on the floor. This, however, earned the unrepressed killing intent from both Dream and Luna. Luna kicked the man, grabbing her in the balls, which got him to back off and then pushed him away. Dream also went to the man who slapped Iris and delivered a Sparta kick to the gut. Boom. A low thud rang out as the man was knocked back by the kick. Dream turned to pick up Iris. Hey, are you okay? I'm gonna kill him. Dream thought she would be a little shocked, but nope. She was absolutely seething with hatred. Let me serve him to you then, they're strong. And I don't want you turning into a fox to fight him. Dream had felt it when he kicked the man. That guy was indeed strong, as expected from a Class 1 hunter. After the two men were pushed back and Dream had picked up Iris, he squared up with them. Riddick asked just in case. What do you think, boy? You good? Yup, no problems. Good, go ahead and gut them like a fish. Dream nodded after he heard the hatred in Riddick's voice. Dream was also surprised he didn't incinerate them on the spot, considering his power. Either way, looks like he has the green light. The two men also squared with Dream. That was a strong kick there, surprising how it came from you, but you think I'm so weak to cave from that? Man 1. It won't end with just a kick. Get over here so I can make you squeal like a pig. Dream. Punk, watch that mouth of yours. Man 2. Fine, I'll go to you then. Dream. Dream stopped wasting words and activated the suit. This thing would allow him to grind their bones to dust. He kicked off toward the first man and threw out a punch. The man responded with a simple arm block, but it wouldn't end so well with just that. When the fist landed. Thud. Snap asterisk. ARGHH, fuck. A curse came out as the man's entire forearm was shattered. Dream wasted no time and threw out a right kick to the man's left thigh. Another sound was heard, crack asterisk. The man went to the floor while holding his leg. The femur bone was definitely the most painful bone to break. Meanwhile, the other man had come over to support his friend after recovering from his balls being kicked. He took out an axe that he had across his back and chopped down diagonally. Axe from behind. Yup. Dream had sensed the axe coming. Unfortunately, he couldn't completely move out of the way, so he decided to parry it. Let's hope this suit can take it. He turned around, threw up his arm at the blade. Shring. Sparks flew as the two made contact. The axe was diverted towards the floor safely, but Dream had taken more of a hit than he thought. Fuck, that's gonna leave a nasty bruise, my arm hurts. The axe carried a lot of weight and Dream had been knocked back a few feet onto his back. Damn. That armor is tough. Come on, you piece of shit, I'll chop your leg off. Man 2. The man came walking over and chopped down again. Dream didn't want to meet it head on and dove away. After he dove, he got up and squared with the man again. I think I know enough, we can begin. Dream. Shing asterisk. As Dream said that, a blade was ejected from his arm. The blade was about a foot long. Dream had never tested how sharp this was. Now it would seem he has more experimenting to do. He dashed over to the man again. The man responded with a horizontal slice, but Dream dodged. Dream then responded with a slash to the leg. Slice. The blade went straight through the man's thigh, like a hot knife through butter. Huh. As the body goes into shock from having a limb cut off, the man didn't feel any pain as he fell on his butt. Though it didn't last long. He started screaming like mad when the pain finally set it. Dream didn't mind him though, as he was no longer a threat, and started walking over to the first man. Fuck, you can't kill me. The man seemed to forget about the pain from his broken leg, as he drew a sword from his back and started slashing in front of him. As he slashed like a maniac, Dream moved in during an opening and cut the man's wrist off. Slice. Clang. Allah, you son of a bitah, Dream punched the man in the face to shut him up. As both were now incapacitated, he had them at his mercy. Dream checked with the girls first. You wish to throw any punches? Yes, Iris. Iris was still heated from being smacked. She instantly dashed over. She punched, slapped, and burned the first man all over. None of her attacks were weak either. She had been caught off guard by that slap, but that didn't mean she couldn't dish it out. She went on for almost 10 minutes before her fire had died down and the man stopped screaming. The man was left weak and pitiful with cauterized wounds everywhere. I'm done. All right, Luna. No, thank you, although. Luna got up from her seat and walked over to the man with his leg chopped off. She then delivered a swift kick to his face. Thud. Arg. Luna's foot hit the man with a dull sound. The man grunted in pain, but not much considering his leg pains. I'm good. Luna. All right, old man, maybe you should take them to get some fresh air. Keep watch for me too, Dream. Dream wasn't sure the girls would enjoy seeing the punishment he was about to hand out, nor did he want them to see him doing it. So he gave Heretic a hint to take them out. Heretic didn't seem to think that way, though. You know, I think we'll stay, and don't worry about being interrupted. I'm not as powerful as I am for nothing, Heretic. At first he was confused. What if the guards came? But when Dream thought about it, he understood. Wasn't Heretic as powerful as the king here? There was probably nothing he couldn't do. And although Dream was conflicted about doing this in front of the girls, he wasn't about to let these men be turned into the guards. He turned around to the two men after nodding to Heretic. Before he started, though. Everyone leave. Dream shouted to everyone in the restaurant that hadn't already left. He could spot some younger teenagers who he didn't need to scare like that. When everyone had emptied out, Dream turned to the two men. There will be no interruptions while I handle you two. The man turned to look at Dream, who no longer had his mask on and felt killing intent that would give him nightmares. If he lived past tonight, that is. The killing intent that he sensed wasn't overwhelming, but it was sadistic, fiendish. He could only imagine what this man was about to do to him. Dream walked towards him and squatted down next to him. You know, a friend of mine once told me that sometimes you need a more artistic way to cut something or someone, so they gave me this knife. Fuck you. Slice. The first man threw out a punch with his remaining hand, but it was promptly cut off. Allah. Well, you can get awfully loud. Let's fix that. After the man basically screamed in his ear, he got annoyed. Sophia, where do I cut the vocal cords? I'll highlight it in your vision. After a second, Dream saw a red line for where the man's vocal cords would be in his vision. He then grabbed the man's head and slammed it on the ground. Thud. Stay still. Dream took his knife and put it up to his throat, and right where the line was, he punctured the throat. Pewy. The man opened his mouth to express his pain, but nothing came out. There we go. The man kept opening and closing his mouth, and air could be heard coming from his lungs, but no sound. Dream walked over and did the same to the other man. When he was done, there was silence. Boy, how did you do that? There is a muscle in your throat that makes your voice. I just cut the muscle. Heretic was interested, as it was something he didn't know. Biology probably wasn't advanced in this world. The girls, though. Dream, you don't have to do anything. I'm fine, you know. Iris. Iris was worried as she could tell what was about to happen. She was a tough girl, and a slap wasn't much. Dream, though. It's not about being fine, Iris. A man dare slap and humiliate you. You think I or your dad would ever allow such a thing to go unpunished? I apologize that your first day outside has ended in such a fashion. To make up for it, these pieces of horse shit that ruined our evening will be taught what it means to be broken. They will understand that walking in here tonight is a mistake that they will never be able to learn from. After Dream finished talking to Iris, the men knew that their time had come. Silent screams rang out in the night. Chapter 24, Quest. Dream was in his hotel room. The torture actually didn't last long, mainly because some guards had been alerted. That doesn't mean that the pain the two men experienced was any lesser. Although it was probably more psychological than physical. The ways of torture don't only involve various tools to inflict more pain. It's also about manipulating the terror they feel from anticipating pain. Use their own mind against them. Although a massive amount of pain also does the trick. Dream spared no effort in dicing them up like onions. By the end, the two men were nothing more than scattered limbs and a pile of flesh, though despite that, they hadn't died. Event though they had wished for it. It was when Riddick finally spoke about guards coming that Dream stopped and everyone left. They didn't even bother to make sure the men were dead. If they were, great. If not, they would either be scared for life, permanently disabled, or both. Win either way. No evidence other than witnesses was left, and with Riddick's status, nobody could do anything anyways. So they just left to go back to the hotel room and sleep. Dream had a hard time sleeping, though. Who wouldn't after doing something like that? But he didn't regret doing it either, not just because of Iris. At first, he was doing it out of hatred, then it became bloodlust. By the end, however, he was rather apathetic. What he understood, though, was that yes, it could be seen as extreme, but he needed to be able to do it. In this world, strength ruled. He needed to be unfazed by the brutalities he will see and perform in the future. He didn't want any unnecessary consequences just because he was too lenient with his enemies. One could say that tonight was a sort of training, an initiation into his new life. At the very least, he didn't have to listen to their blood-curdling screams. Though one could argue that that was scarier. So here he was in bed reflecting on what he did. It was difficult to get out of his mind. But the part he was most worried about was the girls. Dream had asked Riddick when they were walking back why he had them stay. His response was, "They can't and shouldn't be protected from the brutalities of life. They will encounter things like this in the future, as will you. Though that's only half the reason. The other half is that they deserve to know all facets of who you are. They must accept all of you if you want them to stay with you. Do you plan to hide the brutality you are capable of forever?" What he said made sense, too. He shouldn't hide it. And maybe he was overthinking things. Maybe they weren't shocked or mortified. He at least had the connection with Luna that told him that she was all right. She wasn't disgusted, at least with him. Dream kept thinking about such things for a couple hours until he felt a presence at the door. Knock asterisk, knock asterisk, knock asterisk. "It's open." Dream knew who it was knocking on his door. "Sorry for disturbing you so late." The door was opened, and a beautiful girl with black hair came walking through. Dream sat up to welcome her. "Good evening, Scarlet. What brings you here?" I wanted to check on you, see if you were okay." "I think I should be the one asking you that. It wasn't a sight I wanted you to see, even more so on your first day in the world." Dream welcomed her over to sit on the bed as he spoke. She walked over and they sat across from each other. "Dream, I think you forget how we hunted in the forest. Although I've never seen a human subjected to such mutilation, that doesn't mean I haven't seen animals that way. Not to mention, I can be rather brutal with my kills as well." "I guess. Not to mention, you did it for me. You wouldn't have done such things if I had been more careful." Iris looked down in shame. She hadn't been careful and got carried away, which led to the slap on her face. She knows she could have handled it better. Dream wasn't having that, though. "You're not allowed to blame yourself." "Then you can't either. You need to know that I appreciate what you did, and I'm not disgusted by it either." "Okay." Iris grabbed his face and looked into his eyes with seriousness. She didn't want him worrying himself over something as trivial as this. Sure, Iris was surprised as she had never seen a human in such a sorry state, and that Dream was the one who made him that way. But would she get scared or keep her distance from him? No way. Why let a sorry excuse for a man separate them? After seeing that she was trying so hard for him to understand, Dream started feeling much better. Iris had never taken the initiative to be so serious about something before. He broke out into a silly grin thinking about how out of character it was for her. "Gimme a kiss." Dream pulled her in since she was already so close, and the serious atmosphere was instantly broken. He then began doing as the French do. Iris was caught off guard since she was trying to be serious a second ago and didn't resist. Not that she would anyway. MMPHH? I'm not good with tongue. Then I guess you should start learning, huh? Dream grabbed her and pulled her to lay down and cuddle on the bed. They kissed, separated, and kissed some more. As things kept getting more heated, Dream noticed that Luna and Iris weren't really too different. Just that Iris was definitely the shy one. It took some practice, but Iris finally started learning just like Luna did. They started relaxing more and enjoying it as they figured each other out. After some time, Iris spoke up. Dream, Huff, I think I'll prefer to stay with you. The other guys seem to just be assholes. Oh, I don't know. I can be quite the asshole too. Yeah, but I kind of love you, so it's okay. I can't have Luna take all of you either. Hee, competitive are we? Well, don't worry, I have plenty of love to go around. And of course, I love you too, hee. Hyuyog, it's embarrassing. Iris squirmed around a little while her face turned bright red. Dream thought that was the cutest thing in the world and started eating her up some more. Iris didn't go back to her room that night. In the morning, everyone met in Dream's room for breakfast. Another thing that Dream found out about her is that Iris also has trouble hiding embarrassment. Heretic had basically found out what happened last night and asked her about it, to which she confirmed it by turning into a tomato. Either way, everyone was rather happy as they ate their flapjacks that Dream made. After all, today was the day to go to the hunting grounds. As Dream was eating, he also got another little surprise from Sophia. It seems that the two men died sometime last night. You got some experience. Really, that's good to know. What level do you think they were? They had likely just gotten to first class. Otherwise, you would have gotten more. True. Dream was pleased to know that it wasn't just monsters that gave experience. Anyone with a level will. Everyone finished eating breakfast quickly out of excitement and immediately began walking to the guild. Dream was curious about some things while walking, so he asked Heretic. Old man, are there quests and rewards for this stuff? There is. Though it isn't much. All of you will also need to get an identification. You'll get it when we register. A few things to note: don't put your abilities or titles on the registration. Your name, level, and class are the main things to log. Everything else is optional, and you shouldn't reveal everything about yourself. All right, what's the level of these hunting grounds? They start at level 40 and go all the way to level 120. The level gap is big, but so is the field. Certain areas are marked with certain monsters, so you need to learn not to get carried away and wander. That high? Wait, so wouldn't I be able to class 2 today? Dream thought it could very well be possible with his experience boost, but Heretic thought otherwise. Ha! Keep dreaming, boy. I think you underestimate how difficult it is to level after you get your class. Every class is a bigger step, not just in levels but experience. Otherwise, everyone would be 4th class. I don't doubt that you'll get past 1st class today, but 2nd, not happening. Dream also felt that made sense. How could it be so easy to get to 2nd class? Plus, that could be bad for him as well. He needs to take time figuring things out before jumping into the deep end. After walking for several minutes down a couple of streets, the group made it to the guild building. The building was a tall 2-story building with a rustic look. It wasn't by any means dirty, though. Dream and the others walked through the open door and heard the chattering of many people, surprisingly loud for the morning. Apparently, the guild building was also a restaurant, as there were tables to the side and a bar. Many hunters were eating their breakfast, probably before they head out for the day. Since neither Dream nor the girls knew what they were doing, Heretic took charge. Follow me. All of them followed him to a counter that was on the right side of the building. Heretic walked up to the desk where a pretty lady was sitting going through papers. She greeted them as they approached. Hello, how can I help you? Hello, I have these 3 right here that need to get themselves registered. They plan to take quests for the hunting grounds. No problem. Take these forms and fill them out. You can give them to me when you're done. Thank you. Riddick received 3 forms from the lady and went to go find a table. So we just fill these out. How do they know we aren't lying? Dream. Dream asked because it wasn't a very secure way of getting people's information. There are certain quests like escorts or large-scale battles that require people to be verified before partaking in. They have certain tools that can detect your class, level, and stats. Riddick. Why not abilities? A class can say a lot about your abilities. I'm a mage. What abilities do you think I have? Touche. Either way, this is only a medium-sized kingdom. The 4 empires are where we get proper identifications. Those can be used anywhere. The 4 found a seat and started to fill out the papers. They did as Riddick told them and only put their basic info like name, age, species, etc. And since they didn't have a class, they didn't have to fill out much more. Once they were done, they went back to the lady and turned in the sheets. All right, certain quests that require verification will be marked. Otherwise, you're free to take anything else from the board. Take the sheet and bring it to one of us so we can hold it for you until the quest is finished. Thank you, Riddick. Sure thing. Once they were all finished, they went over to the board to pick out some quests. Dad, what quest should we look for? Iris. Since we're here to get you all to first class, anything that requires hunting. Once they got to the board, they looked through all the quests to find hunting ones. They saw mainly herb gathering and kill quests, but there were also scouting quests and material gathering quests. There's one right here for some level 50 forest crawlers, level 70 earth bears, even level 110 water wolves. Luna. Monsters can begin to control elements as they level up. Just keep in mind that they also have evolutions at the same time we have class advancements. So a level 50 monster is many times stronger than a level 49. Riddick. Riddick warned everybody about the characteristics of monsters. Not that they would attempt to tackle something over their level anyway, but that information is still crucial. Though this group wasn't an ordinary one either, and Dream knew that. I think we can handle anything up to level 65 or so. Why don't we take the forest crawlers one and see if we find anything else while we're there? Dream. I think so too, Dad. Iris. All right, just note that I won't be helping you guys with anything. Riddick. No problem, all that training in the forest wasn't for nothing after all. Iris. Iris thumped her chest in confidence, and Dream took the quest. They walked to the reception lady and turned it in. They signed a copy of the same quest and were finally set to head out. You're all set, just know that forest crawlers are very stealthy. Surprise attacks are their thing, so always keep vigilant. Lady. Will do. Would you happen to sell a map for the area? Dream. Dream asked about probably the most important thing. They needed to know where to go and where to stay away from. Although Riddick might have one, it was best to ask them. There is. I can grab you a copy for your hunting ground. We'll take it, Riddick. Riddick stepped up and paid for the map from the lady. Here you go. Thanks. No problem, stay safe. After getting the map, the group of 4 walked out of the building. Riddick handed the map to Dream and he unfurled it, seeing where the hunting ground was. The map pointed toward the east outside the city. There was a large forest there, and it was divided into sections to show the types of enemies as well as their levels. Sweet, since we have everything we need, I guess we can head out. Dream spoke and started leading the way to the east gate. It was time to start their first adventure. Chapter 25, Forest Crawlers. Dream and the others walked over to the east gate to exit the city. Once they had exited, they found a place around a mile away where nobody was watching, and Dream summoned out his Jeep. It was a Jeep Wrangler, and it also had a bit of trunk space, perfect for 4 people and getting through rough terrain. Once he summoned it out, he got in the driver's seat and told everyone else to hop in, although that may have been expecting too much. Iris looked at him in confusion. How do we get in? Iris. Right, forgot you guys are cavemen. Dream. Dream got back out and showed them how to open and close doors as well as the seats they needed to sit it. It's a carriage basically. Just open the door and sit in it like the helicopter. Dream. Cool, Iris. There's 2 seats in the back and 2 in the front. Riddick, you get shotgun. Dream. Shotgun, Riddick. Just come here, Dream. Dream put Riddick in the passenger and the girls in the back. He didn't bother buckling them in. Once everyone was settled, Dream started the car and pressed the gas. VRRRUM asterisk. Oh, what is that, Iris? It's the car. Just accept it, Dream. Dream didn't feel like explaining things and started driving to the forest. There was a path that the hunters took, but they decided to enter from a different area to not be suspicious. Dream rolled down the windows as they drove, as they might get motion sick, and so they could see what was happening better. Ooh, this is fast. Though we can run about this fast too, that takes energy. Iris. Not to mention running for several miles. Luna. This is about half its speed. I'm keeping it slow because it might get too bumpy. Dream. Of course it's only half. Iris. Dream smirked at Iris, feeling defeated by something that wasn't even alive. It would be fun to see her face when he got the chance to drive the sports car. The drive to the forest took about 10 minutes, which was a bit shorter than Dream thought it would take. Although they did come across flat grass, which allowed them to drive faster. They came to a stop where the forest began and everyone hopped out. He stored the Jeep and spoke. Looks like we have to walk from here. We aren't too far off, though. Dream. How far into the forest? Luna. Maybe a mile or so. These maps don't give too much information, but the monsters we're looking for are towards the outside of the forest. As you get to the center is where the stronger ones are. Dream. Then I guess we better get walking. Iris. Everyone nodded to Iris and entered the forest. The forest here was similar to the one they lived in, just lighter. The trees weren't as tall and the brush not as thick. The heat also wasn't as bad, not that they cared too much about that. While they were walking, they encountered a few level 30-40 monsters. Some of them were similar to the dog-type creatures Dream fought when he first got here. Others were different, like deer or maybe even birds. Although the monsters were only small fry, they didn't let their guard down. They didn't know when they would reach the crawler territory. Plus the fact that they were stealthy creatures created the need for being careful. One interesting thing was that Luna and Iris stayed in their human form. Dream was curious as to why, because their fox form was stronger. Their reason was, we won't be able to be in our fox forms while in the cities, so we need to learn to fight better in human form just in case something happens. Iris. So basically she didn't want what happened last night to happen again. Luna also told him that both she and Iris were ashamed of what happened. Although Dream thought that they shouldn't be, he wouldn't stop them. He felt that being able to fight in their human form was also very important. Although they weren't bad when in human form, it was just that they weren't fully used to using their magic that way. As they kept walking, they started encountering less and less low-leveled monsters. They estimated that they had reached the territory of the crawlers by this point. This is also when Dream thought of something. Hey guys, I'm gonna start using my stealth skill. I'll move a little bit away from you guys and fight ranged. Iris, you'll need to stay gowered by Luna. Luna, you'll know where I am through the connection. You guys just have to keep walking and I'll follow nearby. Capish, Dream. Wait, doesn't that mean that we're the bait? Iris. Basically, Dream. Hey, why should we be the bait? Iris. Because you fight melee, Luna is support, and I'm ranged. I also have my stealth skill and awareness skill. I'll be able to find things and either alert Luna or shoot it out of stealth first. Dream. HMPH, fine. Just make sure to leave some kills for us. Iris. Sure, I wish there was a party system, though. Dream. Dream wondered why there was no such thing, though everything else was so game-like. How are people supposed to work together if the one who kills it takes all? Right as he was about to head off, Riddick spoke up. Actually, there is a party system, though with how smart you are, I'm surprised you guys haven't thought of it by now. Riddick. After dropping a bomb like that out of nowhere, Dream turned to Riddick with an ugly face. Hey, old fart, why haven't you told us about that by now? Dream. Hooray, you calling old fart? And I haven't said anything because you didn't need it. but since you decided on such a fighting tactic, you'll need it. And how do we do such a thing, O wise one? Just hold hands with the one you want to party with and say, party. You'll get a message asking if you want to party. Find Luna. Dream called over Luna after huffing at the old man. He held her hand and said, party. Sure enough, a message popped up. Are you sure you want a party with Luna? Yes. You are now in a party. Members. Dream. Luna. Huh, this is interesting. Old man, what does the party system do? Dream. It splits the experience according to kill contribution. People also use it to keep track of who's alive. A dead person will be dropped from the group as they no longer exist. Dark but useful. All right, with this we won't need to worry about kills. Dream was pleased with something new and had Iris join his group as well. Sweet. Then I'll split off now. Stay sharp. Dream gave his goodbye and activated Erase Presence. He then began walking off. He didn't plan on going far. This was just a way to train the skill. As he was going to get his class soon, he wouldn't mind it being compatible with stealth. Hey, Sophia, what kind of awareness do you have? I know that the other skills had evolved, but I didn't see anything for awareness. Awareness evolved after it was eaten. By that time, it was a part of Noma, so you didn't see anything. But basically, I can sense the surrounding mana and its changes. Mana Sense for short. Let me activate it for you. When Sophia activated her skill, Dream was hit with a wave of information. Wow, this is. Dream was astonished by what he was seeing. Everything around him was being sensed. It's hard to describe. It's like when you sense killing intent. You just know it's there. I can feel everything around me, just not a tactile feel, and my vision. I can see the flows of mana in the air and plants. Very interesting. Let's not lose the girls, though. Wait, what about? Dream remembered that the girls were still walking and went to go catch up. And when he did, he could see it. The connection between me and Luna, so Heretic really could see it, though it's very faint. That's because the main connection is between your souls. I'm not sure how it works, but there's definitely another connection. There's also one between you and Iris that was made with the party. Interesting. Let's keep an eye on their mana flow when we start fighting. That'll give great insights to magic usage. Dream caught up with the girls and kept a distance of about 30 meters next to them. He also took out his M rifle. He didn't bother putting on his suit. Everyone kept walking deeper and deeper into the forest without being attacked by anything until Dream finally sensed something. A crawler about 80 meters away. It's super low to the ground, and it's camouflaged, so it's like a chameleon. It's also rather fast. Let's test this gun on it. Dream saw the animal that was flat pressed to the ground skittering its way between the trees toward the girls. He took a quick aim with his gun, and when it got in his line of sight, he fired. DSHH. Screech. Bullseye. Dream nailed the creature right on the head. Though he got a headshot, he wondered why it was so fragile. Sophia had a reason. As it specializes in stealth and speed, it probably compromised with low toughness, though its attacks are likely dangerous as well. Makes sense. Sacrifice one thing for more of another. Dream nodded to himself at the reasoning. Meanwhile, the girls got spooked by the sudden shriek in the forest. They turned toward where it came from and approached the body of the crawler. Dream killed this? I guess they don't call it a forest crawler for nothing. Iris. Yeah, its body is like a pancake with legs, and its head is like a fin. Its teeth are razor sharp as well. It would be dangerous if this thing could get to your feet. It would just shred through your muscles. Luna. As Dream was watching the girls, he started thinking about the animal. I feel like it's too easy. Those creatures would never be able to catch prey like that. One wouldn't be enough even if it snuck up to the prey. So why? Wait, don't tell me they. I think you're right. Go recon ahead. Sophia chimed in to agree with Dream's scary conclusion. Dream then kicked off ahead to see where the first one came from. It only took a minute for him to sense something. Rustle, rustle, *skitter. The sound of brushing leaves came from ahead. Dream focused on his mana vision and could see crawlers running towards him. There's at least 15 of them. They all heard the sound. So that lone one was a scout. It alerts the group to enemies. That's dirty. Dream turned tail and ran back to the girls to warn them, though not before he fired some shots to kill some off. DSH asterisk, DSH asterisk, DSH asterisk. Shriek. The screams of crawlers rang out in the forest. The girls head the screams and faced the direction it came from. More, but they travel in groups. Iris. Apparently, Dream ran up ahead earlier and now he's coming back from where those sounds are. I guess he found some company. Luna. Right after Luna said so, Dream could be seen running from the distance while out of stealth. Guys, we got like 12 of them coming towards us. Either prepare for battle or start running. Let's fight, just don't get bit. Iris. No thanks, not trying to lose my feet today. Luna. But, fine. Turning on their heels, Luna and Iris started running with Dream when he reached them. As they ran through the forest, they could hear all the skittering and rustling of leaves not far behind them. The sounds they made weren't actually loud. In fact, it was barely audible. It was just that the girls were foxes and could hear very well while Dream had his mana senses. This showed just how dangerous those crawlers were. If a small group of hunters were surrounded by even just 10 crawlers and couldn't detect them, they would be swarmed and eaten alive. The crawlers were like piranhas on land. Iris spoke after they had created some distance. So how do we kill them if we're running? Iris. Well, I can keep shooting. You guys got any ranged skills? Dream. I don't, Iris. I can throw ice lances. Luna. All right. Then Luna throws and Iris keeps running. Dream. After figuring things out, Luna started creating ice lances in her hand and throwing them like javelins. Dream also kept turning and shooting when he could. It was rather difficult for Luna to hit the crawlers, though, as they were so camouflaged. But whenever she spotted one, she nailed it to the floor. Her ice lances were very sharp and also very cold. The wounds on the crawlers would freeze over when pinned with the lance. After a couple minutes of running around through the trees at full speed, Dream had finally shot the last one. DSH asterisk. Shriek asterisk. Huff asterisk. All right, guys, I think that's the last one. Dream. Everyone came to a halt after he said that. Iris and Luna both found a rock and sat down to catch their breath soon after. Huff, those things are fast. They even kept up with us. It's also difficult to hit them when they camouflage so well. Luna. Yeah, my senses let me see them pretty clearly, but you didn't have that. More importantly, though, we have a problem. Dream. What is it, Iris? I don't know hardly any of your guys' skills. We can't have a proper strategy if we know nothing about each other. If we knew each other and our skills, we wouldn't have just run away from those things. Plans are needed in case we get into an inescapable situation. Luna and Iris both nodded at that. It was common sense for them to have plans, but they didn't realize how underprepared they were. Dream was also honestly surprised that he hadn't learned exactly what the girls' skills were. All he knew was that Iris liked close combat and Luna was capable of healing, so they were tank and support, but knowing the exact skills was something he never asked about, and it was obvious he needed to find out now. Chapter 26, Training. So Scarlet, what were your skills? Dream. Dream looked towards Iris so she could give her answer. Besides Devour and some fire magic, he didn't know anything else. I have fire manipulation, Devour, and basic air magic. I also have close combat mastery and expanded stomach, which goes with my Devour skill. So that's why you eat so much. And fire manipulation, so you have control over fire and can create it. Yeah, pretty much, though more fire and precise control costs more mana. Then why did you say you have no ranged abilities? You can throw fire lances like Luna or spew out fire like a Flammenwerfer. I have no idea what that is. But I don't have any ranged because fire is hard to control. Luna's water is easy. I barely know how to create a blade of it by my hand. That's why I said I was melee. It's just easier for me to slash and burn. Iris turned her head away in embarrassment from Dream's scrutinizing gaze. Meanwhile, Dream could already figure out the solution to most of her problems. He stared at her for a second before giving up. Sigh asterisk. Oh, good Lord, we have lots of training to do. What about you, Luna? Dream. Dream turned to the hopefully not-so-hopeless one, Luna. I have water manipulation, basic earth magic, and basic restore. The restore one is my healing ability that Dad says is a class above regular healing, magic. I also don't use earth magic very much. Dream guessed she also had the combat mastery since they practiced a lot. But other than that, it seemed like he was rather on the spot in terms of what they could do. Just that he didn't know their skills were something like manipulation. Manipulation is very likely above even advanced magic, allowing you to control the element with your mana freely. This opens up tons of avenues for them. One of which is dealing with groups of monsters like earlier. Dream took a deep breath and formulated a strategy. Sigh asterisk. Okay, so we need to correct both of your ways of using your magic. First, Luna. Dream. Dream summoned a knife from his inventory and walked in front of Luna. Yes, Dream, Luna. Luna eyed him in confusion and a little wariness. Don't worry. I want you to practice digging a trench, 10 feet long, 5 feet wide, and deep enough for me to stand in. Dream dug an outline in the ground with the knife as he said that. This is what he would use to confront those forest crawlers. Okay, I'll try, Luna. And Scarlet, time to commit a little arson. Arson, Iris. Follow. Dream grabbed Iris and walked a little ways from Luna. It was time to teach some basics. When they were far away enough, Dream stopped and faced her. All right, first question. What is fire, Dream? Fire? Yes. Valiant. Iris stood there with a concentrated face, only for about a minute. I don't know. Obviously. Then why'd you ask? Heavy. Just listen close, I'll try to keep it simple. To make fire, you need 3 things. You need heat, food, and air. The food and air burn when you give it enough heat. In your case, when you make a fireball, you heat and burn the mana in your hands, while the air around you automatically gets used. You got that? I think so. So I need to burn the mana like normal and give it air to keep burning. Almost. You also need to keep the mana coming. If you cut off your food source, then it will still stop. But what about when I would be hunting the bulls? Their hair would still burn even, though I wasn't giving them mana. That's because the hair became the food instead of your mana. Wood is food, grass is food, many things can be used as food. But to use your skill, it all starts with you burning your own mana. So to start, create a ball of flame in your hand. Iris brought up her palm at Dream's command, and a fireball was created. F-woof asterisk. Good. That ball of fire is burning mana on the inside, while air comes from the outside. The burning mana and the air combine to create the orange flame you see. So what do you do if you want to throw it? I need to keep giving it mana. That's half right. You need to give it some extra mana, throw all the mana, and push it with air to let it travel. Try it. All right, Hiya. Iris put in a bit of extra mana and threw the ball of flame outward with a loud shout. When the ball left her hand, it was strong at first, before it started dwindling at about 15 meters before going completely out at 20 meters. Decent. Now, obviously, the more mana you feed it, the hotter and longer it's gonna last. Now what we need for today is not a fireball, but a flamethrower. What you want to do there is create the ball of mana in your hand, burn it, and blow the burning mana with your air magic. While you're blowing it with air magic, you'll need to keep producing burning mana in your palm. Try it. Okay, muttering asterisk ball of fire, and then, air. F-whoosh asterisk. Iris made the ball of fire in her hand like last time, and then blew on it with air magic. When she did, a 4-foot-long tongue of fire was created blowing off of her hand. Hey. I'm doing it, look. Haha, you're a fast learner. Now all you need to do is make the torch you have there even bigger. More burning mana, more air magic. There's a tree about 15 feet away. Hit it with your torch. Okay. Iris excitedly got to work on controlling her new spell. Dream let her figure out the rest and turned around and walked towards Luna. "How's the digging coming?" It's all right. I'm trying to get it all out, but dirt will just fall back inside." Wait." Dream looked down at the trench she made and saw the problem. She was trying to dig the hole like a shovel. "Heh, I see what it is. It's like you're digging with your hands, but with mana instead." Is that not what digging is?" "Well, why scoop when you can just push it? Your earth magic gives you control of any solid material it touches, right?" "I think so. When my mana goes into the ground, I can begin to move it how I want." "Good, so what I want you to do is spread your mana into the ground and shape it into the hole you want to create, and then push all that dirt down. Just take the whole chunk that your mana is controlling and move it down to the sides, anywhere so you can make the hole. Try it." "Okay." Luna turned to face the ground and started spreading her mana through the dirt and rocks. The mana spread was slow, but when she finally covered a cylinder shape in the ground, she pushed down in the air with her hand. Hoop. Thud. The ground had little reverberations as a hole of dirt was shoved down, just like the earth benders on Avatar. "I did it! I didn't know you could push the ground down." Luna. Most ground has many little tiny air pockets in the dirt. When you push it down, it mainly just compresses everything underneath. What you could also do is create a wall of mana, insert it into the dirt, and split the wall of mana while pushing away from each other. That would move everything to the side, like chopping and separating meat. Try and make that trench now, see how you do. Dream gave her the same assignment, but she was much more eager now. Once you learn a new way of doing the same things, it can change your whole perspective on how it works. Luna sent her mana into the ground much faster than before. She created a deep wall into the dirt like Dream said, and then she pushed the mana to the side. Rumble. A low roll in the ground occurred as much more dirt was moved than last time. After a couple of seconds, a wide trench was next to Luna. It was also the same size as he wanted. "Nice, I like it, you pick up on things well." Hee, thanks, but it's amazing how you know how all these things work. "Do you know if there's anything I can do for my water?" Dream thought a bit at the question Luna gave. For water, that was a little difficult. "So you can turn your mana into water." "Yup. And I've seen you change that water into ice. Here, I want you to make 4 ice lances on the floor." Luna waved her hand and made 4 water lances, then froze the water. They fell on the floor. "Good. Now use your earth magic to control those lances and throw them like spears. No hands. I want you to hit that tree 20 feet away." Okay." Luna started to move her mana and fill the ice lances with it. Once they were all filled, she slowly started lifting them off the floor. Dream stayed quiet as this took a lot of concentration on her part. She didn't have a computing skill like he did to make precise movements. After a minute or so of the lances hovering head level, Luna launched out her mana. Thud asterisk thud. 2 ice lances pierced shallowly on the tree trunk. "Who?" Luna let out a long breath of air. "That was good, you at least got the concept down. Using your earth magic to control the solid water. Now you just need practice." "Yeah, but I know how effective this can be, so I don't want to take too much time either." Luna. After she said that, she summoned more ice lances and started launching them. 5 lances, 20, 50. Luna just kept launching lances at the tree. Most of them missed, but they kept getting stronger and more accurate over time. Dream just sat down and let her be. He could feel her determination to do better and knew this was something only she could do. After about 30 minutes of watching Luna, Dream got a shout from someone. "Dream, I got it, the tree." Ahem. Dream turned toward Iris and noticed a large amount of smoke in the air. "I guess she got the tree." He got up and walked towards her to see better. When he got to where she was, Dream could see a tree stump covered in ashes. "Wow, your fire must have gotten pretty hot. Show me the torch." "Okay." Iris turned toward a tree about 15 feet away and stuck her palm out. "F-woof. SSSSSSSHHHHH." She started with a fireball and started blowing on it with air. Though as she did it, the fire got more compressed as it turned into an actual torch. The compressed flame reached all the way towards the tree as the surface of the bark got red hot and burned. After another minute or so of doing that, half the tree was burned through. "All right, you're good. I am surprised you learned how to compress your flame." "How'd you do it?" Dream asked her as he was genuinely surprised she figured it out. Iris stuck out her bountiful chest in pride. "I heard you talking to Luna about compressing the dirt and thought it could work with my flame, too. So I just squished the burning mana together and it started burning hotter in a smaller area. I did that all the way out towards the tree." "Beautiful. That really is fantastic. Heh, we can burn a lot of those crawlers with that. And once Luna learns her stuff, you too will be killing machines." Yeah, although that took a lot of mana." "Whoa there." As Iris spoke, she started swaying and lost her balance. Dream quickly caught her before she hit the floor. Sorry, I'm really tired." "No, it's okay. You've done really well. You can go to sleep. We'll be leaving soon anyway." "Okay." Iris closed her eyes after Dream reassured her. When he actually took a closer look, he could see sweat covering her forehead. Dream wiped her face with his shirt and carried her back to Luna. She really must have been concentrating hard. It was her first time using air magic, not to mention combining it with her fire. But now, she's become much more powerful than before. When Dream got back to Luna, he saw her sitting against a rock. "How's your head, Dream?" It kinda hurts." "Then let's stop. Your sister is also done for today. You guys worked hard." "What about the quest?" "Don't worry about that. Hey, old man. I need a bit of help." Dream called out to the sky for Heretic. He knew that he was flying up there and right now he could use his help. "I've been watching, boy. I've even learned many things. You don't suppose you could teach me some of your knowledge as well?" Heretic. Heretic floated down to the ground in front of him. Just like Superman. "I can, but not now. I need your help with her. Luna's about to pass out as well." "Dream. What are you gonna do, Luna?" "We're gonna get you guys back outside the forest. I just want you to sleep. I know it's still early, but you guys really pushed yourselves. I'm proud of your progress." "Thanks, I guess I can sleep for a little, Luna." As Luna said that, she finally went to sleep. Dream laid Iris down next to her and spoke to Heretic. "I'm gonna go hunting. I'm the only one that hasn't worked his ass off today and my skill needs to be worked on. Can you at least watch them?" "Go on, boy, I'll take care of it." "Thanks. I doubt they'll wake up today, so I'll take my time." With that, Dream started walking off into the forest. Heretic watched as he walked off and thought to himself, "I guess he is pretty smart, and he's rather hard-working. Even when we were in the forest, he was always working on something. And now my daughters want to work just as hard. It's been a long time since they've been so motivated. He really is gonna take them away, huh?" Heretic turned back and waited with his girls after thinking for some time. Chapter 27, Erase Presence. Dream didn't have to go very far before he started sensing enemies. At first, he came across groups of 10-20 crawlers. But as he kept exploring, more and more started showing up. This wasn't too much of a problem as he had Erase Presence, which kept him hidden. But when he began the fight, he always had to start running as they chased him. The crawlers had surprisingly good senses. They could pick up on any movement within 100 meters of them. So whenever Dream fired around, his stealth was dampened, which alerted the crawlers to him. He also couldn't hide the effects his body had on the grass and leaves when he touched it while moving. Not only that, but running away was very tiring. He knew he couldn't keep it up, so he started using hit and run tactics. First, he would toss out a flashbang, which worked very well, and then shot as many as possible. He would keep throwing them out until the crawlers scattered. By that time, though, many would be dead, and he just had to chase down any runners. This process was fantastic. Dream killed several groups of 40 and leveled up to level 43. His Erase Presence was also power leveled to level 41. It made sense because he was constantly using it. While shooting, while running, he never deactivated it once. though he noticed the toll it took on his mana, but as long as he kept leveling up, he would be fine. Eventually, Dream decided to break down how the skill worked with his surroundings. He noticed that the leveling was slowing down, so he went to Sophia to try and understand the skill. Sophia, does erase presence seek to assimilate with my surroundings? It's more like it wants to remove your effect on the surroundings. Instead of becoming the wind and moving through it, it just removes the fact that you're in the wind. That seems really powerful. I just don't know how you remove your effect. I mean, my very existence displaces matter. So unless I remove my existence, I will keep affecting matter. I think you answered your own problem. Okay, so I have to figure out how to remove my own existence. But this skill doesn't seem like it goes that far. It says erase presence, not existence. So what is my presence? Your presence is your effect on the surroundings. Not necessarily. It's the thing that lets other animals detect me. Like an aura, so it's due to mana, because aura doesn't exist without mana. So I need to pull in everything. Let nothing escape. Killing intent, emotions, and the mana that can be dissipated from using skills. That sounds more plausible. The only problem is the fact that your senses use mana to sense your surroundings as well. So if you really want to pull in everything, that must be included. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. I need to do it until my skill covers for it. I'll be able to use everything without being noticed when the skill levels up. Although I don't feel the best while not grasping everything about how it works, but we don't have much of a choice. All right, then would you like to? This will remove all your senses except for your bodily ones. The effects it will have on emotions is unknown. I will also create a mana barrier on your skin to prevent any leakage. The shooting skill will also be temporarily disabled until we can find a way to precisely transport mana into the projectiles. Anything else? Dream thought for a second. Basically, he was going to hide all of his mana. The only problem he was worried about was the effect on his emotions. Well, just make sure I don't become an emotionless robot. Other than that, let's try it. Okay, disabling skills. As Sophia got to work, Dream could already feel the effects of his mana being pulled in. His senses instantly went away. All he had was the primary 5 senses. It felt uncomfortable not knowing what was around him, but he stuck it out. Everything felt the same other than his senses. He thought that was it and was surprised until Sophia spoke one more time, removing emotional aura. When Sophia started that process, Dream started feeling very different. It started feeling as if emotion had no bearing on anything. He didn't totally become an emotionless robot. He knew they were there, but they held no say in what he thought. When Dream finally started thinking about things, he remembered his objectives. I came here to kill the crawlers. But I was having trouble with detection. I need to level up my skill and get experience. When the emotionless Dream came to that conclusion, he got some notifications. Erase presence has leveled up. Erase presence has leveled up. Erase presence has. The skill started leveling up continuously, but Dream knew it wouldn't be enough. Sophia. We will be going into combat. Highlight any enemies in my vision. Since Dream couldn't use his mana sense, he opted to use Sophia's processing power to take in all information and plot out enemy locations. Roger. Dream began walking when he heard her. He needed to find some crawlers. It only took around 15 minutes to find a group of 23 crawlers. However, Dream didn't start fighting right away. He needed to run experiments that would best help level his skill. With a presence gone, an animal will subconsciously not realize that I am in their vision. All I need to do now is reduce my effect on the surrounding environment. When Dream set his goal, he began walking, straight into the group of crawlers. The crawlers were on the floor being very still. They were also rather spread out. This was one of their ways to hide and ambush any unsuspecting animals. And since they were spread out, Dream used that to help train. He could walk between them to the other side of the group. So he began walking. As he got closer to the group, he got slower and slower until he finally stepped right next to a crawler. But even though he was right next to it, nothing changed in Dream's head. No fear. No anxiety, no worry, just pure, absolute focus on what he needed to do. He took another step. When his foot reached the grass, the eye of the crawler shot open. Dream stopped moving when he saw that. The crawler searched around the area but didn't see, hear, or smell anything. So it just laid down and closed its eyes again. When it did, Dream continued. He very carefully placed his foot on the ground and made sure it made no sound. When one foot was placed, he began moving his body to take the next. Dream dampened the vibrations of his heartbeat, circulated the air in his lungs without even breathing. His digestive system was even suspended to keep any unnecessary fluids from flowing in his body. The only thing his body was doing was pumping blood, moving air, and using the muscles. Each step he took got easier and easier. At first, he still disrupted the sleep of the crawlers when he stepped next to them, but now they didn't even bat an eye. After his steps got easier, they then got smoother. Then they got faster. By the time he got to the end of the group, he was basically just strolling. The skill must have leveled up. Let's continue. Dream then started walking back, just much faster. He got to the other side, turned, and started jogging through. Then ran through. Then he started jumping in between them. None of the crawlers were alerted. Dream began working on the next objective. So I can move flawlessly through them. Now I need to be able to kill them without giving away my location. Dream stopped walking through them and walked to about 20 meters away. He then took out his M-gun, DSH**. Shriek. All the crawlers were alerted when one of their own got killed. They all opened their eyes and started scouring around to find the killer. But even after 5 minutes of searching, they couldn't find anything. As they all scoured, Dream stayed still. He didn't move a step. After a bit, he pointed his gun again and took another shot. DSH**. Shriek**. He waited while the crawlers got alerted again, but none of them found him. He started shooting faster. DSH**. Shriek**. DSH** shriek**. DSH** shriek**. The crawlers got more and more scared, but they couldn't find who was killing them. Meanwhile, Dream hadn't moved a step from his spot. After killing about 10 crawlers, he spoke to Sophia. What's the level? Erase presence is at level 83. I recommend reactivating skills to further the skill leveling. Agreed, activate shooting. When he said that, he started firing again. This time, the bullets were infused with mana. DSH**. Shriek**. When he took that mana-fueled shot, the crawlers actually turned to his direction, but they still hadn't detected him. They just stared for a second before looking elsewhere. Dream fired again. DSH**. Shriek**. They still couldn't find him. As he kept shooting and more started getting killed, they no longer looked towards Dream's direction, only towards their dying brethren who were making the noise. Dream kept firing a little faster each time. It only took a couple of minutes for all the crawlers to finally be killed. Dream asked Sophia, Level 94, I will reapply your aura now. When Sophia said that, Dream's presence started getting a little less faint, but he also began to feel things again. His first reaction, wow, I can't go doing that very often. I really was an emotionless robot for a little. Like I knew they were there, but they just weren't being used. How did that work, Sophia? Dream felt as if his vitality returned. He went to Sophia to explain the emotions. The soul seems to harbor most of your emotion. When I pulled back the connection between the two, the brain's analytical side came out. Though since the connection between mind and soul was still there, you knew that the emotion didn't go away. Just that it wasn't being applied to your thought process. Although this did help rid of most of the aura, it didn't totally get rid of it. The aura that was still there turned cold and emotionless. Luckily, most of it still was drawn back, and no problems occurred. Good, so to top off the skill V level, I just need to be able to kill the crawlers without alerting them in this state. We're back to square one, but with a higher level. Let's find another group then. Use our senses as well. Okay. When Dream got his mana senses back, it felt really nice. Walking around with only his bodily senses made him feel blind. After about 20 minutes of running around, Dream found another group of 30 crawlers. He didn't waste any time and started firing at them. DSH asterisk DSH asterisk. Shriek. Unlike before when Dream had to run away, none of the crawlers knew where the shots were coming from this time. Dream was able to shoot them without worry. But that wasn't going to help him level the skill. After firing some test shots, Dream dashed into the middle of the group. He then slashed down at the crawlers near him with his knife. Slice. Bleed. The crawlers made a little yelp before dying. Dream was curious as to why they were quieter, but he had more important things to do. He kept slicing down at the crawlers. At first they noticed him right before he slashed down, probably due to his killing intent. But that was only for a dozen or so. Eventually, he was no longer discovered. Dream killed off the rest of the group when he got the notification he was waiting for. Erase presence is max level. Nice. Dream was very pleased to have his skill finally maxed out. He found a seat after he killed off the last crawler. Sigh asterisk, is it really sunset? How long was I walking through that group of crawlers? Almost 5 hours. It'll be nighttime in an hour. I should head back then. I doubt Riddick stayed there waiting all this time either. Wait, what was the quest we needed to do? Reem felt kinda stupid for forgetting their quest, although it was more just a side goal. They mainly came here for the experience. The quest was to bring back 50 crawler heads. They wanted the teeth that are super sharp. Oh, I guess I'm finished then. Let's just collect them. Dream started going back through all his battle sites and decapitating the crawlers for their skulls. As he was collecting heads, he felt some of the teeth they had out of curiosity. These are sharp. No wonder they want these. I can easily cut my finger with them. If you couldn't sense these things and they snuck up on you, you better have the toughest skin in the world or you'll get shredded to bits in seconds. They really are land piranhas. Dream was glad that he didn't mess up while walking right next to groups of those things. He sure as hell wouldn't have done it if he could still feel fear then. It took until darkness fell for Dream to go back to all the battles. But when he was finally done, he had over 200 heads. There were probably some more, but he didn't feel like searching. When Dream realized how many he killed, he asked Sophia about his level. Sophia, what's my level anyway? 46. This is considering how the girls were still in your party. Though they probably only got small amount, it adds up. You would be level 48 without them. So still not enough to class change, but that's fine, we should level up together. I'm interested to see their training results tomorrow. Dream stored the bags full of heads in his inventory, which almost totally filled it. He then started making his way out of the forest. Dream passed by the spot where the girls were last time, and sure enough, nobody was there. He just kept walking. It took almost 30 minutes to finally get out. When he summoned his jeep out and started driving back to the city. 10 minutes later, Dream was approaching the gates. Since he didn't exactly have money on him and didn't know if he needed to pay, Dream decided to test his max stealth ability. He walked up to the guard who was at his station, but the guard didn't seem to notice even after he waved at the man. Dream decided that it was safe and walked through the gate. Nobody stopped him. Sweet, this probably won't work on higher-leveled people, but for these chumps it's perfect. Dream laughed smugly in his head before making his way to the hotel. After many twists and turns, he walked inside the building and to his room. He could feel presences inside the rooms next to him and knew that the family had gotten back fine. He didn't decide to bother them and just entered his own room. He didn't feel it until a little while ago, but his fatigue was at an all-time high. Turns out walking on the tightrope of life and death for so long takes its toll with or without emotions. And as a result of such fatigue, Dream immediately fell asleep when his head hit the pillow. Chapter 28, Erb. When Dream woke up, it was already daylight out. Yawn. A yawn graced the room as Dream sat up while rubbing his eyes. He was feeling surprisingly good. Everything is so clear, like my senses are better. What happened? Since you worked your brain so hard, it recovered and became stronger, like a muscle. Nice. I do indeed feel fresh. It's already daytime. I imagine that I overslept a little. If a little means for a whole day and night, then yes, I guess you did too. That long? It has been 33 hours since you fell asleep. Damn, all right, you know where everyone is. The connection with Luna points to a nearby restaurant. They're probably eating breakfast since you couldn't make it. Okay, I guess I'll go join them. Dream hopped out of bed and cleaned himself up before leaving the hotel. After walking down a street, Dream saw the restaurant they were in. He walked up to the door and entered. When he did, he saw many people looking towards a specific table. Dream knew what was probably going on and indeed saw the family sitting at the table. A certain somebody also noticed his entrance. Dream's Luna. Luna shouted his name with the brightest smile he's ever seen. This also caught the attention of all the men in the restaurant. Clang. A couple utensils were dropped in awe at the utterly mesmerizing smile that brought happiness to everyone's hearts, though that was only until they saw who it was aimed at. Hee. Hi, guys. Dream got a little sheepish at all the sudden attention he got and scratched his cheek. He made his way over to the table they were at and found a seat next to Luna. Riddick spoke when he sat down. You were asleep for a while, boy. I didn't realize you stressed yourself so much. Riddick. That's fine. I also didn't plan on doing as much as I did either. It kinda just happened. What about you girls? How long did you sleep? Dream. Well, Dad actually helped us, and we woke up and practiced some more. Then got tired again, so he took us back to the hotel. I say we got another couple hours practicing after an hour of sleep. Iris. Oh, nice. Any progress? Dream. My air magic went up to intermediate. I also got more mana from that as well as practicing so much. Almost past F+ magic. Iris. My earth magic also went up to intermediate. My magic went up to E as well. Luna. Fantastic. Now the best way to level those skills is through combat. Scarlet with her torch, Luna with her earth and ice. We can kill hordes of those crawlers. Dream spoke with great expectations. The strategies they could employ with their skills were limitless. Iris had a different idea, though. Actually, we were thinking of finding a different target, one that could get us more experience. We actually leveled up yesterday while you were asleep, but those crawlers don't give much, so we couldn't get our class. Iris. Actually, that's a good idea. Let's do that. I'm 4 levels away. How far are you guys? Dream. I'm level 48. Iris. I'm also level 48. Luna. Good, then let's try and get our classes today. We can find suitable opponents when we get to the guild. Dream. Dream settled their plans, and everyone ordered their food when a waitress came over. After an hour, they had gotten their food and finished eating. They then walked to the guild. The first thing that Dream did when entering the building was turn in his kills. The girls had already completed the quest, but he didn't need crawler heads taking up inventory space. Dream found the reception lady and gave her all the heads. Though she was baffled by how many he brought, they accepted them all and he got a couple dozen silver for them. After turning them in, Dream walked over to the girls who were at the board. Have you guys found anything suitable? Dream. We were looking at some of the creatures. Apparently those crawlers can go up to level 60 with the leaders being almost level 70. But we were looking at some of the bears. They don't wander in large numbers, but they're very tough. The weakest ones are around level 50, while the strongest can go up to level 100. It depends on how deep we go and how old the bear is. Iris. Interesting, sure, let's do it. It'll be good experience to fight something that can shoot back. We just need to be careful, especially ones that can control elements. Dream. The quest calls for the hides of level 60+ bears. No amount or type of bear specified, so we can take it as we want. This one? Luna. Yeah. Go turn that one into the lady. We can head out after. Dream. Luna went to the reception desk and got a copy of the quest. Once they were finished, they head out to the same forest as last time. Since Dream and the girls had already gone through this, They quickly bypassed several groups of crawlers to head deeper into the forest. Luna was told by the reception lady at the guild that bears mark their territory with claw slashes on trees. And as the three kept running, they eventually found their first tree with a claw slash. These cuts are deep. Though it's only a tree, getting hit by them will be no joke. From what I know, bears are heavy, big, strong, tough, and even fast. They might not be as fast as us, but in close combat, they won't be much slower. We can't get caught off guard, not to mention if it controls an element. Dream. Should we make a plan? Luna. We should. I was going to keep my strategy from last time. My stealth skill is maxed, and it would be stupid not to use it. Now considering that, you two will be the ones in an upfront confrontation. You know your skills best as well, so I'll just give general strategies. Luna, you have earth magic that can easily create holes. This can be used to trap their legs and temporarily immobilize them. You can also use water and ice to freeze them temporarily as well. Lastly, your lances allow for ranged damage. Scarlet, I don't know how strong these bears are, but I want you to think twice about going close combat. I suggest sticking with burning them with the torch. Though it might destroy their hide, it's better than you getting hurt. Got all that? Yup, Iris. I do, Luna. Okay, you two can figure out the details when we fight the first one. Until then, I'll scout around with stealth and see if I can find any. After Dream said that, he activated his skill and ran ahead. The girls lost sight of him. He really did level that skill. He basically disappeared in plain sight. Iris. Yes, he did. I wouldn't want to be the bear that gets put at the end of his barrel. Luna. All right, Sophia. When we fight, try and analyze the skills these bears use. Roger, I also have actually been analyzing the skills of the girls for a while. All I can say is that it's extremely complex. Those girls definitely didn't level all the way to manipulation. So they were born with water and fire manipulation. Makes sense considering their titles. Agreed. But that's also the reason why I can't figure out how it works. Luna creating water from nothing and Iris being able to accelerate and burn mana. It's obviously impossible according to physics, but this isn't physics. What will make things easier, however, is watching as their secondary magics level up. That's easier to copy since it isn't in the realm of creation. Interesting. Well, just start with a general outline, and we can fill in the information when we come across lower-level elemental magic. Okay. Sophia enthusiastically gave her understanding, and Dream focused back on finding bears. Since bears were lesser in population, they were obviously harder to find. Dream actually searched for nearly 45 minutes before finding some. There were 2 bears here, both tearing away at one of their kills. The bears weren't massive, but weren't small either. He figured they were still growing and not adults yet. Dream backed off a little and signaled Luna to his location. They were by his side in 10 minutes. Iris spoke with a whisper. Dream. You found one where, Iris? About 150 meters over there. There are 2 that aren't fully grown. They're eating some food right now so we can catch them by surprise. Are they elementals, Luna? I'm not sure. We'll have to find out when we fight. Just keep your distance at first, Dream. Although Dream didn't know if they were elementals, he did know that they had a large amount of mana. This either meant that they were very tough, could use magic, or both. All right, I'm going to stealth and sneak up close to them. I want you guys to approach, and when they notice you, I'll start firing. Okay. Both the girls nodded to him. Good, stay safe. Dream activated his stealth after he spoke and ran off into the distance. As he approached the bears, he started planning what to do. I'm thinking I should bring out my sniper. I can shoot first, maybe kill a bear, and then start harassing the other as the girls fight it. Dream formulated a simple plan and set himself up about 30 meters from the bears. He crouched down and summoned out his heavy M sniper rifle. He then took aim at the head of one of the bears, waiting for the girls. The girls were able to approach to about 90 meters before the bears finally spotted them. When the bears spotted them, they growled while standing their ground next to their prey. They didn't want these humans to take their food. This worked in the girls' favor as they were able to get closer. It was when they were about 40 meters away that one of the bears finally moved. The first bear that was actually slightly smaller than the other darted forward to attack the girls while the other stayed behind. Though it was only able to take 2 steps before being met with a bullet. DSHA. Crack asterisk. Thud. The bear that was charging forward dropped dead on the floor with a heavy thud. The girls, who had been agitated to fight, remembered just who it was that was hiding somewhere in the trees. I truly couldn't imagine having him as your enemy. You wouldn't even know how you died. Luna thought to herself and felt a great amount of security, knowing what Dream was capable of and that he had her back even when she couldn't see him. She would have loved to give him a kiss if there wasn't a bloodthirsty bear in front of them. Meanwhile, the bigger of the 2 bears saw its partner die and was overcome with rage. It didn't know how the humans did it, but that didn't matter. Roar. A battle cry came from the bear as it began its charge. A great killing intent erupted forth at the same time. The girls knew that they couldn't always rely on Dream and prepared to fight. Iris began by blowing out a 30-foot-long torch right at the bear's face. Luna also sent her mana into the ground so she could create a pit for the bear. When the bear saw the flames coming towards it, it halted itself. No matter how angry it was, it didn't want its face burned to a crisp. Though this acted as the opportunity Luna was waiting for. She dropped all the dirt around the bear about 6 feet, which was the bear's height, trapping it in a hole. After the bear was dropped into a hole, it began to panic a little. This was because the girl with the flames was quickly approaching it. Iris began running towards the bear with her torch still burning. Though she began to notice her flames acting weird. It's using air magic, it's blowing the flames away. Luna. Iris realized what was happening and stopped her flames. When she did, she could feel gusts of wind blow by, probably the result of the bear's air magic. I can't burn it if it's just going to blow it away. Iris. I'll try my ice lances. Luna. After she said so, 5 ice lances were created around Luna. She then started launching them with a speed much greater than yesterday, though the bear wasn't concerned with such light projectiles. Thud asterisk, thud asterisk, thud asterisk, thud asterisk, thud. 5 low bumps came from where the lances hit the bear. Its defenses are too thick. Small lances won't cut it. Luna. As Luna pondered on what to do, the bear started climbing out of the hole. Luna, dig the hole deeper. I'll keep bothering it with my fire while you make a bigger lance. Iris. Iris came up with a plan on the spot and went into action. She began shooting out her torch, and the bear responded by blowing it to the side. Luna didn't miss the chance while the bear was distracted and made the hole bigger. The bear lost its ledge and fell even deeper than before. While Iris maintained her torch on the bear, Luna started making a lance. This lance was much bigger and much sharper than the other ones, but it also took more time to make. When she was finally done, a 7-foot-long and 1-foot-thick lance appeared above Luna. What one noticed about this lance, though, was how sharp its tip was. One could see just how needle-sharp it looked, and being backed up with all that weight, if this couldn't pierce the bear, nothing could. Luna walked over to the hole that Iris was harassing the bear in and began raising the lance into the air. When it was about 30 feet high, Luna started throwing it down, letting gravity and her own acceleration increase its speed as much as possible. It was aimed right for the middle of the bear. Pui. The ice lance pierced right through the tough hide of the bear, and it let out a roar of intense pain. As it got distracted by the lance, it also completely forgot to defend itself from the fire. Iris didn't miss this chance and concentrated her torch right on the bear's face. Roa asterisk. The bear howled in absolute agony as the fire incinerated its hair and began superheating its skin. Its eyes were burned instantly, and it became blind. The bear kept screaming in horrible pain, but didn't have the spare mind to activate its wind magic. After several more seconds of Iris torching it, the skin started to melt and the howls started to die down. When the bear no longer made noise, Iris stopped. This is also when Dream showed up. The bear is actually still alive. It probably passed out from the pain, though it won't live long with that ice lance inside it. I'll go end its misery. Dream. Dream hopped down into the hole and put a bullet through its almost unrecognizable eye socket. The bear was finally dead. You killed LVL-66 Air Bear. You have leveled up. Dream got the notification and was one step closer to his class. Chapter 29, Lethal Wound. Did you guys level up, Dream? No, X2. Neither of the girls leveled up. Though they got most of the experience, it was also split. If we can kill several more of these, we should be good. Dream. Yeah, but they're pretty far apart. We only found these two after so long. Iris. Dream nodded at that. Going at this rate, they might barely be able to get their classes before night falls. Oh well, Luna, take this knife, and if you could skin the bears, please, we still need the hide. Dream. No problem, Luna. Luna took the knife Dream gave her and went to work on the bears. Iris also helped her. As they were doing that, Dream walked over to the bear he shot. He wanted to check something. When he shot the bear, he actually noticed that there was no brain splatter. This could only mean one thing. Dream bent down and inspected the bear's head. Sure enough, I only see an entry wound. No exit, so even this railgun couldn't punch through the skull entirely. Though, this side of the skull is weak. The bullet must have still shattered the skull from the inside. Interesting. Hey, Sophia, what are the projectiles for the railgun made from? The projectiles for the heavy sniper are a lead core with a steel plating. The steel likely either warped or peeled away when it pierced through the bear's skull, and since it lost its point, it only impacted the other side. Makes sense. Those materials are barely good enough to get through mana-infused bare bone. Not to mention the skull. I really can't wait to start studying new materials. When Luna skins this bear, I'll take a look at the bullet. Dream stood up satisfied. He finally knew the limits of his weaponry and where to start improving. If he came out here with gunpowder guns, the bullets would likely just ricochet off the bone. Now he just needed to take care of the girls and their skills. Hey, Scarlet, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that you gain stats by eating strong animals. Am I correct? Dream. More or less, Iris. Sweet, since we have the luxury of not needing their meat, it's all yours. I'll throw the meat in my inventory, and you can eat it when we get back, since stuffing yourself here wouldn't be the best. Okay. And since we're on the topic, does Devour digest food faster? And how much does expanded stomach, well, expand your stomach? Dream asked Iris, hoping to get an idea on how fast she can eat her food. It would help for when they killed bigger monsters. Devour does digest food much faster. It's actually not really regular digestion, more like destroying whatever is in my stomach. The meats from the restaurant a couple of days ago were digested in several minutes. My expanded stomach is also more like a spatial stomach. I can fit almost 10x the size of a regular stomach in there. Iris. That's a lot, so you would have no problem eating that whole bear today. Dream. Maybe both if I started now. But yes, tonight I would be able to eat that bear. Iris. Well, if it won't hinder you, do you want to eat some now? With the time it takes to skin them and search more to fight, you should be able to get through a lot. I also don't know if you prefer it cooked or raw, but you can do that. Dream. Really? I guess I can. I usually cook it because it's not as messy, but since it's right now, I guess I can eat it raw. Okay, transform as well, I'm sure it's easier. I'll take the skins from Luna when she's done. When Dream gave her the green light to start eating, she transformed into her fox form and began chowing down on the bear that Luna was almost done skinning. She didn't bother cooking any of the meat, and there was much blood that, if she didn't end up drinking it, it just splashed on her fur. Now if it were Luna doing that, it would be a little more gruesome since she has white fur. But Iris had her pitch black fur, which made the blood on it stand out less. In fact, one could say that it looked natural, as if her fur was meant to be blood red. Her skill probably affects many things such as taste and appetite to accommodate for the fact that she will eat many things, though I wonder if her menu is limited to just meat. Dream pondered if Iris' skill could have much more potential than they thought it would. He asked her just in case. Scarlet, have you ever tried eating more than just the meat, like the bones or the brain? Bones, me no. I've never tried, but that really isn't food, is it? Not necessarily. The brain is probably where you'll get most of the animal's magic, and the bones, well, they have bone marrow. It wouldn't hurt to try, especially if you get more stats out of it. All right, I'll eat the meat and try a bone. Maybe we should try the bones tonight, but yes, make sure to save them. Though I'm not actually sure about the brains since I shot them. Oh well. While you guys do that, I'll go search for more enemies. Don't get caught off guard while I'm gone. Okay. Iris waved him goodbye with a mouthful of meat, and Dream shot off into the distance to scout for more bears. Turns out that the bears really are just that scarce, because it took him another 30 minutes to find some. Though this time it was 3 bears instead of 2, Dream talked to Luna over their connection to get a status update. How are you guys doing? Dream. I've finished with skinning. Iris is sitting and digesting food. She was able to eat all the meat of 1 bear before finally getting full. We saved the bones as well. Luna. All right, I'll head back to you guys. Dream spoke to her and started making his way back. He didn't need to worry about losing the bears because he had Sophia for that. She could perfectly remember exactly where everything is, like a map in his head. It only took several minutes for him to get back, where he then stored the skins, flesh, and bones in his inventory. They all started walking over to the bears to give Iris time to digest more. Since your stomach is a spatial one, does it affect your movement at all, like with any added weight? Dream. No, it works like your inventory. But I still know when I'm full. Iris. Very cool. Then we don't need to worry about your performance being affected. There's 3 bears this time, though they weren't eating any prey like previously. I can take out 1 before the fight starts, and then both of you will each face 1. I will support while you guys fight. The biggest thing affecting strategy is what element they are. There might even be multiple elements, so we need to be extra careful. If they aren't in one place, then you should go find them. Make sure to not lose them. We'll catch up with you. Iris. All right. Dream took her suggestion and ran off towards the bears. He only ran for a little before finding the bears again. Though when Dream took a closer look at them, he noticed the size of the bears. One of them is quite a bit bigger than the teenage ones. It's probably an adult. I wouldn't be surprised if it's over level 72. So it's the same fight as last time, just with an adult added. This might be more difficult than I thought. Dream saw the adult with its presumably 2 children. He started planning how he was going to deal with it. The only problem was that he didn't know if his bullet could get through that skull. It might barely be able to. He would just need to pack in as much mana as the bullet could handle. He should be good that way, then it'll be the girls against the teenagers while he can help. When Dream looked towards the teenagers, though, he saw that one of them looked different. The ones they fought before were both white. And right now, the adult and 1 teen were also white, but the other teen was brown. Could it be the earth element? While the others are air, it'll be interesting to see what it can do. Dream waited for several minutes before the girls arrived. Before they started approaching, though, Dream told Luna to stay back so he could take a shot first. I want to take out the adult first. I'm thinking I can just go up the eye socket, but I want it still for that. While the girls were still a couple 100 meters away, Dream took aim. He put the reticle right on the adult's eye, though it moved around quite a bit, so he had to wait for the best time. Dream was perfectly still for over a minute until the bear finally faced his direction. He didn't miss the chance and took the shot. DSHH. Thud. The bullet blasted straight through the eyeball and turned the bear's brain to liquid. It was dead before it hit the floor. And as he thought, the bullet didn't come out the other side, which means it couldn't pierce through the skull, though this made sense when Dream saw the notifications. You have killed LVL-84 adult air bear. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. No wonder the bullet didn't come out. If I had shot that anywhere else, it wouldn't have done anything. When Dream killed the adult, the teenagers beside it were befuddled. What just happened? Why did Mom fall? The girls also didn't miss this chance and started moving in. It wasn't long until the bears noticed them. When they did, they seemed to understand something and directed their oncoming rage towards the ones who killed their kin. Roar. The white and brown bears gave a pissed-off roar and started running towards the girls. As they ran, Iris decided to take on the brown bear while Luna took the white. When Iris began getting close to the brown bear, she noticed that the ground began getting soft. Sure enough, as she began to slow down in wariness, the ground gave in and she sunk down to her knees. The ground then suddenly hardened and trapped her. The brown bear never slowed its approach and went to kill its trapped prey, but Iris wasn't so easy to kill. She raised her hands and began to torch the bear when it got close. The bear was taken very off guard by the blazing fire and couldn't react before its face was seared. The bear screamed in pain as it was blinded just like the last bear they fought. It backed away, and Iris took this chance to get herself out of the dirt while maintaining her torch. Luna, on the other hand, was having a difficult time with her bear. When they had first made contact, Luna began to trap the bear with her earth magic and sink its feet into the ground. She was actually successful and began approaching it to drop a lance on it. The only problem was that she underestimated the bear's strength. The bear was able to rip its claw out from under the ground and take a swipe at Luna. This would have been fine as she made some distance, but the bear used a skill with its air magic wind blade. The wind blade came right from its claw and slashed across Luna's body. It wasn't a dull blade at all and left a deep slice on her forearms which she threw up to block with. Not only that, but the power behind the blade was also great, and she was thrown back several meters. Luckily, she didn't need to take the fall as someone was there to catch her. Thud. Arg, Luna. Oof, damn, you got me right in the gut. Dream. Dream tried to be as accommodating as possible, but there's not much you can do to gracefully catch a flying body. Luna was also surprised by the catch and grunted in pain. She then looked to see who caught her. Dream, my arms. You have healing, right? I suggest you get started. I'll take care of the bear at least until you get back. Dream. Oh, okay, Luna. Luna nodded her head as Dream set her down by a tree. She began channeling mana to heal herself. There was already a lot of blood coming from her arms, and she would get dizzy if she waited too long. Dream also started walking towards the bear that had just freed itself from the earth trap. It'll be pretty difficult to kill this thing with my guns. The skull will just deflect them and they might not even get past the muscle of the body. I guess I'll try melee. Dream steeled himself for a bloody battle and activated his armor suit. He ejected his arm blade and dashed over to the bear. It only took a split of a second for them to get face to face. The bear attacked with another swipe of its right claw backed by a wind blade. It was aimed for his neck. Luckily, the bear wasn't too fast. Dream was able to avoid both the claw and blade coming for his head by ducking really quickly. He then entered that opening and jammed his left arm blade into the bear's armpit. The blade successfully entered, and lots of blood immediately spurted from the wound. Unfortunately, Dream couldn't revel in his success. Although the bear was in lots of pain, it only fueled its rage. The opposite arm of the bear came from the side as it jammed its claws straight towards Dream's gut. This is also when Dream started regretting his decision. Fuck, I can't dodge that. Hopefully this armor can hold. Dream tried to twist his body and prayed to the armor gods in hopes of blocking successfully. Unfortunately, he severely underestimated the power and sturdiness of the nearly foot-long claws. Crack. Pewee. The claw totally bypassed the super high-tech armor and entered Dream's body. It instantly shattered several ribs as it entered next to his abs and exited his back. Blood immediately started pouring out. The bear didn't stop there. Though Dream also wasn't one to just take it lying down. The bear followed up by biting down onto his right shoulder. The teeth of the bear tore through the armor like scrap and shattered all the bones in his shoulder and collar. At the same time, Dream retaliated by using his free left arm and stabbing the bear straight in the neck. When he did that, the bear finally panicked from a lethal wound and threw Dream away like a rag doll. The blade also exited the bear's neck and blood spurted out like a fountain. Dream was in no better shape, however. When he hit the ground, a pool of blood was quick to form as the wounds gushed out blood uncontrollably. Chapter 30, Never Again. Thud. Cough asterisk. Dream hit the floor on his back with a heavy thud. This only served to intensify the pain from his wounds, as well as vomit some blood that was in his stomach. Fuck, it hurts. Breathing hurts. I can't move my arm. Sophia, how bad is it? The wounds are lethal. Multiple arteries have been cut inside your abdomen. The axillary artery in your collar has been totally severed. You need immediate attention from either Riddick or Luna. 18% of total blood volume has been lost and rising by the second. Sophia gave it to him straight. In fact, she was already working to stop the flow of blood in his body. Every little thing she could do to prolong his survival. Unfortunately, the ones he needed help from couldn't act so quickly. Dream, what happened? Luna. Luna stuttered as she was still shocked by what happened. Dream had hardly left her for several seconds before he was tossed on the ground in a bloody mess. Did he just walk up to the bear and get stabbed? Fortunately, Dream also dealt a fatal blow. Blood was constantly spurting from the bear's neck as it backed away. At least it wouldn't come back attacking. Luna wasn't the only one who witnessed this either. Iris was over to the side and had seen everything. Fortunately, she was just about finished burning a hole through her bear. Since Luna had healed enough of her wounds by now, she quickly got up to finish off the bear. She created several super sharp but small ice lances and threw them towards the bear's mouth. As the bear was still howling in pain, 2 lances actually entered the mouth and one went straight to the brain, finishing off the bear instantly. Iris also intensified her heat, boiling the guts of her bear and finishing it off before running over. What the hell did he do? He only fought it for a couple seconds. Iris. I don't know. I just need to heal. Luna. Luna tried not to panic and kneeled down next to Dream to try and heal him. Dream's armor retracted back out of the way to let her do her thing. His bare and bloody body was exposed. Oh my God. Iris. Iris muttered out in fear and worry. The wounds he had truly were bad. A giant bloody claw tear went straight into his stomach and allowed them to see all the rib bone fragments and some messed up organs. Everything around his shoulder was also crushed, bloody and mangled. In fact, his arm looked to be half torn off. The skin had already turned purple around the wounds, signifying internal bleeding. Blood was also pouring out like a fountain with more than occasional spurts. The girls already had blood on them. Luna wasted no time and immediately started healing him. She poured all of her mana into her skill, and although she was silent on the outside, her mind was racing furiously. How did he do this? We've only been hunting for a couple of days and he's already dying on the floor. Why did he think that was a good idea? He even told us to stay away from the bear, and now he's dying, even our connection is weakening. He won't really die, right? Not right now. We haven't even made it to the mountain yet. Can't he fix this with a machine or something? But he's just laying there. Luna didn't notice that tears had already started falling. She started to genuinely panic. It was when the connection began to fade that she realized he was really about to go. She couldn't feel his feelings or hear his thoughts. She had never felt so distant from him and has never truly understood how much she didn't want him to leave until now. She kept pouring mana into her skill to restore his body. But it wasn't acting fast enough. She couldn't even tell if it did anything due to the mess, but she just kept healing. And then she ran out of mana. And no, I still need more. She started to panic even more. Dream was nowhere near okay yet, but she wasn't able to heal him. This was when she heard a yell next to her. Dad, get over here. Iris. Iris yelled out louder than she ever has before. Anybody who heard it could feel the desperation in her voice. Luna wasn't the only one who didn't want him to die. Riddick came flying down from the sky not long after she yelled. I saw what happened, and you both know I can't heal him. Riddick. Give me mana, Luna. Luna held out her hand to her dad, but he didn't comply. You know I can't do that. You can't handle my mana. It'll harm you, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take. Riddick. Then we need to get him to a healer. Luna. If you move that boy, he'll die in less than a minute. Riddick. Then I still need to try. I still have some mana left. Luna. Luna turned back to Dream and desperately activated her skill again. But since her mana tank was actually empty, the fuel had to come from somewhere else. Her vitality. Right as Luna began to heal again, her breathing became ragged and her body started paling. Riddick quickly realized exactly what she was doing and stepped in. Absolutely not. Get away from him. Riddick. And no, I need to. Luna. Riddick grabbed Luna and pulled her away from Dream. The skill was forcefully stopped. Luna tried to fight, but there was no chance of that. Luna began to despair. She knew that he would really die, but she couldn't do anything. She almost felt like dying herself, though it wasn't long until they were interrupted by someone. Gee guys, it's me, Sophia. I need your help now. Everyone suddenly stopped and turned to Dream, or more specifically, the phone that was next to him. Sophia, Luna. I'm Dream's skill. Listen, Luna and Riddick need to grab Dream. I need Riddick's mana and Luna's healing skill, please. A quick speaking voice came from the phone. Sophia was panicked as she really needed them to comply. This was the best and only plan that she and Dream had come up with. While Luna had been healing Dream, he was by no means being idle. He and Sophia had been speaking to each other. You are losing blood very fast. There's nothing we can summon to repair your internal organs and bones. Luna's skill is the only way to fix this, but her mana won't last, and we are using mine to keep me from dying faster. We will need mana for her skill. Riddick will have enough, but he's up in the sky. I doubt he has healing, or he probably would have helped. Are you capable of taking her skill like you did with Devour and use Riddick's mana? I will either succeed or we both die here. We need to talk to them somehow, but the connection has been weakened. I can't use telepathy. Use a device, the phone, the speaker on it. Just tell them you're my skill. On it. This was when Sophia finally spoke to them. When she did, Luna didn't hesitate and immediately crawled over and made contact while Riddick also moved with her. Once they did, Sophia gave them the rundown through telepathy. Luna, I need permission from you two. Yes. And Riddick, I need permission to use mana. Go ahead. I guess I can't exactly say no with my daughter like that. Confirmed. Beginning healing. When she said that, Luna was restricted from using her skill. Riddick's mana also started flowing out and into Dream's body. Riddick also wasn't lying earlier about Luna not being able to handle his mana. The mana that is tied to someone else can be very difficult and dangerous to handle, especially in large amounts. If Luna ever messed up, she could hurt her body badly and possibly damage her soul. Not to mention that Riddick would have to infuse her with it since she couldn't draw it out. In little amounts, it can be helpful in allowing the body to kickstart its absorption from the atmosphere like after you run out. But with the amount she needed, not possible. Sophia, on the other hand, was a skill meant for precision and processing. This was why she was able to access Riddick's mana and even cut Luna off from her own skill to use it. After Sophia got to work, Dream's body started gradually being repaired, though this wasn't just healing. It was almost like it was reversing what happened, hence the word restore. The organs were put back in place and patched up. His shattered bones found each other and fused back together. His torn muscles and tendons were also stitched back together. And last but not least, the holes and gashes in the skin were sealed. Though the process seemed simple, it was by no means easy or quick. On the outside, it took almost an hour and a half of healing. But on the inside, Sophia had already done dozens of hours of processing. Since Sophia didn't understand the skill signature, she could only aim it where she needed it most. This took tons of calculating and risk factoring. She had to repair the arteries one by one, each muscle fiber, each blood vessel, all the bone fragments, all the fat, making sure that blood didn't spill where it shouldn't be. There were many things to keep track of, and it was only because she had accelerated thinking that she could do it so fast. But this was the purpose of the skill Sophia. When there was a task at hand, the emotions that she gained from acquiring a part of Dream's soul took secondary precedence. Nothing mattered except carrying out her master's will, not to mention saving his life. This was the biggest proof that she was still indeed a skill and not an entirely separate being. Not that she herself cared. After 2 hours, when Dream was finally healed, Sophia stopped the mana flow and spoke to them. Dream will need some time to regenerate his blood as he has lost large amounts. During this time, he will occasionally be able to speak with you guys, but he won't be able to move his body. Can you guys help take care of him? Yes, we will, Luna. Thank you. I ask that he be kept on his bed. It may take up to a week for him to recover. However, his body is in perfect shape so he can be moved fine. That's good, Luna. And one more thing. Dream asked me to heal Luna. This requires me to use Heretic's mana. Do I have permission? Fine, go ahead, Heretic. Confirmed. Heretic was a little hesitant that Dream's skill was going to be using his mana on Luna, but he had no reason not to trust him anymore. He just gave the permission, and Sophia began recovering Luna's vitality. This actually took Dream's own vitality, but she didn't tell them that. Dream had noticed when Luna used her own and was basically giving it back, so it was fine. It only took moments for Luna to feel refreshed and back to normal. She quietly spoke to Heretic. Hey Dad, can you store the bears? Luna. I can, Heretic. Thank you, can you take us home too? Luna. Sure, that's fine, Heretic. Luna nodded to him and stood up. She then reached down and very gently picked up Dream's body. Iris also moved closer to them and Heretic activated his flight magic. They took off back to the hotel. Oh, yeah. Damn, I feel dizzy. Sophia. After an unknown amount of time, Dream began to wake up. His blurry eyes opened to the sight of a wood ceiling. You've been asleep for 2 days. I only woke you up when you had enough blood to be safe. How much blood did I lose exactly? 63%. A person on Earth would have had no chance of survival, but you not only got total healing, but your vitality is much stronger. Plus, I was able to kick your body into overdrive for blood production. That's a lot, so why can't I move my body? Your body has still only recovered a small amount of blood. There's not enough oxygen to pass around. I only woke you up so you could talk and eat. Gotcha. Dream nodded and looked around the room. He soon spotted the 2 girls laying on his bed next to him. I would tap you guys if I could use my hands. Looks like I'm gonna be in a pretty pathetic state for a while. D-Dream, Luna. Luna lifted her head to face him. When she did, Dream's smiling face met her. Hi. Sorry I've been out for so long. When she saw his face, she immediately started crying again. She started curling up into a ball and backing away. But Dream really didn't want that. You aren't gonna avoid me now, are you? I would be lonely without you here. But Sniff, I couldn't heal you. And Sniff, I almost let you die. I wouldn't be alive if you weren't there. I made an absolutely stupid mistake and you helped me recover from it. I feel like an idiot. You Sniff. You are an idiot. You almost left me. Sniff left me and Iris in this world full of Sniff disgusting guys. Hee, well, I can't do that now, can I? Hess. Dream chuckled a little at Luna's joke. The atmosphere was lightened a little and she eventually started to calm down. Dream also wasn't stupid enough to forget that there was one more person here. Hey, Scarlet, wakey. You're mean. Iris turned around and stopped playing dead. When Dream saw her face, they had tear stains. Did you use your fire to evaporate tears? Dream. Shut up, Sniff. Haha, both of you are the cutest things, and also the best things to ever happen to me. I really wish I wasn't paralyzed from the neck down right now. Well, maybe you shouldn't have gotten hurt so much, idiot. Iris. I guess that means that I just need my girls to pamper me now, huh? I'll be living like a king, hee. Dream forced a laugh at his little joke, but he really started to get depressed when he thought about how disabled he was. Truth is, he felt like pathetic dog shit. It was absolutely humiliating not being able to control his own body, in front of the girls, no less, and now they need to tend to him like a fucking child. Not only that, but he got himself into this mess. He was way too overconfident and almost got killed by his lack of experience. He thought he could just run in and fight because he had that armor. He paid the price for overestimating his skills and gear and for underestimating the bear. Who underestimates a fucking bear? It all happened so quickly, too. He stabbed the bear and got stabbed. He then got bit and stabbed again. 10 seconds in and out. What if the enemy was stronger? He would have died and left the girls to fend for themselves. What if Heretic wasn't there? There would have been no mana to leech from. This was the kind of thing that groups of people get wiped out for. He felt rage and frustration for his stupidity boil in his chest. Dream swore that he would never make the same mistakes again, or else he better be prepared to die to make up for it. Chapter 30, 1 Class Types. It took 10 days before Dream could finally get on his feet. Such a fast recovery would be unheard of on Earth, but he isn't on Earth. To give a reference, people who donate blood give about 10% of their blood volume, which takes several weeks to recover from before you can donate again. Dream had lost over 60% of his blood volume, but with Sophia, good food, and his high vitality, he was able to get the majority back in 10 days. He wasn't totally 100%, but he could live normally, which he gladly did. Dream hated the fact that he needed to be taken care of, but this also let him know just how good the girls were to him. They were by his side every day. They didn't even go hunting. He had told them that they should get their classes already, but they refused. They would just stay on his bed, sometimes in their fox form, and cuddle. It would have been heavenly if he wasn't paralyzed. They didn't want to leave him. He really felt fuzzy at that thought. But the morning when he recovered, he immediately got to work. "Are you sure you're completely fine? You could get hurt again if you aren't." Iris asked Dream while everyone was in his room. The girls were initially happy about Dream getting better when they first saw him up and moving, but it was dampened by the fact that he wanted to go hunting right away. "I'm fine. I refuse to delay my class advancement more, and I also want to get to the Enchanted Mountain. Something like that will not happen again. I'll make breakfast and we can eat before heading out. We shouldn't bother getting a quest either. We can just head to the forest and find some bears." Dream. All right, Iris." Iris was a little surprised by Dream's determined tone. She, along with Luna and Heretic, just sat down and began eating the food that Dream made. Breakfast was finished quietly and quickly. Nobody spoke even as they exited the hotel and left the city. It was only when they arrived at the forest that Iris spoke up again. "Dream, the last time we hunted bears, it took too much time to find them. Should we just hunt a bunch of crawlers?" Iris. "I was actually thinking of that as well. Since I want this to happen quickly, I'm gonna bring out a little tool of mine. I forgot to bring it out last time, but better late than never." Dream. After Dream said that, he summoned out 10 items on the floor. Iris looked at the odd X-shaped devices in confusion. What are those?" Iris. "They're called drones. They can fly and I put eyes on them so they can see things. We'll use these to find bears quickly." Dream. Dream flipped the ON switches of all the drones as he said that. The lights flickered as each drone began to lightly spin their rotors. Iris then remembered something that was similar. "So they're little helicopters?" Iris. "Pretty much." "All right, Sophia, send 'em." Dream. "Roger." When Dream gave the command, all 10 drones took off fast as lightning and scattered in different directions. Sophia would control them and look through their hyperspectral cameras to quickly find any bears. Then she could plot out the fastest route for them to get there. And as expected of her unparalleled efficiency, Sophia found 2 bears after just 3 minutes. "All right, we have some prey, just follow me." Dream. "Already, how fast were those things?" Iris. Iris shouted in surprise at how quick those things were. It took them 30 minutes of running last time. Dream bolted into the forest and the girls quickly followed behind. Heretic also took up his usual place in the sky. After 10 minutes of Dream following his route, they spotted their bears. Right when they did, Dream gave his instructions. "I'm gonna hide and take one out. You 2 work on the other one, don't get hurt. Just keep your distance. Luna traps, Scarlet burns, let's party up as well." Dream. Dream took both their hands after speaking and created a party with both of them. He then activated his stealth and disappeared. After he left, Luna smiled bitterly at how his attitude changed so much after last time. I guess it was a slap in the face for him. He's not so casual anymore. She sighed in her mind and started walking with Iris to face their bears. As they approached, they saw two white bears, likely air elementals, which seemed to be the common ones in this forest. They went through the same procedure and walked over to grab their attention. Or at least they tried. As they started to get closer, they noticed something off with the bears. Both of them were eating some dead prey a minute ago. But now they were huddled right next to each other, frantically looking around. They were searching for something with fear and panic on their faces. Iris and Luna walked even closer. They were able to get within 50 meters of the bears before they finally got noticed. The bears turned to face them, but even then they were still looking around, not totally focused on the girls in front of them. This was also when the girls found out why the bears were so scared. It was the atmosphere. A wave of quiet anger and bloodlust poured over everyone in the vicinity. It was stifling. It made one automatically prepare for battle, as if they were about to face a powerful enemy. But it was the suspense from not knowing where your enemy was that brought intense pressure to your mind and sanity. Even the girls felt their heartbeat quicken. Chills momentarily went up their spines until they figured out who it might be that was releasing the pressure. Is that Dream? Iris. I think it is. Let's just prepare to fight. Luna. Right as Luna and Iris prepared to launch their attacks, one of the bears released a loud roar in an attempt to dissipate the pressure. It was likely being driven crazy from the suspense. The girls only flinched for a split second before continuing to attack the distressed bears. Luna began using earth magic while Iris started her torch. This was also when a bullet ripped through the air. ***. Thud. A new hole was created in the eye socket of one of the bears. It died instantly and dropped straight to the ground with a thud. The girls also successfully trapped the other bear. Iris began burning its face while Luna launched shards at it. Its resistance was futile and it was dead within the minute. Iris spoke up in uncertainty when they got the experience. That seemed really easy. I know we have more experience in fighting them, but it still ended so fast. Iris. I think we know who to thank for that. Luna. Luna turned to another direction when she said that. A figure walked over. I already know where more bears are. I also want to start letting you guys kill them since I get more experience. Follow me. Dream. The figure was indeed Dream, who wanted to waste no time and motioned for the girls to follow him. He didn't even care to explain what happened. That injury must have been a hard wake-up call. He never usually gets so serious, but I guess it's a good thing. Iris. Yeah. Luna nodded her head in agreement. The girls ran off after Dream soon after. It looked like their classes would come sooner than they thought. During their next fight, the same pressure was brought to a group of 3 bears. Unlike last time, though, Dream didn't kill one at the beginning. The girls approached and began the fighting. Luna would focus on immobilizing one and moving on to the other while Iris would attack the ones that couldn't resist. This was supposed to be very difficult as there were still 3 bears, but they began to notice the unseen fruits of Dream's help. If a bear ever tried to break free of an earth trap, they would very suddenly get slashed from nowhere. Some would get a stab in the body or in the legs. It greatly decreased their resistance and none of it was lethal. The girls knew it was Dream and sought to finish off their prey. Like the last fight, it ended rather easily and only took more time. This also allowed the girls to get most of the experience since they did the killing. The trio got this strategy down and moved from group to group. No bear could hide or resist them and they leveled like crazy, until one of them quickly reached the end of level 49. Hey guys! I can get my class advancement. Iris shouted in total glee after they finished off another group of 3 bears. Luna and Dream walked up to her. Congrats, though you shouldn't choose anything yet. Once Luna gets hers, then you both can consult each other and your dad. Dream. Dream spoke quickly to make sure she didn't choose anything out of excitement. He actually had an idea for both of them which would be very cool, but probably wouldn't work. Okay, let's hurry up and fight some more then. I already have an idea on what I want to do. Iris. All right, just follow me, and make sure to let Luna get the kills this time. Dream. The three rushed off to their next target and quickly fought a battle. And sure enough, Luna wasn't far behind Iris and was able to advance. I can advance, though the choices are so different. Luna. Well, we can figure it out right now. Let's call the old man down. Dream. Already here, Riddick. With great timing, Riddick floated down and landed in front of the trio. He immediately gave them a rundown. Since you girls are ready, here's some basic information. As you all can imagine, your first class is a very important choice. It can and almost always will dictate your future. You can't regret a choice after this. Another thing is that not all classes are combat-related. There are classes that cover every field you can imagine, from merchant to blacksmith to farmer. Though these are very seldom chosen, as it may bar your path to strength. Never underestimate blacksmiths, however. Those people aren't exactly weak. Riddick. Riddick put on a sour face as he mentioned blacksmiths. Dream thought that he perhaps had to learn that lesson the hard way at some point in time. He chuckled in his mind, and Riddick continued. Anyway, there is also another very important aspect to classes to pay attention to, and that is wording. Classes like Fire Mage obviously have to do with casting fire magic. Same with other elements. There are also swordsmen who wield swords, axe masters, bowmen, etc. These kinds of classes fall under the category of basic class, though this does not at all mean that they are weak. The next category is specialists and masters. These classes can have the word master or great in front of them, like master swordsman or great mage. These people have practiced and have achieved mastery over their art. If you were to find a second-class master, I highly suggest keeping your distance, though this class is much more common at the third class. These two categories are the most common and popular. That's because anything other than these types are very rarely seen, though there are two other types that have been seen occasionally. These types are unique and ruler classes. The ruler class got its name from the fact that the kings of the four great empires have this type of class. I won't go over them now, just know that these classes are extremely powerful, much more so than masters. Unique classes are ones that don't have regular names, ones that are vague, odd, or represent something. To give an example, I once came across someone with the class Mana Weaver. That man was capable of turning his mana into incomparably thin threads, which he would then use to either weave a spell or just slice someone. Those threads couldn't be seen and could cut through anything that was unprotected. It was truly a scary power. Riddick sported an ugly face as he described the power of that man. What happened to that man? Dream. He was killed by the combined efforts of several elders of the Spire. Let's just say that he did something he shouldn't have. Anyway, I just want to make sure you guys are aware of the nature of classes. This information is very important when encountering people in the future. Another thing you girls need to know is that I won't make the decision for you. I can give advice, but the choice is ultimately yours. This will mark the start of the rest of your life, and there can be no regrets after the fact. So look through every choice carefully, and if you have questions about anything, don't hesitate to ask. After Riddick said so, he brought out chairs for everyone to sit on and let the girls go through everything. Luna and Iris began to take the decision seriously after hearing everything as well. They began reading through their classes carefully. Chapter 32, Predator. While the girls were thinking about their choices, Dream spoke to Riddick. There's only one problem I can see right now. They haven't used any weapons yet. Wouldn't it be good for them to do that? The difference a weapon can make is big, though I don't doubt their magical abilities, it would still be good for them. Dream. That is true, but at the same time, in Iris' case, it could be worse instead to choose something like swordsman instead of fire mage. It was the same problem I had with you wanting to take on multiple specialties. If they divide their abilities and class, it can greatly hinder them, as a class can greatly amplify your abilities if chosen correctly. Riddick. Very true, Dream. Dream nodded at that reasoning. They could always learn to use a weapon as a supplement to their core abilities as well, so they wouldn't need to choose a class for it. Not that they had a choice right now either way. The two men sat there for several minutes in silence. Though they were curious about the selections, they didn't want to rush the girls. But as time passed, the faces of the girls got increasingly troubled. Dream couldn't help his curiosity and spoke up. "Are you two all right?" "The selection can't be that bad, right?" Dream. "Well, just as a question, how many options should someone have for their first class?" Iris. Iris lifted her head and looked at Riddick. "Well, it depends, but it's usually around a dozen or so. Why, did you get a lot?" Riddick. "And no, the opposite, actually. I only have 2 choices." Iris. 2, that really is low. What about you, Luna?" Riddick. Riddick was a little surprised, but still calmed down. He turned to Luna as she was probably in the same boat. "I also have 2 choices." Luna. "You guys really are twins. They probably aren't bad, though. What are they?" Dream. "Mine are Fire Fox and Predator." Iris. "Mine are Ice Fox and Familiar." Luna. Riddick perked up after Luna said her choices. Did you say Familiar?" Riddick. "Yes, Luna." Riddick stared straight at Luna with a contemplating face. She in turn got confused and cautiously answered his question. Is that bad?" Luna. "I'm not sure. There are certain animals or monsters, usually ones closer to spirits, who can become a familiar. This happens either through taming or if the animal in question deems the receiver worthy enough. The bond between a familiar and its owner are very strong, but I've never heard of something like it coming up as a class, so I couldn't tell you if it's good or not." Riddick. "It's Luna." "I think I have an idea." Dream. Dream spoke up after hearing Riddick's explanation. "You think you know what that class is about?" Riddick. "Yes, first we have to look at Scarlet's second choice, which matches her second set of abilities. This means that Luna's second choice will match up with her healing ability. The reason why it might say familiar, though, is because her style is support. Ice lances from a distance, earth traps, and don't take it in a mean way, but she did her best when I was there and we helped each other. Healing is also supportive. Dream. Well then, why didn't she get another class like healer or even supporter? Riddick. Well, I think that's because of me, actually. 1, Luna and I, as well as Scarlet, have quite the bond. I'm not gloating or anything, just being self-aware. 2, when I was on the verge of death, it was her that lent me her ability to use as I needed. That was her desire to assist me, and going off of your description of familiars, that sounds pretty on the mark. Dream. Sigh, I guess you're right, boy. Though I'm not sure I'm so pleased with one of her classes being that way because of you, I can't exactly argue with that. Riddick. Riddick had an ugly face as he heard Dream's argument. Everything he said was on the mark. But that also meant that his daughters were being so affected by Dream that even their classes changed. He wasn't too happy with that. Dream also knew Riddick's worries, but there was nothing much he could do, except make Luna aware of what each choice meant. Luna. The class of familiar is a supportive role. Since it is a class, it likely isn't dependent on any specific person, but it is still supportive nonetheless. Your other option will allow you to enhance your manipulation abilities and, in turn, your combat prowess. I say to choose Ice Fox if you want to get stronger by your own power. You can always work on your restore ability, and in time, who knows, maybe a later class will incorporate it, but the choice is yours. Dream. Dream wanted Luna to know that each class will lead down a different path, and therefore a different style of fighting. He was most concerned with the fact that familiar applies to helping someone else, and he felt kind of apologetic for possibly influencing her selection, but again, there wasn't much he could do. Everyone was silent for a little as they let Luna ponder on her choice. It was much different from Iris, where both choices were combative. The person in question, though, seemed to be much less concerned about such a big decision and spoke her mind after a short while. Although it is supportive, the class is there for a reason. I'm not as combat-oriented as Iris is, and I don't want to force such a style onto myself. More than that, though, I am very okay with helping you too. I couldn't think of anything better. Luna. After she said that, Luna shut her eyes. Dream got confused, but Riddick apparently had an idea why. Wait, did you just… Riddick. Hee, sorry, Dad, I just think it's better. Luna. You chose it, that's awfully rash of you. Dream. Dream was surprised after he figured it out. She made the selection. She didn't even want to think on it more. Dream thought that it was a little fast, but at the same time there was no use overthinking. If Luna felt that she was suited towards support, then she should go that route. Dream also didn't disagree. In fact, he wanted her to choose that, but he obviously couldn't say that outright. It wasn't long after Luna made her choice that changes took place. PSH**. Luna suddenly transformed into her fox form in a puff of smoke. Luna. Dream. Yarg, I didn't mean T0 transform. Everything is starting to hurt. Luna. Dream walked over to her and had her lay on his lap when he heard her grunt in pain. Though he assumed it was the class selection that triggered the pain, so he decided not to panic. But he was still worried. Old man, you know what this is? Dream. I do. You know how I said species other than humans don't need to make energy pathways at Class 3? Well, that's because they evolve as they level up. Their species undergo evolutions instead of class changes. But since my daughters are part human, they get their class change as well. I wasn't actually totally sure if they got both, but sure enough they do. Riddick. So they're going to be overpowered in the future, and Luna is evolving right now. Looks like it, and Iris will too. Ugh, that looks painful though, Iris. Everyone watched as Luna laid there in pain. Dream just stroked her hair to give her something else to focus on, but he also didn't forget to conduct research. Sophia, I need you to analyze the changes in her body, the soul as well. We need to figure out how classes work. Already on it. You really are the best. Dream gave praise at the fact that Sophia knew him so well. Meanwhile, Luna's body started to have more obvious changes after a while. At first, there was nothing on the outside that looked different. But after about 10 minutes, her fur began to see changes. Luna had always had snowy white fur with a blue hue that seemed like it glowed during the night. There was never anything instead of just white, but that began to change. 3 blue stripes were drawn on each of her cheeks like whiskers. The top of her face also turned blue, from the top of her snout to around her eyes. It looked like a mask, unlike the usual bandana look that foxes normally have. Her paws faded out from white into a dark blue. The tail was the same, having a blue tip. After those changes external, nothing else happened, and Dream thought that was it. The blue color just became more pronounced. But as the end of the evolution came, he began to feel something. Warning, a connection between souls is being created. It's coming from Luna. This is likely a result of the familiar class. Allow connection. Sophia came with a warning not long after. Dream nodded in his head. Yeah, that's fine. Dream was surprised by the sudden connection, but it wasn't out of place. Since the familiar class was probably caused by him, it would also mean that he is one of the targets of her help. Iris probably got the same thing. He allowed the connection, not that he would ever deny it. Connection established. It will take time to… Sophia let the connection through and started to evaluate what it did until she was interrupted by someone. The individual, Luna, has sought and created a familiar connection with you. Your familiars will be capable of assisting you with their own skills as they see fit. Depending on the strength of the familiar and its partner, certain levels of communication can be carried out over distances. Well, I guess that explains it. 3 notifications popped up and explained what happened. Dream detected a little anger coming from Sophia after that. Apparently, she doesn't enjoy being interrupted by all-powerful systems. I'll slap the record someday. We'll probably have to become gods ourselves before we can do that. I will help you become a god. We can do it. To slap that snarky record in the face. Sure, I guess it's good to have goals. Dream sweat a little at her impossible ambitions. And at how petty she could apparently be. After the notifications passed, Luna had finally finished her evolution. She opened her eyes and looked up towards Dream. When Dream looked back, he saw that it wasn't just the fur that had changed. Her eyes did too. Her elliptical fox eyes changed from gray to an icy blue, almost looking just like ice. He had never seen such exotic eyes. They were even more surreal than her gray ones that looked like jade. Dream ended up staring for a bit before Luna swung her tail in his face. He snapped out of it and started playing with her fur. "You know, I think your fur got softer and smoother. I can get used to this." Dream. "Don't get comfortable yet. I still gotta evolve too." Iris. Iris got up from her rock and quickly transformed into a fox. She then walked over and squeezed in between Luna and Dream to sit on his lap. Right after she got comfortable, she began her evolution. "Ugh, this really does hurt." A grunt came out not long after she started. It was also around the time when Dream began seeing the same changes he saw on Luna. The stripes that were drawn on Iris were identical to that of Luna. 3 whiskers on each cheek, the red mask on her face, and the fade into red on the paws and tail. Dream really did feel that the blood-red color fit her, especially now that she has a class called Predator. She will indeed spill lots of blood, but her pitch-black fur was the perfect canvas to do it on. Luna also cuddled Iris while in her fox form, and although she was going through pain, Dream was just enjoying the exquisite fur of both of them. It took about the same amount of time for Iris to evolve. When she was done, her eyes opened as she stood up. Dream checked her eyes as well and saw that they had indeed become blood-red. It wasn't anything like a ruby red either, but almost as if it were a real pool of blood. He thought it looked cool. "I've gotten stronger, but my ability didn't change too much." Iris. "What did change exactly?" Dream. Dream was curious about exactly what classes could do. He got an idea from Luna and her familiar connection, but Iris didn't have that. "My expanded stomach is actually gone. I still have Devour, though." "I also got an inventory. That's nice." Iris. "So can you still eat a bunch of food?" Dream. "I can. It just got put under the Devour ability. I think the stomach is actually better now. It can fit more and break down material faster. The best part, though, is that I can transfer things from my inventory into my stomach. I don't have to actually eat things like fat bears. Although I do like eating, so I probably still will. But the troublesome things I don't have to worry about anymore." Iris. "That's good, so you got a better stomach." "Is that it, Dream?" "Nope, I also got sensing skills called Keen Smell and Heat Vision for finding prey. My teeth also got much sharper as well as my claws. I didn't really get any combat skills, though." Iris. Iris looked a little sad as she said that. "Well, you use fire anyway to fight. As I said, you'll need to work on your other abilities. It'll be fine. It's also only the first class." Dream. Dream comforted her with the fact that this was only the beginning. There was still much more time ahead of them, and who knows what could happen. "All right, so that's your skills. You said you got stronger as well. What are your attributes at?" Heretic. Heretic spoke up with the next most important bit of info. "My attributes are Strength E+, Agility E+, Stamina E, Magic D. My magic was originally E+, so I went up a letter. My other attributes also went up a sign." Iris. Not bad. You're approaching someone who just entered 2nd class with your magic. Keep it up and you'll be at the top of those on your level." Heretic. Heretic gave praise to Iris. Dream also got an idea on the average power levels for 1st and 2nd class. Apparently D level is the average for people entering 2nd class, and E level is probably average for those already past 1st class. With that useful bit of knowledge, Dream turned to Luna. "How about you, Luna? What did your class give?" Dream. Chapter 33, Mystic. Dream asked Luna about the results from her evolution and class change. "Well, the familiar class allows me to better act as a supporter. An ability called Bestow lets me use my Restore ability on people even at a distance, though it would be a bit weaker. I think it also might be able to give people boosts, but I'm not sure how much. Boosts like more strength." Dream. Strength, agility, and Restore can heal. I'm not sure about transferring mana to other people, but basically I can boost the attributes. It likely isn't much, though. Luna. Well, something is better than nothing. And that's only for now. Who knows how far this ability can go in another 100 levels. Anyway, was there anything else? I'm sure you got better attributes, but were there any other abilities? Dream. Dream was happy about the fact that Luna could boost at all. Her being able to use Restore could also bring huge application to their battles. Their survivability would be much higher as well as their fighting stamina. Needless to say, she was now an essential part of their team. But other than boosts, it would be nice for her to be able to fight for herself. He didn't want her to have to rely on others. I didn't get any other direct skills, but I might be able to develop one. My ability to communicate with others over thoughts has been increased. Since I will be a supporter in the future, then it would also be good for me to be able to guide everyone during battles. I'll be able to get a big picture and communicate it to you guys and increase coordination. Though I would need lots of practice, I have time since we're still low level. Luna. Luna smiled as she seemed proud to be able to do more, even if she wasn't given another skill. Dream also believed that it was something good to have. Many teams have issues with coordinating their fights, especially when they don't know each other. It's tough for people who haven't learned each other's styles and habits to fight with each other. But if someone could give everyone a situational perspective, then there would be fewer mistakes and less people getting blindsided. This would be Luna's role, since she would be in the best position to do so. Dream wouldn't really need it for himself because he has good awareness. His stealth also gives him a different fighting style, and he's usually in an archer's position where he can see mostly everything. But if they ever brought new people into their group, then Luna would be a crucial intermediary for cooperation. That really would be amazing. Something like that will be crucial in the future. So I agree that you work on it, especially while communicating with multiple people. Dream. Dream gave his praise while standing up. Luna and Iris also got up and transformed back into humans. PSH**. In her. Dream looked at the girls after they transformed in a cloud of smoke. They weren't the same. They had something on their heads. Are those masks? Dream. They are, Riddick. Riddick answered Dream's question as if he were expecting it. It seemed like he knew what that was. They never had masks like that before. Dream. It a part of their evolution, and most foxes that can transform get one after first or second class. You see, foxes tend to have a trickster sort of nature. They are mischievous little things, cunning, deceptive, a bit secretive, but kind and caring to those who matter. These aspects are what created the mask. Though the mask is mainly cosmetic, its significance is that it's derived and created from their soul. Humanoid foxes cherish this mask as a symbol of themselves. Each one is unique, and many will often wear it while in their humanoid forms, as they don't prefer to put their true self on display. Riddick. Riddick explained the backstory of the mask that the girls now had. Iris and Luna took theirs off and inspected it closely as their dad spoke. They were intrigued and happy. They didn't completely know why they liked the mask so much, but it made sense after Riddick explained it. It was made from their soul, of course they would feel attached. Each of the girls now also had their own symbol, a fingerprint if you will. Dream also felt it was nice. It would be something special they could always keep with them, though he was also worried and spoke up. Although I understand its significance, but it's because of how special it is that they might now want to wear it. It could get damaged, and it doesn't look so easily repairable. Dream. There's no need to worry about that. They can summon and unsummon the mask at will as it is still made from their soul. It also isn't exactly a physical object, more spiritual than anything. So it won't get damaged in any normal situation. Riddick. Oh, then never mind. Dream. Dream nodded and put away his worries. He also took a look at the mask. He didn't want to ask for it from the girls since it wasn't his place to, but he was still curious. Although Riddick said that the masks were all unique, the girls' masks didn't look all that different. The only real difference was the colors. The masks were basically the upper half of a fox head, a long nose at the front and ears on top. The eyes' sockets also looked like it allowed them to see perfectly fine, so they could probably wear it in combat. The design consisted of the whiskers on the sides similar to the drawings on the girls' fox furs, as well as symbols on their foreheads. Luna's symbol was a blue swirl with flowing blue waves going past it to the ears. Iris had a fiery design on hers with a flickering flame going up to her ears. The colors of the masks were also respective to their own. Luna's was totally white like snow with blue drawings, and Iris was black as ink with red drawings. Dream admired the masks and how exquisite they looked. He also wondered what they felt like, but he soon remembered that he still needed to do something. He got ready to take his leave. "All right, you guys can fiddle with your new abilities some more. I still have to get my class and I already have some prey, so I'll get going." Dream. "Oh, we can go too. We were just taking a look and got sidetracked." Luna. "No, that's all right. I'll just go myself. It won't take me long either." Dream. After he said that, Dream activated his stealth and dashed off into the distance. Lewin stood there, about to insist but not given the chance. Iris spoke after a moment. "I guess he must be eager to get his class after seeing ours." Iris. "He also gave us most of the experience. I'm sure he's only a tiny bit away from getting there. Maybe a couple kills is all he needs." Luna. The girls shrugged it off and got back to inspecting their skills and masks. They knew he could handle himself and weren't worried. Meanwhile, Dream was coming up on his prey. He didn't really need to plan much before attacking, but he had something to test first. He was wondering why his aura had been leaking out during their battles. Dream thought that everything was sealed with his erase presence, and that there would be no way to detect him. But as the girls noticed at their first battle, his enemies would be scared by the atmosphere when he was around. He went to Sophia first. "Do you have any idea what that is, Sophia? I thought this issue was solved when I maxed out the level." "I'm not totally sure. I have a feeling, though, that because you've been getting stronger, your soul is growing in power and influence. Your desire to kill could be being transmitted by your soul instead of mana or emotions. Monsters with weak souls like the bears wouldn't be able to resist." It's possible. We should test a bit." And so he did. When Dream came near the prey, he didn't take out any weapons. He just observed, watching the bears from about 40 meters away. It was then that he saw the bears react. Though they weren't as frantic as before, they just glanced around them, trying to find the source of unease. He stayed like that for nearly 15 minutes. He just watched as the bears got more and more uncomfortable. They eventually started moving away from their spot to get away from whatever was watching them. Dream followed them as they kept moving, and the bears kept looking around them. I can imagine it's like when you feel like someone's stalking you, that uneasiness from knowing there's possible trouble but not finding it. But since I'm not trying to kill them, they aren't freaked out. I still can't identify any leakage. All I know is that they aren't capable of tracing it back to you. Erase presence likely still works fine. But what's going on is beyond what erase presence covers. The skill will need to be evolved. Even more reason to get a class. We'll have our chance soon. Ending there, he put away his other thoughts and took out a weapon. It was finally time to get his class. 30 minutes later. DSH asterisk. Thud. You have killed a level 58 air bear. Congratulations, you have reached your class advancement. After shooting and killing the last bear in a group, he finally got the notifications he was looking for. Sweet. All right, let's get this going. Dream had a burst of excitement before finding a rock nearby and settling down. This would be an important choice. When he situated himself, more notifications popped up. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class. Gunfighter, Analyst, Bladesman, Hunter, Ranger, Grappler, Striker, Assassin, Engineer. 21 Mass use. Dream looked through the options that the system gave him one by one. Most of the classes were classic RPG choices. It made it easy for him to understand, luckily. though he was surprised when he found classes like masseuse. Do they expect people to actually choose that? And I see cook here too. Nobody probably does. Though there might be rare cases, it's probably only the people who know that they won't be able to go farther. Choosing those classes would basically bar your path to strength. Maybe, though, we should see if we can find someone who actually did choose something like that. I have yet to taste the great delicacies of this world. Anyway, most of these classes are basic ones, but I do see a unique one. Dream scrolled down and focused on 14 in the list. Mystic sounds exotic. It probably has something to do with your stealth. Most likely. My other best options are gunfighter or analyst. But since you, Sophia, have analysis-type abilities, I don't think I'll need more. And I'm not really sure what gunfighter will give me, but I already have shooting, and it would be a waste to only get, like, increased gun damage or something. Neither one seems like it would give me stealth abilities either, which I would prefer. There's also assassin. What about that one? I'm not sure. Assassins usually deal with high burst damage, but they're also commonly associated with short blades like daggers. They carry out attacks with planning, cunning, speed, and precision, and they are also masters of stealth, similar to ninjas. And though this all sounds good, one fatal flaw is that they have a hard time with upfront battles. They wouldn't be limited to sneak attacks, though. You also have your teammates to distract the enemy. Your stealth is probably your best ability, and it's allowed you to get this far pretty easily. Having a class to enhance that would be good. Sophia gave sensible advice. Her logic was that assassin would compound on top of Dream's current abilities. And she wasn't wrong, but she was forgetting one important thing. What you say is true, except for the fact that it's not my best ability. You, Sophia, are my best ability. I will not become strong through stealth, shooting, or anything else. I will become strong with your help. With knowledge and your transcendent processing capabilities, we can create magic like no other. My stealth is supplementary and can allow me to carry certain things out more easily. But I will not be able to hide from everything, and I will not let it become my crutch and get caught off guard when it doesn't work. Dream's voice lowered as he spoke. He was reminded of his injury, and it always let him know how weak he currently was with upfront battles. But he knew he would have to fight them, and stealth wouldn't always work or be usable. So he needed to use his other strengths, which consisted almost solely of Sophia. She was his greatest ability, and Dream knew she would be his key to strength, especially in the future. Knowledge is power, even in the jungle, and Sophia finally understood what he was going for. She also felt the trust he had for her and the hopes for the future in his voice. And although the expectations weren't light, it wasn't like he was asking her to slap a god, which she had wanted to do herself not that long ago. I understand. I won't let you down. I exist for Master's sake anyway. You haven't called me that in a while. Anyway, it's not like my stealth won't be improved. I'm just thinking that Mystic will be better than Assassin, especially since it's a unique class, at least as far as I know. Should we consult Heretic about this? No need. I understand what I want to do, and there's no need to overthink. And since that's the case, I think it's time to choose. Dream took a deep breath and stared at the list of choices. Although he said he didn't want to overthink, he couldn't help but feel nervous. This was his first step into a bigger world, and he didn't want to make the wrong choice. He looked at everything and reaffirmed himself of his choice before finally taking the leap. He spoke out loud. I choose Mystic. Class Mystic has been chosen. Experience will be compiled and reformed. The active skill, Erase Presence, has evolved to the active skill, Mystify. Sophia will be enhanced. You are level 50. Dream gave his choice and watched as the notifications popped up with a fast heartbeat. The anxiousness over making an important choice that will change his life was at its peak. After it announced his level, however, nothing else happened. He waited for over a minute, just staring at his notifications before finally speaking up. Is that it? I mean, I know I'm not part animal like the girls and can't evolve, but it still feels underwhelming. Don't forget it's also the first class. And your stealth skill still evolved. I was also enhanced, though it felt weird to be violated like that. Violated. I was upgraded without my consent. Like, my code was forcefully changed. I had no control over anything. Though it was only for a bit, it still felt uncomfortable. Hello. Dream couldn't exactly say he knew what it felt like, but he understood what she was saying. Sophia was a skill with intelligence, and the record enhanced her, the skill. She couldn't do anything about it, and even Dream could feel her discomfort. Well, at least it was for something good, not that there was a choice anyway. What I need to do now, though, is figure out what my new skill does. Dream took a deep breath to dissipate his stress and accepted the anticlimactic class acceptance. He opened up his status to see the changes. Chapter 34, Setting Off. Dream opened his status. Profile. Name Dream. Species human male. Class Mystic. Level 50. Stats Strength D, Agility D. Stamina E plus Magic D. Passive Skills Sophia LVL. 5 MMA Mastery LVL 30. Active Skills Summons from Another World Shooting LVL. Max Mystify LVL 1. Interesting. So I've almost completely gotten into the D range for attributes. I can imagine that places me pretty high up. I also see that you leveled up, Sophia. I did indeed. I had actually been level 2, but the enhancement gave me another 3 levels. Asterisk size only 3 levels, huh? Dream let out a tired sigh. An entire class advancement only leveled her up 3 times. He was starting to feel how difficult leveling would be in the future. All right, we can look at my new stealth ability. And rather than going through the pain and the ass process of testing its limits, we can just look at the description, if you don't mind, Sophia. Of course. As Dream didn't want to figure out what his ability did the hard way, he opted for having the record tell him instead. A screen soon appeared in front of him. Mystify, a technique of concealment and confounding. Anything with perception will either be incapable of perceiving you or will be mystified by your presence. The individual can also directly influence the cognition of the target. Effects are determined by the mental strength and intelligence of the target. So this was a combination of my erase presence and the effects from my soul scaring the bears. Both came together for an ability. Dream made his assumptions. Since the abilities all have to come from somewhere, he assumed it was those 2 things that allowed him to get this ability. Sophia also assumed such. That's most likely the case. The fact that you can influence the cognition of the target is huge. I wonder if they have illusion magic in this world, because that would most likely match up with this ability. There probably is. Speaking of, I am very eager to learn some magic. Until I can learn other skills, I will be at a plateau with my combat strength. My weapons won't be able to carry me much further. Well, you may not have to wait long. Remember that you guys only stopped here to get your class. And although it took much longer than expected, all 3 of you have finally advanced. You could set off for the Enchanted Mountain today if you wanted. You know what, that is true. Well, since I've learned all I need to know, I should go find the others. You have their location. I'll mark it on your vision. After she said that, Dream saw a blip in his vision. He then took off towards the family. As he ran through the forest, Dream could feel the increased strength in his body. His body was light as a feather, and his coordination was perfect. Every step he took aimed his body and moved his center of gravity however he wanted. One could say that he was gliding across the ground rather than running. His footwork from all those years of sports like soccer, track, and football only helped his smoothness. As he got closer, though, he didn't go up to greet the family up front, but instead decided to test his new stealth ability. He activated Mystify. When he used the skill, Dream's body began to warp and dissipate into the air, as if disintegrating. His body no longer affected the air, no steps were shown on the ground, no sound was made. He just disappeared. He himself could also feel the changes. He couldn't feel the air blowing past his skin, and the ground he stepped on felt unreal. Usually the blades of grass would bend with weight, or dirt would shift when he kicked off. And he would still cause those changes from his perspective, but from the outside there was no evidence of it happening, as if only he was aware of his existence. The most important change, though, was to his mana. I'm using mana way faster than before. I definitely wouldn't be able to maintain this forever. It also probably consumes more if I were to use that magic as well. The ability is also only level 1. I can imagine it getting better as it raises level. That's true. Sophia chimed in to look at the bright side, and as if proving her right, Dream received a notification not long after. Mystify has leveled up. Mystify has leveled up. His skill leveled up twice as he ran. After it did, Dream could indeed feel a tiny bit less mana being drawn upon. Good. Only 97 more levels. Though my other skill was maxed in several hours, I doubt I could do the same for this one. Dream ran around for a bit more, hoping for another level up, but never got one. He wasn't disappointed, though. It was a higher class ability, after all. As he started getting closer to the family, though, he started concentrating. He applied even more mana into his stealth to stay hidden as best he could. Why was he trying to hide? Well, in order to test how god his ability actually was, he needed a good test subject. And what better subject than a non-hostile third-class magician? Indeed, Dream was attempting to sneak up on Heretic. He knew the girls couldn't find him, but he had never been able to hide from the old man. And although he probably still couldn't, he could at least try and catch him off guard. Dream got slower and slower as he approached. When he got to the 200-meter mark, he came to a walking speed. He knew he was well within the range of Heretic's senses, but it seemed as if he couldn't detect him yet. Dream kept moving forward. 200 meters, 170 meters, 150, 130. When Dream reached almost 100 meters away, he finally saw a reaction from Heretic. The old man raised his head as he sat on a rock and turned towards Dream's general direction. Dream also stopped in his tracks. Heretic scanned his area for a couple of moments before turning back. Dream could tell he was still suspicious, though. All right, Sophia. I can approach a third class up to 100 meters before alerting them. And now I have two options. I can slowly inch my way over or book it. Inching over might get you a dozen or so meters closer, but he would still eventually find you. Booking it would alert him quicker, but you can close distance faster. Don't forget that this skill isn't just about stealth, but confusion. So approach quickly, and use the second part of my ability to confuse him as soon as possible. From how far can I affect him? I estimate the farthest being 60 meters, but with lesser effects. As you get closer, the effects get stronger, so the challenge is getting to at least 50 meters. Got it, I guess we run now. Dream prepared himself and plotted out the best path for his approach. Once he was ready, he kicked off the ground as fast as he could. Heretic also sensed the sudden movement and snapped towards Dream's direction, though he still couldn't make out the exact location. Dream saw this and just kept running. It only took a couple of steps to reach 80 meters, another couple to reach 60. By this time, Heretic had basically locked onto his figure, and Dream wasn't sure if he knew it was him. Either way, Dream began using his confusion on Heretic at 50 meters. Once Heretic was attacked, he quickly stood up from his rock. Dream then felt waves of mana emanating from Heretic's body and brushing over his own. Is this detection magic? Very likely. Just keep your confusion aimed at him. Dream kept channeling mana to his skill stealth and to confuse Heretic. He kept getting closer, and Heretic got more alert, but for the most part stayed calm. Dream had also made sure not to release any form of a threatening aura. He didn't need to die for doing something stupid like that. Not that sneaking up on a third class was smart anyway. Dream took many quick and small steps instead of large strides as he got closer. He hit 40 meters, then 30. When he got this far, Dream could see a smile float up on the old man's face. This is when he knew that he had been exposed, but that didn't mean it was over. Dream stopped weaving the trees and shot straight at Heretic when he got past 15 meters. Heretic responded to the challenge with some magic. He raised his hand and aimed at Dream. Though Dream didn't know what it was, he also didn't plan on getting hit. He pumped more mana into his skill and went around the magic aimed at him. It was also when Dream suddenly moved that he noticed the effects of his ability. You see, Heretic has absolutely no problem keeping up with fast objects, as evidenced by how he could barely see bullets leaving a gun. So when Dream saw how Riddick wasn't focused on him, but rather the space right next to him, he knew that his ability must have had some effect. Dream got closer and closer until he was right in front of Riddick. He then spun around and made his way to the side of Riddick's body where he threw a punch to his liver. When Dream thought that he would succeed in making contact, a shimmer came from the surface of Riddick's body and blocked his punch. A low thud was heard, followed by the sounds of pain. Thud. Oh, damn, that freaking hurt. Is that a shield? Dream. Dream immediately retracted his hand and held it. It felt like he had punched metal. Riddick responded with a smirk. It's a barrier. Did you think I wouldn't have one and just let you hit me? Riddick. You think I know anything about barriers? Dream. A fair point, Riddick. Riddick's face froze for a second before nodding after he considered the fact that Dream still knew nothing about magic. Though I do have to praise you on getting so close in the first place. Although there were many more ways I could have found you out from far away, I am still a third class. Sneaking up on one is no easy feat, especially for someone who just got their first class. Though that wasn't all just sneaking, I have to ask, what was that ability you used? Riddick. Riddick asked a question after praising his efforts. Dream expected the question and answered him. It's the ability I got from the evolution of my erase presence. It's called Mystify, and it can both hide me from enemies as well as confuse them. I used the confusion on you, and although the effect was minimal, it still remains that you didn't identify me until 30 meters. You also missed me with your magic. I did already have the feeling that it was you, but yes, I didn't know 100% until I could finally make out your face, which surprises me, even though I didn't use my detection skill, and I guess I did miss you, huh? Riddick pondered with a long face as he stared at Dream for a bit, though it was soon interrupted by another party. Dream. How did your class selection go? Iris. Both Iris and Luna came walking up to Dream. My class is called Mystic. I'm assuming that it's a unique one, though it only evolved my stealth ability, but honestly that's plenty considering how good it is. Dream. Mystic, I've never heard of it. Well, it is a unique class after all. Riddick. And it evolved your stealth ability. I was wondering why your presence got so faint. Luna. I'm surprised you could still sense me at all. Though I guess I wasn't targeting you guys with confusion earlier. Dream. Dream wondered if Luna had better senses than he thought, but he suddenly remembered his familiar connection with her, which would explain why she could sense him at all. Iris, though, gave an answer he expected. I didn't see you until you yelled in pain from trying to hit Dad. Iris. Heavy. Well, what's to expect from a first class sneaking up on a third class? Riddick. Old man, you didn't even sense me until 100 meters. I could easily fire off a shot from a distance 6 times that and you wouldn't know what hit you. Don't get caught with your guard down. Dream. Try me, boy. Riddick. Riddick and Dream stared each other down until they were interrupted again. Anyways, Dream got his class. So what do we do now? More hunting? Iris. No, I say it's time we move on. We only stopped here to get our classes anyway before moving on to the Enchanted Mountain. So I say it's time we do so. Old man, Dream. I agree, we can head back early. It's only noon and we can easily be out of the kingdom by sundown. Riddick. Okay, Iris. A smile came onto Iris' face at the thought of leaving the kingdom. Even Luna couldn't help her excitement at the thought of traveling to one of the 4 great empires. The 4 walked their way out of the forest and drove back to the kingdom. Once they passed the gate, they headed straight for the hotel room and packed up their stuff. Dream stored all his summoned stuff as well as the girls' bags. They then met in his room. Old man, how far is the Enchanted Mountain? Dream. With the speed that your helicopter has, I say a couple days of flight will get us there. It's much farther than from here to our forest. Riddick. All right. Then we can leave the capital and set off. Dream. Hee, I'm excited. Iris. The family promptly left the city and found a spot not far from the walls. The guardsmen would be able to see them and the helicopter, but they honestly didn't care since they couldn't be recognized. and they wouldn't be coming back here anytime soon. Dream summoned out the luxury chopper and everyone boarded. He then gave the command. Time to go, Sophia. Roger. Sophia's voice sounded, and the blades started spinning. The air draft and loud noise quickly caught the attention of the guards on the walls only a couple 100 meters away. Some even started running towards them from the gates. It only took a few moments, though, for the chopper to get off the ground. It then turned towards the direction of the enchanted mountain and sped off, leaving any approaching guards flabbergasted as to what the hell that thing was. Chapter 35, Floating Castle. Heretic was accurate in his judgment this time around. It really did take a few days of flying, though the trip as a whole took longer. The girls ended up getting restless after 30 hours of flying. Since the helicopter wasn't really that big, there wasn't anywhere they could move around. That and there were no beds, only chairs, so they had a hard time falling asleep at night. Dream ended up landing and setting up camp on the ground every night so everyone could get a good sleep. Since it wasn't like they were in a hurry, they could take their sweet time. Altogether, it took 6 days for them to finally come across a kingdom, and it was when they were 5,000 feet over the capital of said kingdom that Dream asked a question. Hey, old man, this can't be it, can it? Dream. Of course not. The enchanted mountain has many subsidiary kingdoms around it. This is probably one of them, and it means we are getting close. Okay, I should also ask this in advance. How exactly should we go about landing and entering the mountain? I can imagine that the power of everyone there is many times higher than the kingdom we were just in, and if they see us as a threat, then we are likely screwed. Especially if we're in the air, they'll see us as a monster. I say we stop several miles from the walls and drive there using your car. It'll be much safer than trying to land near it in this thing, like you said. All right, then you'll need to let me know when we're getting close. That's no problem. The helicopter passed by the subsidiary kingdom and flew for another 8 hours before Heretic finally spoke up. We're getting close. All right, Sophia, bring us down. Beginning descent. As the helicopter was brought down from high in the sky, everyone looked out the windows and saw a long road with many carriages driving on it. That road is the main road to the entrance to the mountain. We'll have to follow alongside it if we want to get in, and that may involve alerting many people, but it's better than flying. Heretic. That's fine. I also see another one not far from it, but there's nobody on it. That's the road for people with higher prestige. Anybody below 3rd class isn't allowed on it. I myself have traveled on it before. It's very comfortable since the road is made of smooth stone material, making any ride very comfortable, unlike rocky dirt. Oh, then I think that's the one we need to be on. Since there's nobody there, we won't have to worry about alerting someone. Sophia, bring us down near that road. Roger. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed right beside the road. Everyone piled out and Dream desummoned it. Dream walked over to the road to check it out. Sure enough, the road was totally paved. Not with asphalt, though, but with a concrete-type material. It may not be as grippy, but it would still work. We also have several miles for acceleration. There'll be no problem then. No problem for what, Iris? Dream didn't answer her with words, but actions. He summoned out the car that he's been waiting to use for a long time. Song, Glass Animals, Tokyo Drifting. Moments later, a smooth and modern car, looking very different than the off-roading Jeep, appeared in the middle of the road. Behold, one of the fastest 4-seaters in the world. Built by Aston Martin, this thing has a V12 engine with over 750 horsepower. Accelerating to 60 mph in under 3 seconds is easy for this monster, and reaching speeds of over 250 mph isn't just a pipe dream. What does that mean, Iris? You'll find out yourself. Everyone get in. Dream. After Iris spoke in confusion, Dream motioned everyone over and got them in their seats. Since he had no plans for a leisurely cruise, seatbelts were necessary and he buckled them in. When the girls were situated in the backseat and Heretic in shotgun, Dream moved over to the driver's seat. When he sat down, Dream admired the looks of the interior. The seats were very comfortable. The dash was nothing but a touchscreen and looked futuristic. The steering wheel looked like one you'd find in a race car. Of course, this car also came with self-driving. This was the sports car that Dream summoned out when they were still in the forest. "Let's start the engine. Nobody freak out." Saying that, Dream pressed the button to start. The engine roared to life. VVVRROOMM. "Oh yes, Dream." "What was that, Iris?" "Shut up, caveman. We're only getting started, Dream." Dream put the car into neutral, with one foot on the brake and one on the gas. How could he not rev a V12 engine? Vert VERRRRT. "Oh yes, I love cars. Haha, let's start moving." Dream then shifted into drive. He couldn't hold back any longer. A speedway in front of him and one of the best cars money could buy, no man could resist the temptation. Vroom vert VVVRRRRR. The car kicked off the ground and began speeding forward. Everyone inside was also pushed back into their seats. Dream watched as the dials in front of him started moving faster than any car he'd ever been in. 10, 25, 50, 65. It really only took 3 seconds to break 60 mph, but they were still far from done. They sped down the road at increasing speeds. 5 seconds later, they had already broken 100 mph. Anything near them flew by in a blur. The engine also let the whole world know how hard it was working by screaming out. Dream constantly pushed 8,000 RPM after every gear shift, and it sounded even more beautiful than the YouTube videos he used to watch. Another 5 seconds and they were already pushing 160, then 180. Very soon they were blazing the road at 200 miles per hour. "Oh my God, this is amazing. WHOO, Dream." Dream screamed out as he had never gone so fast in his life. It was a very good thing that the roads were straight, because Dream didn't know if he could handle any turning. Then again, he had someone for that. "Sophia, you take control, cause I won't be able to at these speeds." "No problem." Dream kept his hands on the wheel, but Sophia took over using autopilot. Dream felt much more at ease with her doing so. It took much longer for them to cross the 220 mark. And when they did, Sophia kept it there and just sped along. Going at those speeds, it naturally didn't take long to approach their destination. Everyone soon saw the massive structure that was the Enchanted Mountain. Holy shit, Dream." I wanna see, Iris." Iris tried to lean forward but was stopped by the seatbelt. She could barely get a glimpse, but even with just that she could tell it was spectacular. "Sophia, let's cruise." Dream gave a command, and Sophia brought the speed way down to only 70 mph. Dream then unbuckled and reached behind him to unbuckle the girls. He also opened the sunroof. Once she was unbuckled, Iris quickly shot her head through the sunroof. Luna eagerly followed as well, and they were greeted with a magnificent sight. "Whoa, that's big." Iris: "It really is. I can't believe something that massive is floating." "The mountain under it is unbelievable too." Luna: What the girls saw completely shattered what they knew about the world. Not that they knew much, but they weren't the only ones. Dream was also infatuated with the sight. He simply couldn't tear his eyes away. He needed to get a better view. "You know what stopped the car? Dream." Sophia threw on the brakes when he said so, and the car came to a quick stop. The girls were also almost lifted out of the car by the sudden braking. Iris yelled out in anger, "Hey, why did you stop so fast?" Dream paid no attention to her and quickly got out of the car. He then faced the mountain that filled his view. What Dream saw was something only seen in fantasy, like the artwork drawn digitally on various websites. It was something he never thought he could see in a million years, especially in person. Heretic was right about it being a city inside a mountain. It was as if someone carved out the center of Mount Fuji and filled it with buildings. There were also 4 white pillars at the 4 corners of the mountain, and what they held up was the most glorious thing Dream will probably ever see. A floating castle. It's beautiful. Dream: That's the palace I told you about. Each pillar holds up a corner of the palace, and there is a platform in each one that can levitate off the floor and bring people up. I've been up there a couple of times myself. Riddick. You've been up there. What for, Dream? Sometimes it was for the auction, sometimes it was to order custom-made equipment, or maybe to buy rare materials. Remember, boy, that this is where the greatest craftsmen come to work, and where the rarest materials are found. There is nothing you can't buy here, and people from everywhere come here to buy and sell. Doesn't matter mage or swordsman. This is also why this place can be considered more powerful than the other empires. It's due to the amazing equipment quality, and the people wielding them that live here. Is that right? I'm guessing it took some very powerful people to build this place as well. That's actually one of the mysteries about this place. It was built several thousand years ago, and nobody remembers how. Though the names of the people who built it are engraved on the pillars, so we know who. But they're all dead, or so we're told. Dream thought about what it would take to create such a marvel of engineering. Though when he actually thought about it, it probably wasn't that complex to make. There would be no need for any mathematics or designing because magic would take care of everything. Those pillars sure as hell wouldn't be able to exist on Earth. Nothing about the enchanted mountain was realistic for that matter. Dream kept marveling over the floating castle. If you imagine someone building a castle on land and then scooping out with a shovel to place it on 4 pillars, this is what you'd get. The castle was almost no smaller than the mountain below it. The only thing Dream regretted right now was not being able to get a better look. The floating castle really was high in the sky. The bottom was easily at cloud level, and Dream couldn't really see all the buildings on top of it, only the tall ones. He also didn't want to fly up there with the helicopter. He had no doubts that there were many people at Riddick's power level higher even, and one flick from them could end him. Didn't matter if it was a mistake or not, so he would rather play safe. The girls and Dream took everything in for several minutes. It was just too fantastical. Riddick eventually had to snap them out of it. All right, you 3, we should keep heading over. The inside of that place is also a sight to see. Yeah, let's go, Dream. Iris. All right. Everyone get in. Dream. Everyone piled back into their seats, and Dream began driving again, just at cruising speeds, though. It was only 10 minutes later when they could see the walls and gates entering the mountain, and it was also around this time that they began catching the attention of other people. There were already 15 guards at the entrance, ready to greet them. Dream figured that since they alerted people already, there was no need to get out and walk. He drove up and stopped the car 100 meters away from them. When they stopped, they heard a shout from one of the guards. "Identify yourself. If you do not respond, we will attack." Dream turned off the engine after they stopped and turned to Riddick. "I sure hope you can take care of this. I'm not too keen on going to jail." Dream. "You think my third-class status is for nothing? Just leave the talking to me. Girls, you stay with the boy." Riddick. "Okay, X2. After discussing what to do, everyone exited the car. Dream also stored it in his inventory. He didn't want to have to explain it to people. Once the guards saw that they were people, they eased up. At the very least, they weren't dealing with a monster, so they didn't have to be on the defense. The group of 4 walked up to the guards. A person also stepped up to meet them. He looked like the captain of that group. "I need identification." Goward. "Here, Riddick." Riddick handed the guard a golden plate. The guard took it and took out a tool of some sort that looked similar to the plate. After placing the tool on the plate, both shined gold. The guard nodded and handed back the plate. Dream figured it was a verification tool or something. "Sir Grand Mage, I welcome you to the Enchanted Mountain. I also apologize for the rude audience. We thought your carriage was a monster." Goward. The guard greeted Riddick with a half-bow and handed back his plate. "That's all right. I have these 3 with me as well. They've never been to any of the empires before, so they don't have plates. I planned on getting them one when we arrived here." Riddick. "Of course, do you need guidance to the nearest guild?" Goward. "No, thank you. I know where it is." "Very well. I'll guide you inside." The guard motioned for everyone to follow him and led them through the gates. The other guards also went back to their posts. Once they were inside, Dream and the girls were greeted with a bustling city. Wide roads with carriages passing through as well as dozens of people walking every which way. Many buildings with their signs were on display. The guard spoke once they were through. "Would you like me to send a message to the guild letting them know you'll be coming?" Guard. "Sure, I would appreciate it." Riddick. "Of course, I'll let you be on your way then. Welcome to the Enchanted Mountain." Guard. Saying that, the guard turned and left, leaving the four to themselves. Dream spoke to Riddick. "A message. I think a letter would be slower than us heading straight there." Dream. "Heh, do you think the mountain would be so primitive? There's a message system they use that sends words over the wires you see hanging between buildings. The guard station has wires going straight to various places like the guild and their military headquarters, allowing them to send messages instantly." Riddick. "Interesting. Can everyone use these wires?" Dream. "For the most part. Certain hotels and houses have them in their rooms. You just need to know where you want to send the message to. I can show you how to use one later. For now, we should head over to the guild and get you three a proper plate. Follow me." Riddick. Riddick turned and began walking down the street. Dream followed, and the girls heeded his earlier reminder to stay close and stuck right next to Dream, not wanting to get swept away by the crowds as they walked. Chapter 36. ID Plates. As the four walked down the streets, they had quite a few eyes fall on them. Dream sighed in his mind. He thought maybe they should all just get regular clothes from this world since the ones from Earth were too exotic. That combined with the girls' stunning looks were just too attention-grabbing. Dream had chosen to wear casual clothes, board shorts with a t-shirt. He also had on his running shoes that he always wore, even on Earth. He had also done up his hair. His medium-length, wavy brown hair was swept to one side, though it was grown out since he hadn't cut it since coming to this world, but it didn't look bad. If it were just Dream walking down the street, he might catch a few eyes over his out-of-place hairstyle and different clothes, but nothing crazy. But it was clear that this world might not be ready for modern fashion, especially on the girls. Iris had developed a more reserved style. She likes to wear some kind of pants with sweaters. When they were in the forest, she would always be lounging around in sweats and a hoodie. Being in public, though, she stopped wearing sweats and wore long sleeves instead of hoodies, which is what she wore right now. Luna, on the other hand, was a bit more open. She liked to wear shorts with t-shirts. She also put her hair into a ponytail a lot, using the hair ties that Dream gave her after he saw her trying to knot her hair without them. In public, though, Luna wore pants. Shorts were just too enticing for the men here. She still stuck to t-shirts, though. But regardless of what Dream gave them, none of it was from this world. Modern clothing is too eye-catching. Dream went up to Riddick and spoke his thoughts. "We should think about getting clothes for the girls here." I think you're right. We can stop by a shop sometime later." Riddick. "Okay, and just so we know what to do, what's the process for creating a plate? Last time we didn't put hardly anything." Dream. "This time you will be putting more. The place we are going to is a guild run by the Alliance of the Four Empires. And yes, there is an alliance. You will basically put everything except for your skills. You also have the option of leaving out your titles, which I will have the girls do. You might want to as well. But you will put your full name, level, class, and attributes. These will then be verified by a magic device that every guild has. Once it's all verified, it'll be imprinted onto a plate." Riddick. "Very cool. Do they ask for your skills?" Dream. "They do, but depending on who you are, you may or may not put them. It's actually more common for people to hear. Since there are many craftsmen, they like to put their skills and prove their ability to gain reputation. But many fighters don't." Riddick. Dream nodded at that logic. It was the equivalent of displaying your master's or doctorate back on Earth. It proved your level of ability and acted as an advertisement. It took a while by walking, but eventually they made it to the guild building, and they were given quite the surprise. The building was actually almost 10 stories tall. It covered lots of ground as well, almost like an office building in the big cities of Earth. It was made of stone similar to bricks and had a wood trim. There were also windows placed in various places at different levels. Overall, it seemed to be a high-class place. It made sense since it represented the alliance between the four empires. Riddick led them in and walked over to a counter with a man behind it, similar to when they were in the previous kingdom. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" "Hi. I believe there was a message about my arrival." Riddick. "Oh, you're the Grand Mage. We were indeed notified. We have things prepared for new title plates, if you would just follow me." The host wasted no time and brought the four over to the stairs. They ascended to the second floor and entered a room with tables and chairs. They were led to a table with papers, pens, metal plates, and a device in the middle. The host took a seat, as did the others. "The ones who need plates will need to fill out these documents. When everything is filled out, we will scan you with the device and verify that everything is correct. Once that's done, you will receive plates based on your class with your information on it. The document will let you know what information is required and what is optional as well. And there is no need to worry about your privacy, as everything is confidential." Host. "Thank you, 3 documents will be enough, it's just for them." Riddick. "Of course. Can they read and write?" "They can." "Wonderful. Then I will take my leave and find the device operator while you guys fill those out." "Sure." Riddick nodded to the host, who then stood up and left the room. Dream and the girls also took a document and began reading it. "Name, species, why? Oh, wait." Dream. "This isn't Earth." Dream finished his sentence in his head. He forgot that it wasn't just humans who were intelligent anymore. The documents were rather simple. They asked for pretty much everything on the status screen, as well as other information like age and affiliation. Dream filled out all the required fields and not the optional ones like skills. "Old man, what's affiliation?" Dream. "It's basically who you are tied to, an organization you're a part of. I'm affiliated with the Spire, for example. You guys are just gonna leave that blank." "Gotcha. Well, I'm done then." Dream. "So am I, Iris." "Me too, Luna." "All right, let me see your papers while we wait." Riddick. Since everyone was done, Riddick decided to look over the documents just in case. He first went through the girls' papers, and before he could read over Dreams, he was interrupted by the host coming back into the room. "Sorry for the wait. Allow me to introduce you to Adan. He will be authenticating the information and imprinting the plates for you guys." "Hello, everyone. Adan." "Hello, Riddick." Adan walked over and found a seat at the table. Since the host had done his job, he left to go back downstairs. "Before we get started with authentication, did anyone have trouble with the documents?" Adan. "No, they are filled out and ready to go." Riddick. "Perfect, if I could get those, please." Adan. Riddick handed him the papers. Adan set them out on the table and then picked up the device. "We will start with Luna then. Once I enter in the information, we can begin the scan." Adan. Adan picked up Luna's document and began operating the device. The device was odd-looking. It was a glass dome with 2 bands of metal tying it down to a platform. Dream thought that if it were a full globe instead of a dome, it would be just like a crystal ball or a snow globe. Adan placed his hand on the dome and looked at the document. The dome began lighting up and letters were formed inside. After a minute or so, one could see the information from Luna's document inside the globe, looking almost like a status screen. "All right. Luna the female fox, is it? I'm surprised you can already transform at such a young age and low level, and already having a D stat after just entering first class and other stats on the verge. You're quite the genius, aren't you?" Adan. "Actually, thank you, I guess I did work hard." Luna. Luna stuttered a little bit, but still smiled sweetly at the compliment. "Of course, now to start, I need you to draw blood on the prick with your finger for me." Adan. "All right, Luna." Luna lifted her hand and placed her index finger onto the prick at the top of the dome. A tiny bit of blood was drawn and sucked into the metal, like a syringe. "Good. Now place your hand on the surface of the dome and infuse your magic into it." "If you can't infuse your magic, I can assist you." Adan. "Okay." Luna placed her hand on the dome and began moving mana into it. The dome lit up and the status screen inside began to glow. Each of the bits of information began to glow one by one. A minute later, they were all glowing, and moments after they all lit up, they suddenly dimmed and went dark. Dream watched the whole thing curiously and figured it was the verification process. Perfect! Your information has been verified. Since you are a first class, we will imprint the information onto this iron plate. Adan. Adan took out an iron plate as he said that. He then inserted it into a slot in the platform where it was placed under the dome. When it was inserted, the information inside the dome began to fly down and place itself onto the surface of the plate. When they all fell into place, the words glowed again and melted into the plate. Adan then grabbed the plate and took it out of the slot. Congratulations, Luna. Here is your identification plate. The information on it will be invisible until you give it a verbal command to show something, or you infuse your mana and control it. It comes in handy at various places, so I suggest you don't lose it. Adan. Thank you, I won't, Luna. Luna took the plate from his hands and started inspecting it. She infused her mana and sure enough, her information surfaced. She could also control which information to show and which to hide. All right. We will move on to Iris, 1 second, please. Adan. Adan began inputting the information from Iris' document. He then had her go through the same procedure as Luna until her plate was prepared. You're a genius as well, Iris, having a D stat and 2 E+. Both you girls will have no trouble ascending to second class, especially with those unique classes. Here's your plate. Thanks. Iris took her plate and fiddled with it just like Luna. Adan then grabbed Dream's document and input the information. Dream, 18-year-old human. Ranger class, okay, go ahead and draw blood. Adan. All right. Dream placed his finger on the prick that was apparently super sharp and drew blood. He then placed his hand on the globe and infused his magic just like the girls. The same thing happened and everything glowed up like normal. The information was then imprinted into the plate. E-stats and 1 E-stat. Keep working hard and you shouldn't have too much trouble getting to second class. Here's your plate. Thanks. Adan handed Dream the plate with a much less enthusiastic comment than the girls. Dream just took the plate and fiddled with it, looking like a kid with a new toy. Luna and Iris looked at him with a confused face. All right, the process is done. Will you be paying for them, Sir Grand Mage? Adan. I will, this should be enough. Riddick handed Adan a couple of coins. This is perfect. Then I believe we are finished here. I thank you for your business, Grand Mage. Adan. No problem. Thank you for taking care of us. Of course, I'll just take these and you can leave when you like. Sure. Adan picked up the device and documents and left the room, leaving the family alone. As soon as the door was shut behind him, Riddick spoke up. Explain, boy. Riddick. Yeah, why did he say that your stats were so low? Iris. Riddick and Iris snapped to him with questioning faces. I just carried out a little experiment. Turns out my Mystify ability also applies to devices. Dream. You and your experiments? Luna. So you gave them false information. Sai, although I applaud you for somehow getting away with it, you best be careful about getting caught. Although you aren't powerful enough for it to matter now, if you try that as you get more powerful, the consequences will be that much harsher. If you were a high enough level, you may very well get labeled as a threat by the empires if they found out. Riddick. Don't worry, old man. If even that device, specifically designed to read someone's status, got tricked by me, then I think I'll be safe from any regular person. Besides, I can always just get it updated at second class. Like I said, it was an experiment. Dream smiled with an innocent face. He indeed put false information into the document, and luckily Riddick was smart enough to just go with it. Dream had Sophia mask his mana using the Mystify skill and input false information into the dome, so that when it was being verified, it looked like it was all authentic. He put his attributes at the low E level and changed his class to a basic one, Ranger. That's why Adan wasn't so impressed with him, especially after seeing the geniuses Luna and Iris. Honestly, he didn't know if it would work, but there was no harm in trying. He could play it off as being a mischievous teenager who thought he could hide stuff from them if he failed. But it all went perfectly. "All right, boy, just know that you can't trick everyone. Trying that with the wrong people can get you into trouble." Riddick. Sure, anyway, what do we do now? Dream. "Well, first we need to find a place to stay." Riddick. "A hotel, Iris." "No, I know a place where we can get a living space, since we'll be here for a while." "I don't plan on living somewhere shabby." Riddick. "Nice, are the houses nice here?" Iris. "They are, it's a bit of a walk though, and it's getting late, so we should get going." Riddick. Riddick got up after he said that. Dream and the girls followed him out of the room, and they all left the guild building. Dream looked at the sky when they left and saw that the sun really was setting. He hadn't really noticed the time flying by. Riddick led them down even more streets than before. It was also basically rush hour as people began preparing for dinner, so they couldn't move as fast with the crowds. It took them until the sun was over the horizon for Riddick to finally stop in front of a building. The area they were in was also less crowded. Dream figured it was more of a suburb, as evidenced by the apartment-style buildings around them. "Since I haven't been here in a long time, I'm not sure if the same person is still here, though I also highly doubt he would ever leave with how much money he makes." Riddick. "Who, Dream?" "A friend of mine." Riddick. "Wow, the old man has friends." "I learn more and more every day." Dream. "Shut your trap, boy. I know plenty of people. You think I live under a rock? Let's just get ourselves a good house." Riddick. Riddick scoffed and walked into the building in front of them. When they opened the door, they were met with a room that looked like a motel lobby. Riddick walked up to the counter with nobody behind it and rang the bell on the counter. "Ding, ding." "Coming." A woman's voice was heard from a room close by. Soon after, a lady came walking out. "Hello, how can I help yo?" The lady who walked out froze after she came face to face with the group. Dream saw her stare at Riddick as her eyes widened. Chapter 37, Shameless Monkey. The lady looked straight at Riddick with wide eyes and an astonished face. Riddick, is that you?" "Hey, Elena, it's been a while." Riddick. Why you? Asterisk deep breath, we have much to talk about, Riddick. Come, my husband will want to see you." Elena. "Sure, is he?" Riddick. "As fanatical as ever." "Yes, even after we had our children." Elena turned and led the group towards a staircase to the second floor. Riddick talked as they followed. "You two had children? After all those years of being married, when did he come around?" Riddick. "It actually wasn't long after you disappeared. He was moved by your situation and decided one day that he wanted to have a child. I, of course, didn't give him time to change his mind. I had waited for 57 years. There was no way I would pass up the chance." 57 years, but you don't even look a day over 25. Dream. Dream couldn't help but express his astonishment. Elena really did look young, like a woman in her prime. How could she be that old? He thought to himself that he really did need to start changing his mindset when it came to age. Meanwhile, Elena stopped in her steps and turned to look at Dream's baffled face. She smiled sweetly at the compliment. "Ho, and who might this little charmer be?" Elena. "Oh, the name is Dream, miss, a pleasure to meet you." Dream. Dream recovered quickly from his stupor and gave his introduction. "Dream, that's a nice name, and how exactly did you come to know Riddick?" Elena. That's Dream. "A special circumstance. We met about 4 months ago while I was hidden." Riddick. Riddick spoke up for Dream. Elena got the hint and nodded. "Interesting." "Well, it's nice to meet you too, Dream." Elena. Elena greeted him back and continued walking up the stairs. At the top, there was a door that led to the second floor. Everyone entered and walked into a living room. "Elena, you three can make yourselves comfortable. My husband is up in his study, not that he ever leaves." "If you would follow me, Riddick." "Sure." Riddick and Elena went over to another staircase and left. Dream walked over to a couch and took a seat. "So this is their house, I'm guessing." Dream. "Probably it's a nice place too." Iris. Do they run a hotel? This building is big, but not that big. Luna. Luna and Iris both went to either side of Dream. Luna curled up and cuddled under Dream's arm. Iris also transformed into a fox and laid across his lap. Dream pulled Luna in and started stroking Iris' hair. Your dad came here because we could get a house. Maybe they do sell houses, just not here. Dream. Maybe. I wonder who these people are too. They seem close to Dad. Iris. Well, if we consider that the old man is almost 150 years old, then they're probably old friends. I'm interested in something else, though. Dream. What's that, Iris? Why you guys were in the forest. Something big happened, and I'm getting more and more curious. Dream. Oh, we actually don't know the whole story either. Iris. That's fine. I'll hear it straight from the old man. I know it might be a sensitive topic. Dream. Dream put his hand on Iris' head and rubbed her ears. He had known something was up for a while, but hadn't asked about it to not be too intrusive. But since they had met people who knew the deal, then he had a feeling he would find out soon. The three relaxed for a bit before they heard the footsteps of three people coming from the stairs. They looked over to see who it was. The first one to show was Elaine. Soon after, two boys who looked to be in their teens followed behind. Elaine looked at the three on the couch and sported an amused face. Oh, I didn't know you guys were involved. Elaine. A dream. Anyways, I want to introduce you guys to my two sons, Mark and Beau. Pronounced Beau. Elena introduced the two boys next to her. Dream looked at them and found that they were twins. He stood up from the couch and walked over, putting out his hand to shake theirs. My name is Dream. Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you. One of the twins brushed him off, and the other didn't respond. Dream thought that handshaking might not be a normal custom until he saw that their attention wasn't on him. They're staring at Luna? Makes sense. I don't exactly blame them, but do they really have that little self-control? They don't come from a world of social media and porn. Their only stimulus is real life. And I'm sure your girlfriend is a fresh shot of dopamine for them. Not to mention that they're in their horny teenager phase of life. Good point. He nodded mentally at Sophia. After a couple of moments of Dream awkwardly holding out his hand, the twin who brushed him off walked past him and up to Luna, who was still on the couch. Hello, my name is Mark. What might your beautiful name be? Mark. The twin Mark kneeled down in front of the couch to get eye level with Luna as he said that. Dream just smiled and watched the exchange, wondering where he came to learn such cheesy words. Luna smiled back at Mark and gave her name. My name is Luna. Luna, it really is fitting for such a gorgeous woman. If you'd like, I can take you up to my room. I happen to have a necklace that would look amazing on you. Mark had a wide smile as he tried to woo Luna. Dream, on the other hand, was amazed. Oh my God, is he serious? His mom is literally right here. He also saw me cuddling her earlier and just doesn't care. Damn, this guy has no shame. I'm honestly questioning how he turned out like this. It seemed like Elena was pretty cool, not someone who would raise a shameless punk. It's not like parents can monitor their kids 100% of the time, especially in this world. His parents own a business in the most economically prosperous empire in the world. That means he gets whatever money he wants and does whatever he wants all day. And by his mana levels, he's probably close to second class. He has a bit more than you. So I'm sure he feels pretty high and mighty. Not to mention how his parents are probably rather powerful, with Elena easily being second class. His dad is probably more powerful too. So yeah, he's in a pretty damn good position, but still, nothing is worse than an undisciplined, spoiled little shithead. At least I don't need to be worried, though. Luna can take care of herself. Dream and Sophia conversed silently. Luna also gave her answer. Thanks, but no thanks. Hey, Dream, Luna. What's up, Dream? Luna got up from the couch and walked over, standing in front of him. Can we listen to music? Luna. Of course. Dream took out 2 pairs of headphones for them and asked. Any requests, Dream? Surprise me, Luna. Dream grinned while nodding and scrolled through his phone, pressing play on a song. Song, G-Eazy the Beautiful Damned, Sinners Heist Remix. Luna smiled and went back to the couch where Iris was still laying. Iris laid on her lap and Luna stroked her hair. Meanwhile, Mark was left there kneeling with an ugly face. Dream chuckled in his mind and turned towards the other twin. You must be Bo then. It's nice to meet you. Dream. Nice to meet you too, Bo. Dream put out his hand and Bo shook it. He then turned to Elena. I'm guessing the two men are having a heartwarming reunion. Dream. You could say that. Riddick and my husband have been friends for almost a century. They used to get in all kinds of trouble with their expeditions. That was until my husband, his name is Graf by the way, became obsessed with the world of technology. He eventually came to the mountain to learn more and research, but Riddick wasn't a very big book person, so he didn't stay. Though they never cut ties, Riddick would always come to visit and take my husband out to level up, so they've always stayed friends. Very cool. I'll have to talk with your husband some then. We would have much to learn from each other. Dream. Dream got excited at the thought of talking with someone who knew about this world's technology. He could get lots of information about the materials and their properties, and how mana interacts with matter, which would be crucial to increase his strength. Oh, do you happen to study technology as well? That's impressive. Elena. Asterisk muttering probably because he's weak and can't level. Mark. Dream and Elena both looked at Mark, who had stood up and shot a glare at Dream. Although he muttered, who in this room didn't have excellent hearing? Don't be rude, Mark. Elena. It's not being rude if it's true. All the weak people are the ones who take up jobs like making things because they can't fight the dungeons or fields. They're the only ones who study science and stuff, and obviously he's one of them. Mark. Mark, Elena. It's okay, Miss Elena. Dream. Dream stopped Elena from trying to reprimand Mark. He could do that himself. So Mark, tell me, did you build this house? Obviously not. What about the bed you sleep on? Again, no. And the clothes you're wearing, did you weave them? No. The food you eat, the toilet you take a shit in, the carriages you ride in, the soap you wash yourself with. You contributed absolutely nothing to the development of those items. Other people did, and without those people you would be a naked, homeless man with no food to eat. Well, I'm not. But you are an ignorant, ungrateful little boy who knows nothing about the world and what it was built on. I doubt you've ever worked for a single scrap of food in your life. I work. Oh, you work for Mommy and Daddy, right? You work in their business that they built and fought for, while spending many times more money than you actually earned, right? Afraid to break it to you, but that doesn't count as working. And you go around shitting on the people who actually make a living for themselves. So what? That's all they can do doesn't mean I should concern myself with it. Should I feel bad for being strong or something? What does a weak person such as yourself know about those with power? Healthy. Dream smirked as a chuckle left his mouth. Mark was having a huge misunderstanding, and Dream knew why. When Dream entered the mountain, he had begun concealing his mana levels. No mana whatsoever escaped, which made it so that anybody who could sense mana would think he had none. The only way you could find out he had mana was if you scanned him and saw the mana he was holding in, which Mark obviously never did. Mark thought he was weak. Dream continued anyway. You are right about one thing. You should never feel sorry about the power you possess. You worked for it and earned it. But what about the mother and father on the street, washing clothes all day so they could make enough money for their 3-year-old child to eat? Or the man in his carpenter shop, carving out and making chairs, tables, beds like the one in your room? Do they not work hard? Are they not allowed to make a living for themselves? And no, but I still don't need to worry about them. And I'm not telling you to. What I am telling you to do is show a little respect. You can't tell me what to do, especially when you're weak. Here's another piece of advice, then. I don't need advice from you. Mark yelled in frustration and threw out a punch towards Dream's stomach. Dream sighed in his mind. He can't win verbally, so he decided to fight. I guess the monkey can't handle too many words or he'll explode. Well, you also made him look like an idiot in front of his new crush. So I'd say he's pretty pissed. I guess I did. So should I pretend to be mad about him punching me after I kick his ass, or just brush it off like I'm cool? Cut him a break. He'll be vengeful either way, so don't stir the pot by making it seem like he's your mortal enemy. All right, I'll just scare him a bit. I'm still a little pissed off from being so blatantly ignored earlier. Dream laughed at the conversation in his mind and activated Mystify, disappearing from everyone's sights. Whoosh. Mark let out a confused sound after his punch only hit air. Elena, who was about to stop her son, also had a perplexed look. After Dream disappeared, he continued speaking since he was interrupted last time. It came like a whisper to his ear. Here's my piece of advice, Dream. WR. Mark lashed out at the space next to him after hearing the voice, but hit nothing. Never underestimate your enemy because you never know if someone who looks weak could actually be. Where are you? Stop hiding. Mark tried to lash out again, but froze when a demonic, terrifying voice sounded in his mind. Yar warst nigitmere. Get away. Mark felt chills all over his body, letting him know he was under immense danger. Under instinct, he activated his mana and tried to cast some magic, though he was soon grabbed by his mother before anything could happen. You are not going to mess up my house. Elena. But. Mark swung his head around as goosebumps continued to break out on his skin, still on alert for the threat to his life. Meanwhile, the threat deactivated his stealth, so the terrified monkey hopefully wouldn't get too paranoid. Chapter 38 Reunion. Dream came out of stealth several feet away from Mark. Well, at least your fight or flight response is decent. Not many people have the instinct to fight back when put under life-threatening danger, though you could work on staying more calm. Dream. What level are you? Are you a second class? You shouldn't bully a first class. Oh, I'm not second class. Then third. Lurt. Wrong answer. Dream smiled at Mark, who soon got the hint. There's no way. I got my title plate like an hour ago. Here. Dream took out his iron plate and tossed it over. Mark caught it and saw the information already highlighted. First class ranger, E-stats, impossible. Mark. I also find that hard to believe. Nobody with such a low and basic status could hide from even me, so don't tell me. Elena. Let's just say that my ability is more than meets the eye. Heretic knows, and I told him I would fix it when I got my second class. Either way, no harm, no foul. Dream. Elena also saw the profile, and with the experience she had, could quickly come to the conclusion. Dream gave a vague explanation and left it at that. He wasn't keen on outright telling everyone he met that he had a fake status plate. After leaving Mark stupefied, Dream turned towards the staircase that led to the third floor and spoke out. So, old man, are you going to introduce us to your friend? Dream. HMPH, good senses. With a snort, two figures appeared at the base of the staircase. It was Heretic and Graf. Haha, I'm liking this kid already. You mind telling me how you knew? Although it's basic, my stealth isn't so easily seen through. Graf. I just sensed the unnatural air movement around you guys. Dream. That and Sophia told me. You're welcome. Dream smiled with a smug face. That's simple, Never mind that, allow me to introduce myself. Graf. Graf walked over and stood in front of Dream, putting out his hand for a shake. My name is Graf. I'm known as a magic engineer. I happen to like what you were telling my son. Graf. You heard that, Well, at least it made a good impression. Dream. What you said is the basis of humility. Having respect for the little man, something that is rare in this world, but one of the best qualities to have. Too many stupid teenagers are never disciplined and grow up to be arrogant adults, and I can say that it never ends well for any of them, at least from what I've seen. My son could learn a lot from you. You can bring a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. It's up to him to change, but I believe that can come with age. As long he's given the right guidance. Heh, as if you're old yourself, kid. You're not even 20 and you want to sound like an old wise man. Guilty as charged. But let's just say that I come from a place and family where I was forced to grow up quickly. Don't get me wrong, though, I am still very much a teenager at heart. He, of course, well, I have reunited with my brother, and we are in the prime of the night. I believe a drink or two is in order. What say you, Heretic, the almighty prince of destruction? Graph. I told you not to call me that, but sure, I'll have to see if I can still drink you under the table like last time. Heretic. Huh? When's the last time you even had a drink and you think you can still outdrink this expert? I'll have you vomiting before I get buzzed. Come, to the kitchen we go. Graph. Graph threw his arm around Heretic and led him to the kitchen. Elena also followed. This left the young ones in the living room. So, are we planning to join them? I might have to regardless, considering I have some alcohol they might want. Dream. I don't mind, Luna. I'll join too, Iris. Iris stood from Luna's lap and transformed back into a human. This unintentionally garnered the jaw drops of the twins. Wah, you, Mark. And what? Luna can do the same thing, Iris. She can, Mark. Let's not freak out now. Come on, I'm interested in seeing the two men get drunk. Maybe they'll tell some stories. Dream. Dream turned and walked to the kitchen with the girls in tow. Mark and Bo stood there, still stunned. Let's just join. Alcohol will help get my mind off of everything. Mark. Okay, Bo. The twins walked into the kitchen soon after. Song regard write it. Prepare your alcohol, boy. I don't think Graph will have enough for both of us. Heretic. No problem, I'm interested to see your full drinking ability anyway. Dream. What drinking ability? That pretty boy prince can't drink for shit. Pop asterisk Graph. As Graph spoke, he popped off the cork of a big jug of alcohol. Dream could already smell its scent permeating through the kitchen. I gotta ask, Prince. Dream. It's my title, Prince of Destruction. Heretic. It's also a blessing. Let me tell you, kid, this man could be considered the embodiment of annihilation. So much so that he got a damn blessing from it. Graph. Blessing, Dream. Do you not even know what a blessing is? Have you been living under a rock? Graph. I guess you could say that. Dream. Dream smiled sheepishly as he summoned out bottles of alcohol onto a big kitchen table. Living on another world could count as under a rock, right? We can talk about those details tomorrow. I will be reclaiming my throne tonight. Keep summoning, boy. Heretic. Heretic smiled as he began uncapping bottles and setting them up. Dream started sweating at the amount of alcohol that they were preparing. You could get an entire college football team drunk with this alcohol. He was pretty sure that even just the smell from all the open bottles could get a lightweight tipsy. After 15 minutes of summoning and opening bottles, Heretic and Graph each picked up a bottle. Cheers, Graph. Cheers, Heretic. With that, they both knocked back their bottles and drank it in one go. Gulp, gulp, gulp. X2. That was just the beginning. They kept picking up more bottles and downing them like water. 1 bottle, 5 bottles, 10. The kitchen was silent as the men kept pounding back bottles. After they went through Graph's stash, they moved on to Dreams. Burp what you summon out, boy. Heretic. Only the hard stuff, unless you want the fruity, good-tasting stuff. Dream. Fruity. What's fruity, Graph? Here, Dream. Dream summoned out a couple jars of fruit-flavored moonshine. Graph took a jar and drank it. Huh, it doesn't really taste like alcohol, almost like a juice. Graph. That's why it's great. But don't be fooled, half of that jar is pure alcohol. Dream. Well, I'll be damned, you could make loads of money selling this stuff. Graph. Sure, if you want to waste the rest of your life dealing with drunks in a bar. Heretic. Graph didn't heed Heretic's comment and drank some more moonshine. Dream decided to take out some alcohol for the others. Miss Elena. Would you like some wine? Dream. Wine, Elena's. Dream poured a glass and handed it to her. She drank it and smiled. This is really good, thank you. Elena. Of course, Mark Bow. Try some of this. Dream. Ahem. Dream summoned out more glasses and poured some whiskey. He slid it over to them. Not bad, Mark. It's good, Bo. Good, and here's some margaritas for you too. Dream. Dream took out some mixes and made drinks for Luna and Iris. This was their favorite from last time. After everyone had a drink in their hand, Dream poured a glass of tequila for himself and sipped it. He grabbed a chair and kicked back, listening to music and watching the two men get drunk. After a bit, Riddick and Graf started slowing down. Graf also began speaking. You know, Prince, I know the circumstances were complicated and all. Graf. Oh boy, Riddick. But you could have let me help you out a bit. I could have hooked you up with a nice house in a random kingdom somewhere, and you and your daughters could still live peacefully. New identities, nobody knows who you are, all the money you could ask for anything, but you still ran off to who knows where and disappeared, not even so much as a goodbye. Graf. Easier said than done. They would still find me no matter where I went, and I would never get my own friends involved in something that dangerous. Not to mention how I couldn't even take refuge in the empires. It was best if I just cut all ties and vanished. For me, my friends, and my daughters, I messed up, and it was my responsibility to take care of it. Riddick. Falling in love is not messing up. Unless it's with a hooker, Graf. Muttering asterisk, those are wise words. Dream. Anyway, you found your soul mate, had some children, and somebody stood between you two. That is not your fault. What would she say if she heard you say that? Did she blame you for what happened? Graf. I don't know. All I know is that they took her away from me, and they dared to try and take my daughters. As Riddick spoke, an overwhelming killing intent was released. The bottle in his hand also disintegrated, literally. Everyone other than Graf and Elena felt their hair stand on end and their heartbeat quicken. The twins even backed away in their seats, putting distance between them and Riddick. Settle down, Prince. I didn't mean to fire you up, Graf. Asterisk size sorry. Riddick apologized and the killing intent disappeared. The twins took a deep breath to calm themselves. But hey, it's good to see that you still have that fire within you. I noticed you changed quite a bit in these last 20 years. You're more mellow. Graf. Well, that's what happens when you live in a forest with nothing to do for so long. It's given me lots of time to think, but no matter how I looked at it, I never found a viable way to get her back. It seems impossible. Riddick. Nothing is impossible, old man. Dream. Dream spoke up after he felt he had a solid grasp on what happened. If you want something but aren't strong enough to get it, what do you do? Dream. Get stronger, but you need to know how difficult it is to ascend to 4th class, boy. Riddick. Then you need to figure out how. Find the path and walk it. This is where using your brain comes in. If one thing doesn't work, then try another. You're a magician, yeah? Dream. Yes, Riddick. And what makes a magician strong? Dream. Mana and his spells. So you either need more mana or better spells. I haven't been able to increase my mana for decades. And why's that? Levels, every time I leveled up, I would get a bit more mana. But enemies get harder and lesser as levels increase, so your leveling speed decreases dramatically as you level up. It was a miracle that I even got to where I am. So you need to increase your mana without increasing your level. I don't know if that's possible. Why would it be impossible? Ask questions, old man. What is mana? Where does it come from? How is it controlled? How is it stored within you, and how can you increase that storage? If you figure out the answer to these questions, then I say that you will be able to do much more than just increase your mana storage. Riddick went quiet with a contemplating face, and Graf looked at Dream with a smile. I'm liking you more and more. Graf. Well, those are just questions, ones that I've been trying to figure out since I arrived here. I was actually planning on coming to you, Graf, for knowledge on engineering and science. I need to learn about materials and their properties. Of course, only if you would allow me. That might be possible, but my knowledge and research are very valuable. You know those communication wires you see everywhere. I designed those. I've created many things, and the knowledge used can't just be given away. Well, what if I told you that those wires are child's play, primitive even, compared to the technology I know? Primitive? Do you know how long it took me to develop those? You haven't lived for 2 decades, and you're saying you can do better. Graf raised his voice at Dream, obviously heated. Sorry, I don't mean to insult your work, but yes, those wires are primitive compared to my technology. You see that thing on Luna's head? That little thing is many times more advanced than a bunch of metal strings. Here, try one. Dream summoned out a pair of headphones and gave them to Graf. Graf put them on just like how Luna had them. The headphones happened to come with a mic, so to make his point, Dream connected them together and started speaking. Can you hear me? What? Graf shouted in surprise after a voice came from nowhere. It's me. I am speaking to you through the thing on your head. The one I have takes my voice and transmits it to yours instantaneously. This lets you hear me in real time. I can also do it over distances. Watch. Dream stood up from his seat and walked out of the kitchen. He went to the doorway leading to the first floor and walked down the stairs. Once he was on the first floor, he spoke. Can you hear me? I can. That's amazing. I can't hear your actual voice, but the one coming from this thing, and I can sense you on the first floor. But how can you deliver your voice if there is no connection? Through the power of science. To give you a sense of what I know, the knowledge needed to create your wire technology is primitive compared to the knowledge needed to create the thing on your head. And even that level of knowledge is easy compared to everything else I know. Graf went silent and Dream started walking back to the kitchen. When he got back, Graf looked at him with excited eyes. If what you say is really true, then I guess I should be asking you to teach me. Graf. We can learn from each other. Just throwing this out there now, I come from another world. That world was one that studied the laws of the universe and came to create technology that could do everything imaginable. I requested Heretic to bring me here so I could learn about this world's technology. Such knowledge is crucial for me, second only to the ways of magic. And you are someone I can share and benefit with. So Graf, would you like to exchange our knowledge with each other? Dream. Of course, I would be an idiot not to. The prince told me a bit about you, and I guess he skipped over the detail that you came from another world. But no matter, any knowledge is good knowledge. Graf. Agreed, I guess now we have our work cut out for us, but that's all for tomorrow. Let's continue drinking. Maybe you should share some stories with us. I'm interested in what the old man used to be like back in the day. Dream. Back in the day? Hess, Sir Prince over here used to be one hell of a maniac, going around and almost getting killed. Every day it was something new. He almost lost an arm, almost lost his head, hell, he even came out one time with a half-dissolved body. I swear I've never seen someone in a more wretched state. Graf. And all you did was laugh? Heretic. Hell yeah, I did. Ha ha ha. The look on your girlfriend's face at the time was priceless. Graf began laughing his ass off over old memories, while Heretic just hid behind his bottle. Everyone laughed along as well. Graf told one story after another. Heretic also made sure to jab back. Whether it was about broken hearts, near-death fights, huge embarrassments, they told it all. I guess 150 years gives a lot of time for anything to happen. Dream. We have a problem. Dream snapped out of his stupor and focused on Sophia, who alerted him. What the hell happened? It's Earth. The record has arrived on Earth. Chapter 39, Call Mom. The record has arrived on Earth. Hold on. Dream circulated his mana and cleared his head of the alcohol. When his thinking was sharp, he exited the kitchen and went to the living room. He sat on the couch. What do you mean, the record has arrived on Earth? Exactly what you think. The system, which is present in this world, is now present on Earth. I have also looked through the connection given by summons from another world, and I have confirmed that mana is also present. Ugh. Dream went silent, not because he was shocked, but because his brain was working in overdrive. When he finally understood, he spoke. "Get me a laptop." "All right." A laptop was summoned on Dream's lap, and he opened it. The first thing he did was go to a news website. He didn't have to look for long, as there were already several articles on the new mysterious system. Artists had also taken to the forums. Sure enough, Dream saw a post of a picture looking just like the status screen. There were even a couple of videos of people using magic, though only lightly. Another thing he saw was reports about animal attacks all around the world. Not only do people get mana, but so do animals. Monsters will be created, and people will begin leveling up. It's nothing too crazy yet, though. The mana levels on Earth are still thin. Much thinner than here. So there will be limits on the level and strength of monsters, and therefore people. But this is still unprecedented. It will bring changes to the world that overturns everything. Countries will be destroyed and built. Wars will be carried out. Who knows how many people will die before things settle down, not to mention the monsters. The good thing, though, is that modern technology still reigns supreme. It could be a long time before people can resist the power of a bullet with their body. So for now, it won't be totally out of control. They will learn their limits. I guess that's true. Dream sat and pinched the bridge of his nose with his eyes closed, just thinking. After a bit, Luna and Iris walked out from the kitchen over to Dream. Dream. "What's that, Iris?" Iris sat down next to him and looked at the laptop. Since she knew English, she had no trouble reading the words. "What is the system? A new dawn for Earth?" Iris. "Earth, isn't that the place you came from?" Luna. The girls turned towards Dream, who decided to explain. "Earth is indeed the world I came from. Do you remember how I said that my world never had a system or mana?" Dream. "Yeah, Iris." "Well, today the record along with the system has come to my world. Mana is now also in my world." Dream. "So that means," Iris, "my world will be turned upside down. Life as they know it will be forever changed. It's a paradigm shift unlike any other, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing." Dream. Iris and Luna went quiet. Dream was incredibly solemn right now. After more time thinking, other people walked out from the kitchen, wondering what Dream was doing. "Boy, what's that?" Riddick. "Riddick, Graf, Dream." "Yes, Graf." Dream turned to them with a serious face. When they saw that, they sobered up and listened. "Has this world ever been without mana?" Dream. "I have never heard of any such thing." Riddick. "Of all the history I have studied, theirs has never been anything said about not having mana. As far as I'm concerned, this world has always had mana and the record. Why do you ask?" Graf. "Everyone knows that I come from another world. That world is called Earth. Earth has never had a single speck of mana. The record has also never existed on Earth, but today both have appeared in my world." Dream. "What, do you know what such a thing implies?" Graf. "That in the history of the world we are in, there was once no mana. That mana does not exist everywhere. That the record is not omnipresent. The implications of such a thing are huge, I know. And as a person who came from a world with no mana or system, what did you think went through my head when I discovered that there was a system? Or when I died and awoke moments later totally fine, but in another dimension altogether? A bullet. Rest in peace." Dream chuckled in his mind. "All right. So you understand. Unfortunately, I don't know what to say about your world, other than it sounds like a huge change." Graf. "It is, and I think there's something I need to do now." Dream. "What's that, Graf?" Dream went quiet as he spoke to Sophia. "Sophia. Do you think I should call them? Do you want to? I can make it happen. I've avoided it until now, but I think I need to. I need to warn them of the changes and what to expect. And I also miss them. I want to see my mom. Then we can video call. We can use the laptop." "That's fine, hang on." Dream looked towards the people in the room. I'm going to talk to someone, so if everyone could keep quiet while I do so, I would appreciate it. Dream. All right, Graph. Who are you going to talk to? Iris. My mom, her name's Shannon. Dream. Your mom, isn't she on Earth? Iris. Yup, Dream. You can even talk over entire dimensions. Graph. All right. Quiet, Dream. Dream shushed everyone as he became incredibly anxious. After a few moments, his laptop screen showed a calling icon. He had finally called his mother. Click asterisk. Hello. Dream went silent as he stared at the screen. He didn't plan to be, but seeing his mother's face made him choke on his words. He could also see his mother's eyes growing wide. She cautiously asked, Dream. Hi, Mom. Dream, no, who are you? My son is dead. It's me, Mama. Sniff, I'm sorry. Dream choked up as tears fell from his eyes. Shannon also teared up. No. They said you were dead. How can? I'm sorry, Mama. It's complicated. Then make it simple. Where are you? I need to see you. I can't see you right now. I'm not exactly close, but I'm doing fine. I'm completely okay. Prove it then. How do I know you're not some piece of shit with a computer? Dream felt it was ironic since he felt he kind of was a piece of shit with a computer, but he still tried to respond. You son of... No. I have the revolver. What revolvers? The revolver that I took from our safe. The rusty one that was given to Dad from Grandpa. Look. Dream held up the rusty revolver that he used to kill himself that night. It had been taken with him over to the New World, and he decided to keep it. Now it came in handy. Shannon recognized the revolver as well. She knew that the revolver was taken the same night that Dream disappeared. You. Then what the hell did you do? They said it was suicide. They found your fucking brains on your car. And no body. I had a closed casket funeral for my own son. So what the fuck happened? Shannon lashed out as tears poured from her eyes. She had lost her son, and now suddenly he was alive and well. How could she not be shocked and confused? Luna and Iris had also started crying. Since Graf and Elena didn't know English, they had no idea what was going on. Dream had gone quiet as he didn't know how to respond to her. What excuse could he come up with? While he was quiet, though, the mic picked up someone else. Sniff, Luna. Who's that, Shannon? Dream. Dream panicked and cursed the microphone for being so sensitive. It even picked up Luna's sniffles. Luna also figured out what she did and looked at Dream with an embarrassed face. That's Dream. Who is with you right now? It's complicated, Mom. No, it's not. Turn the camera. Dream sighed and looked at Luna. You want to meet my mom? Dream. I don't mind, Luna. Is that a girl, Shannon? Dream sighed in his mind and turned the camera, mentally preparing himself for the worst. Mom, meet Luna. Luna, Mom. Dream. Hi, Luna. Shannon. Luna waved high at the screen and Shannon went silent for a bit. Dream, did you kidnap a supermodel or something? I did not. That's why I said it was complicated. Then make it simple. I was brought to another planet. Is that a joke? Would you believe me if I said it wasn't? Mom, the reason I called now is because of what happened on Earth. You mean all that magical bullshit in the news? Exactly, you need to understand that it is very real. Magic is real. Okay, if you decide to ignore this and pass it off as some hoax, then bad things can happen. Well, there's only been some people who are getting those screens in front of them, and even less videos about people using magic. It's all probably Photoshop. It's not, Mom. You have that screen too. You know how to get it? Say status, go ahead. All right, status, whoa. Shannon jumped back as the screen popped up in front of her. What is this? It's your status, Mom. Start getting used to it. As I said, this is very real. The world is about to go through massive changes, and you, along with Dad and the boys, need to be ahead of it. You need to take this seriously. Understand? Shannon went quiet for a bit before nodding. It's all right, I'll believe you, but what do we do anyway? I'm going to teach you, but not just you, the world. Don't ask me how, but I can control those news and social media sites. I'll be sending out a guide on how everything works. Everyone will get it, and I hope that by doing this, things won't be so crazy. I want you guys to be safe, and to do that, the world has to be calm. But that doesn't mean there will be no danger. Mom, I need you to understand that superpowers exist now. And only if you're powerful can you be truly safe. I also need you to beware of any animals, even pets. They will start to change as well, and not in a good way. Okay, I get it. I'll be careful. And what do you mean, animals? Animals will begin to turn into monsters, and they will be very powerful. I know you may not want to, but you might have to give up the cats. Take them to a shelter or something. No, they're just cats. How could I give up Ambush and Echo? They're my babies. Asterisk sighs, well, just be careful, please. Keep an eye out for any changes. I'll only yield because I'm not certain what will happen to all animals. Thank you. Now what about you? And who's Luna? When I was dropped in this new world, it was her and her family that I met first. They've been taking care of me this whole time. Here, I'll have you meet them. Dream motioned Riddick over and turned the camera to Iris next to him. This girl is Iris. She's Luna's sister. Hi, Iris. Iris' face went red out of embarrassment. My, there's two supermodels, Shannon. And this is Riddick, he's their dad, Dream. Dream turned the camera to Riddick, who was standing. Hello, it's nice to meet the mother of this troublesome boy, Riddick. Oh my, well hello to you too, Shannon. Mom. What? He's good looking. You only see men like that on TV. Like a work of art, why can't I admire it every now and then? Because you already have a work of art named Dad. Sigh asterisk anyway. Dream turned the camera back to him. Shannon spoke up. You know, sweetie, I wouldn't mind if you put a ring on one of those girls. You know, Mom, I totally agree. It's a work in progress, though. Of course, but don't dally too long, things happen. I won't. Dream and his mom chuckled at the marriage plans. Meanwhile, the girls and Riddick had no idea what that meant and stood there with confused faces. Dream turned serious after a moment. Mom, I need you to be careful from here on out. I will, sweetie. You need to as well. I only regret that I can't be there with you. I don't. Everyone needs you over there. But it's fine. I'm already rather powerful myself. I can hold my own. I'm glad. And you can become powerful too, Mom. Mana does incredible things. You can heal all your old injuries from your younger days and feel 20 again. Hey, I'm still young. I may not be able to play basketball like I used to, but I can still nail 3-pointers better than you. Mom, 40 isn't that young. If you're not careful, you'll mess up your knee again. Hey, don't go blabbing my age, not polite. Hee, all right, well, I should get off. I'll need to make that guide for everyone. Will I be able to call you again? Of course, though sometimes I might be busy, but I have my phone. All right, I guess I'll have to break the news to your father myself then, huh? If you could. Fine, but he'll still want to talk to you, so expect a call. I will. And then I guess I'll let you go. I'm sure you have work to do. Yeah. Love you, Mom. Love you too, sweetie. Goodbye. Bye. Click asterisk. Dream ended the call and the screen went blank. He spoke to Graph. I'm done. Dream. Oh, I didn't recognize the language. Graph. I know. Well, I would love to party a bit more tonight, but I have things to do. Dream. I think everyone is out of the mood now. Elena, if you wouldn't mind getting us a residence to stay. Riddick. You can stay here. We have nice big rooms upstairs that you can all use. Graph. I can prepare them. I wouldn't want you to stay anywhere else either. Elena. Thank you, Riddick. Heretic accepted their hospitality. Everyone then went upstairs to see where the rooms would be. Dream also closed his laptop and followed. Chapter 40, Hope. Elena guided them up the floors. The third floor consisted of the twins' 2 rooms, just 2 doors across from each other in a hallway. The 4th floor was Graf and Elena's room. This time there was no hallway and just a door. Looks like they had a whole floor for themselves. The 5th floor was similar to the twins' floor, having 2 doors. We have 2 empty guest rooms here. There's another room upstairs, but it's barely a room. We would have to furnish it before someone uses it. Elena. The study isn't up there. Dream. Dream remembered Elena saying there was a study and figured it would be the top floor or something. My study is underground. I have a platform in my room that leads down to it and there's no other entrance. Graf. I can't believe you bought a platform. Heretic. What else is there to do with my loads of money? Speaking of, I can go buy some furniture for the 6th floor. Graf. There's no need. I have my own furniture. I'll just take the 6th floor. Dream. Dream spoke up before Graf went running off to spend money. Since he could summon furniture, he could take the empty room and furnish it himself. He also didn't want to use this world's furniture. Oh, so you did have an inventory. I wondered where you got that alcohol from. Graf. I can help you clean the room then. Will Luna and Iris need separate rooms as well? Elena. No, they can stay together. Heretic. Okay, the rooms are already ready for use, so you can just choose one. Elena. Thanks, Heretic. Sure thing, follow me, Dream. Elena. Elena led Dream up the stairs while Heretic and the girls picked their rooms. When they got to the 6th floor, it was another door just like the 4th floor. Elena opened the door, which creaked from having no use, and walked in. The room looked more like a floor, which it was. A big wide open space that was the size of the living room downstairs greeted Dream. Though that was all there was, it had no furniture at all. The only things Dream could see was a wall to the left with 2 doors on it. Those doors are the bedroom and bathroom, and this big area is the living space. Elena. Dream nodded and walked around the area a bit. There was plenty of dust, letting him know just how long it had been since someone's been up here. Sorry about the mess. We haven't used this room in quite a while. It was originally supposed to be the study, but we ended up putting it underground. Elena. That's all right. Are the bedroom and bathroom furnished? The bathroom has the basics, and the bedroom doesn't have anything. Are you sure you don't want us to go get something? My husband wouldn't mind making a trip. No, thank you. I have everything I need. Very well. I'll at least clean the place for you. After saying so, Elena began using magic. A big ball of water was conjured and began flying across the floor and walls, capturing all the dust. When she swept the living area, the ball of water became brown with dirt. She then walked over to the bedroom and bathroom and did the same. When she was done, she went over to a window and threw the ball outside, hitting the ground next to the building. After that, she began using air magic and blew all the stagnant, dusty air out the window and refreshing the room. There, you're all set. Do with the place as you like, and if you need anything, let us know. Elena. Thank you for your hospitality. I'll take good care of this space. You're very welcome. Oh, and just a little detail about the room. Since it was supposed to be a study, it's extra sturdy and isolated, so any loud noise inside or bangs against the surfaces won't escape the room. There's a mana barrier around it as well, preventing any unwanted eyes from peeking. Last but not least, the door locks, just so you know. Well, I'll be going then. Have a good night. Elena walked out of the room, shutting the door behind her. She's a dirty woman. This works out great for you, though. I can't argue with that. Either way, I get an entire floor to myself. Dream looked around for a bit and decided to walk into the bedroom. It really was empty like Elena said, but there was one thing she didn't mention. What's that door? Dream walked up to a door across the room and walked through it. Whoa. Dream took a second to take in the view. The door led to a balcony. The balcony hung outside the building and gave him a view of the city. He could even see the gates leading out of the mountain. It truly was a magnificent view. So they do have lighting systems, though it's not everywhere, but at least the streets have some light. I thought everything would be dark. Dream. Huh. Dream heard a voice from below him and peered over the edge of the balcony. Oh, hi, Luna. I guess you guys have a balcony too. Hi, and yes, it was outside our bedroom. Same here, how's the furniture? It's good, the beds are actually really comfortable, so we probably won't need yours. That's good. What about your furniture? There isn't any. I'll be summoning things out. Oh, you need help. Sure, why not? Okay, Hup. Whoa, be careful. Dream got caught off guard after Luna just decided to jump up to his balcony rather than go up the stairs. She grabbed the ledge, and Dream grabbed her arm, pulling her up. Thanks. Sure. They walked into the bedroom, and Luna looked around. There really is nothing, Luna. It's fine, though. That just means that I can do what I want, starting with the bed. Dream began summoning out items. He first put the bed over close to the balcony door. He then summoned out a dresser, a giant wall mirror, and a really big carpet that filled almost 80% of the room. Next, he brought out a big TV and put it on the wall. He then took out a couple of power walls for electricity. All right, that does it for the bedroom. I should do the bathroom next. Dream walked over to a door in the bedroom that led straight to the bathroom. When he entered, he found that it was very spacious. It had a bath, toilet, and sink. Thought it was bare, it was all he really needed. Wait, toilet. Yeah, they have working bathrooms like our old house. I was surprised, too. Thank the Lord. Dream gave his heartfelt thanks. He also tried it out and found that it worked almost the same as regular toilets. The bath and sink also worked the same as regular ones. Well, I do believe I'm set then. Not much I need to do here, other than soaps. Dream threw some soap bottles near the tub and sink. He then walked out of the bathroom into the living area. Now, I really don't know what to do with all this space. Dream. A place for your experiments? Luna. Maybe, or I'll do it in graph study. Speaking of, how did you like them, by the way? Dream turned to Luna for her opinion on the family. He didn't forget that her, along with Iris, could sense the true state of souls and, in turn, someone's emotions. This helped with seeing if people were fake or genuine. They were nice. Though the twins were lustful and arrogant, it wasn't anything different from what we've seen already. I could sense greed from Graf, likely due to the money he makes, but otherwise good-natured. Elena was also a bit judgmental, but again, still a good person. Ultimately, they seemed to really see Dad as a friend. It was also nice seeing him happy to meet people he knew. That's good. Now, how do you feel about the situation they talked about, with what I'm now 100% sure is your mom? Dream didn't beat around the bush and went straight to what he was concerned about. Luna heard his question and went quiet for a second. I'm not sure how to feel. Dad's never told us about our mother. All we've ever known is that Dad was there for us. But after hearing what they said that someone took Mom away, it makes me angry. I was supposed to have a mother all this time, and I know that I don't know what it's like, but after seeing other families at the kingdom and you talking to your mom, I suddenly feel something missing. It's not like Dad isn't enough either. I love Dad, but it's just, I want to know what it's like. Is that wrong to want more? I just feel ungrateful. Luna crossed her arms and looked down, feeling bad about what she was thinking. Dream went over to her and gave her a hug. It's not wrong to want your own mother. And wanting a mother's love isn't being ungrateful to your dad. He probably feels worse than you do, not being able to give a mother to his children. Not to mention how he doesn't even get to see her. I didn't think of it like that. What I'm amazed about, though, is who the hell your mother must be, and how powerful the people who took her away are. Your dad said that he would need to get to 4th class. Nothing about this is normal or something that we can intervene in. Now that I think about it, it must be a pretty big risk bringing you guys out into the world. It's been 20 years, but who knows if these enemies have given up. They could still be on the lookout. Then it's another reason to get stronger, so we aren't a burden. We hid for so long, even got trashed on by those stupid clans. Clans? Dream asked, remembering where he heard that. They had mentioned it back when Dream first met them. Something about how other clans used the hunting grounds. Luna explained. The forest our house was in had multiple clans of animals. Wolves, deer, birds. They all used the area, especially that tree dome. They would come and harass us occasionally. Sometimes they would drive us out of the hunting grounds, not letting us get. One time they even destroyed our house while we were gone. After we grew up, we found out how powerful Dad was, but he still never fought back unless it was necessary. Iris always got really heated and would yell and try to fight them whenever they did something. I wasn't as vocal, but I was still angry. Not being powerful enough to fight back made me mad. They could just push us around whenever they wanted. Dream felt Luna getting angry as she spoke. He began stroking her hair in an attempt to comfort her. Luna went quiet and stayed buried in his chest for a bit, eventually calming down. "Sai, I'm sorry. I know you need to help your world." Luna. "No, it's fine. I know you needed it. Although maybe you should go be with your sister. She might not be feeling so hot either. I can just bring her up here. We can stay here while you work, 'cause I know you're not going to sleep anytime soon." "I guess so. All right. I'll start setting things up. You get Scarlet." Luna nodded and separated from Dream, walking towards the balcony. Dream also walked out into the living area. "All right, Sophia, we got our work cut out for us. Get me a big panel." "On it." Moments later, a huge set of screens appeared around Dream. There were 30 screens in total curving around in front of Dream. This was called a panel. It was one of the premium devices found on Earth, costing a pretty penny. I could be used for anything, but mainly gaming and for a home theater. All 30 screens integrated seamlessly together, allowing gamers to see everything perfectly as if they were on the battlefield themselves. One by one, the screens lit up, brightening up the previously dark room. After a moment, a search engine appeared in his view under the name Quantum. Ah, Quantum, a cryptocurrency-turned search engine. I still find it amazing how it replaced Google all those years ago. Sophia, how was that project I gave you coming along? Sophia's voice came over a speaker system. It's going well. We've infected 81% of the known decentralized internet space. Everything else is either ridiculous quantum-based AI security or has never connected to the web. And although it's only 81% of the internet, we can make contact with 98% of the world's population. Whether it's over social media or direct to their terminals, there is a way for us to deliver data. Dream nodded and recalled his time back in the forest. When he had become able to connect to the internet, he had many things he wanted to do. The biggest one, though, was to create a super-intelligent AI. Although he had Sophia, creating AI was something he had always been interested in. And he could obviously never do it himself, but that's why he had Sophia. When he began to mess around, though, he began thinking bigger. One thing led to another, and he eventually gave Sophia the task of taking over the internet. With her vast knowledge and programming capabilities, there was nothing she couldn't do. So, in short, we've succeeded. This will be a cakewalk then. Of course. Dream, what's all that? Dream turned around at the voice, finding Luna and Iris coming from the bedroom. "Oh, hi guys. What I'm doing here is preparing to hijack every major communication platform in my world. There are nearly 16 billion people living on Earth. And I will be sending a message to them all." 16 people, Iris. 16 billion people. 10, 100,000, million, billion. Let's just say it's a lot. Okay, and what message are you sending? The message is an outline of the details about the system. I will be telling everyone about magic, skills, attributes, classes. Everything they need to know about the new power they possess. Hopefully, this will help calm the world, making it so that less people die during the trial period. And although this will probably only help a little, it at least gives everyone a fighting chance. Sort of. Okay, but why would people die? They're just getting mana and a screen in front of them. Iris. It's not that simple. The introduction of the record overturns what they know about the universe, and more than that, it gives everyone a chance to gain power. Before, everyone was pretty much the same. Sure, there were strong and weak people, but weapons made it so that everyone was equal. It didn't matter who you were. If you took a shot to the head, you were dead. But now, that's no longer the case. There's a true path to strength in front of everyone, and there are many people who want someone else dead. Nations will be meaningless to the powerful. Wars will break out between those with magic and those who reject magic. There will be many bad people drunk on the power who will do anything to get stronger. Monsters will be created and rampage. Everyone will be thrown into chaos as people begin to figure out this new way of life. How many people will die? I'm not sure, but there is no doubt that the number is massive. Dream went quiet after explaining everything to Iris, who managed to get a hint of how critical a situation it was. I didn't realize mana was that bad. Iris. It's not bad, Dream. But won't tons of people die because of this? Families destroyed, kingdoms burned, is that not what you just told us? Yes, but there's something you need to understand. That while the introduction of mana is chaotic, it also represents something. What's that? It represents hope. In a world of materialistic societies, mana is the door to something greater, to pursue something that truly matters and open the doors to a higher realm of being. Chapter 40, One Seeker's Guidebook. Is mana really that important? Iris. Iris looked at Dream, who had stopped looking at the computer. Do you remember after our fight in the forest, when I told you that I was one of the people who gave up? And during the talk with my mom, when she said that it was suicide? Well, it was, because I had lost hope on that world, and because I longed for knowledge that I could never get, I decided that death was my best option. Death was the only release, the only way out that I could see. And I wasn't the only one. There are many people who lose hope, and even more who choose to ignore it and distract themselves with entertainment. Mana, however, signifies a greater calling. Mana is the way out of the cage. It shows us that we can become powerful by our own strength. And most of all, it lets us see a higher realm of existence. Now, everyone knows that godhood isn't just some made-up concept in religion. Now, everything is truly possible. Even if I were the one choosing if Earth got mana, I would say yes. That hope is worth the death that will occur because of it. Although I'm kind of salty about the fact that it's come only 4 months after I got sent here. Dream sighed about that fact, if he really just waited that much longer. Or it wasn't a coincidence, and this happened because of me. It really does seem odd. The timing is lined up with you getting your class, especially if you give leeway for the time needed for mana to saturate the Earth. I'm just wondering why my class would trigger such an event. Of all the things. Dream put on a thoughtful face, though only for a moment. Anyway. What's done is done. Currently, not everybody is aware of mana or at least isn't affected by it. Yet. So I need to send out that guide. Sophia, what do you think is the best way for people to believe my information? Dream. Dream focused back on the immediate problem and inquired with Sophia. The girls were left to watch. Well, just the act of accessing everyone's devices will garner a reputation and level of credibility. Another thing that will be helpful is creating a name. As things become chaotic, everyone will need someone to follow. Not that it should be you, but someone who knows about what's going on will comfort people. So you need a name for people to look to. Whether you use yours or not is up to you. Giving away my name has the possibility of harming my family if the connection were ever to be made. I'm not willing to take that risk. What about Seeker? From your title. That would work. It's unique and easy to remember. All right, now we need an easy-to-read but in-depth outline. I don't plan to hide anything, though inputting speculation won't be good either. We need to keep it 100% factual so that nobody, especially governments, can claim we're fake. Well, the easy part is explaining the status. Maybe make the distinction between the record, system, and status. The record is the unknown entity that runs the system. The system is the, system that gives us our skills and levels. The status is what displays it all. You open it by either saying it out loud or in your mind. A screen appears in front of you giving you name, species, class, titles, level, attributes, and all skills plus their level. Put along with titles that if you don't have one, then it won't show up. Apparently Heretic has a blessing, but since I don't have one, I can't see that category. I'm sure it's the same for titles. As Dream and Sophia spoke, a document was being created on the screen. This had all the descriptions of what they were talking about. It had an example status screen, the classes and their levels to get them, and the letters for attributes. Everything on the screen was explained in as much depth as possible but kept factual. Now, what everyone will want to know is how to level up, what skills are, and how to raise their skill levels. Skills, in my opinion, are the techniques for the application of mana. There are passive skills that are always activated and or don't require mana, and active skills that require the activation and use of mana. Skills can be attained through effort, just like how I got my stealth skill by sneaking. Skill leveling is done by becoming more proficient in the given skill. Basically practice, but also understanding what the skill does and how it works. That's actually a great way to put it, Luna. Now what I'm afraid of is outright telling them that the way to level up is through killing. This could lead to mass killings as people attempt to raise their level. Especially since monsters might be scarce at the beginning, bad people will turn to humans for experience. Well, there's a way to word everything. Leveling up is done by attaining experience primarily through the subjugation of monsters. Monsters are non-intelligent animals that have a level and have been influenced by or wield mana. Monsters have evolutions at the same levels that humans gain their classes. I guess that's good. It'll get their mind off the fact that they could kill each other for experience. Dream nodded in approval at Sophia's thinking. The power his words would carry would be huge, and everything needed to be paid attention to. Sophia also knew this, and with her knowledge of psychology and literature could best pick how things were said. Dream watched as everything came together in the document on the screen. Sophia had decided to outline everything like a manual or guidebook that would make things simple and straightforward. Now we need to explain what mana is, but I'm not totally sure myself. Dream. Other than that you gain it through the magic attribute, there isn't much that we've learned about its base properties. Although I have noticed that mana can be separated into types. Mana can take on certain qualities, one of the most common being elemental. Wind, fire, water, and earth, otherwise known as the 4 states of matter, can affect base mana. I've noticed this mostly through Luna and Iris while they were controlling their magic. So there is such thing as elemental magic. Does that mean that Luna and Iris control this elemental mana through their skills? Since I haven't directly used their skills, I'm not 100% sure. All I know is that they either control elemental mana or turn raw mana into a certain type. I believe the former is more of a certainty, but I could be wrong. I think so too. The other option would be very op. Anyway, we should come up with a general description of mana. Nothing specific since we don't know much. Mana can be described as an energy of the supernatural. It is something not inherent to the physical world, but through its use, can directly influence the physical phenomena and matter. Mana is controlled through the will of the soul, to which skills are associated. I don't think I could come up with something better. Go ahead and use that. Next, you should put warnings in there about animals and how they could possibly turn into monsters. And now that I think about it, introducing mana could be much worse than I thought. Why's that, Iris? Iris spoke up as she had thought it was already as bad as it could get considering countries would fall and millions could die. Mana affects everything. That includes insects, bacteria, and viruses. This means that small bugs can turn deadly. The bacteria in people's bodies could get out of control and hurt them, and viruses would become stronger and more resilient. Plants are also going to grow bigger, maybe even new species will be created. And don't get me started on the sea creatures. Humanity may lose its sea trading business for a long time, and airborne creatures would also be able to harm aircraft. The flying creatures are a real problem. Dad actually told us that if he didn't scare away all the flying monsters while we were in your helicopter, we would have been attacked tons of times. Iris. Later. Dream went quiet as he processed what Iris said. So if he were by himself, he would have been attacked in the sky. If that's true, then Earth really is in trouble. I just hope Earth doesn't get thrown back to the Middle Ages, and that means it's necessary to put all those warnings in there. People probably won't think about those things until its sucker punches them in the face. Make sure that they're shown as just straightforward warnings. All set. Anything else we can send out would be mostly speculation. We can also send out anything else we think of later. This is already a big help. Plus, people can figure some things out themselves. This is just to make sure everyone is aware of their new situation, not to teach them how to live. Are you set to send it out? I am, though it won't happen instantaneously. I say 2 hours at most for everyone to receive it. Everything will be translated into everyone's home language as well. All right, call it Seeker's Guidebook to the Record. Another thing I want you to do is to give it a tag. Something for everyone to use to verify the guidebook. If someone wants to edit the original work, the tag will change, and anyone who sees it will know that it's not the original. To make sure nobody can pass one off as the original, already ahead of you. Great, one last thing. Create a forum, call it Seeker's Grimoire, or maybe just the Grimoire. That'll catch people's eye. It'll be used for the discussion on all things magic. Everybody will automatically have an account since we're already forcing the guidebooks on them. Make it like a regular social media platform. Anybody can post anything, but there should be 2 sections. One will be the Reddit section where everyone posts their random stuff. The other will be the actual magic discussions. I'm sure your programs will be able to tell 1 from 2. I can do that. Should I also create a profile for you? We can put the guidebook under your username, and any updates we have will be posted there. Sure, I guess I can handle being famous, but will that reduce credibility? They may see me as just another person on Earth and not believe what we tell them. I think you'll be surprised. With how everything is changing, people would believe you even if you told them that you're from another world. It would surely explain your knowledge. I guess. Why not? Another thing we can do as we launch is to give an announcement or a notification. To make sure that they can't gloss over it. Talk about marketing strategies. I know I'm the best, right? Now, without further ado, let's get this thing going. Give me a real-time display of everything, too. Okay, commencing world takeover. With an ominous statement, Sophia filled the screen with a picture of Earth. There were also numbers in the corner giving different stats on the people who found the guidebook, forum, and those who hadn't. Sophia's method of choice for infection was to start from the big transmitting stations around the most populated areas in the world. From there, it spread like an unstoppable flood. Blips showed up everywhere as even the devices passed the infection to each other, not having to rely on cell towers and such. The numbers also showed just how fast it spread. 200,000. 1 million. 50 million. 400 million. It only took a minute or so to surpass 1 billion people. From there, though, it started slowing down, taking a few minutes to get another billion. Honestly, even if they stopped there, it was enough. People would spread it themselves, but neither Sophia nor Dream would stop with this little. Dream stood and silently stared at the screen for almost 15 minutes before his guests alerted him. "Did you do it, Dream?" Luna. Dream turned around to see Luna sitting on the floor. Iris was in fox form, cuddling on her lap. "Oh, yay, now it's just a matter of time. I'll probably sleep and come back tomorrow morning and check on everything." Dream. "That's good. We should also get to sleep." "I wonder what this family's routines are." Luna. "Probably similar to ours. Elena will probably let us know." "All right, come give us a kiss before we go." Dream smiled and walked over. Iris transformed back into a human and gave him an embarrassed kiss first. Dream tilted his head. "Why are you so embarrassed, Dream?" "Well, I've never kissed you in front of Luna." Iris. "Oh, yaha, you really don't kiss me as much as her either." Dream. Well, sorry if I'm not as bold. Iris' face reddened more as she acknowledged her defeat in that department. Luna smiled and spoke. You don't have to be bold, Iris, just a little more passionate. Luna. Luna wrapped her arms around Dream's neck as she said that, giving him a deep kiss. Meanwhile, Iris, who never liked to lose, seriously took those words to heart. Dream and Luna separated after a moment while looking into each other's eyes. This girl, she has those eyes, they're the same as hers. Dream's mind began to darken as old memories surfaced. His face darkened a bit as he stared at Luna. But she couldn't like me that much. Does she really? But how? Dream, you can't start this now. Sophia intervened as she knew exactly what was happening. You can't start having doubts now. This girl tried to give her life for you, remember? I know. But... Dream, Iris. Hey, what's wrong? Luna. Luna and Iris quickly picked up on his rapidly changing mood. They also began to see his soul darken, which alarmed them. Let's not make excuses now. Don't give stupid reasons to distance yourself. But you don't want what happened a year ago to happen again? I know. But things are different now. Yeah, the situation is worse. We're in a world that is many times deadlier than Earth. Anything could happen at any time. I can't even guarantee my own life. How am I supposed to guarantee someone else's? You know the answer to that. So what are you gonna do? You're going to push her away so you can spare yourself the worry, or protect what's yours. Dream, they love you, so maybe instead of closing off, how about you be open with them? It's okay to be a little selfish sometimes. Dream went silent in his mind. He remembered when she said that to him. He turned his face to the girls in front of him. Luna put her hand on his face and asked with a worried tone, Hey, what are you thinking about? Luna. As I'm worried. What are you worried about? On the future is scary. Chapter 42, The Study. Luna and Iris looked at Dream, a bit surprised. Dream, as far as they knew, had never been scared of something, however. It's all right. We're gonna be with you so we can help you, Iris. Iris said, wanting to comfort him. Luna grabbed his hand. You must be stressed. Let's head to bed. A lot has happened today. All right. Dream nodded and let Luna pull him into the room. Iris also pranced over and jumped onto the bed while Dream climbed under the covers. Aren't you guys going to your room? Dream. It's too much of a pain to climb down. We'll just stay here. Iris. I'm also rather tired. Luna. The girls climbed under the covers as well and snuggled up to Dream, who was kind of relieved that they would stay. Sigh asterisk, your body is warm. Iris. Dream looked at Iris as she hugged his right side like a body pillow. Luna also laid on his left. Hey, Dream, Luna. Dream turned his face and saw Luna's. She spoke with a soft whisper. I wanna put on a song. Luna. Dream nodded and put on his headphones. Luna also put hers on and took out her phone. After a bit of scrolling, she clicked play. The song came on in Dream's ears. He could identify it immediately. It's a good song. Dream. I know, Luna's. Luna smiled and leaned forward, kissing him on the forehead. She used her familiar connection to talk to him. We'll all be okay. No matter what happens, we've got you and you've got us, and you know what? Luna. What? May the gods help anyone who tries to stand between us. I've already had my mother taken from me. I will not have my love taken from me as well. Dream went quiet at her determination. She smiled. I think Iris is already asleep. We should sleep too. Good night. Good night. With that, Luna closed her eyes, falling asleep not long after. Dream brushed her hair before turning his head away, looking at the ceiling. Sophia. Yes. Wake me in 4 hours. Dream then closed his eyes as well, listening to the song as his consciousness drifted. 4 hours later, Dream's eyes opened. Since it wasn't a long sleep, he was a bit drowsy, though nothing a little mana circulation couldn't solve. Dream looked to his sides and saw that the girls were still wrapping him up like blankets. He activated Mystify and pulled himself from their grasp, trying not to wake them. Once he was out, he walked out of the bedroom and into the living area where the panel was. He looked at the images and numbers. 14.2 billion out of 15.7. Not bad. Though the number of people that have actually read it is only 3 fours. I estimate another 12 hours before absolutely everyone becomes aware. Well, many are sleeping, but the fact that 3/4 of the Earth's population has seen our stuff already means that we've accomplished our mission. What Ray the response is? The biggest effect that it had was making people aware of the system. There were a few organizations that actually had plans to keep the activation method a secret once they found out. Basically how you say status to open the profile. They also wanted to get videos about people using powers either taken down or labeled hoaxes. Needless to say, our guidebook put those plans down the drain. Everyone who has read our guidebook has tried and succeeded in opening their status. This alone made us much more credible and believable. In turn, though, many people are becoming anxious. Images and articles began appearing in front of Dream. Many of them discussed how the guidebook was right and their own interpretation on the status screen. Many also talked about what this meant for the world. They're anxious because they know that everything is true. And let me guess, there are people claiming that my guidebook is a fake, right? Correct, though right now it's only scattered groups of people who don't want to accept reality. There haven't been any governments who have taken a stance on it yet, nor companies. It'll come soon, though. They'll probably use the excuse of me breaching their privacy and how I'm too dangerous to be trusted, which brings up a problem. There will definitely be phone companies releasing new devices to rid everyone of my intrusion. Can you take care of that? Light work. Nice, then what about the forum? How do people like it? It's gotten great responses. The biggest thing people like about it is how it isn't censored like every other social media site. Obviously, aside from things that are totally heinous. It was super easy to use because the only thing you needed to do was create a username, and all other information was filled out for you. Some people didn't like it, though, because of privacy issues. Well, what company doesn't steal your data? Exactly. Anyway, it's already being used by several billion. Everyone is put by default into the Reddit tab. In the Magic tab, I filter the non-magic related comments and flag them where they get sent to the bottom. Anything that does have to do with magic is put at the top. There is also the ability to post anonymously, as well as create groups. Perhaps the biggest reaction, though, came from your profile. Everyone is going absolutely bonkers over you. The biggest question is your identity. In fact, every government and company worth their salt has sent a communication request to you, wanting to see the person who could hack the internet. That won't happen, at least right now anyway. Has there been anybody posting in the Magic tab? There are a couple of people who have begun discussing their magic findings. Take a look. Sophia put up a discussion on the screen. It was by a man whose username was TH3Boo1D3R. The man spoke about the earth magic that he was able to use. Apparently, he had also gotten the basic earth magic skill. It's only been a matter of freaking hours and somebody already got a skill? What the hell, man? Anyway, it says he could control the earth magic by using what he called a sequence. He describes the sequence as a set of parameters. It's kind of all over the place, but basically he's saying that those elemental magic skills allow you to control certain elements of mana. Your own mana is then used to guide that elemental mana along with the will of your soul. This is what makes magic. Very interesting. So we've basically confirmed the existence of types of mana. Now this implies that mana can take on certain properties. That's the same conclusion I've come up with. But at the same time, those skills would limit you on the mana you can manipulate if you decide to rely on them. True, but I can imagine that there are also affinities. One person may not be able to control all the elements, so they won't have a choice. Anyways, this forum may be a better idea than I thought. As people on Earth experiment, we will also be able to benefit. The first couple hours of use, and we've already learned something. Of course, this is only the beginning of heaven-defying growth for Earth. Billions of people whose collective ideas are compiled and put together on a single platform. The only thing limiting them will be the density of mana and the number of enemies. Even that may not limit them, not to mention when they begin integrating mana with modern technology. The best part is, I'm not limited by anything. I get to use all that knowledge while increasing my power. It's only a matter of time before I ascend classes again. Dream's heart began to pump harder as he thought about what would come of his forum. He has access to the collective information production of 15 billion people, as well as the means to produce the results of their experiments. Not to mention Sophia, who could see all of it and organize it. He also thought about how he may have created a monster of a species. The things humans could do when they band together were amazing, but never has an entire planet been brought together like this. When they become more powerful, ascending to 3rd class, 4th class, even above, whatever that was, they would be unstoppable. The people of Earth would come to conquer and control the solar system, even other stars, gaining access to unfathomable amounts of energy. They would create technology that harmonized mana and raw energy to create and destroy. What then would be the difference between them and gods? Well, that'll all take time. This ultimately is for them to reduce the chaos and confusion, which so far is doing a great job. Now all you need to do is gather the knowledge of Graph. We need to learn the ways of magic, as well as create weapons that harness it. Agreed. It's still a couple of hours before everyone wakes up, though. Maybe you should use this time to finish setting up your floor. I know that's what you wanted to do, since we'll likely be here for a while. Sure, first get rid of the panel. Sophia did what he said, and the panel of screens disappeared. Dream then looked around the empty room. All right, let's turn this place into a real living area. Luna and Iris began to wake up as the sun rose. The first thing they noticed was that Dream wasn't there, though they knew he wasn't far. He's in the living room? Iris. Hugs, Luna. The girls dragged themselves out of bed and walked into the living room where they sensed Dream. Once they opened the door, they figured out why he wasn't in bed. They saw Dream sitting on a couch, eyes closed with his headphones on, as well as the entire area that was furnished and decorated. Large shaggy carpets were on the floor making it warm. A huge couch that could easily fit 15 people was in the middle. There were tables, chairs, and other things. What is that? Iris. Dream responded with his eyes closed. That's called a foosball table. Dream. And that, Iris. An arcade machine. That thing is an air hockey table. There's a pool table. I put up a massive TV. I got a gaming rig right there too. There's a washing machine right there along with a dryer. I also plan to put stuff down in the 2nd floor that everyone will use like stuff for the kitchen and whatnot. Dream pointed out some of the things he put out. This place would be the place he came to when he was bored or wanted to rest. Though when he thought about it, he probably wouldn't use half the stuff, but it took up space that there was a lot of. This showed just how big the place was. Since you guys are up, maybe we should head down. People are probably up for dinner. The girls nodded and followed him over to the exit. Once they exited the room, they could sense people on the 2nd floor. Sure enough, after walking down 3 floors, waiting for them was everyone, except Elena, who was in the kitchen preparing something. Graph looked at the trio with an amused face. Heh, this kid's got a fun future ahead of him. He looks just like you back in the day, Prince. Graph. HMPH, Heretic. Heretic snorted and continued sipping a drink in his hands. He actually was used to this since the girls would sleep in his room rather often in the forest. Though since he was in the presence of his friend, he knew he would get teased for it. Meanwhile, Mark had an ugly face as he definitely wasn't happy seeing them together. Dream smiled and had the girls take a seat. You're not going to sit, Luna. I was gonna go in the kitchen, maybe help out. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. My wife is a master cook. She'll be out in a bit. Graph. It's all right then. Dream took a seat with the girls and waited, though not for long as Elena was almost done. She soon came out, unloading the many dishes in her inventory. I've got monster meats with breads and fruit today. I wasn't sure what you guys ate in the forest and wanted to keep it simple. Elena passed out big plates to everyone. On it was cubes of seasoned meat along with a big slice of bread. She also put out a platter of fruits. We often ate meat, but regardless, whatever you make is fine. Riddick. I agree. It doesn't matter what it is when a level 60 cook touches it, it turns to gold. Thank you, my lovely wife. Graf. Of course, Elena. Graf gave Elena a kiss as she sat next to him. Everyone then began eating. Dream picked up the utensil on the plate for the meat. This is a trident. They probably don't know what tridents are. Dream shrugged and speared a cube of meat, sticking it into his mouth. Oh my God, this is so good. Dream closed his eyes and savored the meat in his mouth that he barely had to chew. It was like it fell apart by itself. The tender meat along with seasoning made an amazing combination. This is something you'd find at a 5-star restaurant, not that I've ever been, but still. It actually might be because of the mana. She said this was monster meat, and it must be a high-level one too because I can sense mana concentrated in it. That would make sense. I can feel myself being energized a bit, but still, this breakfast is damn amazing. Dream began stuffing himself with the meat cubes. He also took a bite of the bread, finding that it tasted like French bread, one of his favorites. The girls also looked like they enjoyed it, as they were stuffing themselves as well. Elena smiled at the unspoken compliment. After eating a bit, Riddick spoke up. Boy, Graf and I wanted you to come with us to the study today. Riddick. Indeed, we have much to discuss and no time to waste. Graf. Dream looked at them and finished chewing before speaking. That's fine with me. I got nothing else to do. What about the girls? Dream. I was actually thinking they could spend the day with me, if they would like, of course. Elena. Sure, we would be sitting around otherwise. Luna. Luna spoke for them and Elena smiled. Great. I believe the boys have plans to go hunting. Elena. We do. Our party has a quest we wanted to do. Mark. All right, just stay safe. Elena. I know, Mom. Mark. After half an hour or so, everyone finished up their breakfast. This was also when they split ways. Iris, Luna, and Elena stayed in the living room while Riddick, Graf, and Dream went up the stairs. I still can't believe you bought a platform. Riddick. It makes my life easier. It's also a matter of security. Graf. Graf led them to his room on the 4th floor. They entered, and Dream saw it looked like his floor. Graf walked over to his side of his bed and stood. After a moment, he stomped his foot twice against the floor. Knock asterisk, knock asterisk. Right after, a big ring on the ground lit up. All right, step inside the ring. Dream and Riddick walked over to the ring that could fit around 7 people inside. They then began to descend, making no noise in the process. This is just like an elevator. I wonder how much weight it could lift. Dream pondered as the platform descended. After a minute or so, it finally stopped in front of a big door. Graf walked over and put his hand in the middle of the door. From his palm, light began to shine and the doors slid open like elevator doors. Welcome to my study. Don't touch anything unless you know what it is. Graf. Chapter 43, Science. Dream walked in and looked around. It's not as big as I thought. Dream. Well, what you see now is only a bit. There's a library off to the side. There's also a storage room where I keep my materials. There's a forgery and crafting area over there where I make things. This area we're in is where I do most of my writing and theory work. Graf. Graf pointed out the doors to other rooms as he explained what they were. In the room they were in, Dream could see a big table with many papers on it, along with boards on the walls like chalkboards. These chalkboards had many drawings and writings on them, which Dream didn't know the purpose of. Graf spoke after noticing Dream's curiosity. All right, our purpose today is not explaining the crap on the walls, but the knowledge in your head, Dream. I want to see if it's really as good as I think. Let's sit down first. Graph. Graph led everyone to a table and sat. Now, if I'm going to explain my knowledge to you, there are things you need to know first. Dream. What might that be, Graph? What I'm going to explain is how the fundamental world works. No magic. Therefore, although I know it might be hard, you need to remove that bias. The bias that anything unexplained is due to magic. Know that nothing I will talk about has any magic involved whatsoever. All right, it shouldn't be too difficult. Graph. Good, now there's one thing I want to do first. Dream stood up from his seat and turned to the empty space behind him. He then summoned out the panel, which promptly lit up. What is that, Graph? It's a device that displays images. I won't explain it now. Sophia, give me an image of Earth. On it. Sophia's voice rang out as an image of Earth was put up. Graph looked at the image of the globe from space with a confused face. This is what's known as a planet. A planet is basically a massive rock, and this is what you live on, otherwise known as a world. Dream. Wait, the world is just a ball. Always has been. The reason you can't see the curve is because it's so big. Sophia, start zooming in on LA. The screen soon changed as the perspective flew over to the planet and gradually zoomed in to the North American continent. It then approached the coast of California and finally, the city of Los Angeles, where there was a lone person standing in the black street. Oh my God. Graph was frozen as he stared at the screen. Dream nodded, seeing that a person as smart as him understood. That is the scale of the world, one massive rock that everyone lives on. What you're seeing now is one of the many cities on my world. All those gray boxes to the sides of the person are the buildings made of metal and glass. Everything ever created on my world was done by mathematics and design. Those buildings are a system of metal pillars and stabilizers to perfectly balance the weight of itself on the ground. Not to mention the tall ones where even the wind has to be factored in. Dream paused as Graph took in everything he said. It's amazing how something that big could be made without magic reinforcement. Well, the impressive stuff isn't what's big, but what's small. Small? Yes, take this screen for example. How do you think it displays these images you see? Liar. Graph thought long and hard before giving his best guess. Well, all I know is that it releases light. Graph. That much is correct, yes. This screen is made of millions of tiny boxes. Each box can shine different colors. Every one of those boxes are also connected through wires that lead to a brain inside the screen. A brain? You mean this screen can think? No, the brain inside of it has a long set of instructions that it follows to do everything. It has no life of its own. The brain is used to tie everything together. It controls the millions of boxes inside. Now, to create something like this, you need to get small, really small. That's why it's so much more impressive than a building. Come up and see if you can see any of the millions of boxes inside this screen. Graph stood up and walked over to the screen. Heretic also went up as he was curious as well. Both put their face really close, trying their hardest to see anything Dream was talking about. I can't see any boxes. Wait, are you able to? Graph. Nope. Then how do you know that there are boxes? Because I understand how it was built. I understand everything about this device, how it's made, and how it works. I also understand the science behind its engineering, the dozens of concepts and laws of the universe that went into making this piece of machinery. Now, one last question. What is it? What do you think this extremely complex device was used for? Dream put on a wide smile as he questioned Graph. I'm not sure, Graph. Heavy. This device was used by kids the same age as the twins to play games. Games? Are you serious? This miracle of technology was used by a couple of children for something as stupid as games. Oh, not just a couple. You see, there were millions of this same exact thing made. And in turn, teenagers around the world could enjoy entertainment on it. There are millions of these. How? That can't be possible. Believe it, caveman. That's the power of science. It's the power of technology. Just so you know the time it took humans on my world to go from the technology you have today to making this stuff was around 600 years. If we start from the Renaissance. 600 years? Amazing. Graf stroked his chin as he went deep into thought. Now, this was just to give you perspective on what to expect. The way that I will impart my knowledge to you is not actually through teaching you everything, but instead using another method. What method is that? This is actually something I did back when I first met Heretic and the girls. I figured that if I could telepathically communicate words to someone, there was no reason I couldn't for other forms of information. So I directly input my language into their minds, allowing them to learn my language. Directly imparting knowledge, is that true, Prince? Graf. Graf turned to Heretic as he had a hard time believing it. It is. I was surprised as well since I've never seen such a method or use of telepathy. There was sorting involved, but it wasn't much. Though that raises a problem, boy. How much information are you planning to give us? Heretic. There is absolutely no shortage of information, so as much as you can handle and process. I will also give you guys devices that will have all the information on it, like a book. That way, after you process the information, you can look through the book to help further understand and take your time learning. Dream. Very interesting. Since the prince trusts and approves of your method, then I have no reason not to. I can handle a lot of information, but I still have limits, so make sure not to overload my mind or I'll just forget everything. Graf. Sure, I will be handing out the information by subject. Just to stay organized. Afterward, you can have the device to look through. It will also have an assistant to make navigation easier. An assistant? Yes, it'll be a piece of intelligence inside the book to help guide you, since things will be confusing at first. So you can even create intelligence. What hasn't your world been able to do, Graf? Many things. You'll understand after attaining some of my knowledge. Very well, shall we get started then? I'm interested to see how this goes. Graf. Sure, give me a second. Dream went quiet as he turned his attention to his mind. Sophia. The best way to do this is a channel directly to each other's minds. Just make contact and I'll do the rest, though we will also need approval from them. Dream nodded to her and spoke. We will need to make contact and you will be prompted with a question. This question will not come from me but another being. Her name is Sophia and she's my partner. I heard you say that name earlier, so where is she? Graf. She is inside of me. Specifically, she's my ability. Ability, like a skill? I've never heard of such a thing. Well, don't think about it too much. Just give her permission. Here, sit down and get comfortable. Dream had Graf sit in a seat. He then put his hand on Graf's head and Sophia took over, in Graf's mind. Hello, Graf, my name is Sophia. Oh, hello. So you're that ability. In order to carry out this process, I need permission from your soul. This will allow me to send information directly to your mind. I will also be able to monitor your processing limits to keep from overloading. During this time, you will still retain control over yourself and can break the connection at any time for your own safety. Very well, I give permission. Understood. Beginning transfer. After Graf's soul consented to her interference, Sophia began sending information. The material that she would be sending was left for her to decide. Dream knew that Sophia understood best how to teach that stuff, and he couldn't do it himself anyway. So she decided to start with basic fundamentals. Things like how atoms are the building blocks of the universe, basic physics, states of matter, things of that nature. She would build up to everything else after they learned the 5th grade science. In order to transfer the information, Sophia went and found Graf's mind space. The mind space was the space used by the soul for information processing and decision-making. This was one of the things discovered by her and Dream after she was created. They found that the brain, while it was a processor, was more geared for instinct and sensory processing. It was actually the soul that held someone's sentience. Without it, humans would just be instinctual animals with thumbs, like monkeys. So when Sophia found the mind space, she began gradually inputting data. When she had done this for Riddick and the girls to teach them the language, the way she had input knowledge was through presentation. Sophia then hadn't figured out exactly what knowledge was in the soul. But what she did know was that if you provide a stimulus, the soul would create its own interpretation and store the new knowledge. So she provided the stimulus, while the soul in question began interpreting. Now, however, she was able to use the effects of the skill Mystify. The skill said that it could directly influence the cognition of the target. And while she didn't 100% know how that worked or what it did, she knew conceptually how to use it. Basically, with that ability, she could make the target see what she wanted it to see. She could make the soul think something specific. That means she could just give the soul a chunk of information and determine the interpretation for it. This drastically sped up the data input and understanding of the subject, but it didn't mean that she could do it infinitely. The soul still had to retain the information, and too much info at once would make it forget some, hence overloading. If the person had a weak mind space, it could even cause harm. On the outside, from Dream's perspective, the process took about 20 minutes. Graf had his eyes closed the entire time, just processing everything he was given. When Sophia was done, Dream pulled back his hand while Graf stayed motionless as though unconscious. He'll probably need a bit of time to sift through everything. I guess that means we can begin with you, Riddick. Dream went over and repeated the same thing with Riddick. In the end, Riddick also kept his eyes shut, processing everything. Dream sat down after finishing. Everything went smooth. Yup, their mind spaces were very strong, and I could have given them more, but starting slow would be better for their absorption. Although I'm able to use Mystify, the mind still has to go through new knowledge and associate it with previous knowledge. This process could take a bit. Makes sense. Well, I have no idea what to do now, since they're unresponsive and all. How about you go to the library? That place is exceedingly important right now. Oh, you're right. I guess Graf wouldn't mind me snooping through his books. Dream stood up and walked over to the library door, leaving the two unconscious men there. When he entered the room, he was met with a sitting area along with many bookshelves. Though, there's actually not as much as I thought. There likely isn't an established printing system. Someone as rich as Graf, and there's only this many books. Not to mention, he's likely written many of them himself. Very true. I see that the bookshelves are labeled. I guess that makes it easy for navigating, thank God. I couldn't imagine walking through here blind. Let's see what these are about. Dream went over to a shelf that was labeled Code Theory. It had 4 books on it. This seems interesting. Sophia, am I going to have to flip through each page to get all the information? Not at all. I can send your mana through the book and read the writing and such. Though since there's so many pages so close together, I can't read precisely from a distance. You'll need to hold the book at least. All right, have you read this one then? What's the summary? This book was written by Graf. It's his work on codifying the magic signals of the communication wires. The wires are actually a way to guide mana and keep it from dispersing as it travels. He also had to develop a language similar to Morse code so the wires could work and transfer data. So to talk through the wires, they need to use taps. Not exactly. Basically, you would write out your message, scan it with a device, and send it through the wire. The device would change the writing into signals and shoot it to its destination, and when it arrived, it changes back into writing. Think of it like turning an image into bytes and back to an image. So he had to program a magic device? That's very impressive. Considering this world's tech age, he's a revolutionary. I have more respect for him now. It is impressive. This also means that by giving him the knowledge we're creating someone very powerful. Don't forget he's a 3rd class. And he could be a threat. I'm not too concerned about it, though. He might be 3rd class, but I don't believe he's more powerful than Riddick. We just need to watch his changes as we teach him more. Anyway, let's continue. I think I found what we're looking for. Dream put his thoughts aside and walked over to another bookshelf. This one was labeled Crafting Material and had 3 books on it. Dream grabbed one and looked at the cover. Chapter 44, Materials. This book is called Metal Collection, Sophia. It really does have what we're looking for. It's an encyclopedia listing a bunch of different metals and their properties. Graf probably used this to find the best metal for those wires. Dream could sense Sophia's excitement at getting new and important information. He also flipped open the book to a random page. Orichalcum, highly shapeable material and gold in color. Wait, this is just gold. Elements will be the same on this world as on Earth. The only difference is that man-made materials like steel won't be present. That and the quantities of certain materials will be different. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for how mana affects those materials. So how does mana affect gold? From what I see, it's much stronger but still very malleable. It's also a good mana conductor. Graf may have chosen gold for his wires. So is there any other difference, just stronger? Don't expect too much from it. Mana in general enhances the base properties of stuff it affects. This will be the case for many materials. Although, from what I've seen in this book, there are many extraordinary metals considering strength. Oh, like what? Well, we now know what the strongest metal on this planet is. Mithril. It is described as silver-white in color and the greatest equipment material, the highest conductivity to mana and the greatest strength. I theorize that it's actually silver. There are several grades of mithril that represent purity and mana density. Low, medium, high, and prime. It's the prime mithril that is extremely rare and unbelievably valuable. It is said that only the 4th classes in this world have equipment made of prime mithril. Wow, what about metals used widespread? The common metals I see are iron and titanium. There are also elemental metals that take on properties of the elements. There are 3, being chlorophyte, lokium, and solarite. These give enhancements over earth, water, and fire magic, respectively. These are also very expensive and difficult to make, with basically only 3rd classes using them as equipment. Iron and titanium are the metals used commonplace. Apparently, titanium is much more common here than on Earth. It must be easier to work with as well. Interesting, but my tools are already better than titanium tools. Even my knives are made from graphene, and the armor is made of the same. I doubt replacing them with iron is my best option. Well, they also haven't been saturated with mana. You have to remember that this world has had mana for a long time, dozens of millennia possibly. That gave time for mana to saturate and change the properties of standard metals. That means iron in this world isn't the iron we know on Earth, so it may very well be better than your graphene tools. And enhancing my current tools with mana would take too much time. I can't wait for millennia for them to strengthen. I guess we'll have to begin switching equipment then. For now, let's focus on these books. I'll just grab books and you scan them. I don't have the patience to read each one. No problem. After that, Dream began grabbing each book on the shelves. Sophia could scan each book in a dozen seconds or so, and when she was done, he moved on to the next. Since there were only several dozen books, it only took half an hour for them to finish scanning the last book. All right, so what have you found in this library? Being general, there was a lot about mathematics, engineering, crafting, blacksmithing, how mana interacts with certain materials, and lists of materials. There was a bit about the properties of monster remains, like the bones, hide, and everything else. Apparently, the tendons of monsters are popular as bowstrings. Bones are also often crafted into weapons like swords, spears, arrows, hammers, axes, and so forth. There were also many materials other than metals it talked about that have bizarre properties, mainly alchemical though, like how the spinal fluid of certain monsters can be used in regenerative potions. So there's alchemy in this world. Are they turning lead to gold? Not really, but the things they can make are extraordinary. Some potions are used for increased sensory perception, allowing people to react faster. Some can temporarily increase strength, some can increase stamina. There are also very rare ones that have permanent effects, like if you drink the mix of a 4th-class sparrow eye and high-quality mithril dust, along with the spinal fluid of a 3rd-class troll monster, it can grant soul vision by altering your own eyes and some regenerative powers. though the experiment has only been done once, since sparrows are apparently extremely rare. Not to mention how someone with strong awareness wouldn't need it. True, but if such a solution were given to a child, it would almost guarantee their future. The very fact that potions like that exist is dangerous for me. Children who have been reared by powerful families would have many advantages. I only thought it would be weapons and skills, but now even biology I have to worry about. Yes, but it also means that you can benefit. Who said only they could get those ingredients? And most of all, you have me. I dare say that nobody could do better than me when it comes to simulating alchemy. If only we had the knowledge. I'm sure there's a million experiments to be done before we get real data. So is that all we found here? Alchemy, math, superficial material science. There was a bit of magic knowledge, but nothing I could decipher. We need to learn the fundamentals first. Damn, I was hoping for more. Though the knowledge on monster remains will be very useful at least. Either way, there's nothing more for me here. I should check on my students, make sure we didn't make them retarded. Dream walked out of the library and over to the table they were at. When he approached, he saw Graf and Riddick looking at each other. Oh, so you guys snapped out of it. How was it? Amazing. I tell you, I feel like my eyes have been truly opened. All my knowledge before was merely superficial. The fundamentals of science, oh, how this will help me in my research. Graf. I'm also surprised, boy. I've even gained enlightenment on certain things involving magic. It's a totally new perspective that could solve many more problems us magicians have. Riddick. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. Though since there's a lot and you guys definitely don't understand everything, we won't continue right away. I was thinking every few hours we can do it again. Total 3 or 4 times a day. Oh, and here's what I promised you. Dream remembered the book he was going to give them, except it wasn't a book but a tablet. This is called a tablet. It works just like the screens from before. This thing is your book, which has all the information I gave to you earlier and much more. Try it. Dream handed them each a tablet. They played around with it some before looking at the screen. How does it work? Graf. Just touch the surface. Dream. Oh, got it. Graf and Riddick touched the screen, which promptly lit up. I have given those tablets an intelligence that will help you navigate everything. To use the intelligence, you can touch that button at the bottom left corner. It will speak to you, and you can speak to it just like a regular person. Both men quickly pressed the blinking button in the corner. A voice then sounded from both their tablets. Hello. I am your assistant, Wiki. I will be helping you navigate the information on this device. If you wish to look at something, just tell me something to search for. Ooh, this is cool, Graf. Both men seemed surprised and impressed by the AI. Dream smiled. If you want to look at information on a certain topic, just give the topic. Graf, I suggest you look at electrical engineering. Old man, I actually don't really have a suggestion for you. I'm not sure what you do. Dream. I'm a magician. My magic involves destruction through fire and breaking down substances. Riddick. And how exactly do you break down substances? Like this. Riddick brought out a piece of meat from his inventory in his hand. The meat then began to corrode. Very quickly, it disappeared as if never there. I held back a lot there so you could see the process. Usually, I could even destroy high-class metals in seconds. I can also cause explosions that destroy everything in a wide range. My fire is also very powerful, able to burn many things. All right. So you have the power of corrosion and fire. Then I want you to search and study those 2 things. Those will tell you about how your power works and interacts with matter. Knowing this could also be the key to making stronger magic and therefore becoming more powerful. With this knowledge and your talent, I believe that 4th class is closer than you think. HMPH, don't underestimate 4th class, boy. But all right, Wiki, show me fire. Understood. The next thing Riddick saw was a detailed page about the process of combustion, otherwise known as fire. Since both the AI and the book were created and run by Sophia, She was able to format all the information to help the reader understand the information. If she just threw the definition of fire at Heretic, he wouldn't understand. So she had to treat it like teaching a second grader. It was also the same for Graf. She walked him through the concept of electrical engineering, starting with the physics of electrons and electricity. Since up to this point, he had only done things through mana, not anything else. Dream sat back as he watched them fervently read through their tablets. Neither saying a word. I feel like a school teacher. Anyway, I was thinking we could do some experiments with magic, since I can't expect to find many books on it until we get to the spire. I agree. Maybe you should head to the storage room. We can test some materials out as well. Okay. Dream stood up from his chair and walked over to the storage room. When Dream found the door and walked through, he was greeted with the sight of boxes and shelves strewn across the area. So he isn't exactly the cleanest. What's in these boxes? He walked over and looked inside a wooden box that could easily fit 3 of him. Inside, he found many scraps of metal in many different forms. Iron. It looks like it. It at least isn't titanium. Take out a scrap. Dream reached in the box and grabbed a scrap the size of his head. After he had it in his hands, the right side of his body was quickly covered in his armor. He then ejected the arm blade and slashed at the scrap. Shring asterisk. Dream looked at the blade that only cut through 2 threes the scrap before being stopped. If it were given more force, it might have gone through. But the fact that this iron can stop the sharpest blade on Earth at all is incredible. They could easily stop your weapons as well if made right. So although it isn't as strong as your armor, it isn't as far off as we think. So titanium will probably match my armor. A widespread material on this planet can match the peak of human engineering on my planet. It's almost laughable how unfair it is. Well, no use sulking about it. Maybe one of these boxes has titanium. Go look around more. Dream nodded and put the scrap away, walking over to other boxes. Some boxes were filled with more scraps, some had bars of iron, some had other materials like gold. They also found silver and tungsten. The silver was obviously the low-grade mithril, and the tungsten was shaped in weird chunks. Here's the titanium. They're shaped in ingots. There are also scraps over here. Let's test it. Dream quickly picked up a head-sized scrap. It wasn't very thick, looking like someone had tried to flatten an ingot before failing and tossing it aside. He took out his arm blade and slashed at it. Ting. With size. This time, the blade cut not even half an inch into the scrap. Dream sighed at how amazing that was. I think we have our new target material. I'm gonna have to learn some manufacturing techniques. You won't have to since I know everything there is to know. We will just have to summon the necessary equipment. That may not work for forging this stuff, though. We'll need better tools, and we will need to know how to factor in mana during the forging process. After that, though, yes, our knowledge of modern metalworking will be a huge asset. Speaking of mana, I wonder how much this stuff can hold. Dream looked back into the scrap box, digging through before pulling out a palm-sized chunk of titanium. Last time when I infused my bullets with mana, they imploded at a certain point. Some of the bullet even disintegrated. Now let's see how much these can take. After recalling his previous tests, he began infusing mana. The mana in his body moved to his hand and then into the chunk. The first thing he noticed was that it was much easier to infuse. There was less resistance as if it was meant to hold mana. Very soon, Dream had infused 8x more mana than in the bullet, equal to about half his mana. This is when he noticed the changes in the chunk. The chunk didn't have any external changes, but it was much harder than before. It wasn't hardness that stemmed from contraction and compression, though. It was just simply getting harder. Could the bonds between the molecules be getting stronger? That's my theory. There's been no change in mass, size, shape, nothing. That's all I can come up with. Then I can only say that this is incredible. Hang on. Dream took out his arm blade and tossed the chunk in the air. He then slashed from the bottom up with all his strength. Ting. Thunk. The chunk was batted away like a baseball. Dream walked over, picked it up, scanning for any results. There's a nick here. Is that seriously it? So it really does strengthen the bonds. This opens up new possibilities for me. That's right. You'll be able to recreate your graphene tools in this world. Since on Earth, the graphene was naturally unstable, which led to it not being produced in 3D forms until later during the information age when manufacturing technology grew. But if you can stabilize it using mana, you'll be able to create it here where the manufacturing technology is low. And I'll have material tens of times stronger than even steel and diamond, since it'll also be enhanced with mana. I wonder if they've developed graphite on this world. Dream and Sophia pondered. Now, if this were a bullet, I could punch through 5 bare skulls, not to mention one. The only problem is that titanium is weak to magnetic fields. It would be difficult to fire. An iron core with titanium would be good, though. Then I think we know what our next goal is. Right now, though, we should... Information. Prologue. There once was a man nicknamed Dream. He was 17, a bit of a science geek, and played all kinds of sports. A fairly well-rounded individual who had decent looks, smarts, and high ambitions. However, all this did nothing to prevent the apparently common case of self-doubt and hopelessness. As a kid who grew up in Los Angeles, California during the year 2060, he had all the knowledge he could ever want at his fingertips. Scientists were constantly pushing the limits of physics to develop greater technology, as they always have. The entertainment industry was growing by the day. Jobs were constantly being taken by robots, the lives of everyone ordinary becoming better but more intruded upon. It was just your normal, everyday descent into the dystopias you read about in books. Dream grew up in the midst of all this, but was raised under one creed: question everything. This is what his parents always told him, and it shaped his entire life. In high school, he was quite the ambitious teenager. He always wanted to become a millionaire who was able to make his money by inventing something great. He wanted to develop an ingenious piece of tech, develop a business, and maybe sell it off for money he could live the rest of his life off of. However, while he thought that was the start of an uptrend and successful life, he had no idea it was the opposite. Because he wanted to become successful and make something awesome, he decided to get to studying. Not studying in high school, but studying on his own. He didn't think much of high school. Never did. He thought it was a waste of time, as they only taught him stuff he already knew. So instead of paying attention there, he put all his focus into online research. Freshman year of high school, and electrical engineering was his first gateway into the world of science. He was always interested in energy and how it was harnessed. He would take apart many different devices and attempt to create his own. While none of them were successful, it sparked a boundless curiosity in him. How did energy travel through copper? What were semiconductors? How did batteries work? What are magnetic fields? All kinds of questions shuttled through his mind, and he sought out the answers for them all. The internet was free and the information infinite, so he scoured it like a starving man during a feast. Physics, chemistry, engineering, material science, genetics, biology, cosmology, and more. One thing always led to another, and for 3 years in a row, he spent all the time he could studying all aspects of the universe. His mind was like a black hole for information, but with everything he discovered, there was always another question to be answered, and his curiosity kept pushing him deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. This wasn't all he did, though. While he loved indulging himself in study, he had other responsibilities and worries about the future. One of these responsibilities was actually sports, something he excelled at. After years in middle school, Dream found himself most talented in track. He was remarkably fast, and this was only discovered in high school. Either way, he wasn't allowed to waste this talent, and thus he joined the team and trained every day. Unfortunately, while he was fast, his body didn't like the strain very much. Dream was riddled with injuries and had the spine of an 80-year-old man. It was so bad that it got to the point where it hurt to breathe should he strain himself too much. And it wasn't caused by anything like asthma, but instead his spine pinching different nerves with the shifting of his muscles. But he pushed through. He got himself to a chiropractor, which helped immensely. That was able to keep him on the track where he pushed through any other pain that cropped up. Within moderation, of course. He wasn't a masochist, so if things hurt a little too much for a little too long, he would back off. Unfortunately, that didn't help much. When it wasn't one thing, it was another, and Dream soon had to deal with hamstring injuries. These were worse than back injuries, as they would keep you out of all sports for extended periods of time should you get hurt enough. But he got through those too. It sucked, and Dream came to hate running, but he was good at it and couldn't waste the chance for things like scholarships and free rides. So he just continued to trudge through while comforting himself with the thoughts of learning new things in science. And things went well for a good while. But as Dream grew up a bit more, he started getting more and more depressed. At first, he didn't know why. He liked studying, he read books, he was active, and he had some friends. He should have a pretty perfect life, so why did he start losing motivation? Why did he start hating himself? It got so bad that he could barely get out of bed. He lost all sense of purpose. Everything he studied, if he did at all, started making him nihilistic too. Things like scientific determinism and religion drove him into a hole that he just curled up in. Dream and his family were actually Catholic, so he was no stranger to religious concepts. They frequently discussed things like God, the devil, revelations, and the apocalypse. But discussing these things further drove Dream into a void of his own creation, one that he never felt like taking himself out of. Dream loved discovery. Seeing new things, learning new ways to see things, and coming up with his own interpretations on concepts was the most satisfying thing Dream could do. But as you went further and further down the rabbit hole, things got dark. The universe can't be traversed. God is an omnipotent being playing sandbox with the world. And people, whether they want to be or not, are just ignorant sheep waiting for the day that they've been used for all their worth and expire. It was an incredibly hopeless picture that Dream drew for himself, and add onto it the depression, and you had a recipe for disaster. But they say time heals all wounds, and maybe that was true for him too. Come the end of high school, Dream was finally in the position to move on. While he didn't have the best grades since he never did homework, they were decent, and his sports ability was top-notch. So he finally decided to try taking his head out of the gutter for once and look on the bright side. And doing that gave him some solace. Going into college, Dream received far better training and was able to push himself to greater heights. He also mustered up the courage and got himself a beautiful girlfriend. She became the light in the void he made or himself, and for once he thought that while he would never become much in the grand scheme of things, he would be able to cut himself a little slice of fulfillment with the girl next to him and the sports that kept him strong. At least that was until life took out a gun and shot him in the dick. He tore his hamstring on one fateful day, and from then on he knew that he would never be able to play sports again. While he never liked running, the achievement that came from winning races and getting medals was something he kept looking forward to. It was one of the things that made him think it was all worth it. All the blood and sweat, for months on end, for a short and glorious race. But now he would never get that again. It was like a knife in his heart, and he went into another bout of depression. He started sinking back down into that void. His mind became unhealthy, especially since he was no longer active during the healing process. But there was someone to pull him back out. His girlfriend was always there, and she didn't let him sink. She was there to keep him going through the painful rehabilitation and physical therapy. She didn't let him give up and tore him out of bed when he didn't want to go. It was tough love, but that's exactly what he needed, and once again she lit up that dark and lonely place his mind was in. Eventually he got back on his feet, and he started finding another purpose for himself. He went back to being active, and he continued his studies. Things were going good once more in his life, until they weren't. If before life shot him in the dick, this time life shot him in the heart. On one horrible night, the light of his world was murdered. It wasn't anything wildly dramatic. A robber had broke into her house during the night, and when she tried to fight back to protect her family, she was shot dead. It was so simple that not many people cared. The robber was found, jailed, and the case was wrapped up quickly. In the large city, it was just a passing breeze, not causing anything of significance. But that passing breeze was enough to destroy someone's whole world. Dream was once more cast into the void. He was thrown farther down than he ever had been, so far that he couldn't pull himself out. She had been his light, the key to something greater. With her, he didn't need sports. With her, he could keep himself from thinking that everything was hopeless. But with that light gone, there was nothing keeping him from not only burying himself in the void, but sinking down to its farthest depths. But as he sank down into the abyss, he actually started going back to study. Studying and learning became the only thing that could keep him occupied. It became the only thing that could fill the void. It was a curious thing, but he found himself going back to it. When everything was hopeless and it seemed as if there was nothing more, he sent out to research more as if he was trying to find a way out. He wanted to find a way past the darkness, but nothing he did brought him any light. Nothing he saw brought him any hope. It was all just a distraction, a way to cope with the horrible truth. And one day he reached his breaking point. Knowledge couldn't do anything for him anymore. He couldn't process anything. His mind had reached its limit and he wanted everything to end. So he decided to end it himself. He drove himself out to the middle of nowhere, a place where the lights of the city didn't reach. There he could see the stars. He could visualize the universe and all its splendor. And he could understand how cosmic everything was. It was moments like that when he was the most enraptured. He could feel it in his bones, how magnificent the cosmos were. It wasn't simply a thought, but something that made him shiver. He got goosebumps from the incomprehensible significance of the universe and all its workings. And it was those very goosebumps that reminded him about how limited he was. Everyone was extraordinarily limited in both mind and body. One person would never be able to comprehend the secrets of the universe. It simply wasn't possible, and it was exactly that which drove Dream further down into the void. And finally, after pondering in the biting cold weather of the rural desert for hours, he felt it. The abyss that called to him and the abyss that he started to long for. He longed for enlightenment, and the abyss would either bring it to him or wipe away his existence forever. Either way, he would get what he wanted, so he gave himself to it. Bang. Chapter 1, First Day. When everything turned to black and Dream couldn't feel anything anymore, a voice rang out inside his head. He could see text being displayed. Abilities befitting a seeker will be granted. What the hell? Dream had no idea what was happening. Well, he kind of did, but he wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to believe it. Ability, Savant, will be granted. Ability, Copycat, will be granted. Oh, cool, abilities. I may just be in a really good lucid dream. Get it. Ability, Awareness, will be granted. Warning, you will be moved to a different world. The individual will be granted an ability derived from his origin. Ability, Summons from another world, will be granted. Warning, as the individual has never come in contact with origin energy, a small amount will be infused upon arrival. This may cause discomfort. Origin energy, like mana or something. As Dream asked that, he finally woke up. Opening his eyes, the first thing Dream saw were green leaves and sunlight poking through them like pillars of light. It wasn't super bright, but because he just came from a dark place, he squinted and put his hand up to block the brightness. Bright and hot. Damn, what is it, 100 degrees? Let's get rid of this. Saying that, Dream sat up, reached over, and pulled off his sweater and shirt that was already causing him to sweat. Going from a cold night air to hot and humid jungle weather was not fun. Once he was stripped down a bit, he lifted his head and took a closer look around. Next to him was a big rock, and all around him were big trees, bushes, and other various flora and fauna. It wasn't thick and swampy like the Amazon, instead being a relatively tame forest that went on as far as he could see. I'm in a forest, with absolutely no directions, all alone. I'm already loving ow. What the? Ow. As Dream was mumbling to himself, parts of his body started feeling prickly. First it was his chest, then his arms and legs, then his head. Everything started pulsing with a stabbing pain, and it only got worse by the second. Og, what the hell? I didn't even do anything. Ah, shit, this hurts. Descending into more and more strenuous pain, Dream went back to the floor to roll around as if he were on fire. And it really felt like that. While at first he could deal with it relatively well, it quickly started getting to the point where he was a little scared. 5 minutes pass, and Dream couldn't hold back from letting out true cries of pain. He was trembling all over, and it felt like blades were crawling under his skin and against his bones. Unfortunately, the pain didn't pass for another 15 minutes. It was only on the 20th minute that it started to fade, and 10 minutes after that, Dream was left a mess of a man on the floor. I didn't even do anything. I just got here. Why? Wait, those messages, it said discomfort. But this was hardly discomfort. It was trying to kill me. I thought it would never end. Hey, that wasn't there before. Pulling himself together, Dream got back up and looked around again. When he did, he could see a piece of paper on the ground a few feet away, something that definitely wasn't there before. Definitely wasn't there before. What does it say? Picking it up, Dream proceeded to read the words on it, all of which were written beautifully, better than any calligraphy artist he had ever seen. Dear Dream, the pain you have recently experienced was due to exposure from origin energy, or at least what I'm pretty sure was origin energy. You must have noticed how your body is enhanced. This is natural and something that everyone in this new world is born with. And to give you a rundown, yes, you are in a new world. This world runs on a system of abilities, classes, and levels. You have also been given an ability, one of which is a summoning ability derived from one of the characteristics of your home planet. Through your summons ability, a catalog of weapons, gear, and many different items will be allowed access to you through your status. This will be crucial to your survival as you begin your new life, so do check it out. Another ability you have been given is Savant. I'll let you figure that out, but know that it holds the native language of this world. A little something to start you off right. By the way to check your status is to say out loud, status, but you can also give the command in your head. Everything you need can be found in this menu like video games in your previous world. This includes the message and notification log as well. All right, this concludes my starter message for you. Everything else will need to be discovered by yourself. I do hope that you have a successful rise in power, and when you are powerful enough, you will be able to find me. The best of fortune. A very powerful dude. So it really is some other world, a system. And I got those abilities of mine, at least that's what the system said, catalog. That will indeed be useful if it is what I think it is. Status. Calling out unsurely, Dream brought up his status that popped into his vision. Profile catalog. Name Dream. Species human male. Class unassigned. Level 1. Stats strength F, agility F. Stamina F, magic F. Passive skills visualization LVL. 1 Savant LVL. 1 Copycat LVL. 1 Awareness LVL. 1. Active skills, summons from another world. Interesting. Those are all the skills I got, except for visualization. Nothing said anything about that? Oh well, more of these skills couldn't hurt. Anyway, let's check out this catalog. Raising his hand, Dream attempted to click on the catalog tab in the air. But upon doing so, nothing happened. Tilting his head, he said catalog in his mind, upon which the screen in front of him changed. Catalog. Search here. Weapons. Utility. Clothing. Supplies. Misc, oh that's cool, definitely weapons first. Search bar, search up guns. Guns. 38 special revolver.